Life can be quite extraordinary, and for Mo Xian, this seems to be the case. At the age of 23, he is currently pursuing a doctorate in computer engineering at Kyoto University. On this sunny afternoon, he finds himself in a shopping mall, selecting plush toys for his two daughters. "I'll take two of these and two of those," he decides, choosing a Pikachu and a Jigglypuff, knowing well that his daughters adore Pokemon. Having recently participated in a research group at school and received a handsome reward, he feels justified in his purchases. The salesgirl, noticing Mo Xian's impressive stature of 189 centimeters and his remarkably handsome physique so striking, it could be described as otherworldly, cannot help but steal glances at him. His looks and physique overshadow even those of celebrities in the entertainment industry, especially with the addition of his black-rimmed glasses, which lend him an air of intellectual charm. Perhaps I should buy something for the kid's mother as well. Mo Xian muses as he exits with a large paper bag. He then makes a quick detour to a luxury jewelry store, purchasing two identical necklaces. However, once the transaction is complete, a pang of regret strikes him. Having spent 100,000 on the necklaces, he is left with only a few tens of thousands of his bonus. He realizes that the combined value of these necklaces likely pales in comparison to a single accessory worn by their mother. Even if she does not value it, as their father, I must at least show some appreciation for my earnings. Mo Xian sighs with a rueful smile. I already feel guilty for what has transpired, especially since she has not held me accountable and has allowed me to be present in my daughter's lives. Approximately 4 years ago, at the tender age of 19, Mo Xian fell victim to a plot, and ironically, both the mothers of his children were inebriated that fateful day. Yes, you heard correctly. Mo Xian was drugged, lost his senses, and ended up with two girls who were astonishingly sisters. These sisters happened to be the esteemed daughters of the wealthy Luo family, Luo Xia and her younger sister, Luo Miyuki. When he awoke the next day amidst chaos, with two stunningly beautiful girls sleeping naked beside him, Mo Xian was utterly bewildered. While he did not recognize Luo Xia at the time, he was aware of Luo Miyuki, a student in the art department at Kyoto University, who had been celebrated as the campus beauty since her arrival. There had been jesting among peers that if Kyoto were to have princesses, the Luo sisters would undoubtedly fit the title. And now, inexplicably, he found himself intertwined with both the eldest and youngest daughters of the Luo family overnight. Surprisingly, the Luo sisters did not retaliate against him. In fact, when he encountered Luo Miyuki at school, she would smile and greet him, often inviting him to lunch. On several occasions, Mo Xian sought her out to apologize, expressing his willingness to accept any punishment. But Luo Miyuki simply smiled and said, "Just remember this, we do not blame you." Afterward, she vanished from his life until a year later, when he was summoned by representatives of the Luo family to a facility for sample collection, oblivious to the events that were about to unfold. A week later, he found himself face-to-face with the Luo sisters again, accompanied by an infant and an array of paternity tests from prestigious institutions indicating a 99.99 probability of him being the father of the two children. Do not misunderstand, you should know we are all experiencing this for the first time, and you're the only one with whom we have engaged in such matters to assure you that they are indeed your children, Luo Xia explained, leaving Mo Xian's mind in a haze. From that day onward, Mo Xian lived a life divided between attending classes during the day and returning to the estate of the Luo sisters at night, embracing the role of a devoted father. Now, the two children have blossomed into 3-year-old satirable and intelligent, and they are exceedingly attached to him. Mo Xian strives to fulfill his paternal responsibilities, though he feels it is the least he can do. His heart is heavy with guilt towards the Luo sisters despite being the victim in this situation. He recognizes the pain he has caused them. Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki had the choice to terminate their pregnancies, but chose to bring the children into the world instead, never holding him accountable and treating him with kindness. Upon returning to the estate, with gifts in hand for the children and their mother, the butler, Uncle Zheng, shook his head in dismay. "Mo, did not the young ladies purchase a car for you?" "Oh, let that go, my skills are lacking," Mo Xian chuckled. "Besides, it would not be fitting." His reluctance stems not from a lack of skill, but from a desire not to accept too much from them. The Luo sisters had gifted him a limited edition Maybach, which he felt was already extravagant enough. Even more astonishing was the Bugatti Chiron, worth tens of millions. Though they insisted it was under his name and that he could drive it without worry, Imo Xian would never dare to do so. As Uncle Zheng assisted him with the items, he regarded Imo Xian with a complex expression. Having watched the two young ladies grow up, Uncle Zheng harbored no animosity towards Imo Xian. In fact, he admired him. In addition to his striking looks and height, Imo Xian was a remarkably humble and reserved individual. For 3 years, he had diligently cared for the two children, earning the admiration of many nannies who noted his genuine attentiveness and affection towards them. He was polite and courteous to everyone, never delegating any of his responsibilities concerning the children to others. However, Imo Xian could be somewhat slow to grasp situations and was excessively aware of boundaries. "Mr. Imo, the young ladies are currently napping, but the eldest is at home," Uncle Zheng informed him. "By the way, the eldest mentioned she has something to discuss with you. Would you like to visit the study?" "Understood," Imo Xian replied. He handed the plush toys to Uncle Zheng and, after a moment's contemplation, picked up the two necklaces. Even if they were to be discarded, he felt it was essential to fulfill his obligations. With a mixture of apprehension, Imo Xian ascended the stairs and knocked on the study door. Upon hearing a melodious voice inviting him to enter, he pushed the door open. Luo Xia was not seated at her desk, but rather standing by the window, holding a document. Her long, wavy hair cascaded down to her waist, and she wore a fitted black gown that accentuated her alluring figure, making her appear even taller and more graceful. Her exquisite, ethereal visage seemed almost otherworldly, and her captivating peach blossom eyes, even devoid of warmth, could ensnare the soul. "You're back?" Upon seeing Imo Xian, Luo Xia melted like a glacier, her face illuminating with a warm smile. She casually removed her gold-rimmed glasses and approached him, curiously pointing at the bag in his hand. "What do you have there?" "Oh, this." Imo Xian glanced at the Patek Philippe on her wrist and felt a twinge of inadequacy. "I received my bonus and thought to buy something for you and my junior." Unbeknownst to him, a glint of almost obsessive fervor flickered in Luo Xia's eyes at the mention of a gift. With a slight smile, she gently inquired, "May I see it?" Imo Xian hurriedly handed the bag to her, a hint of uncertainty in his voice as he explained, "They're all the same. I thought since I've troubled you for so long, even if they're not expensive, this is all I could manage." Luo Xia remained silent as she unwrapped one of the necklaces. It was a stunning piece, adorned with clusters of diamonds, with a sapphire carved into the shape of a dolphin at its center. "I adore it," Luo Xia remarked, her smile radiant. "I remember this one, it costs around 100,000, right? Your bonus, that's all right, there's more. And as for the children," Imo Xian sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "I am merely looking after them. The expenses are still borne by you." Luo Xia gazed at Imo Xian, who had lowered his head, and within her heart, that almost pathological possessiveness surged, wishing to integrate him into her very being, ensuring he could never escape her grasp. However, the time is not yet right. The sisters have schemed for so long and cannot afford any missteps. "Your intentions are of utmost importance, Imo Xian." Luo Xia smiled as she removed the necklace worth millions from her neck and adorned herself with the one Imo Xian had gifted her. "I truly cherish it and will treasure your gift." "Thank you." Imo Xian's cheeks flushed crimson, and his feelings of guilt intensified. Luo Xia and her sister were exceedingly accommodating to him, never placing him in awkward positions, instead treating him as family. Having grown up devoid of familial affection, Imo Xian gradually became reliant on the two sisters, yet his profound inferiority and guilt prevented him from harboring any improper thoughts. Little did Imo Xian know, he had already become prey, ensnared in a trap crafted from the sisters' fervent love. "Big sister, I'm back." The door to Luo Xia's study swung open, and only her sister, Luo Myuki, would dare to enter so boldly. Luo Xia, aged 26, and Luo Myuki, aged 22, bore striking resemblances, both stunningly beautiful, even possessing captivating almond-shaped eyes. However, in contrast to the cool and ethereal Luo Xia, Luo Myuki exuded the demeanor of a proud princess. Dressed in form-fitting light blue jeans and a white blouse, her cascading ebony locks tumbled over her voluptuous figure, enhancing her alluring silhouette. "Brother is here too?" Luo Miyuki smiled as she approached. Sister, is there something regarding brother? Indeed, he has brought us gifts. Luo Xia replied with a smile, handing the unopened presents to Luo Miyuki, while gesturing to the dolphin necklace she wore. This one is the same as yours. Is that so? Upon seeing the necklace around Luo Xia's neck, Luo Miyuki eagerly unwrapped her own and donned it, turning to Mo Xian with a flirtatious smile, exclaiming, Brother, I adore it. And Mo Xian scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful as he said, My bonus is limited, but I'll strive to earn more in the future to buy something better. The sisters exchanged knowing smiles to them. Even a trinket from a street would be regarded as a treasure from Mo Xian. By the way, sister, didn't you buy a gift for brother? Luo Miyuki inquired, looking at Luo Xia. You mustn't refuse him this time. Luo Xia pointed to her desk, and Luo Miyuki walked over, retrieving a black box that contained a watch. How exquisite! 12 golden knights, cast in rose gold, marked the hours on the watch, although Mo Xian was not well-versed in luxury items. He could tell this timepiece was undoubtedly expensive. Your birthday is approaching, Luo Xia chuckled. You've never used the gifts I've given, so this time, I hope you won't decline. Mo Xian was about to refuse, but Luo Miyuki had already taken his right hand and fastened the watch on his wrist. At that moment, Luo Xia's expression darkened, an ominous aura emanating from her. Mo Xian shivered involuntarily. Was it suddenly this cold in October? Brother, please accept it. Luo Miyuki smiled, seemingly oblivious to her sister's chilling presence. Don't worry, it's not expensive. Not expensive? Mo Xian glanced at the uniquely designed watch on his wrist. It certainly didn't appear to be cheap. Had he known he was wearing the globally limited Roger Dubious Knights of the Round Table valued at 4 million, he would not have dared to even touch it. All right, Wei and Shuer have awakened. You should go see them, brother. Luo Miyuki winked at him. Sister and I have matters to discuss. Oh, all right, I'll head there now. Upon hearing his daughters had woken, Mo Xian couldn't suppress his smile and hurriedly exited the study. Luo Miyuki closed the door and turned to her currently ominous sister, giggling, Sister, is it really necessary? We agreed that you and I would share him. Why are you upset? Indeed, if it had been me who had encountered him today, I fear you wouldn't fare any better. Luo Xia's terrifying aura gradually dissipated. What is it that you wish to discuss with me? Luo Miyuki shrugged and pulled out her phone, presenting a saved screenshot to her sister. Su Yanran is getting engaged to Mo Jinping. Luo Xia glanced at the screenshot, a smirk forming at the corners of her mouth, laced with sarcasm. It seems she has gotten her wish. The problem is sister. Luo Miyuki's eyes darkened with a hint of crimson. Upon returning, she went to the apartment where brother used to live and has rented it. Oh, is that so? Luo Xia feigned indifference. Does she wish to rekindle old flames? Sister, should I find someone to teach her a lesson? Unlike her earlier innocent demeanor before Mo Xian, Luo Miyuki now bore a sinister smile, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Luo Xia glanced at her sister, chuckling softly. There's no need, it has been 3 years, and we are merely a few steps away from ensuring that Xiao Xian remains with us. Rest assured, even without considering that Xiao Xian has already lost interest in her, as long as our daughters are here, no one can take Xiao Xian from us. After leaving the study, Mo Xian hurried to his daughter's room. As soon as he opened the door, he was enveloped by 2 adorable little bundles. Daddy, Daddy, Luo Wei and Luo Shuer, Mo Xian's daughters. In truth, Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki had suggested letting the children take Mo Xian's surname, but he had declined. He personally did not mind, but he knew this could not be concealed forever should the children bear his surname. The Mo family might take an interest. Moreover, Mo Xian perpetually held the belief that these 2 heavenly beauties, destined to be coveted, would eventually marry neither Luo Xia nor Luo Miyuki with someone he could dare to dream of. There were many illustrious families in the capital, and the number of suitors for the sisters could circle the globe. Not to mention, he had severed ties with his own family, while the Mo family, perceived as a prestigious household, was insignificant compared to the Luo family. Every day spent with his children was a blessing when the time came. He merely hoped the Luo family would permit him to see his daughters in secret. Come here, my little ones, let daddy hold you. Mo Xian lifted the 2 little girls, and it was quite a coincidence that the sisters had both conceived as children, giving birth on the same day, with Luo Xia arriving just in hour prior to Luo Miyuki. Thus, Luo Wei'er was the elder sister, while Luo Shuer was the younger. The sisters embraced their father's neck, joyfully planting kisses on his cheeks. Yet the temperature suddenly dropped again, even colder than before. It's only October. Come on, my darlings. Daddy has brought you gift. Ocean sensed something was amiss and quickly carried the two girls downstairs, oblivious to the dark expressions of the Luo sisters at the study door. I regret it, sister. Luo Miyuki spoke icily. Although I love Wei'er and Shuer dearly, why should they get to proudly call him brother? Who's to blame for them being his daughters? Luo Xia wore a barely perceptible smile, though her grip on the doorframe gradually tightened. Let's wait a little longer, don't worry, Xiao Xian. He will soon find himself ensnared. The two little girls sat on the carpet, delightedly playing with the plush toys their father had bought, exhibiting remarkable understanding as they refrained from squabbling, maintaining harmony as sisters. The unfortunate reality was that in their eyes, there existed only three categories of people: their father, the two of them, and everyone else. Mother occupies a position of great superiority over others. Mo Xian sat on the floor, flanked by two cherubic children who were joyfully engaged in play beside their father. Nearby, Uncle Zheng could not help but twitch his lips. These two little ones certainly exhibited a double standard. To them, anything purchased by Mo Xian was a treasure, while toys or dolls, no matter how expensive, bought by others were met with naught but disdain. I wonder whom they take after. Uncle Zheng cast a casual glance toward the staircase. It is indeed peculiar. The master and mistress appear quite normal, and there seems to be no issue on the elder master's side. Observing the oblivious Mo Xian at that moment, Uncle Zheng felt an involuntary prayer welling up within him. Mr. Mo, may you live a long and prosperous life, otherwise the consequences shall not befall you alone. Chapter 3. He belongs to us. Mo Xian's daily routine revolves around caring for the children, enticing them to eat, coaxing them through their hygiene rituals, and lulling them to sleep. He has become quite adept at these fundamental tasks. Luo Xia has already ascended to the position of vice president at the Luo Corporation, and Luo Miyuki has also joined the company. Thus, during mealtime, it is natural for Mo Xian to have the two baby chairs positioned to his left and right. Fortunately, both girls are quite clever, managing to feed themselves with spoons and forks. Wei'er, make sure to finish your vegetables. Shuer, you too. Otherwise, Daddy won't play with you. Mo Xian gently admonishes, and his daughters are quick to heed his words. It is inevitable for children to be picky eaters, yet it is curious. As long as Mo Xian is present, the two little ones behave obediently. Luo Miyuki, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, pinches her daughter's little face and asks, "Why is it that you want to eat your vegetables when mommy tells you to?" Despite her gentle grip, Luo Shuer looks up at Mo Xian with a pitiful expression, pointing at her mother and saying, "Mommy hit me." Luo Miyuki bursts into laughter. "Have you learned to report to your father now?" "No, mommy didn't hit me." Mo Xian reassures, ruffling his daughter's hair. "When Daddy isn't home, you must listen to mommy and auntie too, understood? And that goes for Wei'er as well. Uncle Zheng, auntie." And the maids observe Mo Xian with affectionate smiles. However, Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki regard him with an unsettling glimmer in their eyes. Mo Xian, don't just focus on the little ones, Luo Xia interjects, placing an abalone into his bowl. "You've been working hard on your project lately. Uncle Zheng, please arrange for some supplements to be sent to Mo Xian's room." "No, I still haven't finished the last batch." Mo Xian quickly waves his hands. "Sister Luo, I'm fine. There's no need for you to worry." He typically addresses Luo Xia as Sister Luo, while referring to Luo Miyuki as Junior. "I've acquired your program for Luo Corporation," Luo Xia states with a smile. "The company has purchased it for a total of 10 million, and there will be further dividends." "Is it really that much?" Mo Xian is taken aback. "Sister Luo, I estimated it would be worth at most a few million." "You really underestimate yourself," Luo Xia replies confidently. While she indeed used her position as vice president to facilitate Mo Xian's endeavors, the valuation of the copyright and profit sharing had been deliberated by the investment department and subsequently reported back to her. "Your program is worth that sum." This conclusion comes from a comprehensive evaluation by Luo Corporation's investment and technical departments. "Do not belittle your achievements," Luo Xia asserts with utmost confidence. "Focus on your doctoral studies. And once the program is launched, I will ensure the financial department transfers the money to you." "Thank you, Sister Luo." Mo Xian exhales with relief. All my efforts have finally borne fruit. Brother, with your abilities, this was only a matter of time. Luo Miyuki blinks playfully. Now eat up, brother. Vire and Schwer. Stop clinging to daddy. He needs to eat well to play with you properly. Mo Xian feels a warmth in his heart. In the past, no matter what accomplishments he achieved, they went unnoticed. Yet, being together with these sisters while caring for the children, these remarkable women have continuously encouraged and affirmed him, providing a warmth he had never experienced before. Though he was acutely aware that he did not deserve them, Mo Xian still yearned for these days to linger a little longer. As he contemplated this, a wave of disorientation washed over him at the thought of the day when they would eventually marry, accompanied by a sharp pang in his heart. One must not be greedy. He dared not entertain notions of either Luo Xia or Luo Miyuki, yet deep within, he found it difficult to part from them. The only person who had ever bestowed warmth upon him in the past was his grandmother, now residing in a nursing home, while currently, that warmth emanated from the two sisters and his daughter. His love for his daughter was one of paternal affection and responsibility, yet the tenderness exhibited by the sisters had gradually morphed into a form of dependency. Initially, he believed that person to be Su Yanran, but alas, it was not her. Those starved of love often yearn profoundly for care, and ironically, the very individuals who offered him such affection were those he had inadvertently hurt, none other than the esteemed daughters of the Luo family. The juxtaposition of inferiority and longing ensnared Mo Xian in a haze of confusion. Unbeknownst to him, this very confusion was precisely what the sisters desired. The more he faltered, the more he relied on them, ultimately rendering himself unable to be without them. After dinner, Mo Xian took the two children out to play. It was a rare occasion when Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki had no pressing matters to attend to, so they joined him in playing with their daughters for a while before it was time to help them wash up. By the way, Mo Xian, there is something I feel compelled to share with you, Luo Xia said, observing him as he dried Luo Wire's hair. Su Yanran and your brother are set to become engaged. Is it happening so soon? Mo Xian expressed surprise. I thought it would take longer. Upon hearing that Su Yanran was to become engaged to his most detested rival, Mo Jinping, Mo Xian felt nothing. His heart was not dying a slow death. He now harbored neither love nor hatred for Su Yanran. Such feelings, he believed, were simply not worth the investment. Seeing his indifference, Luo Xia couldn't help but chuckle. I thought you would be upset. How could I be? I have no connection with her anymore, he replied, shaking his head. By the way, Sister Luo, I will likely return home late tomorrow. I need to visit the nursing home. All right, just drive there, Luo Xia said, inching closer to Mo Xian as if with intent. The car was bought for you. After all, you are the father of Wire and Schwer. You need not carry such psychological burdens. If you prefer not to drive, either I or Miyuki can take you. Please, I'll drive. It would be too ostentatious to have them take me. After lulling the two children to sleep, Mo Xian returned to his room to wash up. Upon changing into his pajamas, he emerged to find the air imbued with a delightful floral fragrance. He recognized this as the calming essential oil gifted to him by Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki. In the past, he had occasionally struggled with sleep while writing code. But after using this oil, the quality of his slumber improved significantly. However, the effectiveness of this fragrance was almost too remarkable. He would drift off within mere minutes. And it had an unexpected side effect. He began to dream. In these dreams, he felt as though someone was embracing him, and sometimes it was more than one person. He discreetly took it to school and had it assessed by a professor from the chemistry department, who confirmed that there were no issues. He also consulted a professor from the medical faculty regarding the formula, and the professor praised the aroma, noting that its high-quality ingredients indicated a considerable value and a thoughtful composition with no side effects. As for you, the vigorous young man, having such dreams is quite normal, the professor jestingly explained, leaving Mo Xian a bit embarrassed, and he chose not to dwell on the matter further. Reflecting on his own behavior, he realized it was rather excessive. After all, the kind-hearted individual had gifted him the aroma, and he had doubted its quality. However, the effectiveness was so remarkable that it could hardly be deemed a good thing, as Mo Xian could not resist yawning. He felt even more fatigued than usual. Lying on his bed, he succumbed to sleep before long. Moments later, the door creaked open, and Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki entered, clad in delicate black silk nightgowns. Sister, did we perhaps use too much? Luo Miyuki inquired as she extinguished the aroma and settled beside the bed. Today is the first time using the new formula. Brother won't experience any side effects, will he? No worries, I've had this batch tested 5 times, and it's all clear, Luo Xia reassured, lying down next to Mo Xian and gently caressing his face. In that instant, she could no longer suppress the fervent affection swelling within her, her gaze ablaze. Little Xian. Luo Xia whispered softly into Mo Xian's ear, like a temptress luring her prey. Remember, Muki and I are the ones who love you the most. And you love us the most. So tell me, you won't leave us, will you? To their astonishment, the slumbering Mo Xian seemed to mumble in his sleep. No, I won't leave Sister Luo and Junior. Indeed, I won't leave, he affirmed. Luo Xia felt her body quiver with an excitement that was nearly palpable. As if the prey had fallen into the trap. Say it, you love Xia the most, and you love Muki. I love Xia the most, I love Muki. Declare that you are ours forever. I am forever yours. Luo Xia smiled with satisfaction, while Luo Muki, unable to contain herself, gazed at her with a dangerous smile. Brother. Luo Muki murmured, leaning in to kiss Mo Xian, but upon seeing her sister's almost frenzied expression, Luo Xia grasped her hand firmly. The hypnosis has only just begun. We have waited for so many years. A few more days won't matter. Luo Muki was about to protest, but sensing her sister's even more intense gaze, she reluctantly acquiesced. Coercion? What they desired was for Mo Xian to belong entirely to them, the sisters. Chapter 4. Encountering Mother at the Asylum. Mo Xian awoke, stretching luxuriously. One must admit that the aroma was truly effective, and he had not dreamt at all yesterday, sleeping deeply. He could hardly recall what he had said under Luo Xia's psychological suggestion the previous day. After getting up, dressing, and preparing himself, Mo Xian naturally adorned his wrist with the round table night bracelet gifted to him by the sisters. In the past, Mo Xian would have carefully tucked everything away. Yet today, he felt differently. He nonchalantly slipped on his watch, donned a coat, and exited the room. Father. The two little ones had already risen. Since their mother informed them that their father was still asleep, the two cherubic beings behaved obediently and refrained from disturbing Mo Xian. Mr. Mo has risen? Uncle Zheng smiled as he addressed him. The eldest young lady has gone to the company. The second young lady is eagerly awaiting breakfast with you. Has sure you left so early? Mo Xian inquired. Indeed, the eldest young lady, Uncle Zheng replied, momentarily taken aback. Why had Mo Xian suddenly adopted such an affectionate manner of addressing the eldest young lady? Nevertheless, he remained as he always was, playfully embracing the two little ones and smiling at them. The eldest young lady had some matters to attend to at the company, which is why she departed early. Uncle Zheng thought, not questioning further. After all, Mo Xian was the biological father of the two young ladies, and he had been involved in certain matters from the beginning. Perhaps Mo Xian had finally come to his senses. Brother, come and have breakfast. Luo Muqi, adorned in a pure white dress and wearing the necklace Mo Xian had gifted her, called out. I need to head to the company soon for an event. If I finish early, shall I visit Grandma at the nursing home? Perhaps not, Mo Xian replied, feeling a bit awkward. The last time you went. The entire nursing home was aware of it. I also have to visit the school this afternoon and will return home early tonight. After a moment's thought, he asked Muqi, aren't you craving those little cakes from that particular shop? Would you like me to bring some back for you this evening? Uncle Zheng. Mo Xian appeared transformed after a mere nap. How had he changed so remarkably? Previously, he often stumbled over his words when speaking to his two young ladies. But today not only had his manner of address shifted, but his speech also bore a hint of tenderness. Splendid. Luo Muqi exclaimed, her joy unabated. I want chocolate flavor, brother. Surely it works. Sister is indeed a genius. Wei Er and Shui Er must prefer the fruity flavors, right? Shall I bring those for you as well? Mo Xian kissed each of his daughters. Now let's go eat. Uncle Zheng watched, sensing something amiss. Mo Xian seemed unchanged yet subtly different. However, he reasoned that, to some extent, this was a positive development. He was unaware of what had transpired. But the tremendous effort and sacrifices the two young ladies had made to keep Mo Xian were not in vain. As long as they could achieve their desires, he had little reason to be concerned. After breakfast, Mo Xian encouraged his daughters to wait at home for him while he made his way to the garage, where he found his limited edition Maybach. The Bugatti Chiron was far too ostentatious. As Mo Xian drove out in the Maybach, Uncle Zheng was once again astonished, as were the security guards at the entrance. The eldest lady is finally being carried off in a bridal sedan. Is Mr. Mo finally willing to embrace the life of a kept man? Second young lady, Mr. Mo has driven out, Uncle Zheng reported to the departing Luo Muqi. What on earth is going on with Mr. Mo? You and the young lady have gifted him a watch that he wears, and today, during his visit to the nursing home to see his grandmother, he even drove the car you purchased for him. Isn't that splendid? However, Luo Miyuki appears entirely indifferent. By the way, do remember to arrange for the other car bought for my brother to be returned promptly. Mr. Mo, have you indeed fallen from grace? Uncle Zheng sighed, acknowledging that it was quite commendable for Mo Xian to have persevered for this long. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort. Pondering how it was that after just one night of slumber, Mo Xian seemed somewhat altered from his former self. Casting a dubious glance at the second miss, who was preparing to board her Bentley, Uncle Zheng chose not to delve deeper. Despite his experience, he remained merely a subordinate. The Luo family seemed indifferent to Mo Xian's existence. As long as the two young ladies were content, he had little stake in the matter. Inside the car, Mo Xian couldn't help but lament the monotony and tedium of a wealthy existence. He had experienced riding in a Maybach before, yet the disparity between the Mo family's vehicle and this one was glaringly evident. Upon arriving at the nursing home and parking the car, Mo Xian carried the fruits and nutritional supplements he had purchased for his grandmother. The staff at the nursing home were quite familiar with him. Previously, Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki had visited and generously bestowed red envelopes containing 2,000 yuan each upon every staff member, including the janitor and the security guard. They even arranged a lavish lunch from a 5-star hotel for all the residents and staff. Consequently, everyone at the nursing home, both employees and patients alike, regarded Mo Xian with warm and benevolent expressions. Mr. Mo, you've arrived, an attendant exclaimed, rushing towards him. You should hurry and check on your grandmother. Today a woman has come accompanied by a young man to visit the old lady. There hasn't been any quarrel, but the old lady does not seem well. Hearing the attendant's words, Mo Xian couldn't suppress a cold smirk, instantly deducing the identity of the visitors. Approaching his grandmother's room, he overheard a voice he found exceedingly distasteful, uttering sickening remarks. Mother, why must you do this? Holding on to the shares is futile. Father, Longshan is also for you. Grant Xiaoxin a chance. We are family. Why must things be so strained? The speaker was Qin Enai, Mo Xian's biological mother and the president of Qin Jewelry. She possessed a beauty that could rival the most enchanting of eras, and Mo Xian had inherited all the favorable traits from both her and his father, Mo Changshan. Dressed in a high-end suit, she was accompanied by a young man in his 20s, impeccably groomed, clad in a deep blue suit, with a delicate appearance. Though his complexion appeared rather pallid, this individual was Jiang Sifeng, Qin Ni's assistant and her godson, whom she had watched grow up. Thus, mother, 5% for each of Xiao Xian and Jin Peng. You understand that since Xiao Xian does not work at the company, granting him too many shares would be inappropriate. Qin and I patiently reasoned, while the grandmother, lying on the bed, gazed out the window, her face haggard and silent. Aunt Zhang, who was attending to the grandmother, glared fiercely at Qin and I. Had it not been for the grandmother's gesture to restrain her, she would have gladly slapped her across the face. Aunt Zhang's mother had been a lifelong friend of the grandmother, and Zhang's husband was Master Zhang of Guowu, with Mo Xian being his sole disciple. For many years, Grandma and Mo Xian have relied on the Zhang family for assistance. Mo Xian's grandparents have always had a tumultuous relationship, although they never divorced. They had been living apart long before the upbringing of Mo Xian. However, Grandma has consistently held on to 10% of the Mo family shares. Once Mo Xian turned 15, the Mo family would come to demand these shares annually. Yet Grandma had firmly informed them that these shares were intended for Mo Xian and that no one else was to covet them. When Grandma fell ill and entered a nursing home, Mo Xian returned home, but he has since severed ties with his family. His parents visit every 3 to 4 months, showing no concern for Grandma's health, only bringing up the shares. Mother, why must it be this way? This family has become so fractured. Ultimately, because you took on the responsibility of raising little Xian incorrectly, Qin and I sighed. Look at that child. Not to mention Jin Peng, even my godson, who is orphaned, is more obedient and considerate than him. I understand your affection for him, but since you are no longer involved in the company and you hardly see your father-in-law, causing such turmoil is truly pointless. If you relinquish the shares, I assure you, neither your father-in-law nor Changshan will pursue any matters concerning you and little Xian. Oh, I truly thank you, Grandma replied with a cold laugh. Did I raise the wrong child? It's the first time I've heard of a mother abandoning her 2-year-old son to her mother-in-law, then blaming her when issues arise. Qin and I, You lavish attention on others' sons while neglecting your own. I am leaving a future for my grandson. How can that be wrong? Chapter 5. Denying you makes you nothing. Chin and I felt the sting of Grandma's words, her face flushing with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Yet she found herself devoid of a counterargument. Grandma, your words are unjust, Jiang Sifeng interjected, his tone as delicate as his appearance, lacking strength. Aunt raised 4 siblings on her own. Sending away her younger brother was beyond her control. Is this your place to speak? Grandma interrupted him without hesitation. Chin and I, is this the result of your upbringing? When elders converse, a junior from outside should not interject. Mother, please don't put him in a difficult position. Oh, so you want to let me speak at all? How could you all so casually insult my grandson? Who exactly is your son, or is he born to be despised? Grandma showed no mercy to Chin and I. I will reiterate, the shares belong to my grandson Mo Xian. As the old saying goes, one should honor their parents and cherish their children. Who in your family, apart from little Xian, has fulfilled this? Mo Jinping? Or your 3 daughters? Huh. What status do I hold that I would recognize the Mo family's young master and young ladies as my grandchildren? I am not worthy of their affection. If you have time to waste here, you should return and persuade your husband and father-in-law. The heavens are watching, neglecting your own and mistreating little Xian. Do you not fear retribution? Chin and I trembled, glaring fiercely at Grandma, and coldly retorted, Mother, are you intent on tearing apart the last remnants of civility? Aside from that ungrateful Mo Xian and this 10% of shares, what else do you possess? Your husband and son have turned their backs on you. And your 3 granddaughters and 1 grandson disregard you. I know you well enough. I will exhaust myself to ensure my son does not become like that. And what exactly am I like? Mo Xian entered with an impassive expression. Upon seeing him, Jiang Sifeng instinctively retreated 2 steps, hiding behind Chin and I. However, Mo Xian did not spare him a glance and walked directly to his grandmother's side, soothing her gently. Grandma, let me take them out. Mo Xian, have you no manners? The elders are speaking. Chin and I deliberately echoed her grandmother's words to provoke the 2 generations. Moreover, I am your mother. Did you not see me seated here? Mr. Chin, let us discuss matters outside. Mo Xian replied without turning around, instead assisting his grandmother to lie down and tucking in the blanket. If you continue to make a scene here, you should be aware of my capabilities. I refrain from striking you not due to your biological status as my mother, but rather because I seldom resort to violence against women. However, I cannot vouch for that weakling behind you. Chin and I stood up in anger. Yet she dared not utter another word. Mo Xian's reputation was well known. He was the esteemed disciple of Master Zhang from the National Martial Arts School. And when he severed ties with his family, it had been a scandalous affair. Mo Chanshan had dispatched 8 bodyguards, all of whom ended up hospitalized by Mo Xian's prowess. And Mo Jinping had lost 2 front teeth due to a single punch from him. Grandma, I will send them away and return to keep you company, Mo Xian said. Placing fruits and nutritional supplements on the bedside table, he turned to Aunt Zhang, saying, Aunt Zhang, there are fresh cherries here. Could you please wash some for Grandma to enjoy? Go ahead, Xiao Xian. Aunt Zhang shot a fierce glare at Chin and I. If there's an issue, speak up. I have trained too. If you want to strike women, I will. Mo Xian smiled and waved his hand dismissively, but when he turned to face his mother, his expression turned cold as he gestured toward the door, saying, Leave. Neither Chin and I nor Jiang Sifeng dared to provoke Mo Xian further and could only exit, teeth clenched. The 3 descended the stairs and reached the courtyard of the nursing home. Mo Xian, with a hint of impatience, addressed Chin and I. Mr. Chin, the last time you visited, my grandmother stated that if you desire shares, you may purchase them at market value. Are you jesting? Expecting to acquire shares in a publicly listed company without any financial contribution? Mo Xian, you and your grandmother Chin and I side. Why make it so clear-cut? It's not as though I wouldn't grant you shares of your grandmother's. I can offer you an additional 3% of Chin's jewelry. That sum would suffice for a lifetime. Enough, Mr. Chin. I have severed ties with your family, Mo Xian interjected, pointing at Jiang Sifeng with a tone laced with sarcasm. Your adopted son holds 10% of Chin's. Why should I settle for a mere 3? Sifeng has been raised under my care, dutiful and selfless, even working as an assistant in my company despite his health issues. And you? Chin and I scoffed. You are not my son. I owe you nothing. Yet you still wish to claim shares of my company? Oh, so it is my fault then? Mo Xian felt that his biological mother and father were a perfect match. Both shameless. You and Chairman Mo decided together to send me away, And now you accuse me of being unfilial? Have you no shame, President Qin? Brother, how can you speak like that? Jiang Sifeng immediately stepped in front of Qin and I. This is not entirely Mother's fault. If you must blame someone, blame me. Get lost. Mo Xian was too weary to engage in further conversation, clenching his fists. Jiang Sifeng, frightened, retreated once more behind Qin and I. A flicker of barely perceptible disdain crossed Qin Ni's eyes, not directed at Mo Xian, but rather at Jiang Sifeng. Do not come here again. My grandmother has but a short time left. As Mo Xian uttered these words, a glimmer of hatred appeared in his gaze toward Qin and I. President Qin, you, your husband, your father-in-law, and your children, including that insufferable son of yours, I wish you all a fate worse than death. Upon hearing Mo Xian's venomous curse, Qin Ni's heart involuntarily tightened, yet she defiantly retorted, You, ungrateful wretch. You are just like your grandmother, having read a few books. Yet you hold yourself in such high regard, boasting of your talents. You are not worthy of being compared to Jin Peng or Sifeng. Indeed, after all, you raised your godson from childhood. Just look at how useful he has become. He has drained you dry. Mo Xian chuckled, observing the two of them. President Qin, you certainly know how to play the game. What did you just say? Mo Xian's words provoked Qin and I, causing her to erupt in a fit of foul language. What kind of quality is this from a student of Peking University? Enough. Is it my fault for saying so? Mo Xian dismissed her with a glance. In this day and age, people like you have turned the terms godfather and godmother into derogatory labels. Is it possible that he is your biological son? How else can you explain your need to bring him everywhere? Qin Ni's complexion paled, and Jiang Sifeng's gaze began to evade. Mo Xian's cold smile confirmed their suspicions. Indeed, the words of Luo Shiya and Luo Muqi were not unfounded. Return and inform Chairman Mo that if he desires shares, he must come with money. Mo Xian felt disgusted and refused to look at her any longer. And do not attempt to ingratiate yourself with my grandmother and me. If I acknowledge you, you are merely my mother, my grandmother's daughter-in-law. If I do not, you are nothing. Mo Xian turned to leave, but an enraged Qin and I lunged forward, raising her hand to strike him, only to have her wrist seized by Mo Xian. Still wish to hit me? I was foolish enough to regard you as a mother once, Miss Qin. Do not compel me to strike a woman. He forcefully released her hand. And just as Qin and I was about to retort, she caught sight of the watch on Mo Xian's wrist and momentarily froze. There are many replicas of the Round Table Knights, but as a jewelry designer involved in the industry and having attended a Roger Dubuis product launch, she instantly recognized that the watch on Mo Xian's wrist was genuine. You, that watch. Mo Xian glanced at the timepiece, puzzled by her reaction, and impatiently remarked, What business is it of yours? Before striding into the nursing home. Godmother, are you all right? Jiang Sifeng dared to approach only after Mo Xian had departed. Shall we return first? I fear my brother will not be able to negotiate here. Qin and I did not reply, but instead stared blankly at Mo Xian's retreating figure. When Mo Xian had raised his hand to check the watch, she became even more convinced that it was indeed an authentic limited edition worth over 4 million. Mo Xian could not possibly afford it, while her grandmother held shares. Her father-in-law had decreed that many dividends would be withheld at year-end, providing her grandmother with only 200,000 to 300,000, even without the withheld dividends. Based on her understanding of her mother-in-law, it was impossible for her to purchase luxury items worth even tens of thousands for Mo Xian, let alone such a limited top-tier luxury watch. Come back with me to the nursing home. There are matters I must inquire about. Chapter 6. Has Mo Xian been taken care of? While working in the office, Luo Shiya suddenly received a message on her phone. She glanced at it, her brow furrowing slightly. Soon after, she pressed the intercom, and the door opened to reveal a tall woman in her 30s, resembling a stately poplar. Clad in a tailored black suit, with a sleek bob haircut, she exuded an air of competence. Sister Hui, Qin and I has been inquiring about us at the sanatorium. But she doesn't know it's me and Mu Qi, Luo Shiya said calmly. It seems she has been bothering Xiao Xian's grandmother again, finding her something to do. I understand, Miss, Sister Hui nodded. Should I send my sister to warn her? There's no need. We are not at odds with their 3 families. They still have their uses, Luo Shiya replied with a smile, though it bore a hint of menace. Regarding the grandmother. Miss, we have already done our utmost, Sister Hui sighed. If not for you and the second Miss hiring experts, I fear Madame Mo would have passed away long ago. She is Xiao Xian's only kin. Luo Shiya's expression grew somewhat melancholic. I just want him to be happy. Very well, you handle it. Find a way to convey the message to the Mo family. I have no interest in their possessions. I can offer Xiaoxian much more. But they must pay for the shares. At the sanatorium, Qin and I felt as though the world was spinning. She treated everyone in the facility to luxurious takeout from a 5-star hotel, handing out red envelopes of 2,000 each. Reflecting on Mo Xian's substantial fortune of over 4 million as a round-table night, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Which wealthy woman is sponsoring Mo Xian? She wondered. She had not discovered the identity of the benefactor. It was Luo Xia and Luo Muqi's assistants who had handled everything that day. Moreover, that day, the grandmother was taken out by Mo Xian to reunite with their sisters and daughters. Only the director and a few executives of the sanatorium were privy to the information, and they would not disclose it to Qin and I. This ungrateful child. No wonder he has had no contact with the family for so long. Qin and I seethed. Yet, considering Mo Xian's appearance, she recognized that none from the Mo or Qin families could compare to him. Mom, Jiang Sifeng gently called. But Qin and I shot him a glare and whispered, "Did you forget how I instructed you?" Jiang Sifeng quickly corrected himself. "Godmother, perhaps you should return and inform your husband. If Mo Xian is indeed being supported, it would bring shame to our family." Qin and I did not respond, but instead pulled him outside. Pausing at the entrance of the sanatorium, she murmured, "I must find out who this ungrateful child is associating with. Regardless of whether they are young or old. Someone who is this generous surely does not belong to a humble background." She feared that Mo Xian had become acquainted with one of the prominent families in the capital. A pang of guilt struck her, for she was aware that the entire family had wronged the youngest son, treating him differently from Mo Jinping. The most egregious offense was the engagement to Su Yanran, a match arranged by the grandmother with the matriarch of the Su family. Everyone knew that Mo Jinping had deliberately sought to court Su Yanran, solely to vex Mo Xian. Yet, they remained indifferent. And both Mo Changshan and Qin and I even supported Mo Jinping. In their view, Mo Jinping was far more suitable for an alliance with Su Yanran. As the family's future inheritance would fall to the eldest son, the Mo and Su families were of equivalent standing. And Su Yanran was the cherished jewel of the Su family. The excesses of her past actions now filled Qin and I with trepidation. Her generosity towards Mo Xian suggested a deep affection for him. The aristocratic families of the capital were not to be trifled with, even if not directly involved. The repercussions of their equal status with the Mo family loomed large. Yet, Mo Xian's disdainful demeanor unsettled her, particularly when he had brazenly declared Jiang Sifeng to be her biological son. Mo Xian's gaze ignited a sense of panic within Qin and I. Her youngest son seemed to know something. This rebellious child. Qin and I clenched her teeth, fearing that should he entangle himself with a woman from a prominent family, the truth about Sifeng would inevitably be revealed. Upon returning to the hospital room, Mo Xian was met with his grandmother's concerned inquiry. "Xian, has that foolish mother of yours troubled you?" "No worries, Grandma. She is no longer my mother," he replied, retrieving an apple from his bag and beginning to peel it. "You needn't fret about it. Let them have those shares if they desire. My dear child, those are rightfully yours." His grandmother scolded gently. "The Mo family has seen better days, especially under your father and Mo Jinping's stewardship. While I still possess the strength, I must secure these funds for you. Regardless of whether you succeed with the daughter of the Luo family, this money will suffice for your needs." Mo Xian's intentions were not to feign benevolence. Rather, he understood that no matter how Mo Jinping squandered resources, any expenditure on himself would be met with resistance. The 10% share they would sell him would cost around 600 million. The prospect of receiving 5% in the future, along with 3% from Qin's jewelry, felt like empty promises his own parents had frequently made, none of which had ever materialized. "Grandma, may I ask you something?" he said, placing the neatly cut apple on a plate. "If I were to retaliate against my parents and my grandfather, would you despise me?" His grandmother remained silent, refusing the apple he offered. After a moment, she sighed, her voice tinged with resignation. "I understand your hatred for them. When I close my eyes for the last time, you may do as you wish. I shall not mind." Mo Xian had anticipated her response, as she had spent half her life with his grandfather, once deeply in love, and had raised her son with care. Now, her own grandson was at odds with her husband, son, and entire family. Regardless of her feelings, she was reluctant to witness such a scene unfold. "Your father was not always like this. It was that wretched woman," she lamented, glancing out the window. Her eyes filled with regret. "It is my fault. Had I recognized it sooner, your father would not have ended up this way. Is it Mr. Qin? Upon hearing Mo Xian's question, his grandmother shook her head. No, it was his first love, a dancer named Li Yuzhen. Enough of that. Xian, you should return. I wish to rest. Mo Xian refrained from saying more, reminding his grandmother to take care of herself, before transferring 10,000 yuan to Aunt Zhang. Despite her persistent refusals, he was adamant about providing her with the money. Xiao Xian, Aunt Zhang gently pulled Mo Xian out of the ward and, lowering her voice, remarked that the elderly lady had been sleeping increasingly more and her spirit was waning. You should prepare yourself, she advised. Mo Xian nodded, fully aware that the past 2 years had seen his grandmother receive treatment through the substantial financial support from Luo Xia and Luo Muqi, amounting to several million. He visited the nursing home almost every other day, making it a priority to see his grandmother, regardless of his limited time. Besides the recent bonus, all his earnings had been devoted to her care. When his grandmother was diagnosed with a brain tumor, it was only due to the expertise of specialists that her life was saved. However, the specialists had warned that even after the tumor was removed, her advanced age and the delay in treatment had already inflicted damage on her brain. As he reached the door of the ward and glanced at his peacefully sleeping grandmother, Mo Xian was overwhelmed with resentment, sorrow, and anger. If the Mo family had not turned a blind eye back then, his grandmother would not have met such a fate. Chapter 7. A gathering of vile characters as Mo Xian exited the nursing home and made his way to the parking lot. He was intercepted by Qin Ni and Jiang Xifeng. Do you need something? Mo Xian was reluctant to engage with them. I have made my position abundantly clear. Mo Xian, you think you're something special? Qin Ni sneered coldly. It's no wonder you're so brazen, being a student at Kyoto University and still being kept by an older woman. Do you have any shame? Mo Xian discerned that these two had not left because they had likely learned about Luo Xia's previous activities at the nursing home. Not everyone is like you. Just take a look at your companion. Look at how pitifully weak she has become, he retorted icily. Tread lightly. You never know when you might find yourself on your deathbed. You, stop with the you already. Why do you always bring her along? Why should I explain anything to you? Exactly. Why should I have to explain myself to you? Qin Ni nearly choked on Mo Xian's words, and he pushed past her, heading straight for the parking lot. This ungrateful wretch. Qin Ni muttered to herself, glaring at Jiang Xifeng. Are you just going to sit there and let him infuriate me? Stepmother. Jiang Xifeng was inherently timid, having witnessed Mo Xian's past interactions with the Mo family. He felt that a mere kick from Mo Xian could send him flying. Forget it, with your physique, Qin Ni sighed. This ungrateful wretch. Before she could finish her thought, Mo Xian drove up in a limited edition Maybach. The window slowly rolling down as he mockingly inquired, Well, General Manager Qin, shall I take you for a ride? Qin Ni was completely taken aback. A round-table night worth over 4 million, a limited edition Maybach. How deeply enamored could the woman behind Mo Xian be? Jiang Xifeng cast a resentful glance at Mo Xian before quickly lowering his head, fearful of being seen. Mo Xian, uninterested in their reactions, raised the window and pressed on the accelerator, leaving swiftly. As Qin Ni remained in shock, her phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, a woman's anxious voice inquired, General Manager Qin, where are you? The company is in turmoil. Our jewelry has been reported for forgery. What? Qin Ni, having just regained her composure, was once again taken aback. Although she was not a paragon of virtue, she had always upheld integrity in her business dealings. Should the jewelry company be found guilty of fraud, it would spell catastrophic ruin. How could this be possible? Every procedure we follow should be flawless. As Qin Ni hurriedly inquired while walking, she remained oblivious to Jiang Xifeng's furtive, evasive gaze. Upon arriving at Kyoto University and parking the car, Mo Xian received a video call invitation, noted as being from Luo Xuanmei. Typically, such video calls from her sisters involve their children. Indeed, as soon as the call connected, 2 cherubic faces squished into the frame, with Luo Muqi smiling in the background. Daddy, daddy. Upon seeing them, Mo Xian swiftly dismissed the earlier discomfort from his encounter with Qin Ni. Be good. Daddy has to work for a bit this afternoon. I will return as soon as possible, all right? Mo Xian gazed affectionately at his daughters. Muqi, why are you at home? No, the babies are at the company. Luo Muqi raised the phone to give Mo Xian a panoramic view of her office. Sister has booked a private dining room for dinner tonight. Brother, when you finish, remember to drive over and pick us up, okay? All right, I understand. After soothing his daughters, Mo Xian ended the call and exited the car. However, after taking only a few steps, he heard a mocking voice. Pungu, your brother is quite something, isn't he? At the sound of this voice, Mo Xian's expression instantly grew cold. He turned to see Mo Jinping accompanied by a portly man, along with his female secretary. Mo Jinping bore little resemblance to Mo Xian. Save for some similar features to Mo Changshan, he exhibited none of the traits of either Mo Changshan or Qin and I. The rotund man beside him, Cheng Jiahao, was a typical second-generation wealthy kid. They had been classmates in high school, and after being bullied for his obesity, it was Mo Xian who had protected him. Yet, like Su Yanran, he had later betrayed Mo Xian. In his youth, Mo Xian had been forsaken by familial bonds, friendships, and love. Now he found little that he could not accept. Experiencing such matters early on often proved beneficial for one's character. Mo Jinping cast a covetous glance at Mo Xian's limited edition Maybach, then sneered, "Not bad, Mo Xian, that face of yours isn't wasted. Which wealthy woman have you ensnared?" Mo Xian was not surprised. This was his brother's customary tactic, immediately attempting to incriminate him. Not wishing to engage in their trivialities, he barely spared them a glance as he intended to leave. However, Mo Jinping abruptly blocked his path, reaching out to his secretary. The female secretary, perceptively, produced a gilded wedding invitation. Mo Jinping smirked and said, "My engagement banquet with Yanran. You wouldn't dare to snub us, would you? I genuinely do not wish to grant you that courtesy." Mo Xian adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. "I find you quite amusing, Mo Jinping. The friends I no longer desire. You cherish, the girlfriend I have cast aside, you wish to wed. Are you a user of Xianyu, or merely a professional scavenger?" In an instant, Mo Jinping's countenance turned the color of liver, while Cheng Jiahao appeared somewhat embarrassed. "I am aware of your concerns. You merely fear that I might return to contest for the Mo family. After all these years, your relentless efforts have been for this very purpose, have they not?" Mo Xian crossed his arms, laughing nonchalantly. "I have severed ties. It has been over 3 years. Have I returned? How is it that you have achieved your desires, yet still approach me like a dog? Do you wish to part with your front teeth as well?" Upon hearing this, Mo Jinping instinctively took 2 steps back. He understood the terrifying prowess of Mo Xian, yet he remained unwilling to yield. The root of his obstinacy likely lay with Su Yanran, though Mo Xian was indifferent to this knowledge. "Humph, at least you possess some self-awareness." Mo Jinping retracted the invitation card, feigning calmness. "However, I did not come here seeking you, so do not inflate your own worth. Do you think that being supported by a wealthy woman grants you the right to challenge me? I am the sole legitimate son of the Mo family, while you are merely a discarded piece of refuse. To correct you, it is I who no longer desires you." Mo Xian suddenly felt his time was being squandered. Glancing at his watch, he exhibited an expression of impatience. "If there is nothing further, please step aside and do not waste my time." "Oh, so you are pursuing graduate studies now? I must say, you do possess a modicum of intellect," Mo Jinping scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the round table knight on Mo Xian's wrist. "Is your wealthy benefactor truly so lacking? It would have been better to gift you an authentic piece than to adorn you with a counterfeit." He lacked Qin Mi's discernment, yet it was understandable for him to perceive it as imitation, considering the limited edition of this particular round table knight, which had been sold out prior to release. The car may have been driven by someone else, yet such a watch, other than perhaps the Luo family, is unlikely to be acquired by many in Beijing. Mo Xian remained disinterested in his thoughts and was too weary to engage in argument. If it were feasible, he would indeed prefer that Luo Xia and Luo Muki bestow upon him a replica, as it would alleviate some of the pressure on his finances. Seeing that Mo Xian was ignoring him, Mo Jinping chose not to pursue the topic further, instead resuming his boastful declaration. "Do you know why I am here today? I am negotiating a collaboration with the research team from your esteemed university. You may continue to toil in your misery. I may lack your ability to secure admission to Peking University, and my credentials may not match yours. But I am now capable of discussing collaboration with the top research team at your school. And what about you?" Upon hearing this, Mo Xian suddenly burst into laughter. "Is that so? Mo Jinping, mark my words, you will not succeed in your negotiations." Chapter 8. As long as it disgusts you, Mo Xian. Who do you think you are? Cheng Jiahao sneered as he approached, his once cherubic face now forever marred by avarice and cunning. Mo Xian felt no regret. The path one chooses is one's own, and if he is content to become such a person, who is anyone else to intervene? You should hastily devise a way to curry favor with your wealthy benefactor. Cheng Jiahao cast a disdainful glance at Mo Xian's vehicle. I once thought you were above such things. When you were with Su Yanran, you refused to let her spend any of her family's money. Yet here you are, compromising your principles. There is no need for envy. After all, you are currently standing alongside a pig, and even a wealthy woman might struggle to discern who is human and who is swine. Mo Xian shrugged. In the past, I considered you a person, but now I realize I was mistaken. Cheng Jiahao trembled with indignation, yet he understood he could not best Mo Xian. Mo Xian smiled at Mo Jinping and began to walk away, pausing after a few steps to remark, "Oh, by the way, Mo Jinping, remember my earlier words. You will not succeed in your collaboration." Mo Jinping dismissed this notion. Mo Xian had relinquished his ties to the Mo family, and for him, the only adversary had vanished. In truth, despite having been raised in the lap of parental indulgence, he harbored a profound sense of insecurity regarding Mo Xian. In terms of appearance, he could not rival Mo Xian. Physically, he fell short. Academically, he was soundly outperformed. When Mo Xian returned home at the age of 15, Mo Jinping had only just managed to gain admission to an ordinary university. Although the Mo family's financial resources could have easily sent him abroad for further education, he was paralyzed by fear of Mo Xian. No matter how enticing life abroad might be, he could not bear to leave the country. This was because Mo Xian had already begun to display talents that far surpassed his own. Thus, he constantly sought ways to undermine his brother. The students Mo Xian had hired to confront him on campus had engaged in more than one skirmish. He recognized that these individuals could not truly harm him, but he merely wished to provoke Mo Xian's expulsion. Yet, it was always his hired hands who faced repercussions. Mo Xian, not once, had even been required to submit a reflection. After Mo Xian secured a guaranteed spot in a prestigious institution, Mo Jinping attempted to leak information online about a brawl involving the guaranteed students. However, the whistleblower was unexpectedly arrested, nearly implicating him, which terrified him into abandoning such schemes. The scandal involving Mo Xian and Luo Xio was nothing but a wild night. The truth was that Mo Xian had overindulged in drink and sought to tarnish his reputation by engaging with a bar hostess. Yet Mo Xian had vanished without a trace. This compelled him to betray Cheng Jiahao and contrive a scheme to win over Su Yanran. His family had always favored him. If he could only ruin Mo Xian's love and friendships, then Mo Xian would truly be left with no recourse. It would always be he who held power over Mo Xian. He alone was the rightful heir to the Mo family legacy. Thus, when he encountered Mo Xian, the individual with whom he was supposed to negotiate, adorned with the credentials of the RD team at Kyoto University, his expression was akin to that of someone who had just consumed excrement. "You remain as arrogant as ever." Mo Xian sighed. Was this truly the imbecile favored by Mo Changshan and the elder Mo? A simple search on the school's official website would have revealed his name listed among the RD team. Yet, this was to be expected. The years of pampering from the Mo family had bred in Mo Jinping a sense of entitlement that, despite any abilities he might possess, rendered him incapable of upholding a family enterprise. "I cannot negotiate with you. Have your mentor or professor come." Mo Jinping clenched his fists, glaring at Mo Xian. However, Mo Xian remained unfazed, smiling as he replied, "Recently, many have sought our group as mentors and professors, primarily due to our collaboration with Rongxing Group regarding the bidding for intelligent robotic arms. Master Mo, as a former member of the Mo family, I feel compelled to offer you a piece of advice. There is a detailed list of researchers on Baidu Baiki. My mentor and a professor from my university are the principal developers, and I am the first name on the list of participants." After a brief pause, Mo Xian smiled and inquired, "So, may I ask if we should continue our discussion?" Rongxing Group stands as a premier research and development entity in the country. Not only have they gone public in the United States, but their intelligent machinery products also enjoy a significant market presence both domestically and internationally. Currently, the mechanical arm developed in collaboration with Kyoto University is already in the bidding process, and many individuals are vying for opportunities through them. What is there left to discuss? Mo Jinping shouted angrily. "It's good enough that you aren't stabbing me in the back. Certainly, you won't assist me either. Now that you're aware, you should have left directly." Mo Xian remained unfazed, stating, "However, I must remind you that we are powerless to change the situation. Indeed, we contributed to the program. but the entire technology belongs to Rongxing. We are merely responsible for our designated tasks. As for the bidding, I can tell you in advance that the Mo family stands no chance. Before Mo Jinping could respond, Mo Xian directly informed him that the Luo family had already prepared to bid. Do you believe you can compete with them? Upon hearing this, Mo Jinping was utterly speechless. The odds were already against the Mo family, and with the Luo family entering the fray, it was tantamount to a predetermined outcome. Therefore, I kindly ask you to leave. Mo Xian gestured towards the door. I have conveyed the message. Your disbelief only leads to your own humiliation. Suddenly, Mo Jinping laughed, pointing at Mo Xian. What relevance does that have to you? You are merely a member of a small team. It matters not as long as I can vex you. Mo Xian interjected with a smile. Please, Master Mo. Upon departing from Kyoto University, Mo Jinping and his companions entered their vehicle and drove away. He had not harbored high hopes. His presence here was merely at the behest of Mo Changshan, and he had brought Cheng Jiahao along solely to find a way to irritate Mo Xian. Ultimately, it was he who found himself vexed by Mo Xian. Brother Peng, is there truly no way out? Cheng Jiahao cautiously inquired, clutching a 10% stake in his hand. After all, the old lady looks down on me. She will never relinquish that share. Mo Jinping thought to himself, gritting his teeth in frustration. I must obtain that stake. I will not part with a single cent for it. Everything belonging to the Mo family is mine. Their vehicle arrived at the underground parking garage of the Mo Corporation. Just as they disembarked, several black cars suddenly surrounded them. Over 20 bodyguards clad in black emerged, and before the trio could react, 2 of them drew knives. What are you doing? Mo Jinping instinctively recoiled, while Cheng Jiahao, terrified, dropped to the ground, and the female secretary stood pale, trembling in place. Master Mo, there is no need to fear. Uncle Zheng approached with his hands clasped behind his back, a congenial smile adorning his face. Who we are is of no consequence. Our master has entrusted me to deliver a message. If you wish to avoid any mishap befalling Li Yuzhen, you should persuade your father to personally visit the nursing home and negotiate the purchase of the shares held by the old matriarch at the specified price. After Uncle Zheng finished speaking, he produced a photograph, which a bodyguard clad in black promptly took and handed to Mo Jinping. Upon seeing the image, Mo Jinping felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. What do you suppose would happen if Mo Changshan were to learn of the deeds you and Li Yuzhen have committed? Uncle Zheng tightened the clean white gloves on his hands. Given Mo Changshan's treacherous nature, he would surely not rest until he has flayed you alive. I agree. Mo Jinping hastily tucked the photograph away. Cheng Jiahao had not witnessed the exchange, but the expression on Mo Jinping's face piqued his curiosity. All right, I shall not disturb you any longer. Uncle Zheng waved his hand, and the black-clad bodyguards turned to join him in the vehicle. It was not until the car had driven away that Mo Jinping sank despondently to the ground, his eyes devoid of life. Peng Ge, you, Cheng Jiahao began to speak. But Mo Jinping seized his collar forcefully, his voice dripping with menace. You are not to tell anyone about today's events, or you shall know the consequences. Cheng Jiahao nodded vigorously in agreement. Yet, as Mo Jinping turned to leave with his secretary, he shot him a fierce glare and muttered under his breath, just wait. Mo Jinping, I will eventually bring about your demise. Mo Jinping's gravest error lay in failing to comprehend that someone who could betray even the one who saved his life, Mo Xian, would undoubtedly betray him as well. Chapter 9. Deceived once more upon exiting the school, Mo Xian first visited a bakery to purchase 4 small cakes. 2 for Luo Miyuki and the children, and a vanilla-flavored one for Luo Xia. He then drove to the heart of the Kyoto commercial district, where the Luo Corporation Tower, a 60-story edifice, stood as a testament to the Luo family's wealth. Each time he visited, Mo Xian felt as if his life over the past 3 years had been but a dream. After parking outside the building, Mo Xian carried the cakes into the Luo Corporation Tower. The receptionist, upon seeing him, hurried over with a respectful greeting. Mr. Mo, welcome. Yes, I shall head straight up. Mo Xian replied courteously, nodding slightly before proceeding to the president's exclusive elevator, unimpeded by anyone. After all, he had previously endured neglect on his first visit, resulting in the dismissal of several front desk staff and security. Inside the elevator, Mo Xian texted Luo Miyuki, informing her that he was already en route. To his surprise, upon exiting the elevator, he found Luo Xia, Luo Miyuki, and the 2 little ones waiting for him. Daddy, Luo Wire and Luo Shuer rushed to embrace their father's legs. While Hui Jia approached with a smile, "Mr. Mo, allow me to carry that for you." "Thank you, Hui Jia." Mo Xian promptly handed the items to her, then bent down to lift the two children. "What brings you here?" "The children were eager to see you, and I happen to have no pressing matters." Luo Xia replied with a smile. "Have you brought more treats?" "I promised to bring small cakes for Yuki and our daughter. I remembered you liked vanilla, so I brought you a piece too." As Mo Xian held the children, he gazed at Luo Xia and Luo Yuki, unaware that his eyes no longer held the previous evasion, but instead reflected a tenderness and affection. "Xia, may I take the children downstairs now?" Initially, the intention was to take the children to the private dining establishment I had reserved, but my cousin had a business meeting and decided to attend instead. "Sister Hui, could you please arrange for someone to take our orders?" Upon hearing Luo Xia's request, Sister Hui promptly took out her phone to relay the instructions. "Brother, please head to the lounge," Lu Yuki urged. "I'm eagerly waiting for the small cakes." Mo Xian, feeling somewhat helpless, was nudged along by Lu Yuki and his daughter, while Luo Xia smiled and followed them into the lounge. Sister Hui, observing this so-called family of five, felt a mix of joy and helplessness. The status of the eldest and second young ladies allowed for the arrangement of two women serving one man, and yet, as she watched Mo Xian's silhouette, her expression grew complicated. Was this truly the best for him? With a sigh, Sister Hui refrained from voicing her thoughts, for like Uncle Zheng, she had been involved in the plans of the eldest and second young ladies over the years. The lounge was spacious, featuring 2 beds, as the sisters shared the same room, necessitating ample supplies. It boasted not only a lavish private restroom, but also a bathtub. The food arrived in a timely manner. Sister Hui summoned several women in black suits to assist. Once the dishes were arranged, Luo Xia nodded to them, and Sister Hui led them out. "Shall we not return tonight?" Luo Xia glanced at Mo Xian, who was serving the children. "Yuki and I are free tomorrow, and thought it would be lovely to take the children out for some fun. Xiao Xian, could you take a day off?" "I can manage," Mo Xian replied, pulling out his phone. "I'll just need to mention it to my mentor. There shouldn't be any pressing matters tomorrow. In that case, shall I book a presidential suite?" Lu Yuki smiled. "You can stay in one room with the girls, and I'll share with my sister." "Sounds good." Just as Sister Hui entered, delivering drinks, she caught Mo Xian's affirmative answer and her gaze flickered. However, Luo Xia met her eyes, and sensing the suppressed illness reflected in her gaze, Sister Hui hastily set down the drinks and remained silent. "Sister Hui, please remember to bring that bottle of red wine from last time," Luo Xia instructed. Upon hearing this, Sister Hui quickly looked up, seemingly seeking clarification through her eyes, to which Luo Xia merely nodded. Sister Hui sighed softly and replied, "Understood, Mississippi." What were the young ladies plotting this time? Sister Hui glanced at Mo Xian, who was eating while entertaining his daughter, and felt a surge of sympathy for him. The burdens of 2 women's heavy and morbid affections left one wondering what Mo Xian's reaction would be upon learning the truth. "Why are we still getting the wine?" Mo Xian inquired curiously as Sister Hui stepped out. "The children are here. Don't worry, brother. It's a fine bottle of red wine, just a little for me and my sister," Lu Yuki assured him, placing a piece of snowflake beef into Mo Xian's bowl. "You know how busy the company has been lately. A little drink will help you rest well." Mo Xian did not press further, and after their meal, Sister Hui packed the red wine along with the small cakes Mo Xian had ordered, accompanying them downstairs. Once aboard the vehicle, the 2 sisters embraced their children in the back seat. Luo Yuki sent the location to Mo Xian. The hotel was not far from their current position, and soon they arrived. The suite was spacious, featuring 2 rooms, and the little ones were quite excited about their first night away from home. After playing with Mo Xian for a short while, they soon began to express their fatigue, having skipped their afternoon nap to play at the Luo Corporation building. Mo Xian guided them through their evening routines, and Luo Xia had thoughtfully arranged for pajamas to be delivered earlier that day. Once they changed into their nightwear, the 2 daughters settled into bed and quickly fell asleep. "Xian, shall we share a drink?" Luo Xia proposed, observing that the children were asleep. As she offered Mo Xian a glass of red wine. "The funds have already been transferred to your account. Congratulations." "No, it was merely luck," Mo Xian replied awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed about his success being aided by Luo Xia and her sister. Yet, Luo Xia smiled, asserting that luck favors the prepared. "Let us toast to this occasion." Without further contemplation, Mo Xian downed the wine in one go, though he soon sensed an unusual bitterness as it coursed through him. Come here. Muki and I have something to discuss with you. Luo Xia beckoned. Unbeknownst to him, Emo Xian followed her into their room, only to feel a wave of dizziness wash over him, his balance faltering. Brother, are you all right? Luo Muki rushed to support him. How can you feel faint after just one drink? Oh no, Luo Xia exclaimed in alarm. He drank from my glass. That one was meant for you, Xian. What do we do? I added a sedative to my drink. I'm fine. Emo Xian attempted to protest, but before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed against Luo Muki. Standing nearly 190 centimeters tall, his weight would have been difficult for her to manage alone if not for Luo Xia's assistance. The two sisters worked together to help him onto the bed, and Luo Muki's eyes gleamed with a wild intensity, her lips curling into a sickly smile. Brother, why do you remain so unsuspecting? She questioned. Take the child and go next door. The nanny sent by Uncle Zheng is already waiting. As Luo Xia tenderly caressed Emo Xian's cheek, a disturbing possessiveness flickered in her eyes, leaving a chilling impression. Chapter 10. The Provoked Su Yanran Miss. Shall we reconfirm the details of the engagement banquet? The butler inquired of Su Yanran, who sat vacantly in a chair at the Su family villa. After a prolonged silence, he received no response. That's unnecessary. Just let it be, Su Yanran replied hoarsely, picking up her phone and turning to ascend the stairs. Is there still no sign of young Master Mo on the guest list? That is correct, miss, the butler nodded. Shall I send someone to deliver the invitation to Kyoto University? That won't be necessary. Upon returning to her room and shutting the door, Su Yanran felt an overwhelming weakness, slowly sinking to the floor against the pristine white door. She understood that if she did not take action soon, her chances would dwindle to nothing. How did it come to this? Su Yanran murmured to herself, but there was no one to answer. Emo Xian had severed ties with the Emo family, and she had initiated their breakup, swiftly turning to publicly announce her relationship with Emo Jinping. Now, she is filled with regret. Perhaps she has been regretting for a long time, yet it is all too late. She resembles an ostrich, too afraid to inquire about Emo Xian's whereabouts, and awkwardly leaves the country to pursue further studies. Suddenly, her fingers brush against the bracelet adorning her wrist, and in that fleeting moment, Su Yanran's dim eyes seem to flicker with a glimmer of hope. He will surely wait for me. She rises quickly. Emo Xian is not a heartless person. I know it is my fault. He will certainly understand me. Will he? Su Yanran is uncertain, yet she must bolster her resolve, convincing herself that Emo Xian still cares for her. Trembling, she retrieves her bag and extracts a newly acquired SIM card, replacing it in her phone. Emo Xian has blocked all her previous contacts. This is her only means of communication. After much hesitation, she dials the number she has kept on speed dial, each ring reverberating in her heart, until finally, just as the call is about to disconnect, it is answered. However, a melodious voice, tinged with a hint of languor and fatigue, sends chills down Su Yanran's spine. Who is this? Su Yanran can hardly believe that another woman has appeared in Emo Xian's life. He had once loved her so deeply. How could this be? Who are you? Where is the owner of this phone? Her voice brims with anger, and upon hearing her, the woman on the other end seems momentarily stunned, then bursts into laughter. Who do you think I am, Su Yanran? It's 11:49 p.m. I am holding his phone, so who do you think I am? Let Emo Xian answer the phone. Su Yanran suppresses the urge to shout, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Yet, the woman on the other end appears even more amused. I'm afraid that's not possible. He just fell asleep. After all, he is quite tired after 4 hours of rest. Should I wake him for you? Shameless. Su Yanran's face flushes crimson, not only from the bluntness of the woman's words, but also from a surge of anger and indignation. Emo Xian, how could you let yourself fall so low? Sister, just a reminder, I am now his woman, and I'm expecting his child, the woman replies provocatively. Luo Xia, draped in a nightgown, her cheeks flushed, stands beside a soundly sleeping Emo Xian, while Luo Muki emerges from the bathroom, towel in hand, a smile gracing her lips. It's impossible. How could he? Nothing is impossible. You gave him up, didn't you? Luo Xia retorts with a challenge. So Su Yanran, do not attempt to contact him again, or else her tone suddenly turns icy, and even through the phone, Su Yanran feels a chilling dread seep into her bones. I will make you regret it. Regret having taken him from us for years. He is ours, in this life and the next, forever. Su Yanran, in a panic, hangs up the phone, her mind a blank slate. Luo Xia's threat is delivered with utmost seriousness, devoid of any jest. infused with a terrifying madness and hatred. Who exactly is she? A sister? She could not recall any of the friends she once shared with Imo Xian who were sisters. The sultry voice lingered in her mind. Familiar yet elusive, as if it had been heard somewhere in the past. It couldn't be true. It must be a fabrication. Su Yanran forcefully hurled her phone away, refusing to believe that Imo Xian could cease to love her, and even less that he could be entangled with another woman. It had to be a voice modulation. Su Yanran seemed to have concocted a reason to console herself. Imo Xian, you are so immature, disguising your lingering feelings for me in such a manner. You must still hold me in your heart. Gazing at the disconnected call, Luo Xia's lips curled into a faint smile before she promptly blocked that number. Luo Miyuki casually tossed aside the towel she had used to dry her hair and approached the bed to kiss Imo Xian. However, he appeared somewhat peculiar, his gaze vacant and slightly narrowed, as if he were aware yet simultaneously oblivious. Sister, is there something wrong with brother? Upon hearing Luo Miyuki's inquiry, Luo Xia cast her a sidelong glance, pushing her aside. You weren't even worried just now. Don't fret. It's only happened once or twice. It's nothing serious. This medication will preserve some of his awareness, although he remains in a state of semi-consciousness. If it weren't for your insistence, I wouldn't have resorted to using it. Sister, you were even more dramatic than I was just now. Regarding the medication mentioned in this narrative, most of it is mere fabrication. Do not conflate it with reality. Luo Xia wrapped her arms around Imo Xian's neck, gently kissing his lips. Imo Xian felt like a marionette, as if he were ensnared in a dream, captured and plundered by two female demons. He could not discern their faces, yet he could vividly sense their affection for him, accompanied by a suffocating possessiveness and a voice that seemed to penetrate his very mind. You will forever love only us. Therefore, do not fear, for we shall always love you alone. Imo Xian felt utterly exhausted, devoid of the strength to resist. Each whispered temptation coaxed him toward surrender, making him feel that perhaps being ensnared by them wasn't entirely undesirable. Sleep now, little Xian, Luo Xia softly kissed his cheek. Tomorrow you shall forget it all. But fret not, I will ensure you willingly remain with us forever. Chapter 11. A dilemma upon awakening the next day. Imo Xian felt a profound weakness coursing through his body, with a dull ache in his shoulders. How did I end up here? He wondered, surveying the layout of the room in astonishment. This was clearly the chamber occupied by Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki. Instinctively, he glanced at the sheets and blankets, which were neatly arranged, showing no signs of disturbance. Awake? Luo Xia entered, holding a glass of milk, and settled on the edge of the bed. Her expression tinged with a hint of remorse. I apologize, little Xian. I've been under considerable work pressure lately, which has severely affected my sleep. I added some sleep aid to the alcohol yesterday, but it was my first time doing so, and I miscalculated the dosage. Imo Xian stared blankly at Luo Xia, sensing that something was amiss. What kind of rational person would mix medication with alcohol? Anticipating his thoughts, Luo Xia gestured towards the bedside table. Take a look for yourself. I am not deceiving you. Following her, Imo Xian indeed found a box of sleep medication. How much did you add? Imo Xian remained skeptical. It seemed as though he could not recall the events of the previous night. Luo Xia handed him the milk, attributing the excess consumption to herself and Mu Qi, explaining that he had subsequently fallen asleep there while she and Mu Qi attended to their daughter. Observing the faint dark circles under Luo Xia's eyes, Imo Xian felt an involuntary pang of sympathy and inquired if Wei and Shui had disturbed them. Fortunately, the children were well behaved. However, it was indeed uncomfortable for the four of them to be crowded together. Luo Xia chuckled softly, adding, in truth, I wish to stay and care for you. Yet you always maintain a distance from us. That's not true. Imo Xian began to protest, but Luo Xia suddenly placed her finger over his lips, the unexpected intimacy causing his face to flush. I understand that you have felt guilt over the past, she continued, withdrawing her finger slowly. Moreover, you are aware that my sister also harbors feelings for you. Both she and I have borne children for you. It is only natural that you find yourself in a difficult position. Luo Xia proffered the milk to Imo Xian with a smile as she rose to her feet. It's all right. I can wait, and so can Mu Qi. Once you finish the milk, you should get up. It's nearly noon. And I've made reservations at a lovely Japanese restaurant. The children will come looking for you soon. Imo Xian's lips moved, but he could not articulate his thoughts. He felt that there was something amiss concerning the past, yet he had never considered that it could be the scheming of the Luo sisters. The notion that two daughters of the Luo family could conspire with him in such a manner, resulting in children, seemed utterly implausible to anyone. Over time, Mo Xian had sensed the affection the sisters held for him, but he was acutely aware of the boundaries one must observe. He had never dared to respond, knowing he was unworthy. Nevertheless, the tenderness and understanding of Luo Xia and Luo Muqi gradually fostered a sense of attachment within him. Sighing deeply, Mo Xian drank the milk in one go. Unlike before, the psychological cues from Luo Xia left him feeling even more tangled and bewildered. He was at a loss regarding whether to leave or stay, torn between Luo Xia and Luo Muqi, utterly unsure of how to proceed. Why couldn't he have both? A fleeting thought struck him, yet he quickly chastised himself internally. What was he? Someone unworthy of either, daring to dream of both? A sense of inexplicable agitation and despondency washed over him, and he lay back on the bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. What was he to do? In stark contrast to Mo Xian's inner turmoil, matters were far from tranquil for the Mo and Qin families. The fraudulent practices of Qin Ni's jewelry company had been confirmed, and although the Qin family was not a major player in the jewelry market, they were nonetheless a recognized brand. Unfortunately, this particular incident involved a batch of gold necklaces that were adulterated, failing to meet weight specifications. For a jewelry company, particularly one dealing with gold adornments, this was tantamount to self-sabotage. To exacerbate the situation, products from the Mo family were also found to have issues. The Mo family initially prospered in the footwear and apparel industry, with aspirations to expand their business. Mo Changshan and Mo Jinping sought to make their mark in the renewable energy sector, thus endeavoring to secure a bid for the intelligent robotic arms from Rongxing. Their intention was to gradually transition from components to core technologies such as batteries. However, a sudden fire broke out in the Mo family's warehouse, attributed solely to aging electrical circuits with no human involvement. The dilemma arose from prior warnings regarding safety hazards within the warehouse that had gone unaddressed, resulting in significantly reduced compensation from the insurance company. Furthermore, the incident involved a shipment of new products poised for release, incurring substantial penalties for breach of contract. This calamity effectively dealt a severe blow to both the Mo and Qin families. In his study, Mo Changshan erupted in fury, while Qin Ni sat silently, her head bowed. What shall we do now? After a long pause, Qin Ni inquired. I have uncovered the findings. It is an issue stemming from our subordinates, and we are currently sifting through the details. Emergency public relations measures have also been implemented. Fortunately, one of the two warehouses was burned, but the shipment has already been dispatched. We have dispatched personnel to negotiate regarding the remaining stock, seeking some time for reshipment, Mo Changshan stated. As he sank into a chair, his complexion pale. Altogether, our losses amount to nearly 400 million. Jinping urged me yesterday to swiftly repurchase the shares from the old lady, lest we find ourselves in an even more precarious position if that ungrateful son of Mo Xian were to strike at this moment. Speaking of which, he continued, upon hearing Mo Xian's name, Qin and I shared the news regarding the nursing home with Mo Changshan. After hearing her, Mo Changshan furrowed his brow. Jinping also mentioned this matter to me yesterday. Are you certain? Are you implying that the watch he wears is authentic? More likely than not. The 2,000 yuan red envelopes given to each person at the nursing home, combined with an exclusive watch worth only $8 globally, and a limited edition Maybach. Qin and I articulated, her voice tinged with confusion. Such extravagant gestures suggest that the woman behind Mo Xian is not to be underestimated. Casting a glance at the pensive Mo Changshan, Qin and I tentatively suggested, perhaps we should inform father and bring Mo Xian back. After all, this issue is primarily Jinping's fault. You know well that the old man and the old lady are at odds, and he does not hold Mo Xian in high regard either, Mo Changshan replied, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply. Moreover, the old man intentionally used Mo Xian to vex the old lady, only to end up fulfilling her desires. Qin and I inwardly scoffed at the notion. To vex the old lady? Sending her own grandson to her side, alone, is termed vexing? Yet, she felt unqualified to criticize, as she had her own calculations when sending Mo Xian away, with 3 daughters and 1 son, and the responsibility of caring for Jiang Xifeng. Relinquishing 1 child alleviated her burdens significantly. Furthermore, in her and Mo Changshan's eyes, Mo Jinping held the primary position, even surpassing Jiang Xifeng in importance. Let it be. It seems the old lady will not part with those shares without a fight, Mo Changshan remarked, extinguishing his cigarette in irritation. I will speak to father about it. Perhaps you should enlist the help of the second daughter? Mo Yingying, the second daughter of the Mo family, serves as the vice president, while Mo Jinping is the president. Indeed, the second one is more reliable. Qin and I nodded in agreement. Now, the third son finds himself in the entertainment industry, a realm where he cannot rely on anyone. The eldest is employed by the Mo family, Mo Changshan, but instead of that, perhaps they should call Mo Xian home to assist. Yet what a folly! That ungrateful wretch would be delighted if we all perished. Mo Changshan scoffed. Have you forgotten the events of the past? Do you truly believe that after such a commotion, the Mo family would still welcome the Qin family? Who would accept him, and whom could he accept? Chapter 12. The cause of the break. Upon hearing Mo Changshan's words, Qin Ni's expression dimmed. No mother is indifferent to her own child, not even Qin and I herself. However, love is finite, and from the moment they sent Mo Xian away, both Mo Changshan and Qin and I consciously relinquished their bond with their youngest son. Could they not support him? How could they not? This couple, though perhaps unaware of their own thoughts, were all too familiar with the darkness lurking within their hearts. Mo Xian's return was not solely due to his grandmother's reluctance to care for him, nor merely a matter of health. It stemmed from the fact that Mo Xian excelled academically. They intended for him to join the family business, but never considered he could supplant Mo Jinping. However, Mo Xian's return incited Mo Jinping's ire. He wreaked havoc at home, scheming to isolate and target Mo Xian with the support of his three doting sisters. Both Mo Changshan and his wife were aware of this turmoil, yet chose to remain indifferent. A son raised by his grandmother, scarcely seen throughout the year, contrasted sharply with the four children they were in constant contact with. It was evident whom they would favor. Yet, despite Mo Xian's seemingly gentle demeanor, he was far from submissive. After enduring 3 provocations, his retaliation was terrifying in its intensity. On the day Mo Jinping deliberately discarded Mo Xian's reference materials into the trash. During dinner, Mo Xian struck him across the face 5 times in front of everyone. Having trained in martial arts from a young age and possessing remarkable physical prowess, Mo Jinping was left bloodied. From that day forth, Mo Xian saw through the Mo family, threatening in the presence of his parents and grandfather that if they provoked him again, he would not hesitate to exchange his life for theirs, ensuring the Mo lineage would be extinguished. The bias of his parents, the indifference of his grandfather, and the ridicule from his sisters left Mo Xian utterly disenchanted with the Mo family. Yet, he perhaps underestimated the depths of his parents' shamelessness. Aware that Su Yanran was the eldest daughter of the Su family, and that their grandmothers had arranged a betrothal between her and Mo Xian, they understood that Mo Jinping's affection for Su Yanran was merely a ploy to retaliate against Mo Xian. Nevertheless, they believed Mo Xian could never inherit the family business, and that Mo Jinping was the superior choice. Thus, as long as Mo Jinping showered Su Yanran with gifts, they wholeheartedly supported him, while Mo Xian, who was already receiving scant funds from home, was deprived of all his pocket money. They dared not seize the card from Mo Xian that his grandmother provided for living expenses. Attempts by the family's bodyguards had ended in broken limbs. His grandmother had previously derisively remarked that the two of them were indeed a match made in heaven, questioning their favoritism towards the eldest son. In truth, their actions stemmed from their own past misdeeds. They feared Mo Xian, raised apart from them, would seize power from the eldest son, who, despite being less capable, was their preferred choice. Mo Jinping's increasingly severe actions are merely a means of oppression that they tacitly endorse against Mo Xian. In their minds, Mo Xian is not even regarded as a son, but rather as a pawn. With Mo Jinping incapacitated, there remains the eldest daughter, Mo Qingqing, the second daughter, Mo Ying, and even the youngest daughter, Mo Tingting, who has ventured into the entertainment industry. Despite being a son, Mo Xian's lack of closeness to them renders him dispensable. Moreover, this son has the audacity to defy their authority and resist their suppression, making it even less necessary for them to regard him with any significance. Ultimately, I will inform father of this matter. Jinping is currently performing well, and with the company entangled in the mechanical arm project, given the recent troubles, they likely have little energy left to expand into new energy ventures. Mo Changshan sighed, relieved that he and his son had not invested too much energy or finances in the initial stages. They had never harbored high hopes for the mechanical arm project. as Mo Changshan was well aware that Mo Jinping was deliberately seeking opportunities to vex Mo Xian, which he chose to overlook. Let us give it another try. Qin and I hesitated. In the past, we truly did not care enough for Mo Xian. For the sake of the company's development, we even allowed Jinping to steal his girlfriend. If Su Yanran had been resolute, would Jinping have had the chance to intervene? If Mo Xian were present, he would likely applaud his biological father for the first time wholeheartedly, as this might be the only sincere remark his father has ever uttered. Jinping is also quite foolish. No matter the circumstances, he should never have sought out a woman to harm his brother. Reflecting on past events, Mo Changshan felt tremendous dissatisfaction towards his eldest son. Let him search. Mo Xian has already been lost by him. Returning with embellishments and a woman in tow, it is baffling that Su Yanran actually believed it. That rebellious son is bound to face retribution sooner or later. Without that incident, reconciliation between us would have been impossible. At this juncture, Mo Changshan fell into deep contemplation. What if Mo Xian truly managed to secure a wealthy and influential woman in Kyoto? Despite his bias towards his eldest son, he could not deny that Mo Xian possessed such potential. In terms of looks, having encountered various young stars in the entertainment industry, if his younger son were to enter that realm, he would likely overshadow them. If Mo Xian were to ingratiate himself with a formidable wealthy woman that the Mo family cannot afford to offend, he cannot guarantee that Mo Xian would not retaliate. With such a determined investment from that woman, the Mo and Qin families might find themselves in turmoil. In conclusion, as long as father consents regarding the shares, the money will go to those two, and that young man can take his leave with the funds. Mo Changshan seemed to have devised a plan. At that time, he would have him sign the papers to go abroad. That amount of money should suffice for him to live comfortably while ensuring he promises not to seek vengeance against us. Unbeknownst to Mo Changshan and Qin Ni's thoughts, Mo Xian was presently in a private room at a Japanese restaurant, savoring fresh eel rice. This establishment is the most expensive Japanese restaurant in Kyoto, sourcing all its ingredients via air freight. Brother, I remember when you accompanied me for Japanese cuisine last time. You particularly adored the Shizuoka netted melon, didn't you? Luo Miyuki smiled, serving Mo Xian some snowflake beef. I made arrangements in advance. It is guaranteed to be the freshest. Mo Xian kept his head down, engrossed in his meal, unwilling to look up, while Mo Weier curiously glanced at her father and asked, Dad, why is your face so red? Oh, it's a bit warm, he replied. How could it not be? He felt 2 feet rubbing against his legs. When he looked up, he saw Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki wearing bright smiles, gazing at him intently. Hurry up and eat. Don't we need to take the children out to play later? Mo Xian murmured, lowering his head. Stop fooling around. If this were in the past, Mo Xian would have likely made an excuse to escape. Yet he found himself inexplicably allowing these sisters to cross boundaries. All right, Luo Xia shrugged, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at Mo Xian. But her words were directed at the waiter. Please bring out the dessert. Oh, and Mo Xian, would you accompany me to the front desk? Sister, I want to go too. Luo Miyuki protested, but with a fierce glance from Luo Xia, she relented. The resentment in Luo Miyuki's heart was palpable. Her infatuation with Mo Xian was genuine, yet her sister's dominance over her was equally undeniable. Mo Xian, bewildered, followed Luo Xia out of the private room and inquired, What do you need at the front desk? Oh, I wish to purchase some sake. This place serves excellent ones, Luo Xia replied with a smile. Could you help me carry it? Can it wait until we exit? Before Mo Xian could finish his sentence, Luo Xia suddenly grasped his hand and pulled him into an adjacent empty room. She then seized his collar and yanked him down, kissing him fervently on the lips. Xian, hold me. Her words brimmed with desire, tenderness, and an uncontrollable fervor. Astonishingly, Mo Xian found himself embracing her. Even he was unaware of why he acted this way. Chapter 13. Su Yanran, Am I a Stimulant? Regarding the psychological suggestion segment, I have fabricated some elements. I am not a psychologist, and this is purely for narrative necessity, so it may lack rigor. If you have reached this point, please overlook these details, as both drugs and psychological suggestions are merely devices employed to capture the male protagonist by the 2 female leads. Mo Xian was surprised at himself. He seemed to have become overly compliant with her wishes. Yet, Luo Xia in his arms appeared even more elated, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck and deepening the kiss. It felt as though his breath was being stolen. The only scent he could discern was that of Luo Xia's delightful perfume. I'm sorry, Xian, I like you. As the kiss concluded, Luo Xia gazed at him with dreamy eyes, her tone soft. Mo Xian's mind went blank, and upon hearing her confession, he instinctively kissed her back. Gradually, they slid down against the wall. For the first time, Mo Xian realized that the seemingly cold and distant Luo Xia, who treated him with sisterly tenderness, could be this fervent. She clutched his head tightly, as if trying to merge him into her very being, to consume him entirely. I love you, Xian. Luo Xia whispered breathlessly against his ear. Don't leave me, never leave me. Xia, Before Mo Xian could respond, Luo Xia kissed him once more. A faint metallic taste filled his mouth. He was unsure whose lips had been injured, yet Luo Xia remained unfazed, as if nothing else mattered to her but the man before her. She desired everything from him, his body, his soul. She intended to possess it all. After a considerable time, Luo Xia finally parted ways with Ma Xuan. She gently caressed Ma Xuan's rosy lips, adorned with lipstick, and smiled slightly. You finally have the courage to embrace me. Ma Xuan, I. His gaze was vacant, staring blankly at the woman before him. Why me? I am unworthy of you. I declare you worthy, Luo Xia softly replied, drawing Ma Xuan's head into her embrace. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Think of Wire, think of Shuer. Little Xian, you are destined to be with Muki. Muki? Ma Xuan felt as though a revelation had struck him, struggling to break free, yet Luo Xia seemed to anticipate his every move, holding him tightly. Stop thinking. Is this not sufficient? Luo Xia clung to him, burying his face in her bosom. Little Xian, do not overthink. Just remember, you are the father of the child, our man. No, I feel suffocated. Luo Xia's embrace was indeed overwhelming. Quickly releasing Ma Xuan's head, she took a few breaths. Yet, as if craving more, she kissed him again. At that moment, Ma Xuan's phone rang. While kissing him, Luo Xia retrieved the phone, revealing yet another unknown number. Xia, I must answer the call. Just as he managed to catch his breath, Luo Xia denied him that opportunity, kissing him once more while swiping the screen to answer, deliberately activating the speakerphone. Ma Xuan, it's me. Su Yanran's weary voice emerged. It's been a while, can we meet? Upon hearing Su Yanran's voice, Ma Xuan was taken aback, but Luo Xia interjected. We are in the midst of a kiss, Miss Su. Have you forgotten what I told you yesterday? Again you? Su Yanran's voice escalated, evidently agitated. Who are you? Ma Xuan, let him take the call. Just as Ma Xuan opened his mouth to speak, Luo Xia kissed him with even greater fervor and intensity than before. As the kiss concluded, Luo Xia noticed the call had ended and smiled, gently sliding her phone across Ma Xuan's cheek. What? Do you wish to reconcile with her? Absolutely not. Ma Xuan quickly shook his head. I am merely curious as to why she would reach out to me. Curiosity is forbidden. In the future, if you must be curious, let it only be about me and my sister. Luo Xia licked her lips, as if still yearning for more. Let us leave. We can purchase the clear liquor later. Thus, she had ventured out solely for such matters? Ma Xuan sighed, allowing Luo Xia to domineeringly lead him out of the private room. To his surprise, they encountered Luo Muki, who observed her sister and Ma Xuan's flushed lips, her expression clouding with discontent. Sister, what is wrong? Luo Xia feigned ignorance. Why are you so upset? Luo Muki shot Luo Xia a fierce glare before seizing Ma Xuan's hand and departing, while Luo Xia merely adjusted her attire and returned to their private room with a smile. Muki, allow me to explain. In the familiar private room, with its familiar walls, this time, another person occupied his lap, like a voracious beast, fervently kissing Ma Xuan's face and lips. Mo Xian was bewildered by his own feelings. He did not resist Luo Xia, and he allowed Luo Muki to have her way as well. Deep down, he sensed that something was amiss, yet a voice in his mind incessantly urged him not to reject them, for they were the ones who cherished him most. Their affection should not be spurned. Brother, you are truly driving me to madness. Luo Muki's restless hand ventured beneath his clothing, caressing his skin. Mo Xian's body instinctively stiffened. At that moment, his phone rang. Once again, it was Su Yanran. Just as Mo Xian retrieved his phone, Luo Muki snatched it away and answered. Mo Xian, is this your doing? No, it is my sister. Luo Muki chuckled mischievously, her eyes shimmering with fervent light. Oh, I misspoke, but it matters not. Are you sure you wish to continue listening? Without hesitation, Luo Muki hung up the call and looked at Mo Xian with a teasing smile. You are being rather greedy, aren't you? I didn't even get a word in. Muki, my mouth is going to rot, he protested, But Luo Miyuki disregarded his words, boldly kissing him instead. Meanwhile, Su Yanran, at her office, felt her phone slip from her grasp. It was evident that the voice was not from the same person, and it seemed that their ages were not vastly different. Su Yanran's newly purchased phone was flung away in despair. Amidst her sorrow, a deeper sense of humiliation enveloped her. What did they think of her? Were they merely a part of a game, or a stimulant meant to evoke pleasure? What she found most unbearable was the realization that Emo Xian had someone else in his life. Emo Xian, must you punish me so? Su Yanran leaned over her desk, muffling her sobs. After a long moment, she suddenly stood up, hastily wiping away her tears. Emo Xian, you are mine, and I will not give up on you. Chapter 14. He has children. Emo Xian rubbed his lips, which were red and sore from the kisses, feeling an unsettling disquiet within. He sensed an inability to refuse the overly intimate advances of Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki, a sentiment that left him feeling uneasy. It was as though he was enchanted or under some spell. How could one kiss a sister and then a sister-in-law? He prided himself on not being the type to embrace both sides, yet he found himself gradually yearning for such affection. He felt an increasing dependence on Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki, and today's events had begun to release the pent-up emotions within him. He did not wish to part from them. He longed for love, with parents who loathed him, a sister who scorned him, and a biological brother who would gladly see him perish. It was Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki who appeared before him with 2 children during his darkest hours, illuminating his life like a beacon. He was uncertain whether his feelings for Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki were love, yet they felt infinitely more complex and intense. However, he dared not entertain such thoughts, nor did he believe himself worthy of them. Yet, the more he suppressed his feelings, the stronger they became. He suddenly realized that he was entangled in a manner reminiscent of a line from the song Red Rose. As if 2 serpents were slowly coiling around his heart, Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki. Is everything all right? Luo Xia noticed Emo Xian lost in thought and gently grasped his hand. It was only then that Emo Xian returned to his senses, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he attempted to withdraw his hand, yet Luo Xia held on tightly. Smiling softly as she whispered, "Do not refuse, Xiao Xian." Upon hearing her words, Emo Xian sighed and remained still. After enjoying some cantaloupe, Luo Xia's phone suddenly buzzed with a message. Su Yanran has arrived at the sanatorium. Her expression darkened momentarily before she managed a faint smile and tucked her phone away. Once in the car, she suddenly spoke up. How about we go visit Grandma? Is that all right? Emo Xian genuinely wished to take the children to spend more time with their grandmother, but he hesitated to voice it, feeling somewhat ashamed of the situation. Moreover, given the Luo family's protective nature over the 2 girls, he felt even more reluctant. It's fine. Besides, the children also adore their great-grandmother. To Emo Xian, Luo Xia was like a gentle older sister, patient and kind. Little did he know, this demeanor was merely a facade. While it was true that she wanted to take the children to see their grandmother, her true eagerness stemmed from a desire to witness Su Yanran's utter heartbreak. At the sanatorium, Grandma observed a somewhat uneasy Su Yanran and sighed. Yanran, come here and take a look at this old woman. Surely, there must be more to this visit. Grandma, I have regrets. Su Yanran could not hold back her tears. I was deceived by Emo Jinping. Now I do not wish to be engaged. I want to marry Emo Xian. Yanran, I do not wish to reproach you for your past actions. Firstly, out of respect for your grandmother, and secondly, it is all in the past. Grandma's tone grew more assertive. But think back to what happened before Xiao Xian was wronged. What were you doing? Did you truly believe I was unaware? Su Yanran looked at her grandmother, her lips trembling, struggling to defend herself, yet finding no words. You met Xiao Xian at 15, and at that time, he had lost part of his memory due to an accident. Initially, I never imagined you 2 would end up together. It was natural for grandchildren from both families to look out for one another in the same school. It was you who declared your affection for Xiao Xian, who insisted that you would marry him, prompting us to arrange the engagement. Since childhood, you have met more than once. While not exactly childhood sweethearts, you have known each other for a long time. You secretly dated Emo Jinping, accepted his gifts, and here. Grandma coughed in agitation, prompting Aunt Zhang to assist her. Grandma waved her hand dismissively, continuing, you spent the night with him at a hotel. You and Xiao Xian were not broken up at that time, were you? The word struck Su Yanran like a thunderclap, causing her body to tremble violently as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet her grandmother's eyes. From the very first moment Mo Jinping encountered Su Yanran, he had pursued her ardently. He was favored within the Mo family, wealthy enough that he did not flinch at the sight of gifts worth tens of thousands. Moreover, the loquacious Mo Jinping, who frequents nightclubs year-round, managed to charm the innocent and youthful Su Yanran. Gradually, she began to communicate with Mo Jinping more frequently, behind Mo Xian's back. Initially, she dismissed the derogatory remarks Mo Jinping made about Mo Xian, but over time, she began to believe them. When Mo Xian discovered this, they had their first major quarrel. In a fit of anger, Su Yanran accused Mo Xian of being narrow-minded and jealous of his brother, claiming he deserved to be unloved. In a moment of defiance, she went out drinking with Mo Jinping, and under the influence of alcohol, they ended up at a hotel together. You might wonder how I know this. The grandmother replied coldly, Mo Jinping is a notorious playboy who has accumulated countless debts, and I had warned my son to be wary of him. I fear you think I favor Mo Xian and do not believe a word I say. The very next day, he provoked Mo Xian. Haven't you noticed that Mo Xian has been distancing himself from you since that day? Do you believe that by breaking off your engagement and being with Mo Jinping, you are hurting him? You have already caused him pain, Su Yanran. Su Yanran stood up in agitation, her voice hoarse as she protested. No, Grandma. That day, nothing happened. Does it matter? A woman with a boyfriend spending the night at a hotel with another man. Who would believe you two were innocent? The grandmother's emotions surged, her breath becoming erratic. Little Xian is no longer the young master of the Mo family, and as the matriarch, I am now dispensable. A lady of your stature, Su, is far beyond my grandson's reach. Su Yanran felt darkness encroach upon her vision. All this time, she had assumed Mo Xian was unaware, and Mo Jinping had promised to keep her secret. Yet, she was unprepared for the revelation that Mo Xian had known all along. No wonder he had remained so calm when he left the Mo family after their breakup. Before she could dwell on the past, the door swung open, and Mo Xian stood expressionless at the threshold, gazing at Su Yanran. After such a long separation, seeing this man who had haunted her thoughts made Su Yanran yearn to rush into his arms. However, upon encountering his indifferent gaze, her heart felt as though it had been pierced by a knife. Su Yanran, we have been separated for quite some time. Please do not disturb my grandmother any longer, Mo Xian stated, his voice devoid of emotion or warmth. You should be preparing for your engagement with Mo Jinping, not coming here. Mo Xian, Su Yanran reached out, attempting to approach him, but unexpectedly, two small heads popped up on either side of him, looking at Su Yanran with curiosity. Daddy, who is she? Su Yanran felt an overwhelming weakness wash over her, taking a couple of steps back and steadying herself against a chair to avoid falling. She desperately wanted to convince herself that these children were not Mo Xian's, but their features bore an uncanny resemblance to his. You are married? Not quite. But these are indeed my children. Mo Xian bent down to affectionately ruffle the hair of Luo Wire and Luo Schwer. Great-grandma is here. Why aren't you greeting her? Great-grandma. Two little cherubs scampered over to the bedside, their short legs moving with delightful urgency. Upon seeing them, their grandmother's face lit up with joy. Oh, my sweet darlings have arrived. Come here, let me see if you've gained some weight. Su Yanran gazed vacantly at the two children, then glanced at Mo Xian, who, with an expressionless demeanor, gestured towards the door, indicating she should step outside. In Chapter 15, will the Yandere give opportunities to rivals? Mo Xian turned and exited the hospital room, prompting Su Yanran to hastily follow. Upon leaving the room, she encountered Luo Xia and Luo Muqi standing just outside. Despite her own confidence in her appearance and figure, Su Yanran felt overshadowed by the sisters. After all, in the upper echelons of Kyoto society, everyone knew of the two princesses from the Luo family. Hello, Miss Su, Luo Muqi greeted her with a smile, while Luo Xia's demeanor shifted to one of cold indifference in the presence of outsiders. She merely waved slightly before folding her arms, her peach blossom eyes appraising Su Yanran with a detached curiosity. Hearing Luo Muqi's voice sent a shiver down Su Yanran's spine. It was nearly identical to the voice she heard during her second call to Mo Xian. Brother, why don't you go buy us some drinks? Luo Muqi suggested sweetly to Mo Xian. Some matters are better discussed between women, wouldn't you agree? Just as Mo Xian was about to respond, Luo Xia reached out to pat his hand, her earlier coldness melting away, replaced by a gentle smile. Go ahead, it's fine. After a moment's contemplation, Mo Xian nodded and turned to Su Yanran, saying, Yinran, what S in the past is behind us. We must face reality. Mo Xian, please let me explain. Su Yinran urgently called out as she attempted to catch up with him, but Luo Xia turned her gaze upon her, her eyes deep and icy, rendering Su Yinran motionless with fear. Miss Su, the children inside are my sister S and mine, and the father is naturally my brother, Luo Myuki stated. Her hands clasped behind her back, a smile on her lips that did not reach her eyes. I'm telling you this to help you let go, and I am unafraid of you revealing it. You are a clever woman, Miss Su. Surely you understand the consequences of this information spreading, do you not? You and Vice President Luo? Yes, surprising, isn't it? Luo Myuki's smile widened. Miss Su, as you can see, whether it be my sister or myself, do you truly believe you, the esteemed daughter of the Su family, can compare? An inexplicable sense of helplessness and suffocation washed over Su Yinran. Not only had Mo Xian become a father, but he had done so with the Luo sisters? How could this be? Even more outrageous was the fact that the Luo family had accepted such a situation. Miss Su, the message has been conveyed quite clearly, Luo Xia said, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. You are now a thing of the past. Do not contact Xiaoxian again, or I won't hesitate to let the Su family feel the repercussions. After a brief pause, Luo Xia suddenly adopted a provocative tone. So, Miss Su, tell me, what do you think you possess that could compete with us for him? Also, Miss Su, is stolen tenderness truly so inexpensive? What do you mean? Su Yinran's expression tightened at the mention of theft. When did I ever steal anything? I have known Mo Xian since childhood, while you all, from the Luo family, wield considerable influence. However, my bond with Mo Xian is far deeper. I understand him better. Suddenly, Luo Myuki seized her hair and delivered a fierce slap across her face. Wretched girl, if it weren't for you, why would I be separated from my brother for so long? Luo Myuki's eyes brimmed with fury and murderous intent. Su Yinran, why did my brother lose his memory at the age of 15? Are you bold enough to tell him? The force of Luo Myuki's grip left Su Yinran's face swollen and her ears ringing. Upon hearing Luo Myuki mention Mo Xian's age of 15, Su Yinran's expression grew increasingly frantic as Luo Myuki forcefully cast her aside. Luo Xia approached and grasped her sister's hand, then turned to Su Yinran, an icy aura emanating from her. Su Yinran, shielding her face, instinctively took a few steps back. Su Yinran, I can offer you an opportunity, Luo Xia remarked coolly. As you can see, my sister and I have already shared Mo Xian. I wouldn't mind him having another. Sister, you, Luo Myuki began urgently, but Luo Xia silenced her with a glance. Su Yinran, upon hearing this, momentarily wondered if she had lost her mind. The idea of sisters sharing a husband and bearing children was already outrageous. Yet, she audaciously suggested giving her a chance to be a mistress. If you assist me with a task, I shall grant you this opportunity, Luo Xia declared confidently. So, Su Yinran, will you agree? When Mo Xian returned with a bag of beverages, Su Yinran had already departed. Luo Xia stood at the door, linking her arm with his affectionately. Do not worry. I have already spoken with her, she said softly. I'm sorry. It should have been me talking to her, Mo Xian sighed. I truly do not understand why she seeks me out when she is about to marry. Enough of that, Luo Xia replied, resembling a gentle wife as she adjusted his clothing. Myuki is inside. You should spend time with her and the children. I will make a phone call to handle some company matters. Xia, if there is something at your company, you should return, Mo Xian suggested. It's fine. My brother is there. Once grandma rests, we'll head home together. Luo Xia deliberately emphasized the words head home, warming Mo Xian's heart as he nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to enter, he quickly retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the bag and handed it to her. I know you're not fond of drinks, so I bought this for you. Fool, Luo Xia smiled, touching Mo Xian's face before ushering him inside. Once the door to the ward closed, her expression darkened, granting Su Yinran an opportunity. If possible, she would rather not extend the same chance to her sister. Yet, Luo Myuki was her biological sister, and their bond ran deep, intertwined with cherished memories of their shared experiences with Mo Xian. As for Su Yinran, Luo Xia harbored a desire to eliminate her. However, for now, she needed this pawn. Rest assured, Xiaoxian, I shall ensure the Mo family endures great torment. Luo Xia's face rested on the hand that had just caressed Mo Xian, as if this proximity was akin to sharing intimate whispers with a beloved. They are too tainted, unworthy to be your family. Su Yinran, too. How dare she covet you? Xiaoxian, You belong to Miyuki and me. Only we and our daughter hold the closest ties to you. How I long to confine you, to ensure you never leave my side. Having departed from the sanatorium, Su Yanran drove a Porsche, her mind replaying Luo Xia's words as she hurried back to the company. It is the Mo family that has wrought all this chaos. Simply acquiesce to my plan, and I shall provide you with my assistant's contact. Should you comply, I can permit your return to Shaoxian. And perhaps I will even persuade him. After all, apart from his grandmother, he solely heeds us sisters. The car abruptly halted, and Su Yanran exhaled deeply before accelerating back to Su's. Humph, it matters not, Luo Xia, Luo Miyuki. How much sincerity can you truly possess? Su Yanran sneered to herself. Once Mo Xian accepts me again, I shall liquidate everything and take him abroad. Who would have thought it was they who instigated this? But what of it? If I manage to deceive once, I can certainly do so again. Chapter 16. The Instrument, Luo Tian. After spending some time with grandmother, her spirits lifted significantly upon seeing the two little treasures. Grandmother adored Luo Wire and Luo Shuer, yet she understood that her grandson's current circumstances were quite surreal. She was not unaware of the Luo family's esteemed status. They were nearly unparalleled in Kyoto. Not only had they not placed any burdens on Mo Xian, but they also allowed him to embrace fatherhood with his daughter. Although Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki could not visit frequently, they treated her as family. Nonetheless, grandmother felt her health declining. She spent more hours asleep than awake. Her greatest concern was Mo Xian. The Mo family acted unjustly, a matter she wished to avoid. Yet, her worries for Mo Xian were inescapable. 2 women, 2 daughters, and yet they were sisters. Great-grandmother, eat, Luo Shuer said, presenting an orange to her. Grandmother paused, smiling as she pushed it back, affectionately stroking Luo Shuer's head, saying, Shuer, be good, you eat. The little one shook her head, her chubby hand still holding the orange. Grandmother felt warmth in her heart, and upon opening her mouth, Luo Shuer gleefully placed the orange inside. Great-grandmother, eat more, it's good for your health, Luo Shuer chirped. Hearing this, grandmother's eyes glistened with tears. She was acutely aware that her time was limited, yet she smiled as she caressed Luo Shuer's face, saying, Shuer is right. Great-grandmother will eat more, all right? As she spoke, Luo Wire approached, holding the large cherries that Luo Miyuki had bought earlier, pitifully exclaiming, Great-grandmother, don't forget to eat mine. Grandmother embraced the 2 plump little ones, struggling to hold back her tears. If only I could spend a few more years with my grandson and 2 great-granddaughters. Mo Xian, standing nearby, remained silent and turned away. Luo Miyuki hurriedly chased after him. Mo Xian stood by the window in the corridor, his gaze vacant as he stared outside. The weather was splendid, with not a cloud in the sky. Brother, please don't be sad, Luo Miyuki said, grasping Mo Xian's hand. We have already done our utmost. I understand. If it weren't for your help, Grandma wouldn't have held on as long as she did. Mo Xian turned his head, not wanting Luo Miyuki to see his tears. Such a day was bound to come. I can accept it. Luo Miyuki gently embraced Mo Xian's shoulders, resting her head lightly on his arm, her tone soft. Brother, you still have me and sister and our daughter. So, please don't be sad. Luo Xia quietly observed from the side, surprisingly not preoccupied with competing against her sister, contemplating the cause of Mo Xian's sorrow. A fierce glint flashed in Luo Xia's eyes. She then took out her phone, walked to the corner of the staircase, and dialed a number. At that moment, in the president's office of the Luo Corporation, Luo Tian nearly jumped from his chair upon seeing the caller ID, Luo Xia. Luo Tian was the son of Luo Xia's uncle and the current president of the corporation. Little sister, what is it? He answered the call, his tone exceedingly humble. You and Miyuki have both abandoned your work to accompany my brother-in-law, and I haven't complained. Please don't make things difficult for your brother. It's nothing much. I want to have Shaoxian join Rongxing Group. Also, how are we resolving matters with the Mo family? Luo Xia replied coldly, her tone akin to that of a superior addressing a subordinate. Luo Tian silently cursed a few times before responding in a manner resembling a work report. You needn't worry about Rongxing. I am a major shareholder, and besides, my brother-in-law's capabilities are evident. As for the Mo family, a fire in the warehouse has led to some salvage, and there is still inventory in another warehouse. There will undoubtedly be losses, and claims have already begun. However, it's not yet catastrophic. After a moment's thought, Luo Tian continued, in truth, you need not concern yourself. If their family were to go bankrupt, it wouldn't be a significant issue. Why go through such trouble? That would be too lenient for them. Luo Xia replied with a cold laugh. Have you taken care of the matters I instructed? Xia, I am the president. Yes, yes, so have the matters been resolved? Luo Tian felt utterly constrained. But knowing he could not provoke these sisters, he could only respond resignedly, rest assured. I have already found someone to deliberately leak the information about acquiring the shares held by the old Mrs. Mo. The Mo family should remain oblivious to our involvement. Understood. I have already handled the 2 projects we discussed earlier. I will have Sister Hui deliver them to you shortly. Upon hearing Luo Xia's nonchalant words, Luo Tian felt a surge of astonishment. These 2 projects, starting at a combined value of billions, had been effortlessly managed by Luo Xia. However, it made sense. Luo Xia had majored in both finance and psychology in university, while Luo Muki was a top student in finance and a renowned designer in her cohort. If they weren't so infatuated with romance, they could have easily retired and taken up fishing without a care. The 2 of them gravitated around Mo Xian, who found himself, rather than fishing, relegated to the role of a mere tool for their whims. Whenever Mo Xian faced any situation, or whenever they desired to engage with him, all tasks were invariably thrust upon him. In moments of frustration, Luo Tian could not help but feel a surge of anger. It was indeed exasperating. Mo Xian, under the illusion that the 2 were delicate and gentle, was blissfully unaware of their true nature. Given the turmoil that had engulfed the Luo family, it was inconceivable that these sisters could be as fragile as they appeared. By the way, the Roger Dubuis watch you purchased last time was arranged through me. Wasn't he meant for me? Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Luo Xia responded with an air of entitlement that it was intended for Mo Xian. I am merely subjecting myself to unnecessary humiliation. After all, I was the one who financed it. Xia? By then, Luo Xia had already hung up the phone. Truly, they regard me as nothing more than a tool. I place the order, I bear the cost, and they use it to placate their children as father? Luo Tian gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. Well, I must have saved a notorious bandit in my past life to have encountered these 2 ungrateful souls. After a few grievances, Luo Tian felt a twinge of curiosity about why Mo Xian was so favored by the elders of the Luo family, particularly his own grandmother. Everyone in the family knew that the turmoil was largely caused by the reckless actions of Luo Xia and Luo Muki, making Mo Xian a somewhat inadvertent victim. Initially, the family had envisioned Luo Muki marrying Mo Xian, with Luo Wire being registered as her daughter. Yet, for reasons unknown, the family had tacitly accepted the sisters' unconventional arrangement. Cousin-in-law, may you live a long and prosperous life. Luo Tian recalled the countless pieces of furniture that had been destroyed by the sisters in their fervor over Mo Xian. A frenzy that was indeed unsettling. Luo Xia and Luo Muki were akin to 2 wild beasts, with only Mo Xian possessing the ability to calm them. Chapter 17. Luo Xia. Unseen by Mo Xian after departing from the sanatorium, Mo Xian drove back to the estate. Upon their return, Uncle Zheng visibly relaxed, as did the other servants. Having been away for so long, they feared that their young mistress had run off with Mo Xian. As soon as he arrived, Mo Xian received a call from an unfamiliar number, and frowning slightly, he answered it. Well, you rascal, you actually blacklisted my number? The cold voice of Mo Changshan echoed through. Inform your grandmother that I've allocated shares worth a total of 600 million. It cannot exceed this amount. You must return tomorrow with the share authorization. Mo Changshan could not afford to wait, as several major companies were interested in acquiring that 10% stake. Naturally, he was oblivious to the fact that this was orchestrated by Luo Tian. Understood. Mo Xian responded nonchalantly to Mo Changshan. Then, disregarding any further words, he hung up the phone and promptly blacklisted the number. On the other end, Mo Changshan had more to say, but found himself abruptly cut off. Upon attempting to call again, the line was unreachable. This ungrateful wretch. Mo Changshan slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Do you truly believe that this money can be so easily relinquished to you? Ungrateful child. I should never have welcomed you back into my home to provoke my ire. Mo Xian gazed intently at the screen of his phone, his eyes ablaze with fury. To assert that he was not heartbroken back then would be a deceit. His biological parents not only failed to provide him with what he rightfully deserved, but they also conspired with his brother to undermine his relationship with Su Yanran. For them, self-interest reigned supreme. Mo Jinping, whom they had nurtured since childhood, was far more favored in their eyes. As for him, he had been sent to live with his grandmother at the tender age of 2, and the scant few times he had seen them over the course of a year were mere fleeting visits, often ending with them leaving after a cursory glance. Could he truly be blamed for this? Their choice to send him away was theirs alone. Was it his fault for not being close to them? He had no real concept of his biological parents until he was 15 and returned to the Mo family after an unfortunate incident. He was acutely aware that had it not been for his outstanding academic performance, they would likely not have considered bringing him back at all, even upon his return. It was merely to serve as a tool for Mo Jinping's future. During university, he rejected the path of finance and steadfastly chose computer engineering, inciting a furious outburst from Mo Changshan. Yet Mo Xian remained unfazed. He yearned to carve out his own destiny, rather than serve as a stepping stone for another. "Father, dinner is ready." Luo Weier and Luo Schwerer came bounding over, grasping Mo Xian's hands. Upon seeing the children, the tension in his gaze gradually dissipated, and he took their hands to head to the dining room. After soothing the two children to sleep that night, Mo Xian retreated to his room. Just as he had finished showering and donned his pajamas, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. "Hello?" He answered, and Su Yanran's hoarse voice emerged, tinged with a hint of inebriation. Upon hearing her voice, Mo Xian sighed. "I must commend your tenacity, even after everything that has transpired today. You still seek to contact me?" He was unaware of the events from the previous night. Otherwise, he would have been astonished by Su Yanran's persistence. "Please, leave them be," Su Yanran pleaded, her voice laced with distress, almost breaking into sobs. "I can treat your children as my own if you wish. If they oppose your taking them away, I can bear you another child." "Yanran, we must face reality." Mo Xian rubbed his temples, reflecting on the nearly 3 years since she and Mo Jinping had publicly announced their relationship, followed by her studying abroad. For all this time, she had never once thought of him. What significance did this newfound contact hold? I am simply afraid. I feel I have wronged you," Su Yanran sobbed. In the past, hearing her tears would have tugged at his heartstrings, but now, he felt no emotional stir. For so long, he had been accompanied by Luo Xia, Luo Muqi, and their children. In his moments of despair and helplessness, it was they who extended their hands to him. He did not know what the future held for the three of them, but he was willing to remain steadfastly by their side. "Yanran, please do not call again. I do not wish to repeat myself. The past is behind us," Mo Xian stated calmly. At this point, Su Yanran no longer held the power to sway his emotions. "As you can see, I have children now. Regardless, I shall never betray their mother." "Mo Xian, you truly are foolish." Su Yanran suddenly laughed. "How can you trust them so blindly? Do you understand the status of the Luo family in the capital and the vast wealth they possess? Such a family would never permit such absurdity. In the end, it will be you who suffers, and you will be the one left behind." Mo Xian, do not remain obstinately ignorant. The Luo sisters have held their heads high for years, with countless noble heirs yearning for them in vain. You are not in the same realm as they are. Mo Xian, we have known each other since childhood. Do not forget that when you were 15, without me, you would not have survived. Consider it a repayment for my life-saving grace. Be with me, and we shall leave the country together, never to return." Upon hearing Su Yanran's words, Mo Xian sighed. At 15, he was injured and lost part of his memory. When he awoke, it was through others' accounts that he learned it was Su Yanran who had saved him. During their time together, he treated her with utmost sincerity, not only because he genuinely liked her then, but also for this reason. "Yanran, I cannot abandon my daughter for this," Mo Xian said with a bitter smile. "Moreover, it was you who first betrayed me." With that, he ended the call. This time, he did not block her number. While Su Yanran could only weep in anguish upon hearing his words. Originally intending to save this number, Mo Xian hesitated before deleting the call log. After all, Su Yanran had indeed saved him. If something were to happen, he might help her, but for anything else, he would not acquiesce. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, and Luo Xia appeared, clad in a striking black and gold nightgown, the deep neckline revealing her alabaster skin, with her curvaceous figure tantalizingly visible. "Xia, what are you?" Mo Xian felt a tinge of embarrassment at her attire. Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Xia rushed into his embrace, holding him tightly. "Xian, I want you." Luo Xia's voice was soft, yet her gaze brimmed with desire. Mo Xian was momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to keep up. In the next instant, Luo Xia seized his collar and pressed her lips against his. Emo Xian, you have succumbed. This was the first time Emo Xian had seen Luo Xia in such a manner, her eyes glistening with an insatiable longing, like an unquenchable flame. An hour had passed. Yet Luo Xia seemed tireless. Xian, she murmured, her voice husky, her hands tightly entwined with his. Forget the past, forget others. Everything about you should belong to me. So surrender yourself to me. Chapter 18. Double happiness? Double torment. After nearly another hour, the bed finally ceased its movement, and the intimate sounds abruptly ended. What was initially planned for a week, Luo Xia no longer wished to postpone. Moreover, Su Yanran's presence only served to make Emo Xian believe she was indifferent. She felt jealousy and disdain towards Su Yanran. Because of her, Emo Xian had lost his memory and still had not recalled her or Luo Muki. Emo Xian gazed dreamily at the enchanting figure before him, momentarily lost in a trance. For a long time, Emo Xian had suppressed his emotions, uncertain of how to choose. Thus, he opted to remain silent, content to quietly accompany them. However, today, the repressed feelings ultimately erupted. After all, he was a man, filled with youthful vigor and remarkable physical strength. Carry me to the shower, whispered Luo Xia, planting a gentle kiss on Emo Xian's lips. And carry me back afterward. Emo Xian indeed embraced her and took her to the bathroom, where warm water cascaded from the showerhead. Luo Xia wrapped her arms around his neck, greedily kissing him. Shall we leave Kyoto with Xiao Xian and Mu Qi? She tenderly caressed Emo Xian's solid chest. To a quiet place, would that be all right? Xia, I've thought about it. And this is not a solution. Emo Xian could not help but voice his thoughts. I have erred once, and I have grown too accustomed to your tenderness towards me. Yet, this is ultimately wrong. In response, he was met with Luo Xia's passionate kiss. Is it wrong? Of course, Luo Xia understood the answer all too well. But did it matter? Not anymore. To her, Emo Xian was irreplaceable, just as her sister was. Once, when the Luo family faced significant turmoil, the sisters could only trust one another. During that time, Emo Xian had appeared like a beam of light, breaking through the darkness before them. Xiao Xian, I told you not to dwell on these thoughts. Luo Xia's words seemed to possess an enchanting power, compelling Emo Xian to yield, allowing her to guide him to sit before the bathtub, burying his head in her embrace. You cannot live without us, can you? A somewhat unhealthy smile graced Luo Xia's face. Do not resist, do not think of leaving us. Xiao Xian, every man desires to be in a position like yours now. Why cling to those constraints? Her words, akin to a devil's whisper, were laced with temptation, yet carried a hint of danger. Luo Xia had long been subtly influencing Emo Xian's psyche, aiming to dismantle his mental defenses. You are undeniably enamored with us, our beauty, our bodies, and our love. She gazed at the dazed Emo Xian, her tone growing more tender, kissing his face while breathing softly in his ear. So, without the constraints of your mind, were you not happy? Emo Xian felt his mind blank, as if the sound of the falling water had vanished, leaving only Luo Xia's whispers in his ears. Xiao Xian, you would not reject me, would you? The primal instincts of his body, coupled with the emotions he had suppressed, were gradually unleashed by Luo Xia. Xiao Xian, admit it. You wish to be with us both. Luo Xia's smile grew even more unsettling. You cannot bear to part from us. With the Luo family's status and wealth, Luo Xia could devise countless ways to keep Emo Xian by her side. Yet from the very beginning, she had no intention of forcing him. Every outrageous event, from the unexpected pregnancy to the birth of their daughter, had been meticulously orchestrated by her and Luo Muki, step by step. She understood that Emo Xian, for the time being, could not fully embody her expectations, yet he had already brought her considerable satisfaction. Emo Xian lifted his head, and unlike before, he enveloped Luo Xia in his embrace. The emotions reflected in his eyes, for the first time, were no longer suppressed within his tranquil gaze. Only the image of Luo Xia was mirrored. 30 minutes later, clad in pajamas, Emo Xian returned to her bedroom, cradling the weary Luo Xia, and gently laid her down. Xiao Xian, won't you stay with me? Luo Xia's voice was hoarse, yet it carried a tender fragility, as if she were playfully coaxing him. Emo Xian bestowed a soft kiss upon her, scratching his head as he suggested she should rest. For it would not be appropriate for Wei Er and Shui Er to see them in the morning. Very well, Luo Xia acquiesced, refraining from further insistence. Then you should get some rest. Emo Xian tucked her in, turned off the light as he left, and softly closed the door behind him. Sighing, Emo Xian made his way to his own room. Being forcefully kissed during the day and unexpectedly ambushed at night, he had always believed his resolve was steadfast. In hindsight, it seemed utterly flimsy. He did not consider himself a saint. Rather, he had been plagued by a profound sense of inferiority. He was acutely aware of the affections Luo Xia and Luo Muqi harbored for him, yet he dared not indulge in such desires. Confounded by his own feelings, when Luo Xia confessed, "I want you," Mo Xian felt the walls he had erected within himself collapse with a thunderous crash. "You are the one who gets hurt. You are the one who will be abandoned," echoed Su Yanran's words in his mind. In this absurd affair, should complications arise in the future, it would indeed unfold as she had foretold. Yet, Mo Xian was reluctant to extricate himself, not solely because of the children, but because Luo Xia and Luo Muqi were like opium, deadly yet intoxicating, rendering him unwilling to part from them. Shaking his head, he pushed open his bedroom door and returned to his chamber, only to be met by the soft form pressing closely against him from behind. "Brother, are you happy with sister?" Luo Muqi's voice was cold, contrasting sharply with her warm body. "Mu Muqi?" Mo Xian exclaimed in surprise. "What are you doing? Brother, is it permissible for you and sister, but not for me?" Luo Muqi bit down harshly on his shoulder, causing him to furrow his brow in pain. Yet, seemingly unsatisfied, she suddenly pressed her lips against his in a fervent kiss, more akin to a nibbling than a tender embrace. "Muqi, please calm down," Mo Xian implored. Attempting to push her away, yet for reasons unknown, a part of him felt he ought not to. Luo Muqi stubbornly tugged at his pajamas, pulling him down onto the bed. "Brother," she murmured, her voice choked with emotion, a tear cascading onto Mo Xian's face. Startled, he paused. In the dim light, he noticed tears glistening at the corners of Luo Muqi's eyes. "Brother, why will you not accept it?" Luo Muqi lamented. "Is it acceptable with sister, but not with me? Brother, I miss you too." Unbeknownst to Mo Xian, a subtle smile flickered across her tear-streaked face. Over an hour had passed, and feeling utterly helpless against the review process, Luo Muqi was seething with resentment at the antics of her sister, Luo Xia. Her own sister had locked her in her room and even stolen her phone. It was only when she managed to summon a servant to unlock the door that she discovered her sister had already succeeded in her mischief. "Brother, I still want to." "No, you do not." Mo Xian's objections held no weight, as Luo Muqi had never intended to consult him. Chapter 19, I knew you would go back on your word. What tormented Mo Xian the most? Was it the absurdity of the previous night? No. It was waking up past 10 o'clock to find Uncle Zheng thoughtfully presenting him with a large cup of goji berry tea, along with a bowl of Chinese herbal medicine. "What is this, Uncle Zheng?" Mo Xian questioned, eyeing the dark concoction with suspicion. Uncle Zheng glanced at him and, with a knowing look, explained that while Mr. Mo was in good health, he still needed nourishment, as instructed by the young lady. This was a specially formulated kidney tonic crafted by a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. "I have lived this long and have only heard of tonics for pregnancy. Just say it's to boost the kidneys." Mo Xian thought angrily of seeking out the two instigators of this predicament. However, Uncle Zheng informed him that before he had risen, the two sisters had taken the children back to the Luo family estate, as the matriarch was longing to see her granddaughter. Initially, the children had insisted on finding their father, but were promptly restrained by Luo Xia and Luo Muqi. Mr. Mo was also expected at the Luo residence for dinner. But for now, at lunch, the young lady had ordered a menu of stir-fried kidney, bull penis soup, and oysters. Mo Xian quickly interrupted Uncle Zheng, gritting his teeth as he asserted, "I am quite well, thank you. I will not return for lunch after consuming this medicine." He downed the herbal concoction in one go, nearly losing his previous meal to its bitterness. However, since he had not eaten breakfast, Uncle Zheng had kindly prepared lunch in advance. Sure enough, several dishes were served that were undeniably nourishing. "You plan to return to the Mo family?" Uncle Zheng was taken aback by Mo Xian's announcement. Mo Xian candidly revealed his purpose for going back, adding, "I feel that my biological father will not part with money so easily." From Mo Xian's understanding of his father, persuading Mo Changshan to spend on him would be akin to causing him immense discomfort. It was all well and good to speak of acquiring his shares, but one could be sure there would be conditions or negotiations involved. "Shall I accompany you back?" Uncle Zheng pondered. "Given the unpleasantness between you and the Mo family, they may make things difficult for you." Mo Xian shook his head, saying, "It's fine. I understand their nature well enough. I want to be taking the share authorization document with me, so it seems unlikely I will be obtaining any money today. After their meal, Mo Xian prepared to drive back to the Mo family. But Uncle Zheng handed him a new car key and showed him the black Ferrari that Luo Muki had purchased for him. Since aligning himself with the sisters, Mo Xian had paid attention to car models and prices, noting that Luo Muki's black Ferrari was valued at over 5 million. Reluctantly, he dialed Luo Muki's number. But upon seeing who was calling, she refused to answer, merely responding on WeChat with a message that read, "Brother, if you're inquiring about the car, I won't be answering the phone." In truth, he wished to express a few words to her. This madcap girl had bitten his shoulder to the point of drawing blood, leaving him with a bruise on his left shoulder upon waking. This time, Mo Xian did not hesitate, but took the car keys, whispered a few words to Uncle Zheng, who looked at him in surprise before breaking into a smile. "Rest assured, Mr. Mo." Uncle Zheng fetched a bag for Mo Xian, which contained something he needed. After confirming its contents with a nod, Mo Xian drove away from the estate. Uncle Zheng chuckled to himself, pondering that one truly does not enter the same door as one's family. Observing Mr. Mo, who appeared entirely normal, he couldn't help but wonder how he possessed such an underlying madness. After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Zheng took out his phone and called Luo Xia. Mr. Mo has returned to the Mo residence. He believes that Mo Changshan would not easily part with his money. He was not mistaken. Someone like Mo Changshan would certainly not relinquish his wealth without a fight. Inside the Luo family mansion, Luo Xia sat elegantly in a rosewood chair, her legs crossed, her demeanor cool and composed. "I am only concerned that they may trouble Xiao Xian. Please advise the staff at the rehabilitation center to be vigilant. The only real threat to Xiao Xian from the Mo family is likely his grandmother. Miss, what if the Mo family resorts to forceful intimidation against Mr. Mo?" Uncle Zheng hesitated. "Have no worries, everything will be fine." Luo Xia replied with a confident smile. "I am well aware of the Mo family's capabilities. They pose no threat. Even our bodyguards would struggle to find someone capable of besting Xiao Xian." After ending the call, Luo Xia attempted to rise, but found her legs somewhat weak. The events of the previous night made her lips curl into a faint smile. "If only my sister hadn't caused any disturbances, it would have been even more perfect." Upon returning to the Mo family villa, Mo Xian's sole thought was that, in comparison to his current residence, this place felt rather beneath his standards. The estate where the Luo sisters resided was truly situated in the upper echelons of society in Kyoto, sprawling and luxurious. It was adorned with white roses favored by Luo Xia and red roses beloved by Luo Muki, with a dedicated horticulturist employed to tend to their exquisite and costly varieties. Reflecting on this, Mo Xian couldn't help but feel a tinge of inferiority. With a self-deprecating smile, he pressed the doorbell. Moments later, the door swung open, and a middle-aged woman, upon recognizing Mo Xian, was momentarily taken aback before her eyes welled with tears. "Young master, you've returned." Aunt Wang, the housekeeper known for her kindness, felt that the disparity in treatment between Mo Xian and Mo Jinping was somewhat excessive, yet she was merely a servant and felt powerless to change it. During Mo Xian's high school years, as he was the only one attending, the Mo family did not arrange transportation for him, nor did they even see to his meals. It was Aunt Wang who prepared his late-night snacks after he returned from evening classes. In his senior year, while Mo Jinping pursued Su Yanran, Mo Changshan and Qin and I had even cut off Mo Xian's meager allowance, which had already been scant to begin with. Aunt Wang harbored concerns regarding Mo Xian's financial state. A maid, wishing to assist him with her own funds, was met with his refusal. He possessed a card gifted by his grandmother, which, while not as lavishly spent as those of other wealthy offspring, provided him with a comfortable means. "Young master, has the old master and sir finally come to terms and wish for you to return home?" Aunt Wang mused, believing Mo Xian to be more outstanding than Mo Jinping. Although her education was limited, her years in the Mo household had exposed her to the world. She could discern the value of a son who barely scraped into a regular university versus one who was granted direct admission to Kyoto University. Even she, a mere maid, understood who held greater worth. How could her employers fail to see this? "No, Aunt Wang, I left with no intention of rekindling ties, and my return this time is merely to run an errand for my grandmother," Mo Xian replied with a smile. "Are they all present?" "The second young lady is absent, as she has been busy at the madam's company lately. The third young lady is also not home." Aunt Wang sighed, aware that given the tumultuous past, Both the Mo family and Mo Xian were likely unwilling to reconcile. As they entered the villa, Mo Xian found the remaining members of the Mo family gathered in the living room, excluding the second and third daughters. The elder Mr. Mo sat on the sofa, his expression darkening at the sight of Mo Xian. Mo Changshan wore a displeased countenance, letting out a cold huff without further acknowledgement. Qin and I remained expressionless, yet scrutinized Mo Xian from head to toe. Mo Jinping, upon seeing Mo Xian, cast a venomous glare. Beside him sat Mo Qingqing, the eldest daughter of the Mo family. All three daughters inherited their mother's beauty, and Mo Qingqing was not only striking but also possessed an elegant demeanor. However, upon encountering Mo Xian, she displayed no change in emotion, though he was keenly aware of her character. Compared to his other two sisters, she was considerably more malicious. "Ah, everyone is here?" Mo Xian greeted them with a mischievous wave. "Chairman Mo, I have come to collect my funds." "You ungrateful wretch." Mo Changshan slammed his hand on the table. "What money? Quickly produce the share authorization and then leave my house." "TSK, TSK, TSK. I knew you were fickle, your words as empty as a gust of wind," Mo Xian remarked, unfazed by his father's hostility. "What if I refuse? Shall I summon 8 bodyguards to escort you to the hospital again?" At this, Mo Changshan's face turned ashen. He was indeed tempted to have Mo Xian taught a harsh lesson, yet his youngest son seemed to possess an uncanny fortitude. Previously, even 8 bodyguards had been no match for him, leaving one of them limping to this day. "Enough, Changshan," the elder Mr. Mo interjected coldly. "Mo Xian, I shall ask you this once. Is your grandmother resolute in opposing me to the bitter end? Why even ask?" Mo Xian shrugged. "You forced her away. Is it not rather excessive to blame her now?" Mr. Mo's gaze was fixed on Mo Xian, as if seeking signs of guilt, but Mo Xian remained unaffected. "Old man, you are well aware of the reasons behind Grandma's insistence on leaving home, as are they," Mo Xian remarked, gesturing towards Mo Changshan and Qin and I. "At your age, lacking respect, you caused that girl to bear a child, and yet the offspring is not even yours. Chairman Mo, how unfortunate it is that you almost had a brother. You insolent wretch." The elder Mo grabbed a cup from the tea table and hurled it at Mo Xian, who deftly sidestepped, allowing the cup to shatter harmlessly on the ground. "I mentioned before that I was intoxicated. How much longer must your grandmother dwell on such trivial matters?" The elder's finger trembled as he pointed at Mo Xian, bellowing in fury. "And furthermore, is this something a mere junior can casually bring up? If you lack shame, should I be blamed?" Mo Xian's gaze turned cold. "Old man, you know full well that it is not merely this trivial affair. My words would carry no weight otherwise." Mo Xian, Qin and I interjected, rising with an irritated tone. "Grandpa is right. He can speak of your grandmother's affairs, but you cannot. Shouldn't you apologize to Grandpa?" "Apologies. But I refuse to express regret." Mo Xian clenched the bag in his hand tightly. "If you refuse to provide the funds, I shall sell my shares to others. I am well aware of your family's lack of shame. You have not disappointed me in that regard. You are also a member of the Mo family." Mo Changshan spat through gritted teeth. "Do you believe that a document severing our ties allows you to completely detach from us? This is not a negotiation. If you relinquish your shares, the family is willing to accept you back. I heard from Jinping that you participated in the new product launch of Rongxing. If you return the shares, I can arrange for you to be introduced to a company that suits your expertise." Pausing, Mo Changshan added, "Regardless of the circumstances, family is still your bloodline. Surely it is better than relying on outsiders for a fleeting novelty?" Mo Xian discerned the implications of his words, fearing the Mo family might now believe he is being supported by a wealthy woman. However, from a practical standpoint, they were not entirely mistaken. It was not just one affluent benefactor but 2, and they had even born children. The bonds of blood can sometimes be exceedingly fragile. Mo Xian sighed and shook his head. "Let us refrain from playing the emotional card. Was it not you who insisted I leave immediately upon my arrival unless I produce the authorization letter? I stand by my previous statement. You either provide the funds, or I will sell to another party. Everything else is non-negotiable." Mo Xian was acutely aware of his family's character. Their promises had never materialized. Moreover, in his heart, his true family comprised his grandmother, Luo Xia, and Luo Muqi, his 2 precious daughters. He found his biological family to be utterly repulsive. "Brother, why must we make such a scene?" Mo Qingqing, who had remained silent until now, unexpectedly spoke up. Typically cold towards Mo Xian, she now wore a smile. albeit devoid of warmth in her eyes. The family cannot muster such a sum at present. Let us each take a step back. If you relinquish your shares, my father will provide 300 million, and we shall consider the matter settled. Mo Qingqing gradually leaned back against the sofa, adding, I own a large flat in the heart of Kyoto, which can be transferred to your name as compensation. Mo Xian could not help but smirk coldly. Could Mo Qingqing, this enchanting vixen, truly possess such benevolence? Compared to Mo Jinping, Mo Qingqing not only exhibited superior abilities, but also harbored a deeper cunning. Luo Xia and Luo Muqi had once dispatched individuals to investigate the Mo family, and it was during this time that Mo Xian discovered his elder sister's vast ambitions. She coveted the entirety of the Mo Corporation, even the Qin jewelry. Presently, she held the position of president, yet it was only a matter of time before Mo Changshan would contrive to bestow this title upon Mo Jinping. Mo Qingqing, while leading their parents and Mo Jinping to believe she could relinquish her position at any moment, secretly plotted to shift assets and cultivate her own loyalists. It was tacitly understood that Mo Jinping suppressed Mo Xian because, in contrast to Mo Xian, who excelled as the most outstanding among the Mo offspring, Mo Jinping was far easier to manipulate. Reflecting on the years past, it seemed that Mo Qingqing's indulgent favoritism towards Mo Jinping was merely a strategy to elevate him for his eventual downfall. While Mo Jinping possessed some capability, his arrogance and domineering nature were reasons for Mo Changshan's indecision in transferring power to Mo Qingqing. Had it not been for the Luo family's thorough investigation, Mo Xian would remain oblivious to the depths of his sister's scheming. I did not bring the authorization documents. Grandmother did not intend for me to require so many. Mo Xian cast a deep glance at Mo Qingqing. Since my sister has spoken thus, I am willing to concede. Father, shall we settle on this? Mo Qingqing turned to Mo Changshan. If this matter were to escalate to the point of share dilution, it would not bode well for the company. How about this? Mo Xian, I shall purchase you another vehicle, and I will personally supplement you with 10 million. Does that sound acceptable? Upon hearing this, Mo Xian remained nonchalant. Yet Mo Jinping's expression began to contort with anger. Mo Qingqing's luxurious flat in the city center was ideally situated, and he had sought to visit it twice. But Mo Qingqing had always evaded him. Now, she was offering Mo Xian not only her own funds, but also a car. On what grounds? Everything belonging to the Mo family ought to be his. Mo Xian should not receive a single cent. Nevertheless, recalling the threats he had faced in his own company's underground parking garage and the subsequent destruction of surveillance footage, Mo Jinping could only glare at Mo Xian with resentment. Too fearful to utter a word. He was not foolish. It was evident that a wealthy benefactor stood behind Mo Xian, one capable of such influence that the Mo family could scarcely afford to offend. Moreover, this individual possessed secrets he wished to keep concealed. His silence stemmed from the fear that Mo Xian might also have leverage against him. He had been on edge since Mo Xian's return. Once you are willing to part with 300 million, then we can discuss other matters? Mo Xian gradually relaxed his grip on the bag, realizing that today may not necessitate it. With that, he no longer wished to entangle himself with the Mo family and turned to leave. Humph. Your grandmother has always prided herself on being an intellectual. Yet here she is, threatening me for money, the old man Mo scoffed. What pretentiousness! Had I known this would unfold, I would never have granted her shares. Mo Xian halted in his tracks, turning to face the elder Mo with a cold voice. Grandfather, your assertion that you have never truly understood her appears to be entirely accurate. I am most grateful that you entrusted my upbringing to grandmother, for otherwise. He cast a disdainful glance at Mo Jinping. I certainly do not wish to become like him, resembling a foolish pig. Mo Jinping was utterly infuriated. He rose to his feet and bellowed. Whom do you call a foolish pig? Whoever interjects will be the target of my ire. Mo Xian, weary of idle chatter, simply turned to depart. Mo Qingqing stood up and addressed her grandfather and parents. Allow me to accompany him. Perhaps I can offer some counsel. Why concern yourself with him? Mo Changshan glared fiercely at his eldest daughter. And why did you agree to help him? Must you also contribute from your own resources? What choice do I have, father? The company will soon belong to Jinping. As his elder sister, after caring for him all these years, it is only right that I pave the way for him. Upon finishing her words, Mo Qingqing hurried after Mo Xian. Hearing this, Mo Jinping felt a surge of satisfaction. At least his elder sister still had compassion for him. Unbeknownst to him, however, as Mo Qingqing turned her head, A flicker of disdain and indifference danced in her eyes. Chapter 21. Collaboration. Having exited the Mo family villa, Mo Xian had barely reached his car when he heard Mo Qingqing's voice behind him. It seems someone indeed has been financially supporting you. Yesterday, Mother mentioned a limited edition Maybach, and today you've switched to a 5 million yuan Ferrari? Mo Xian glanced back at Mo Qingqing, who had reverted to her usual demeanor, as if everyone owed her a debt. What do you want? He inquired, fully aware that Mo Qingqing sought to engage with him. President Mo, might I surmise that you have an interest in the shares I hold? Huh. Indeed, you are far more astute than that fool Jinping, Mo Qingqing replied, no longer concealing her disdain. Truth be told, if you were the only son, I would genuinely wish to assist you. Mo Xian did not believe a single word of his elder sister's sentiments. What difference did it make to be abandoned by the family? Was Jinping not still being schemed against by her behind the scenes? I happen to have an errand. Perhaps you could give me a ride? Mo Qingqing recognized Mo Xian's distrust, but chose not to engage in further fruitless conversation. Instead, she walked directly to the passenger door. As siblings, we have never truly conversed. Have we? Mo Xian made no objection, and the two entered the car, leaving the Mo family villa behind. Shall we grab a cup of coffee? Mo Qingqing leaned back against the seat, gazing out the window. Mo Xian, I can offer you 600 million for your shares. The apartment will remain yours. And once I achieve my goals, I could even grant you additional shares in the Mo family. Mo Xian remained silent, merely programming the nearest CAF into the navigation system. Once the route was confirmed, he finally spoke. You intend to usurp control? Indeed, Mo Qingqing replied succinctly, and Mo Xian chose not to press further, simply driving her to the CAF. Upon entering, they ordered 2 cups of coffee. After taking a sip, Mo Qingqing grimaced. Instant coffee, the taste is rather subpar. Yet, she added 2 sugar packets and stirred slowly with a spoon. I am willing to collaborate with you. In the future, the Mo family could be ours to share. I do not trust you, Mo Xian stated bluntly, voicing his true feelings. You have betrayed one brother. There is no assurance you wouldn't betray another. Because you will not contest me. Mo Qingqing slowly set down the spoon, her gaze towards Mo Xian shrouded in ambiguity. I have no need for someone who covets my position, be it that fool Mo Jinping or you, my clever brother. So, you are unwilling to accept this, aren't you? Mo Xian looked at her and suddenly broke into a smile. If I recall correctly, the Mo Corporation under your stewardship has seen a steady rise in profits. Setting aside other matters, I must admit I admire your capabilities. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingqing let out a soft laugh, leaving a passing man momentarily entranced by her beauty. Although she may not rival the Luo sisters, she was undeniably exquisite in her own right. Indeed, you yearn for revenge, don't you? She elegantly sipped from her coffee cup and continued, yes, I am discontent. Why must I, as the daughter and granddaughter, be expected to make sacrifices for Mo Jinping? You need not feel any imbalance within, Mo Xian remarked, casting a glance out the window. I am but a lesser son compared to you. Huh, Mo Xian. Do you care to guess why neither grandpa nor our parents hold you in high regard? Mo Qingqing winked at him. With our lineage, it's unfathomable. You are neither adopted nor afflicted by misfortune. In fact, you are quite outstanding. Have you ever pondered why that is? Mo Xian remained silent, merely observing her, urging her to continue. Mo Qingqing retrieved her phone, found her WeChat code, and presented it to Mo Xian. Let us be friends, brother. Some matters require evidence. Do they not? Without hesitation, Mo Xian scanned the code. Moments later, Mo Qingqing sent him a document. Within lies the information you seek, including details about our parents. She tucked her phone away. As for grandfather, I can tell you it was intentional. The reasons remain unknown to me, merely conjecture. You should be unaware that grandfather once had a brother, and your birth month and date coincidentally matched that of your uncle. Mo Xian was momentarily taken aback, surprised by such a peculiar coincidence. But what relevance did it hold for him? You might inquire with grandmother, though I suspect she may also be in the dark. Mo Qingqing crossed her arms, fixing her gaze upon Mo Xian. Regarding our parents, setting aside my identity as their daughter, I must admit you are justified in your hatred towards them. You are entitled to despise me, along with your second and third sisters. They are oblivious, but I acted with intent. Mo Qingqing spoke these words with unabashed candor, exuding an air of someone who had never known guilt. Mo Xian's left hand tightened beneath the table, yet his expression remained unchanged, though a chill crept into his tone. You are remarkably forthright. Huh. Were you not already aware? Mo Qingqing replied nonchalantly. I indulge Mo Jinping, yet I also know he gains little from it. However, I must apologize regarding Su Yanran. I truly did not foresee that development. Hypocrisy. This was the only thought occupying Mo Xian's mind. Her unwavering gaze was a calculated observation for her own gain. He even suspected she relished the prospect of Mo Jinping and Su Yanran's union. Logically, if she wished to seize control of the Mo Corporation from Mo Jinping, she ought to be obstructing him instead. However, she had never intervened from the beginning and even provided financial support to Mo Jinping. This indicates that the union between Mo Jinping and Su Yanran was advantageous to her, and that is the sole reason. I can collaborate with you, Mo Xian spoke slowly. However, I must receive payment before relinquishing any shares. Are you capable of making decisions regarding Grandma? Naturally, otherwise I would not have agreed. Upon hearing Mo Xian's words, Mo Qingqing nodded, then rose to her feet and stated, Wait for my news. Rest assured, I am not like our parents or grandfather. I keep my promises. By the way, this time, I will treat. Mo Xian gazed out the window as Mo Qingqing hailed a taxi and left. He slowly retrieved a voice recorder from his pocket and couldn't help but smile. He could understand Mo Qingqing. Anyone would be reluctant to relinquish what they had acquired. Yet, Mo Qingqing's heart was excessively cruel, simultaneously nurturing Mo Jinping while allowing him to suppress her. Understanding did not equate to reconciliation with his elder sister. On the contrary, Mo Xian was aware that once Mo Qingqing obtained everything, he would likely be the next target. Meanwhile, Luo Xia received a message on her phone. After a glance, she displayed no emotion and simply locked her screen. Sister, what's wrong? Luo Miyuki inquired curiously as she sat beside Luo Xia. Luo Xia chuckled softly, her slender fingers tapping on her phone screen. Mo Qingqing is indeed restless. She intends to acquire Xiao Xian's shares. Oh, she is finally making her move? Luo Miyuki responded with no surprise, as if the sisters had anticipated this all along. Luo Xia let out a cold laugh, sent a message, and then set her phone down, with the recipient noted as Su Yanran. Chapter 22. My daughter, who are you to speak? After leaving the CAF, Mo Xian checked the time. He had originally planned to head to school, but midway, he received a video from Luo Xia. His two daughters were at the Luo family residence, crying and demanding their father, and no amount of coaxing seemed to work. Consequently, Mo Xian had no choice but to drive to the Luo household. Due to his participation in the research group, he was not enrolled in a full-time doctoral program, allowing him a relatively flexible schedule. Upon arriving at the Luo family residence, he was surprised to find the two little ones waiting at the entrance. Daddy, Daddy. Upon seeing Mo Xian, Luo Weier and Luo Shuer rushed towards him with their little legs. They clung to his legs, gazing up at him with pitiful expressions. What is the matter, my dears? Seeing the two of them caused Mo Xian to forget all his worries. As he lifted them up, the sisters wrapped their arms around his neck, each planting a big kiss on him. Mr. Mo, you have arrived. The nanny caring for the two children looked at Mo Xian as if he were a savior. The little miss has been insisting on seeing you. And with guests at the old lady's place, they had no choice but to call you. Everything is fine now, Daddy is here. Mo Xian set the children down and took one hand of each. Since there are guests at the old lady's, I might as well take the children home. The young lady and the second young lady instructed us to wait for your arrival to escort you inside. Upon hearing the nanny's words, Mo Xian nodded, taking his daughter by the hand as they followed her into the ancestral home. Dubbed as the ancestral residence, it was, in truth, a grand mansion preserved from the Republican era. The Luo family, a century-old lineage, possessed profound heritage, having already made their mark in the capital during that era. There existed an even older estate, yet for reasons unknown, the Luo family chose not to reside there. As they passed the reception room, the door was ajar. Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki sat on the sofa with cold expressions, while the matriarch engaged in amiable conversation with an elderly lady of similar age. Beside the old lady sat a man clad in a deep blue bespoke suit, appearing to be in his mid-20s, whose gaze occasionally drifted towards the Luo sisters. Mo Xian's expression hardened instantly. Individuals like him typically arrived with intentions of courtship. The Luo family's stature was evident, and with the stunning beauty and figures of Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki, it was unsurprising that affluent suitors sought their hand, despite their motherhood. Shaking his head, Mo Xian chose to leave with his child. His status precluded him from acting, and in truth, he felt overwhelming guilt. Each time he was reminded of this situation, his disdain for Imo Jinping deepened. The complexities of emotions among Luo Xia, Luo Miyuki, and himself, intertwined by their children, were palpable. Though better choices awaited them, they remained steadfastly by his side. From Imo Xian's perspective, it was Imo Jinping's initial betrayal that had led to these complications. Upon reaching the second floor with the children, Imo Xian sat on the sofa, feeling inexplicably unsettled. Such occurrences were not without precedent, and he had even visited the estate where the Luo sisters resided. His sense of inferiority prompted him to consider leaving this place for good, particularly in moments like these when he felt like a castaway, unworthy of Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki. Like a whale in the deep sea, no matter how hard he leapt, he could never hope to touch the stars. Daddy, daddy. The calls of his two daughters jolted Imo Xian from his reverie. Looking at his adorable daughters, he sighed, adjusted his emotions, and took out his phone, asking if they would like to watch a cartoon. Luo Wire and Luo Schwerer adored Pokemon, not for the battles, but simply for the multitude of charming creatures. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly. The man from the reception room entered without knocking. Taken aback upon seeing Imo Xian, he arrogantly inquired why a male nanny was still present. Imo Xian glanced at him, replying coolly, "Sir, it is basic courtesy to knock before entering." Unperturbed, the man disdainfully surveyed the two engrossed children before commanding, "You may leave now." Imo Xian remained silent, staring at the man as if he were a fool. To put it plainly, the man had a decent appearance, standing at a similar height to him. However, the aloof gaze and the subtle gestures invariably reminded Imo Xian of a certain lord of the fish pond. "Did you not hear? You must be either Luo Xia's or Luo Miyuki's assistant," the man remarked, his tone tinged with displeasure as he observed Imo Xian's lack of response. "Regardless of whom I marry, I harbor no fondness for you. Leave at once." "And what if I choose not to depart?" Imo Xian retorted, reclining provocatively on the sofa and casting a defiant glance in his direction. The man, unfazed by anger, disdainfully replied, "As the future son-in-law of the Luo family, do you think I cannot manage a mere assistant like you?" A nearby housekeeper rolled her eyes, muttering, "Leave? No one can leave this household, especially not Mr. Imo otherwise. These two little cherubs will surely bring the house down with their cries." "You can talk when you become the Luo family's son-in-law," she added. Imo Xian suppressed the urge to punch him and chose to ignore him instead. At that moment, Luo Wire fortuitously glanced back at the man, playfully sticking out her tongue before sweetly addressing Imo Xian, "Daddy, I want some candy." Upon hearing Luo Wire call him daddy, the man's expression stiffened. He was uncertain whether Luo Wire belonged to Luo Xia or Luo Miyuki, yet this only amplified the bleakness of his already dim prospects. Earlier, both Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki had shown him no kindness, even neglecting to respond to his greetings. He had accompanied his grandmother, and had it not been for her acquaintance with the matriarch of the Luo family, he might not have even laid eyes on the two sisters. Luo Wire, seemingly oblivious to the man's presence, continued to cling to Imo Xian's arm with affection. "Daddy is the most handsome. Who would want to look at this strange uncle?" she exclaimed. The man muttered under his breath about the lack of upbringing associated with a child born out of wedlock. "I am Yi Ning from the Yi family of Kyoto. Surely you have heard of me?" he asserted. "What did you just say?" Imo Xian suddenly lifted his gaze to meet Yi Ning's eyes, his expression sharp as a blade. Yi Ning, unaware of the shift, sneered, "Are you frightened?" "I said I am from the Yi family of Kyoto. I demand to know what you just said." Imo Xian's voice rose several degrees, devoid of warmth. Although Yi Ning felt a twinge of fear, he maintained his haughty demeanor, retorting mockingly, "Did I err? Is it not true that you lack proper upbringing?" Imo Xian slowly rose, gently placing Luo Wire on the sofa and affectionately patting her head before striding towards Yi Ning. "What? Do you, a mere employee, wish to strike me?" he challenged. Though the Yi family may not rival the Luo family in Kyoto, they were still a prominent household, far superior to the Imo family. Yi Ning genuinely doubted Imo Xian would dare to touch him. Thus, when Imo Xian's hand struck his face, sending him spinning in place, Yi Ning believed he must be dreaming. "Did you just hit me?" he stammered in disbelief. Imo Xian's cold gaze bore into him, his voice laced with menace and warning. "My daughter is not subject to the opinions of someone as inept as you." Chapter 23. Luo Xia, your face is soiled by his hand. Yi Ning had never endured such humiliation. In Kyoto, few dared to slap the heir of the Yi family in such a manner. "Daddy, no hitting. As Luo Weier and Luo Shuer witnessed Mo Xian strike Yi Ning across the face, they rushed over to cling to his legs. Upon seeing the pitiful expression on his daughters' faces, the flames of anger within Mo Xian were extinguished in an instant. "I am sorry, my dear daughters," he apologized. "A father should not lose his temper and resort to violence in front of his precious children." Yi Ning, infuriated by this, exclaimed, "You hit me. Yet you apologize to your daughters instead of to me?" But before he could articulate further, the door was forcefully kicked open and Luo Xia entered. Her 10-centimeter stilettos clicking against the floor, exuding an aura of icy disdain. Yi Ning's words were abruptly stifled. "Miss, a moment ago, this Mr." Yi entered without knocking and spoke disrespectfully to Mr. Mo and the young ladies. The housekeeper dutifully summarized the earlier events to Luo Xia. Mr. Mo struck him in response to the insult directed at the young ladies. Luo Xia turned her gaze towards Yi Ning, her exquisitely beautiful face seemingly encased in frost. Her enchanting almond eyes devoid of warmth. "Apologize," she uttered coldly. Yi Ning, unable to contain his emotions, retorted loudly, "Luo Xia, your person struck me. And you expect me to apologize?" Your face sullied his hands. The chill surrounding Luo Xia intensified. "I command you to apologize." Yi Ning was nearly choked by her words. What did she mean by his hands sullying her face? Did she consider him mere refuse? "Oh, young Master Yi, has life treated you so well that you dare to flaunt your power in the Luo family estate?" Luo Miyuki had entered unbeknownst to anyone, arms crossed and a feigned smile gracing her lips. She turned to the housekeeper, inquiring whether the young ladies had called for their father. "They did," the housekeeper replied candidly. Mr. Yi also claimed that the young ladies were born out of wedlock and lacked proper upbringing. "Oh, and by the way," Mr. Yi entered without knocking. Yi Ning's face flushed with shame, alternating between red and pale. Accustomed to his own arrogance and overconfidence, he believed that merely accepting Luo Xia or Luo Miyuki, both of whom were unwed mothers, was already a significant concession on his part. While the Yi family may not be as esteemed as the Luo family, they nonetheless held a reputable status in Kyoto, having been raised in luxury and indulgence, which fostered Yi Ning's haughty demeanor. Yet, he forgot that this was the Luo family, where even the head of the Yi family would have to lower their pride. "Get out," Luo Xia commanded, pointing towards the door. Humiliated, Yi Ning shot a resentful glare at Mo Xian, but dared not utter another word, hastily departing instead. Are the children unharmed? Once the outsiders had departed, the cold demeanor of Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki seemed to dissipate as they approached Mo Xian with warmth. "Is everything all right?" they softly inquired, as if their gentleness were a privilege bestowed solely upon him. "It's fine. I should be the one apologizing." Mo Xian felt a pang of guilt, realizing that no matter how angry he was, he should never have resorted to violence in front of the children. "Did I cause you any trouble?" "Not at all. It's merely a trivial matter," Luo Xia replied tenderly, stroking Mo Xian's head. "It's just Yi Ning. I truly do not regard him as a threat." Luo Miyuki nodded at the nanny, who, understanding the cue, discreetly exited while gently closing the door behind her. She was brought by the matriarch of the Yi family, who had already expressed her disapproval. Luo Xia, seated on the sofa, tenderly embraced Luo Weier, who had been snuggling with her father. "Our child shall have but one father, and no one can ever replace you, Xiao Xian." Mo Xian felt a flush of embarrassment at Luo Xia's words. Rendered speechless, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. As they departed from the Luo family villa, old Madame Yi and Yi Ning entered their own Rolls-Royce. The elderly matriarch cast a reproachful glance at Yi Ning, who was covering her face in shame. "You have been spoiled by your parents." Old Madame Yi sighed. "The matriarch of the Luo family just stated her desire against a union between our families. Yet you foolishly proclaim yourself the future son-in-law of the Luo family. What a ridiculous notion." Yi Ning felt a pang of fear towards her grandmother, compounded by her own guilt, and lowered her head, afraid to retort. In the tumultuous past of the Luo family, only Luo Tian remained from the main branch, while the second house was represented solely by the Luo sisters. Many eyes were upon them, and here she was, taking advantage of her acquaintance with the matriarch to bring Yi Ning along, only for her to present herself in such a debauched manner. Old Madame Yi sighed again. It was no secret that suitors in the capital coveted Luo Xia or Luo Miyuki, and not to mention the illustrious Xiao family or the devout Qing family, who possessed far superior lineage and capabilities compared to Yi Ning. Both those families were at a loss regarding these two princesses, Yet her grandson dared to offend them with his usual demeanor, even going so far as to speak ill of their daughters. Enough of this marriage. You can forget about it, old Madame Yi declared, weary of the matter, and closed her eyes to rest. I have already found another young lady for you. Though her background pales in comparison to ours and the Luo family, she possesses ambition and bears a striking resemblance to my younger self. Prepare yourself. You shall meet her soon. Grandmother, who is she? Yi Ning inquired. The eldest daughter of the Mo family, Mo Qingqing. As old Madame Luo pushed open the door, she observed 3 adults joyfully entertaining 2 children. She quietly closed the door again and turned to leave. Madam, are you not going in? Asked an attending aunt, to which old Madame Luo waved her hand, suggesting they discuss it during dinner. That Mo Xian is indeed unfortunate to be entangled with our 2 daughters, she lamented. The aunt was momentarily taken aback. What was the old lady saying? Mo Xian must have been extraordinarily fortunate to have garnered the attention of 2 young ladies. Yet here was the matriarch speaking as if it were a misfortune. Do not think me mad. Love is a heavy burden, and one can easily become consumed by it. Old Madame Luo responded, shaking her head with a sigh. These 2 girls may pretend for now, but eventually, their facade will crumble. It is also the fault of that deceased old fool. Had he not left behind a legacy of indiscretion, this entanglement would not have arisen. The aunt, upon hearing this, felt a chill of apprehension. The late master of the Luo family had been notorious in his youth, leaving behind 2 illegitimate sons and a daughter. Unexpectedly, these 3 individuals plotted to eradicate the families of the eldest and second sons born to the late Lord Luo, who passed away a decade ago, in a bid to seize the entire Luo family. Particularly, the sisters Luo Xia and Luo Muqi, along with Luo Tian, became their primary targets for elimination. During that tumultuous period, the aunt was unaware of the details. It was believed that the sisters had fallen victim to a love child and had gone missing for 2 years. It was only later revealed that they had been placed in the care of a trusted individual within the Luo family, hidden away for their protection. It was not until 2 years later, when the internal strife within the Luo family concluded, that the 2 young ladies were brought back home, marking the onset of their drastically altered personalities. Yet, what does this have to do with Mo Xian? The aunt pondered, aware that it was not her place to inquire. It is also our fault, the late Lady Luo reflected, tears streaming down her cheeks. Had I not been so obstinate, nearly sacrificing their sisterhood, they would not have transformed into their current selves. The younger generation will find their own fortune. If they deem this suitable, then let them be. Chapter 24. Calm down. Don't come any closer. Xiao Xian, may I ask you something? As Mo Xian stepped out for water, Luo Xia followed him and pulled him into a small room. What is it? Mo Xian recalled leaving Luo Xia's room last night, only to have Luo Muqi take advantage of the situation, feeling as though he had been caught in an act of infidelity. Don't be so nervous, Luo Xia said with a teasing smile. I merely wish to know if there were any developments after your return to the Mo family. Mo Xian felt a sense of relief. Considering how exhausted Luo Xia had been last night, she must have gone to rest early. Nothing much, just that my biological father did not disappoint me. Mo Xian forced a bitter smile as he recounted the events of the day, even explaining his collaboration with Mo Qingqing. However, Luo Xia's brow furrowed as she coldly inquired, "Why did you have coffee alone with Mo Qingqing?" Mo Xian was momentarily taken aback by her question. He had had coffee with Mo Qingqing due to a need to discuss matters. Yet, observing Luo Xia's displeased expression, he could not fathom why she was suddenly angry. From now on, do not meet with other women alone. Luo Xia suddenly grasped Mo Xian's right wrist with utmost seriousness. Xia, have you forgotten? She is my biological sister. Realizing the cause of Luo Xia's emotional shift, Mo Xian attempted to explain with a hint of exasperation. Luo Xia seemed momentarily dazed and, feeling awkward, cleared her throat. I fear she may endanger you. In any case, aside from me and my sister, you are not to have private encounters with other women. Understood. Mo Xian chuckled helplessly. And for reasons unknown, he reached out affectionately to ruffle Luo Xia's hair. The sudden intimacy caused Luo Xia to momentarily appear dazed. But then a gentle, yet slightly frail expression washed over her. Before Mo Xian could react, Luo Xia seized his collar and pressed her lips against his. This time, after a brief moment of astonishment, Mo Xian gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist. However, this only drove Luo Xia into a deeper frenzy. After a prolonged silence, her lips parted, and her hands restlessly unzipped Imo Xian's pants. "Xia, please stop," Imo Xian exclaimed, alarmed as he hurriedly attempted to restrain her mischievous hands. Yet, Luo Xia seized the opportunity to tear off his outer jacket, and with a somewhat wild vigor, she yanked at the collar of his inner long-sleeve shirt, exposing his solid right shoulder. "Xian, tell me, between my sister and me, who brought you more joy last night?" Imo Xian was taken aback by Luo Xia's question, feeling a vivid red danger flare above his head. What are you saying?" He turned his gaze away, unable to meet her eyes. "I was just sleeping yesterday, wasn't I?" Luo Xia chuckled lightly, her gaze shimmering with a sickly, frenzied light. Yet her touch was unexpectedly gentle as she caressed Imo Xian's bare shoulder. "My dear Xian, you've even learned to lie to me." She leaned closer to his shoulder. "Now, tell me, what happened to your left shoulder?" "Xia, let me explain." "Calm down, please. Don't come any closer." As he stared at the bruised hue of his right shoulder, Imo Xian's mind was consumed with a singular thought: let it all end. He was exhausted. Luo Xia, satisfied, licked her crimson lips and wrapped her arms tightly around Imo Xian's neck, asking, "So Xian, you still haven't told me who made you happier last night? Must I choose one?" "Yes, I choose death." Luo Xia let out a mocking laugh, gently stroking Imo Xian's face as she said, "I could never bear to lose you. Now let us head back." She helped him straighten his clothes and suddenly whispered in his ear, "Tonight, you must sleep with me." Imo Xian, resigned and offering no resistance, followed Luo Xia out of the small room. As they exited, his phone buzzed with a message from Luo Muki. "Brother, I will surprise you again tonight." Imo Xian couldn't shake the feeling that since the sisters had made their intentions known, things had become rather peculiar. Although they remained gentle with him, their possessiveness seemed to have intensified. Reflecting on the previous night, he felt a dryness in his throat and warmth creeping to his cheeks. He had no recollection of that wild night with Luo Xia and her sister, and when he thought of the most recent encounter, he had assumed it was merely a dream, blissfully unaware that he had been thoroughly consumed by them. Yet, this time was different. Imo Xian was fully conscious and willingly engaged. At his age, brimming with youthful vigor and strength, it was only natural that he found himself somewhat unsettled after tasting such experiences. "Mr. Imo, are you all right?" A caretaker gently tapped his shoulder, bringing him back to reality. He felt a bit embarrassed as he replied, "I'm fine, just lost in thought." "Mr. Imo, the old lady wishes to see you." Curiosity piqued. Imo Xian listened to the caretaker. He had visited the Luo family on numerous occasions, but aside from the initial meeting regarding the children, he had not had a private conversation with the old lady since. Accompanying the nanny into the study, the elderly Lady Luo, adorned with reading glasses, held a book in her hands. Upon noticing Imo Xian's entrance, she smiled and said, "Ah, young Imo has arrived. Perfect timing. I require assistance in organizing the bookshelves. Would you lend me a hand?" "Of course, Lady Luo," Imo Xian replied, filled with respect for her. She was indeed a remarkable individual, having studied abroad in her youth. And her family, the Zhen family, held considerable influence. It was she who had consented to Imo Xian, Luo Xia, and Luo Muki cohabiting to care for the children, never once reproaching him. "Young Imo, do you have any plans for the future?" Lady Luo inquired suddenly. While adjusting the labels on the bookshelf, Imo Xian responded, "I wish to complete my studies first. As for the future, I have yet to formulate a concrete plan." His academic progress had been quite swift, yet he found himself lacking a definitive career path after graduation. "I say this, and you may perceive me as a meddlesome old woman," Lady Luo remarked, closing the book in her hands. "The Luo family is not in want of wealth. Even if you were to accomplish nothing, Xia and Muki could provide you with a life of opulence. Therefore, young Imo, have you considered living in a place where no one knows you, alongside them and the children? I am aware of your circumstances and shall not interfere. Given the current situation, it is the sister's choice. Should you agree, I can offer you shares in the Luo family business, and I possess considerable assets that I could bestow upon you. All I ask is that you leave Kyoto to pursue your own life." Imo Xian paused momentarily, then turned to face Lady Luo, who bore an exceptionally serious expression, her gaze unwavering. "Are you concerned that they might threaten Luo Tian's position?" he asked. Upon hearing his words, Lady Luo did not exhibit anger. Instead, she smiled softly. In terms of capability, while Xia may be younger than Luo Tian, she surpasses him in excellence. Muki, though playful, is equally formidable when focused, being a renowned designer. I would not relinquish them unless absolutely necessary. Or is it that something has crossed your mind? Mo Xian, taken aback, felt a sense of confusion. His instinctual reaction was to think that Lady Luo feared Xia and Miyuki might pose a threat to Luo Tian. This feeling was familiar, as if he had once known something significant, yet the memory eluded him. Noticing his perplexed expression, Lady Luo secretly sighed in relief, pondering that perhaps it was for the best that he could not recall. Consider this, young Mo. I have entrusted my two most cherished granddaughters to your care. Lady Luo gradually rose to her feet. In truth, I would prefer you to remain. Even if your relationship with Xia and Miyuki were to become public, the Luo family would not be concerned. Their sisterly bond aside, your talents are exceedingly rare. At your age, achieving such academic prowess is nothing short of extraordinary. To put it selfishly, it would be far better for a gem like you to thrive under my guidance than to seek your fortune elsewhere, would it not? Yet, I suspect that in the end, you may still choose to leave Kyoto. I have come to understand you well, my dear child. Your temperament is one of adaptability, devoid of grand ambitions. As for those two adversaries of theirs, do not underestimate your significance in their hearts. In truth, the venerable matriarch of the Luo family has not fully divulged the reality. Their departure from the bustling capital with Mo Xian is a boon for this family of five. Mo Xian is the Achilles heel of Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki. While the waters are calm and all appears well, should anything befall Mo Xian, it is likely that their granddaughter would cause an uproar throughout the entire city. Originally, Luo Miyuki's marriage to Mo Xian, with Luo Weier counted among her possessions, was the most splendid resolution. Given the status of the Luo family, social standing need not align as long as one's character is commendable. The decision to not select Luo Xia was rooted in the matriarch's desire for Luo Tian to succeed as chairman, with Luo Xia as CEO. Yet, with just a single utterance from Luo Xia, the matriarch chose to abandon all pretense of control. Grandmother, if you wish for me not to utterly ruin the Luo family, then you should proceed as you see fit. In that moment of madness, Luo Xia instilled fear even in the seasoned matriarch. She was certain of Luo Xia's capabilities and her willingness to act upon them. With Mo Xian capable of pacifying their sisterly bond, the matriarch acquiesced. Initially, upon learning of Mo Xian's relationship with Su Yanran, she felt trepidation merely at the thought of it. These sisters had endured in silence for so long, striving for their guardians to relinquish their control. All their efforts were aimed at conveying that they, as sisters, would remain steadfast as long as Mo Xian was by their side. In the capital, Mo Xian could easily find himself in peril. His original family and those affluent families coveting Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki, even those envious of Mo Xian's talents, could very well become threats. Rather than allowing them to remain unsettled, it would be wiser to provide them with a stable and secure future. Though Luo Tian may not match Luo Xia's prowess, his abilities are by no means inferior, and the family boasts 2 sons and a daughter, any of whom could assume leadership of the Luo family in the future. Should they choose not to depart, everything would remain unchanged, and the Luo family would resolutely protect Mo Xian. After all, this is a debt owed to the sisters. Mo Xian remained silent for a considerable time. Indeed, he too wished to leave the capital, a sentiment shared by Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki. While he had devoted much energy to his profession and possessed exceptional talent, the betrayals of familial bonds, love, and friendship had led him to adopt a more lenient perspective on many matters. I will heed their wishes, he finally spoke, as long as they desire it. I shall remain by their side, regardless of their decision. The matriarch gazed at Mo Xian, sighed softly, and chose not to elaborate further. After dining at the ancestral home, Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki entered their own vehicle, while the 2 little ones accompanied Mo Xian in his. Originally, returning to the ancestral home would have allowed them to meet the parents of the Luo sisters, but they were abroad and would not be returning for the time being. Upon arriving at the estate, the 2 little ones tugged at Mo Xian, eager for him to play with them, which he was more than willing to do. Daddy, Weier wants sweet tea. Daddy, Schwer wants some too. Due to Mo Xian's culinary skills, he learned to make pear tea from his grandmother. Occasionally, he would indulge the 2 little ones who often begged him to prepare it for them. All right, I'll go make it, he replied, always accommodating to his daughter's requests. Xia, Miyuki, would you like some? Yes, please. Brother, make sure to add plenty of honey to mine. Mo Xian nodded in agreement and headed to the kitchen. Luo Xia glanced at her sister, a faint smile gracing her lips. Miyuki, why don't we rest early today? Luo Miyuki raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Sister, Let's see who actually gets to rest first. Luo Wire and Luo Schwer, observing their surroundings, exchanged glances before hurriedly sliding off the sofa to find their father. Otherwise, it will get chilly, and the babies are afraid of the cold. They exclaimed, "Daddy, Daddy." Spotting Imo Xian slicing pears, the two little ones clung to his legs. Imo Xian quickly set down the knife, bending down to comfort them. "Be good, little ones. Don't run into the kitchen. Daddy will finish soon." "I want to be with Daddy," Luo Wire said in her sweet voice, while Luo Schwer nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. "Mommy and Auntie are too cold and scary. They wouldn't want to suffer." Imo Xian, puzzled, instructed the two toddlers to stay at a safe distance and reminded them not to run around. The children obediently waited, watching their father. After a while, he finally managed to serve the pair tea to both mothers, who then retreated to their room. Upon seeing their mother and aunt leave, the two little ones exchanged glances and playfully pleaded with their father as he helped them change into their pajamas. "Daddy, will you stay and sleep with Wire, Schwer?" Since the sisters shared a room and slept on a large bed, Imo Xian occasionally joined them for the night. Realizing it had been several days since he last held his daughters while sleeping, he gently pinched their little noses and said, "All right, Daddy will wash up and change into pajamas first. I'll be there shortly, okay?" About an hour later, Luo Xia and Luo Muki coincidentally emerged from their rooms, meeting at the door of Imo Xian's chamber. "All right, Muki," Luo Xia assessed her sister's appearance, noting her delicate white lace nightgown that accentuated her curves. "Are you really planning to compete with me?" Luo Muki scoffed at her sister, her own black lace nightgown equally captivating. Suddenly blushing, she whispered, "Sister, how about we?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xia maintained a neutral expression but turned her head away, softly agreeing, "All right." However, when the sisters opened the door, they found that Imo Xian was not in the bedroom at all. At that moment, he was fast asleep, cradling both of his precious daughters, their faces adorned with mischievous smiles. Chapter 26. A nest of snakes and rats. When Imo Xian awoke the next day, he was nearly startled to death by the sight before him. The bed is indeed quite spacious, specially crafted for Luo Wire and Luo Schwer, who are not known for their stillness while sleeping. However, accommodating two adult women in addition would render it rather cramped. Presently, the two children are nestled at the head of the bed, their heads pressed against Imo Xian, while Luo Xia and Luo Muki occupy his arms on either side, clearly having shifted the children to make room for themselves in his embrace. As Imo Xian attempts to withdraw his arms, he is taken aback when Luo Xia, still drowsy, opens her eyes and, upon noticing his wakefulness, offers a sultry smile. Her already exquisite features appear even more enchanting with a hint of languor from just waking up, combined with that irresistible smile, causing Imo Xian's heart to race uncontrollably. In the next moment, her ethereal beauty magnifies in his gaze as her soft, rosy lips gently press against his. Before he can fully comprehend the kiss, Luo Muki, still with closed eyes, reaches out to caress Imo Xian's face, suddenly breaking into a smile and slowly leaning in for a kiss of her own. Imo Xian's mind goes blank. How could he possibly withstand such sensations? Perhaps I should order a larger bed? Luo Xia sits up, stretching languidly with a sense of satisfaction, having changed into appropriate sleepwear due to the presence of the children. She glances at the two little ones, who are sleeping soundly like small kittens, and feels a surge of irritation. Who would have thought these two little bundles would intercept her plans? Luo Muki, resembling a large cat, not only remains nestled against Imo Xian, but intentionally snuggles in closer. Luo Xia coldly commands her to stop pretending and get up for work. "Sister, you only know how to pressure me," Luo Muki complains, opening her eyes with a feigned pout, clinging to Imo Xian's arm. "I'm not going to work today. I have to return to school." "Brother, shall we leave together later? What business do you have at school?" Before Imo Xian can inquire, Luo Xia interjects. Luo Muki slowly rises, noticing Luo Schwer sprawled out above her, and can't resist pinching her chubby little face. "You little brat, trying to steal my man, are you?" Poor Luo Schwer, still lost in slumber, feels her mother's pinch on her cheek. Though it doesn't hurt, it prompts her to grunt and swat at Luo Muki's hand in protest. After venting her frustration, Luo Muki affectionately rubs her daughter's face before turning back to Luo Xia. "Did you forget, sister? I'm still pursuing my graduate studies in the art department." This is no lie. Although she majored in finance in college, she never abandoned her passion for painting and design. Thus, She chose to continue her education at the Academy of Fine Arts at Kyoto University, albeit not on a full-time basis, much like Imo Shien. Imo Shien pays little mind to this, as he used to hitch rides with Luo Miyuki to school before her graduation. He turns to rouse the two little ones from their slumber, but suddenly, an inexplicable chill envelopes the room, prompting him to drape a blanket over himself. Why does the temperature in this room fluctuate so unexpectedly? He naturally did not see it. Luo Shio wore a gloomy expression, exuding an icy aura. Sister, rest assured. I will not indulge in any indiscretions, Luo Miyuki said, playfully clinging to Luo Shia's arm in a soft whisper. At school, my brother and I are not even in the same major, so there is simply no opportunity for that, right? As she spoke, Luo Miyuki discreetly drew a cross on the ground with her left foot. Such a trivial gesture could not escape Luo Shia's notice. She sighed and conceded. I'll let you off this time, but you know the conditions for tonight. All right, Luo Miyuki chuckled. Then I shall go change my clothes. With a cheerful demeanor, she left the baby's bedroom, oblivious to the slight curve of Luo Shia's lips. Imo Shien returned to his room to freshen up and change his attire, only then recalling the document sent by Imo Qingqing. In truth, he held little interest in it, as Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki had already unearthed much information using the Luo family's resources. Consequently, any lingering affection he had for his parents had completely evaporated. After some contemplation, Imo Shien decided to open the folder. He was curious to see if there was anything the Luo family had overlooked. Upon opening the document, he was taken aback. For the first time, he found himself admiring Imo Qingqing, unsure whether to commend her for her cunning or to lament that she had inherited the ruthlessness of Imo Changshan and Qin and I. Although the Luo family wielded considerable influence, there were matters that Imo Qingqing, being part of the Imo family, could navigate with greater ease. He could hardly fathom the depths of cruelty to which Imo Changshan could stoop. Imo Jinping was not Qin Ni's biological child. Rather, he was the illegitimate son of Imo Changshan and his first love, Li Yuzhen. Imo Shien was already aware of this fact, as Uncle Zheng had used this secret to threaten Imo Jinping. It seemed that apart from him and Imo Qingqing and the parties involved, Imo Changshan and Imo Jinping, no one in the Imo family knew that Imo Jinping was not Qin Ni's child. The son he had exchanged for Imo Jinping, his own flesh and blood brother, had already perished, with Li Yuzhen handling the matter, and Imo Changshan having consented to it. As for the evidence, it was a recording. Imo Xian's hand trembled as he gripped his phone. The cruelty of a tiger does not extend to its offspring. He had not only mistreated Imo Jinping, but had even caused the death of his own biological son. Yet he held no sympathy for Qin and I. She was not innocent either. Jiang Xifeng was not merely her godson. He was, in truth, her illegitimate child. This couple both harbored memories of their first loves, yet neither chose to pursue them. You two are truly a match made in heaven. Imo Shien could not help but sneer. What a pity, Qin. Your fate is quite tragic as well. Imo Qingqing had uncovered Jiang Xifeng's identity, but she had not delved deeper into the hidden truths. While the Luo family was well aware, a dark thought suddenly crossed Imo Xien's mind. If Qin and I were to learn of everything, both Imo Jinping's and Jiang Xifeng's identities, how would she react? He felt a strong urge for revenge, had it not been for his grandmother still being alive. Imo Shien might have considered compiling the documents and delivering them to Imo Changshan and Qin and I, allowing them to tear each other apart. However, he could not do so. He had promised his grandmother. Imo Shien did not care for the Imo family, but he could not disregard his grandmother's feelings. Taking a deep breath, Imo Shien opened his laptop and uploaded the files for backup. If it were merely due to his mistreatment, he would not harbor such profound hatred towards them. What he found utterly unacceptable was the realization that his own biological parents would conspire against him for the sake of Imo Jinping, ultimately forcing Su Yinran to part ways with him. What infuriated him even more was the fact that when his grandmother fell ill, not a single member of the Imo family extended a helping hand. Instead, they mocked him cruelly. They believed that he was acting intentionally, even suspecting that he had orchestrated the doctor's call to deceive them for financial gain. He would forever remember Imo Changshan's cold, scornful remark, "I can give my money to whomever I please. You needn't lie about your grandmother. If she truly dies, it's of no concern to me." If it weren't for the Imo family's indifference and arrogance, his grandmother would not have had such a limited time left. Imo Changshan and Qin and I await the day when your reputations are utterly destroyed, when you tear each other apart like dogs. Mo Xian clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chapter 27. He is my man. After having breakfast, Luo Xia arrived at the company, where Sister Hui promptly approached her to report in a hushed tone that the Yi family had made contact with Mo Qingqing. Oh, no wonder. Luo Xia couldn't help but smirk. Prior to Mo Xian's disclosure, she was already well aware of Mo Qingqing's ambitions. Yet, it was evident that she could not engage Mo Xian in negotiations solely on her own merit. It was unsurprising that the elderly matriarch of the Yi family took an interest in her, as she had a penchant for ambitious women. Gently caressing the necklace Mo Xian had gifted her, Luo Xia reassured herself. It's inconsequential. They are merely the Yi family. Mo Xian remained oblivious to the true nature of Luo Xia. To him, the power of this financial heiress was merely an abstract notion. Furthermore, in Mo Xian's eyes, Luo Xia exuded warmth. Despite her typically aloof demeanor, he perceived her as not being a heartless individual. In reality, however, the enterprises and conglomerates she had dismantled numbered not less than 80, including deeply entrenched aristocratic families and well-funded foreign enterprises. When not confronted by Mo Xian, even Luo Tian found her cruelty appalling. The Luo family was not only a premier financial power, but also wielded significant influence in the underworld, military, and political spheres. Countless rival factions could be obliterated at a mere flick of her wrist, should this grand princess of the Luo family desire it. This was precisely why so many affluent heirs, despite Luo Xia being unwed and having a daughter out of wedlock, clamored to marry her. Thus, Luo Tian, Sister Hui, and others failed to comprehend why Luo Xia and Luo Muqi would expend such effort on minute investigations, infiltrating the Mo and Qin families. With a mere nod from her, the Mo and Qin families could be eradicated from the capital by the next day. Seemingly sensing Sister Hui's confusion, Luo Xia chuckled softly, stating, "Little Xian has been enduring in silence, as his grandmother cannot bear to see him embroiled in a bitter struggle with his own parents. Therefore, before he resolves to take action, how could I possibly intervene? My partner's desires are my commands. Whatever he wishes to accomplish, I shall assist him in achieving. If he wishes to confront the Mo family on his own, I shall, of course, allow him to do so. My sole intention is to ensure he faces no hindrance." Sister Hui observed the morbid smile of Luo Xia, which appeared even more terrifying than usual. Typically, Luo Xia was merely cold and ruthless. As the vice president with power rivaling that of Luo Tian, Sister Hui found nothing excessive in her demeanor. The custodian of a conglomerate ought to embody the essence of someone like Luo Xia. She may not be virtuous, yet she must never be weak. However, when it comes to Mo Xian, Luo Xia completely loses her rationality, acting solely on her obsessive love for him, with all priorities centered around him. Yes, I understand, Mississippi. Sister Hui refrained from saying much. Her duty was to fulfill Luo Xia's commands. After parting ways with Luo Muqi at school, Mo Xian proceeded to the library, where he dedicated the entire morning to writing his academic papers. By noon, he prepared to head to the cafeteria for lunch. Just then, a call from Luo Muqi interrupted him. "Brother, would you like to have lunch together?" "I was just about to head there," Mo Xian replied, having just exited the library. "Have you finished over there?" "Yes, let us meet at the cafeteria." After ending the call, Mo Xian quickly made his way to the dining hall, where several young female students could not help but steal glances at him. "That senior is so handsome. He's tall, and his physique looks great." "Stop it. That's Senior Mo Xian, known as the Iron Wall. No girl has ever successfully confessed to him." In truth, with Mo Xian's striking appearance, it wouldn't be impossible for him to be a heartthrob. Yet he had been in a relationship with Su Yanran during his freshman year and had subsequently devoted himself to his child and studies, thus gently declining confessions from schoolmates. Moreover, he was not one to be frivolous with his affections. He was unsure who had given him such a nickname, but he was disinclined to dwell on it. He felt it was quite fitting. Previously, it was crucial for him to atone for his past mistakes and spend quality time with his child. Now, however, with two enchanting young women vying for his attention, he found little inclination toward romance. Senior Mo, a petite and seemingly adorable female student approached Mo Xian, her face flushed with shyness. "Hello, is there something you need?" Mo Xian's voice was deep and resonant. Hearing his gentle tone, the young girl blushed even more, trembling as she took out her phone. "Senior, may I add you on WeChat?" Mo Xian hesitated for a moment, feeling slightly embarrassed as he replied, "I'm sorry, It might not be very convenient. Before he could finish his sentence, a warm embrace enveloped him from behind. Luo Miyuki smiled as she wrapped her arms around his waist, gently saying, "Brother, it's only been a moment since I left you, and already there's a young girl asking for your WeChat." "I'm sorry, young lady. You see," Imo Xian chuckled helplessly. The young girl felt a sense of defeat, but upon seeing Luo Miyuki, she was overwhelmed with inadequacy. Just as she was about to speak, she met Luo Miyuki's wild gaze, accompanied by a smile that sent chills down her spine, her eyes shimmering with an eerie red glow. "He is my man. Go away," Luo Miyuki mouthed clearly to the younger girl, leaving her so startled that she fled without uttering a word. "Is she all right?" Imo Xian was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Why did she run off so abruptly? Perhaps she had something urgent to attend to? "Brother, do not concern yourself with her," Luo Miyuki feigned annoyance with a playful huff. "You are truly misbehaving, sneaking around with younger girls behind my and my sister's backs." "No, I never agreed to anything," Imo Xian stammered, flustered by his own defense. Luo Miyuki stifled a giggle behind her hand and then linked her arm with his, softly admonishing, "Brother, you must be obedient and refrain from speaking to any girls besides me and my sister." The onlookers exchanged glances between Luo Miyuki and Imo Xian, their expressions shifting to one of understanding. "I knew it. He must be dating the campus belle," they whispered. "Honestly, only someone with Imo Xian's looks deserves the campus beauty, right?" It seemed that a wave of heartbreak was about to sweep over many boys and girls alike. Imo Xian felt overwhelmed. He was not one to seek attention, yet Luo Miyuki seemed to revel in the spotlight, eager for everyone to know their connection. "Brother, if you truly acknowledge your mistake, then give me a kiss." Luo Miyuki lifted her chin, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes. "Otherwise, I shall inform my sister that you have been meeting younger girls behind our backs." "Stop it, Miyuki," Imo Xian responded, feeling embarrassed under the gazes of those around them. Yet, Luo Miyuki appeared determined to press on. In resignation, Imo Xian leaned down and gently kissed her. In a corner, a boy slammed his hand on the table, his eyes blazing with anger and a touch of humiliation as he glared at the pair. Chapter 28. The Three Great Illusions of Life. "Miyuki, if you keep this up, I won't be able to help you get food." She clung tightly to his left arm, leaving Imo Xian at a loss, as he had initially intended to assist her with her meal. "Kiss me again, or I want to let go of you." Luo Miyuki tugged at his shirt, her gaze revealing an unhealthy obsession that Imo Xian noticed in an instant. "Miyuki, are you all right?" A chill ran down his spine, but when he looked again, her eyes had returned to their usual warmth. "Stop fooling around. Let us eat first." "All right." Luo Miyuki slowly released him, a smile gracing her face. "Brother, if you have no plans this afternoon, shall we go out to play?" "Huh. I still have my thesis." Before Imo Xian could finish his sentence, Luo Miyuki looked at him with a wounded expression, her voice tinged with a plea. "Brother, do we not count as being together? The other night, you said we could go anywhere." Fearing she might say something inappropriate, he quickly acquiesced, oblivious to the glimmer of triumph in Luo Miyuki's eyes. "You really are obedient, brother." "Fine. After we eat, we shall go out to play," she said, pulling at his hand. "I'll find a seat. Could you please help me with the food?" Imo Xian nodded, and only then did Luo Miyuki release him, happily finding a vacant seat by the window. She sent a message from her phone. "Please reserve a suite at the hotel closest to Kyoto University under my name." By the way, approximately 2/3 of the star-rated hotels and renowned themed hotels in Kyoto are either under the names of Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki, or they hold the largest shares, while the remaining third belongs to Luo Tian. Imo Xian ordered a large portion of fried rice for himself and a bowl of beef noodles, along with some seafood and a cup of fragrant jasmine tea for Luo Miyuki. After arranging their lunch at the table, he used a wet tissue he carried to wipe the chopsticks and handed them to her. Just as they were enjoying their meal, 3 young men approached. The leader cast a cold glance at Imo Xian and then questioned Luo Miyuki. "Is it for him that you rejected me?" Imo Xian recognized this individual. He was Xiao Gu, the second son of the prestigious Xiao family in Kyoto, a student from the art department at Kyoto University, a year younger than Luo Miyuki, and backed by the entertainment giant resources of the Xiao family. Moreover, he was also one of Luo Miyuki's suitors. Luo Miyuki seemed oblivious to him, offering a peeled shrimp to Imo Xian's mouth, sweetly saying, "Brother, eat up. I can't finish these." Imo Xian, feeling a bit awkward, opened his mouth, while Luo Miyuki wiped her hands with a tissue and, glancing at Xiao Ji's expression that resembled someone in distress, hesitated before asking, "Excuse me, are you talking to me?" Xiao Ji's face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead as he pointed at Mo Xian, his tone filled with disdain. "You refuse to ally with my family just to be with him? Luo Muki, I've pursued you for 2.5 years, and this is how you repay me?" This was not mere insinuation. Xiao Ge had indeed pursued Luo Muki for 2.5 years. Mo Xian had heard of it. But Luo Muki had never glanced at him. When he inquired about the reason, Luo Muki's response was that she sometimes forgot such a person existed in this world. "Excuse me, just because you pursue me, must I be with you?" Luo Muki's expression had turned icy and detached, devoid of the warmth she had shown to Mo Xian moments ago. "If there's nothing else, please step aside and do not disturb my meal with my brother." Xiao Ji's face grew increasingly sullen, and his two companions tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Maybe it's best to let it go. After all, she is the second young lady of the Luo family." They understood that offending Luo Muki could mean facing severe repercussions at home. However, Xiao Ge disregarded their advice, impatiently waving his hand and lamenting to Luo Muki, "If you don't like me, then why did you show me kindness before? I get it, you think I'm currently popular, with too many female fans, and you feel pressured?" This declaration made not only Mo Xian and Luo Muki, but also nearby students who were eavesdropping roll their eyes. If he had said this to someone else, it might not have mattered, but to the second princess of the top financial conglomerate, it seemed rather presumptuous. "I'm sorry, but I feel no pressure," Luo Muki replied, her impatience growing. Xiao, if you continue to pester me, do not blame me for disregarding the Xiao family's reputation." Xiao Ge was provoked by those words and reached out to grasp Luo Muki's arm, but before he could make contact, Mo Xian forcefully pushed him away and stood protectively in front of Luo Muki, adjusting his glasses and stating, "Please conduct yourself appropriately, classmate." Mo Xian stood at an imposing height of 189 centimeters, nearly 190, while Xiao Ge was a mere 180, placing him at a distinct disadvantage in terms of presence. He straightened himself and approached Mo Xian, gazing up at him with a contemptuous tone. "I know you, Senior Mo, the discarded child of the Mo family. The waste whose fiancé he was taken by his own brother. Luo Muki, is this the kind of person you've chosen?" Luo Muki retaliated with a swift kick to Xiao Ji's abdomen. Having trained in self-defense, taekwondo, and combat, her strength was considerable, especially enhanced by her high heels. Xiao Ge was propelled several steps back, clutching his stomach as he sank to the ground. "If you dare utter brother again, I will end you," Luo Muki warned. Her expression as cold as ice, laced with a hint of menace. Mo Xian awkwardly scratched his head and whispered to Luo Muki, "This is something I, as a man, should handle. I don't care, no one is allowed to call him brother." Luo Muki snapped, her usual gentleness towards Mo Xian evaporating, her eyes tinged with crimson and glinting with intensity. "And when did I ever show you any favor? Clarify that. How dare he slander her, especially in front of Mo Xian? For all these years, Luo Muki had loved only Mo Xian, and she would not allow anyone to cast doubt on her feelings. "You, back then, at the banquet, you smiled at me several times. Were you not interested in me?" This statement caused even his entourage to roll their eyes in disbelief. The onlookers regarded him as if he were a fool. Just because someone smiles at you doesn't mean they like you. "Brother, are you performing the 3 great illusions of life right now?" The words echoed in the air. Luo Muki smiled at me too. "Does that mean she likes me? Oh right, I'm a girl." He had anticipated a dramatic tale of romance, only to find this. It was more accurate to ask, what made him think he was superior to Senior Mo, who was not only more handsome and taller, but also a doctoral student at the age of 23. Far more accomplished than this mere entertainment industry figure? As the murmurs among the students grew louder, Xiao Ji's expression darkened. Luo Muki, hearing his words, could not help but laugh coldly. "At a banquet, I greeted you. Am I supposed to slap you instead of smiling?" You. Xiao Ge attempted to retort, but Luo Muki's kick had been far too forceful, causing him not only pain but also a sensation that further speech might lead to him vomiting. "Moreover, I don't even recall which banquet you attended. You've been pestering me for 2.5 years." Luo Muki said, wrapping her arm around Mo Xian's, her tone softening as she turned to him. "Brother, he is wronging me. I have always loved only you." Mo Xian believed her, as they had a child together. Xiao Ge struggled to suppress the urge to retch, his voice trembling as he declared, "You, Luo Muki, will regret this." However, Luo Miyuki appeared oblivious, her gaze solely fixated on Imo Xian. With a gentle tone, she inquired, "Shall we go out for a meal, brother? By the way, how about I take you to have some barbecue?" Imo Xian felt as though he were being executed by the piercing glare surrounding him. Dating the second princess of a wealthy family, Luo Miyuki had cast aside Xiao Gu for him, and her infatuated demeanor was far from a display of affection. It was an invitation for enmity. Without uttering a word, Imo Xian grasped Luo Miyuki's hand and hastily exited the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Xiao Gu could no longer contain himself and retched violently. That day, the second young master of the Xiao family made headlines for his public vomiting at Kyoto University. Yet the altercation involving Luo Miyuki and Imo Xian barely stirred a ripple online. Chapter 29. The machinations of Su Yanran in the parking lot. Su Yanran emerged from her Porsche, her purpose for coming to the school being to seek out Imo Xian. She was far too astute to expose the affair between Imo Xian and Luo Xia or Luo Miyuki. Such matters could easily be suppressed by the Luo family. Even if the truth were to surface, it would be inconsequential. The Luo family possessed ample means to absolve themselves. However, if it were discovered that she was the source of the leak, the Su family would be obliterated by the Luo family that very day. Unlike Imo Xian, who was indifferent to business affairs, Su Yanran was acutely aware of the stakes, knowing that the Luo family, comprising the predatory Luo Xia, the innocent-seeming Luo Miyuki, and even the seemingly affable Luo Tian, were creatures that devoured without leaving bones. On another note, Su Yanran had begun to wield a measure of authority within her own company. Luo Xia had aptly stated that in order to win Imo Xian back, Su Yanran must make a choice. While contemplating what to say upon encountering Imo Xian, she lifted her gaze and spotted him walking toward the parking lot alongside Luo Miyuki. Startled, she quickly concealed herself. If Luo Miyuki were present, she would have little recourse. "Brother, after we finish the barbecue, shall we take a break?" Luo Miyuki interlaced her arm with Imo Xian's, her voice sweet and inviting. "I've booked a suite at a hotel." "A suite?" Imo Xian nearly choked on his breath. "Stop fooling around, Miyuki. Didn't you ask me to accompany you out this afternoon?" "Exactly. We can book a suite and play games together." Luo Miyuki teased, waving her phone and winking at him. "What do you think, brother?" I thought you wanted to watch a movie," Imo Xian stammered, his face flushing. In their school days, this girl would often drag him to a hotel in the afternoons when they had no classes to play games or watch movies. Yet given the current circumstances, his mind wandered to less innocent thoughts, despite the fact that in the past, their hotel visits truly were innocent gaming sessions. Noticing Imo Xian's reddening cheeks, Luo Miyuki's lips curled into a sly smile, and she playfully bombarded him with questions. "Brother, why are you blushing? Brother, why are your ears also red? It's not cold, is it? Brother, why are you swallowing so hard? And why are you so warm? What do you want to do?" Imo Xian felt increasingly bashful under her probing questions. Yet Luo Miyuki was relentless, pressing him step by step. "Give me a kiss, or I shall continue," she taunted. Everyone has their limits. After being teased by this girl for so long, Imo Xian finally succumbed and kissed her. However, there was a peculiar gleam in Luo Miyuki's eyes, and as she wrapped her arms around his neck, she deepened the kiss with fervor. A sense of being ensnared by her schemes washed over Imo Xian. Yet the sweet fragrance enveloping him compelled him to hold her waist tightly, reluctant to let go. "Brother, I no longer wish to eat barbecue," Luo Miyuki said, her eyes glistening and her cheeks flushed. She slowly rose on her toes, leaning close to Imo Xian's ear, her voice soft as silk. "I want to consume you. Be good, let us eat first." Imo Xian, a perfectly normal man, found himself in a predicament, guarding these two exquisite sisters daily. Having been subtly provoked by them for so long, and now having crossed into a more tangible relationship, his rationality hung by a thread, yet he fought to remain composed. Luo Miyuki merely smiled, taking his hand. "All right then, let us depart." Today, Imo Xian had driven his lavish Maybach to school. Just as he got into the car, before he could fasten his seatbelt, Luo Miyuki perched herself on his lap, wrapping her arms around his head, showering him with kisses that rained down on his lips and face. "Miyuki, stop it," Imo Xian said, gripping her hand that had slipped beneath his shirt. Dressed in a deep blue hoodie, he found himself exposed, revealing his sculpted abs. "Brother, why are you so irresistible?" Although Luo Miyuki's smile remained gentle, a flicker of danger danced in her eyes. "If I hadn't come, would you have added that junior's WeChat? How could that be?" Imo Xian hastily shook his head. You know me. I hardly have any friends at school. This was indeed true. Imo Xian had lived alone in an apartment since the age of 15, following a loss of memory that rendered him averse to socializing. Cheng Jiahao had been one of his few friends, but after experiencing betrayal, Imo Xian began to doubt his judgment in people. Later, with the arrival of children, he found his connections at school quite limited. Even his group members were merely colleagues. Brother, you belong to me and my sister. You cannot seek anyone else. Luo Miyuki tenderly caressed Imo Xian's face, suddenly kissing him softly, as if in a moment of defiance, gently nibbling his lip as if afraid to hurt him. How could that ever happen? Imo Xian was not angered by her slight provocation. Instead, he reached out to stroke her head. I will never betray you. As long as you need me, I will always be by your side. Imo Xian was unaware of the profound impact his words had on Luo Miyuki. She kissed him more greedily, her breath quickening. Brother, let us go to a hotel, or I shall consume you right here. Startled, Imo Xian hastily started the engine, in broad daylight. He lacked the confidence to test his limits. It was only after the Maybach had driven away that Su Yanran emerged, her face pale. As Imo Xian and Luo Miyuki grew ever closer, the agony within her intensified. Why was it so? That man's tenderness and compassion ought to belong solely to her. Her heart was rife with regret, but even more so with jealousy. Whether it was Luo Xia or Luo Miyuki, she was consumed by a frenzied envy. Clearly, all of this should have been hers. The girl he had just kissed should have been her. And the one destined to bear his children should have been her as well. In moments of profound suffering, one often subconsciously shields oneself from their own faults. She had forgotten that it was she who had pushed Imo Xian away, that she had gradually leaned towards Imo Jinping, and that when Imo Xian was ensnared by Imo Jinping's treachery, she had stood against him. But it was all right. There was still time. Everything was still salvageable. Su Yanran clutched her handbag in a flurry. I must remain composed. I must reclaim him from their grasp. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and a smile gradually illuminated her face. There was still her grandmother, and the engagement. Imo Xian held great respect for her grandmother. And if she could persuade the matriarch of the Su family to intervene, then the engagement would still be between her and Imo Xian. In their current predicament, neither Luo Xia nor Luo Miyuki could possibly marry Imo Xian, but she could. She did not believe that the Luo family would allow their daughters to entangle Imo Xian in such a manner after she and Imo Xian executed their engagement. Children? Would the Luo family permit their daughter as child to be raised by another? Once Imo Xian compromised due to her grandmother's influence and became engaged to her, she could whisk him away abroad. The Luo family, no matter how powerful, could not extend their reach overseas, could they? With this thought, Su Yanran swiftly dialed her assistant, instructing them to temporarily halt the contract with the Imo family. As the current general manager, she was involved in a collaboration overseen by Imo Jinping. Since returning to the country, Su Yanran had not acknowledged Imo Jinping, who felt disgruntled but could not express it, largely due to this collaboration. Imo Qingqing was exceptionally talented, and Imo Changshan hesitated to relinquish the CEO position to her, leaving Imo Jinping in a state of urgency. Imo Jinping, it's all because of you. If it weren't for you, how could Imo Xian possibly disregard me? Su Yanran's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Imo Xian, you will see that, compared to them, I am the one who truly loves you. Chapter 30. Red Roses, White Roses in the hotel suite. Luo Miyuki lay on the bed, her fingers entwined with Imo Xian's, as if they could not bear to be apart. It was as though she feared Imo Xian might leave her, believing that this was the only way to hold on to him. For over 2 hours, this irrational tempest gradually subsided. Imo Xian gently embraced the woman in his arms. You seem a bit strange. Yes, brother, I am indeed quite strange, Luo Miyuki replied, her voice hoarse, yet her gaze toward Imo Xian brimmed with affection. I am poisoned by a toxin, the kind that renders me unable to live without you. From the moment she first laid eyes on Imo Xian 10 years ago, perched upon that great tree, she had been enchanted. Did she truly revel in such matters? She could not say, but it seemed that only in this way did she feel truly united with Imo Xian. For 3 years, the plan set forth by Luo Xia was to cultivate a deeper bond between Ma Xuan and the child. Even as she and Luo Xia were consumed by a frenzied jealousy of their own offspring, it was not a lack of love. Rather, she yearned to be embraced by Ma Xuan just as her daughter was. His memories were fragmented, leaving him unaware of the sister's existence. For this day, Who could fathom how long they had endured and the immense effort they had invested in their scheming? "Brother, do not leave me," Lu Muki implored, curling up vulnerably within Ma Xuan's embrace, her tone a blend of plea and affection. Ma Xuan offered no reply, choosing instead to hold her even closer. "Brother, do you know why I adore red roses?" Ma Xuan paused momentarily, and Lu Muki suddenly lifted her gaze to him. For someone had once said they longed to be the one cherished without fear. A fleeting memory flickered through Ma Xuan's mind, an ephemeral glimpse of a boy and a girl beneath a tree, both adorned with headphones. This recollection shattered like fragile glass. Evading reconstruction, he recalled that his favorite songs were Red Rose and White Rose, yet the reason behind his affection eluded him. Luoxia favored white roses, while Lu Muki cherished red. Ma Xuan felt a dull ache in his head, as if something were straining to break through the barriers of memory, yet remained trapped. "Brother, do not dwell on it," Lu Muki said, rising to embrace his head tightly. "I can forever allow you to be the one favored. Forever keep you in my grasp without letting go." Her words served as a soothing balm, and it seemed that recently, Ma Xuan found solace in the whispers exchanged between her and Luoxia, which eased his restless heart. With the fatigue of indulgence washing over him, he slowly shut his eyes. He dreamt of returning to his 13th year, where he beheld two girls, one large and one small. Yet their faces were indistinct. An inexplicable comfort washed over him upon their sight. As he reached out, Luoxia and Lu Muki embraced him from either side, their gazes instilling a sense of unease within him. A colossal cage encircled the trio, with him trapped in the middle, their grip tightening around him. They did nothing overt, yet an inexplicable suffocation caused him to struggle for breath. He yearned to break free, but their hold was unyielding. No matter how fiercely he fought, escape was impossible. Ma Xuan jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, instinctively turning to look back, only to find Lu Muki had vanished. "Muki," he called softly, but the light suddenly flickered on. And as he adjusted to the brightness, he instinctively shielded his eyes. "I'm sorry, it's not my sister." "You must be disappointed." Luoxia's voice was icy, tinged with a hint of jealousy. "Xiaya, what are you doing?" Ma Xuan exclaimed, bewildered by the sight of Luoxia standing by the bed, her expression frigid. I. Luoxia offered no response, slowly removing her black outer coat to reveal a fitted black shirt and a sleek black pencil skirt, her long, graceful legs encased in black stockings. As if in a fit of pique, Luoxia cast off her high heels and assertively seated herself upon Mo Xian's lap, her gaze icy yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. "My sister has returned home. Someone must attend to the child," she stated, gripping Mo Xian's chin. "You've upset me. You must placate me." With a blend of roughness and irritation, Luoxia tugged at the collar of her shirt and began to plant fervent kisses upon Mo Xian's face and lips, as though she intended to consume him whole. "Does it hurt?" she inquired, her hands firmly planted on his shoulders, her crimson gaze fixed upon the bewildered Mo Xian. Unlike Luo Muki, Luoxia was more domineering, more unhinged. "I will make you feel even more pain, Xiao Xian, even if I have agreed to share you with my sister. I intend for you never to forget me, no matter the time." With that, she fiercely pressed her lips against his, greedy and unruly, conquering all. Luoxia seemed to be more deeply enmeshed in her affliction than Luo Muki, or so Mo Xian mused. Ultimately, the two collapsed onto the sofa, Luoxia's meticulously styled black braid cascading loose. "Xiao Xian," she murmured, her eyes glazed yet laced with madness, as she pressed fervent kisses against his cheek. "Don't you think I am excessive?" Mo Xian managed a weary smile. "Excessive as I. Indeed, it is you," Luoxia replied softly, her hand gently caressing Mo Xian's head. "But I do not mind. For you, I would do anything. When one is at a disadvantage, one must resort to cunning. Mustn't one?" Mo Xian contemplated in silence, wishing to pose a question, but Luoxia did not afford him the opportunity, covering his mouth and whispering in his ear. "Xiao Xian, this is the dream we offer you. Even if it is a nightmare, it remains the most beautiful nightmare. Willingly surrender yourself to this dream. Do not awaken. Do not question me. The only thing you can do is love us with all that you are. Do not leave me, Xiao Xian. Without you, I might very well destroy myself." Mo Xian's mind fell into a void once more. As the storm subsided, Luoxia clung to him tightly, as if fearing his disappearance, softly humming the tune of White Rose. Although a sorrowful love song, it brought him an overwhelming sense of solace, as if this pathological love, mad and incomprehensible, was something he willingly embraced. It bore no relation to money or any other concerns. Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki seemed to him like vines that had sprouted in their hearts, gradually entwining and capturing his very being. Perhaps Imo Xian had not even realized that he too had become somewhat unhinged. Chapter 31. Imo Qingqing's conditions when Luo Miyuki arrived at the hotel suite that morning. She gazed at Imo Xian and Luo Xia with exasperation. Imo Xian was still asleep, while Luo Xia had evidently just emerged from the shower, drying her hair with the hotel's hairdryer. "Sister, you are far more ruthless than I," Luo Miyuki sighed, placing a change of clothes on the table. "I fear you have exhausted him." Luo Xia shot her a sidelong glance before shaking her hair free and stepping out to change into the sleek black suit that Luo Miyuki had brought. "Is everything well at home? How are Weier and Schwer?" "Huh, you rushed over with such fervor yesterday, yet your demeanor is quite different now upon my return." Hearing Luo Xia's inquiry, Luo Miyuki couldn't help but chuckle. Now her sister was showing concern for the children. Sitting gracefully in her chair, Luo Xia, devoid of makeup, remained stunningly beautiful. "Sister, with all this commotion, do you think we might have a second child?" Upon hearing Luo Miyuki's words, Luo Xia raised an eyebrow and realized she must find ways to mitigate risks, for those two little ones were already enough to contend with. "And you mentioned how lovely it would be to have brother home yesterday," Luo Miyuki retorted with exasperation. Weier and Schwer nearly brought the house down with their cries. "And yet brother was fast asleep," Luo Xia coldly mocked. "You didn't seem to care for him when you were causing all that fuss." "Sister, that's rather unreasonable, don't you think? You've been even more of a handful with him than I." At that moment, Imo Xian weakly sat up, his eyes still heavy with sleep, and tiredly murmured, "I just want to sleep a bit longer. Can you not quarrel?" With that, he lay back down. For even the strongest of spirits cannot withstand the antics of two mischievous wolves. A flicker of concern crossed Luo Xia's eyes as she turned to Luo Miyuki and said, "Miyuki, please call the finest restaurant under the Luo name to prepare a meal for us. Let us spend some quality time with Xiao Xian today." "Sister, what about the company?" Luo Xia replied matter-of-factly. "Isn't cousin still there? Then it's settled. Once Xiao Xian finishes his meal, we shall go soak in the hot springs." "Sister, are you sure the three of us can enjoy the hot springs without disturbing his rest?" "True enough, let Uncle Zheng take the children over." Meanwhile, at the office, Luo Tian trembled slightly, contemplating before picking up his phone to call his wife. "Darling, bring the children to the office tonight." "Yes, keep me company while I work late." "No questions, I just have a feeling the monarch won't be holding court today." Imo Xian slept for another hour before awakening to the delightful aroma of food wafting through the air. Upon noticing him awake, Luo Miyuki dashed into his arms, playfully exclaiming, "Brother, you're awake. Hurry and wash up. I bought you breakfast." Luo Xia, seated at the head of the bed, gently tousled his tousled hair and softly said, "I'm sorry, Xiao Xian. I've booked a hot spring hotel for us. Let us ensure you rest well today." Thinking of the two little bundles, Imo Xian sighed. And Luo Xia chuckled, "Uncle Zheng will bring them over to join us this afternoon, so don't worry." Imo Xian exhaled in relief. He had thought he would return home last night, and surely the two daughters were anxious, having been so attached to him, missing him for an entire day and night. Just as he was about to rise to wash up, he hesitated and awkwardly said, "Miyuki, could you hand me my clothes?" Luo Miyuki smirked and touched his firm chest. Teasing, "Brother, why are you shy at a time like this? Hurry up, I brought you some new clothes." "No, I feel embarrassed too." Although he and the two of them were already in such a situation, Imo Xian still felt a touch of bashfulness. In the end, it was Luo Xia who handed him his pants, and he quickly slipped beneath the covers to dress before scurrying to the bathroom to wash up. The suite comprises a bedroom and a living room. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Imo Xian emerged to find a meal already laid out on the coffee table. However, upon gazing at the dishes before him, he fell into contemplation. "Brother, what's the matter?" Luo Miyuki noticed Imo Xian staring blankly at the food and wondered if he felt the meal was insufficiently plentiful. "Not at all. The issue lies in the familiar kidney tonifying meal," Imo Xian replied, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. "This is for your own good. No matter how robust your physique, you must replenish yourself," Luo Xia said, deftly placing a piece of oyster meat into Imo Xian's rice bowl. "Be good and eat more." With a resigned sigh, Imo Xian began to eat. But just then, his phone rang. Without hesitation, Luo Xia snatched it away, her brow furrowing upon seeing the name Mo Qingqing. This must be about discussing the acquisition of shares, Mo Xian scoffed. I'll take it, Xia. It's better to resolve this matter swiftly. Luo Xia nodded and instructed Mo Xian to put it on speaker. He complied dutifully. Once the call connected, Mo Qingqing's voice emerged, laced with a hint of ease. When shall we meet? I have the funds ready. You may speak. Today is not feasible, Mo Xian replied, setting down his chopsticks to sip from a nearby bottle of mineral water. I thought you would take a little longer. 600 million is not a trivial sum. Is it? That is no concern of yours. However, I do have a condition. Rest assured, our transaction is straightforward. This condition is merely to facilitate our future cooperation. Mo Xian furrowed his brow, wondering what could be significant enough to warrant a condition from Mo Qingqing. I wish to meet your esteemed acquaintance. Not hearing a response from Mo Xian, Mo Qingqing continued, I know not who you've befriended, but as long as you can introduce me, once the deal is finalized, I shall return those shares to you. She certainly knows how to seize opportunities, Mo Xian thought, finding it somewhat amusing. Mo Qingqing truly exemplified the qualities of a well-trained daughter of Mo Changshan, never allowing a chance to slip by. Yet, Mo Xian was all too aware of the Mo family's characteristics. They spoke sweetly but quickly turned their backs once they gained an advantage. Just as Mo Xian was about to refuse, Luo Xia tugged at his sleeve and nodded encouragingly. Confused, he observed her resolute expression and reluctantly agreed. All right. On the day I hand over the shares, I will bring her to meet you. Very well, 3 days hence at 7 in the evening. We shall convene at Qianli residence. After hanging up, Mo Xian cast a puzzled glance at Luo Xia, curious as to why she felt the need to meet with Mo Qingqing. I know, which is precisely why I want to attend, Luo Xia replied with a beaming smile. Of course, Muki shall not go either. Huh. Mo Xian was unaware of Luo Xia's underlying intentions, and she chose not to elaborate further, instead urging him to finish his meal. With the two sisters alternately coaxing him, Mo Xian ultimately consumed the oysters and drank the bull whip soup, under the pretext of being prepared for any eventuality. Meanwhile, Su Yanran was engulfed in vexation. She had broached the subject with her grandmother yesterday, but Su Granny had been resistant, as the matter had embarrassed her, causing her to lose face before her longtime friends. However, being her own granddaughter, Grandma Su ultimately acquiesced. Yet today, as Mo Jinping's calls incessantly rang, Su Yanran, overwhelmed by irritation, reluctantly answered. Yanran, you've been back for quite some time, and we haven't met yet. Hearing Mo Jinping's voice only added to Su Yanran's vexation, prompting her to respond coolly, inquiring about the purpose of his call. My second and third sisters are planning to visit the hot springs. They would like to invite you along. Chapter 32. Without them, I no longer want you. Luo Xia had booked a stay at the most renowned hot spring hotel in Kyoto, being a major shareholder. The hotel boasted an expansive area divided into 2 sections, the front featuring public hot spring pools, and the back housing private hot spring lodgings on the 2nd floor. It was evident that the latter, while more costly than the hotel, offered tranquility, privacy, and superior comfort. More importantly, the flora surrounding the lodging area was meticulously maintained by the hotel, providing a picturesque setting. Thus, this establishment had become a popular destination in Kyoto, renowned for its exceptional service and distinctive buffet. The staff courteously escorted Luo Xia, Luo Muki, and the yawning Mo Xian to the lodging area, where Luo Xia had preemptively reserved the quietest suite. As she opened the door, 2 little ones rushed to Mo Xian, clinging to his legs with pitiful gazes directed at their father. Mr. Mo, you're finally here. Uncle Zheng appeared weary, accompanied by a nanny who seemed utterly disenchanted. With Mo Xian absent, the 2 children had wept and clamored, had it not been for Luo Muki's return the previous day. Reassuring them that their father would return the next day, it was likely that no one would have slept that night. Meanwhile, the instigators, the Luo sisters, remained unperturbed. Luo Xia, somewhat displeased, crouched down to pinch Luo Weier's cheek. Daddy was with Mommy yesterday. Surely, with you around, he wouldn't abandon her. Daddy wants Weier, not Mommy, retorted Luo Weier. This little ingrate, where would you be without me? On the other side, Luo Schwerer gazed at Mo Xian with a look of discontent, proclaiming, Daddy, don't choose bad Mommy and bad Annie. Choose Schwerer and sister. Luo Muki, exasperated, grasped her by the back of her collar, pulling her closer and threatening. Do you believe I'll give you a brother or sister, so your father neglects you henceforth? The two little ones shook their heads vigorously, refusing to entertain the idea of a sibling. Enough of this. Imo Xian, feeling a headache coming on, sighed. Uncle Zheng, thank you for your hard work. Perhaps I shall take them for a stroll nearby? The scenery appears delightful. All right, but don't wander too far, responded Luo Xia, rising while holding Luo Wei'er, planting a kiss on her plump cheek. I'll have the hotel send some desserts over for you and the girls when you return from the hot springs. The eldest, second, and youngest young ladies have been delivered. We shall take our leave now. Uncle Zheng was astute enough not to linger as a third wheel in this gathering. Luo Xia nodded, then produced her car keys, handing them to Uncle Zheng. Please drive my car back. We shall return tomorrow in Xiao Xian's vehicle. Zheng Shu took the key and discovered a note accompanying it. He displayed no outward reaction and instead departed with two nannies. It was not until he reached the parking lot that he unfolded the note, which bore a single chilling message: let Imo Jinping come to harm. Without hesitation, Zheng Shu ignited the note with his lighter, discarding it on the ground until it was reduced to ashes, which he extinguished with his foot. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone to make a call, determined that Imo Jinping must headline the news by the morrow. Imo Xian remained unaware of Luo Xia's intentions as he strolled nearby with his two daughters. The October air in Kyoto had turned crisp, and the flora surrounding the hot spring hotel had begun to take on hues of gold, presenting a unique beauty. The two chubby little hands of his daughters grasped Imo Xian's, their curious gazes scanning their surroundings. Everything appeared enchanting in their father's company. Imo Xian? A voice filled with surprise and disbelief called from behind. Imo Xian furrowed his brow and turned to see Su Yanran approaching. She hurriedly closed the distance, but her eyes dimmed noticeably upon seeing the two children. Unexpectedly encountering him and Luo Miyuki at school yesterday, she was now faced with Imo Xian once more. Su Yanran had not intended to come. She wished to avoid Imo Jinping, yet he had informed her that only his two sisters would be present. He himself would not attend. In truth, Imo Jinping harbored significant dissatisfaction towards Su Yanran, but she remained the most suitable match for their family's alliance, as the primary representatives of their collaboration were indeed the two of them. Though Su Yanran wished to avoid him, she was acutely aware that her reluctance stemmed from regret. However, Imo Jinping was indifferent, for he had other women in his life and had never truly considered Su Yanran. This encounter was merely a consequence of his sister's insistence on involving her, and he was simply going along with the flow. Neither had anticipated their meeting in this place. Is there something you need? Imo Xian's tone was distant. My children's mother is present. We must return shortly. Suppressing her heartache, Su Yanran forced a smile and implored. I truly regret my past actions, Imo Xian. Could you grant me another chance? We have spent 3 years in high school and 1 in university together. Can't you forgive me just once? Imo Xian regarded Su Yanran, the breeze tousling her long hair, her face as lovely as he remembered, even accentuated by a touch of allure. Yet, in his heart, he felt a profound stillness. Yanran, you are mistaken. My forgiveness is not a matter of once, but rather multiple times. From the moment you accepted a gift from Imo Jinping, I realized your resolve had faltered. It was a limited edition bracelet. If my memory serves me right, you have not worn the one I gifted you on your 17th birthday since that day. Imo Xian gestured towards her left hand, recalling the present he had saved for diligently. I understand your position. After all, as a young master of the Imo family, I do not possess the wealth of Imo Jinping. I broached the subject once, and you deemed me sensitive, scolding me for it. Yet, I have never believed a man would willingly witness his girlfriend accepting the affections of another. The college entrance examination has concluded, and I yearn to celebrate with you. You mentioned that your family was arranging a graduation banquet for you, yet you did not attend. In truth, that day you dined with Imo Jinping, who had curated a circle of friends that was visible solely to me. Imo Xian paused momentarily, observing the pallor on Su Yanran's face, and then inquired if I should continue. Such matters, you have indeed indulged in repeatedly. I find it rather tedious. It has been such a long time, yet you still revisit the past grievances with an ex-girlfriend. This does not align with my character. Imo Xian, I can explain. Su Yanran attempted to approach him, yet upon seeing the two little ones, her hand lingered in the air, hesitating to grasp his. It no longer matters. What is past, Imo Xian sighed. I already told you last time that we should look forward. You have seen my current situation. To divide one's heart into two is profoundly unfair to their mother. Moreover, I now have a daughter. Do you truly believe I could accommodate another who betrayed me in my first love? Su Yinran swayed slightly, gently leaning against a nearby phoenix tree, her eyes brimming with bitterness. Mo Xian, I said I could treat them as my own daughters. Furthermore, even if you were to leave them, the Luo family could provide them with the best. Since you adore children, I could bear you more. It seemed a thought struck her, and in a flurry, she exclaimed. On that day, at the hotel, I was in the wrong, but nothing transpired between Mo Jinping and me. Huh, Su Yanran, must you compel me to utter harsh words? Mo Xian scoffed. I am well aware of Mo Jinping's character. Even if you were oblivious then, you should know now. You spent an entire night at a hotel with such a person, and he did not touch you. Do you believe that yourself? Mo Xian shook his head and continued. I have forgiven you numerous times. In fact, you should have sensed my growing distance afterward. I contemplated breaking up with you several times. Yet you insisted on maintaining the engagement with Su Granny, as it was an agreement between our families. Having invested genuine feelings, I informed my grandmother that I would discuss this matter with Su Granny. You should recall that during that period, I ceased to reach out to you. Subsequently, I severed ties with my family, and you proposed the breakup, insisting on the engagement being transferred to Mo Jinping, even announcing it publicly. Am I mistaken? Su Yanran, I am still willing to converse with you amicably. Firstly, you saved me when I was 15, and secondly, we have known each other for such a long time. Now you have achieved your desire, marrying into the Mo family, and I too have carved out my own life. There is no necessity for continued entanglement, is there? Su Yanran gazed despondently at Mo Xian, seeking something in his eyes with a hint of unwillingness. Yet, apart from calmness and indifference, she could discern nothing. If I had not gone abroad, if I had sought you out, if there were no Luo sisters, would you still have granted me another chance? Her voice cracked, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Mo Xian glanced at her and sighed softly. Without them, I would not choose you again. Yanran, it was you who rejected me. How could you forget? Chapter 33. Everything is an excuse. I did not reject you. The oppressive emotions left Su Yanran in a state of hysteria. Luo Wire and Luo Shuer, frightened, clung to Mo Xian's leg, gazing at her anxiously. Mo Xian reached out to gently stroke their heads, then turned to Su Yanran and inquired, So what now? Mo Xian, you are fully aware that my initial agreement to our engagement stemmed from the fact that you are, after all, the youngest son of the Mo family. Su Yanran exclaimed, her voice tinged with agitation. You know very well that our betrothal includes elements of a familial alliance. Yet when you severed ties, did you even consider me? How am I to contemplate your feelings? Mo Xian couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Su Yanran, Rome wasn't built in a day, nor does the human heart perish overnight. If you insist on dredging up old grievances, very well, allow me to list a few. On my birthday, you gifted a present to Mo Jinping merely because he accused me of pilfering from the household. You believed him and sought to teach me a lesson. During our outings, your phone incessantly buzzed as you were busy messaging Mo Jinping. I chose not to stay in the dormitory because you expressed a desire for a private space for us, only for you to turn around and rent an apartment while your family opposed it, leading you to reside on campus. Consequently, Mo Jinping frequently sought you out, taking you to nearby restaurants and for milk tea. Did you think I was oblivious to all this? Su Yanran, had you merely confessed that your affections had waned, I would not have held it against you. You later chastised me for not reaching out, for my perceived coldness. I inquired of you. Did you not understand your own feelings? Your response was astonishing, suggesting that I was the one who had changed. It was your repeated choices that compelled me to sever ties. Truth be told, do you know why I was not heartbroken upon our breakup? Because, in truth, I had long since given up on you. Su Yanran stared blankly at Mo Xian, recalling the limited edition sneakers she had gifted him for his 18th birthday. In a moment of anger, she had handed them over to Mo Jinping after he carelessly remarked about Mo Xian stealing from home. She justified it as a lesson for him, yet she should have known Mo Xian's character better than anyone else. Mo Jinping, often frequenting bars and nightclubs, knew well how to charm women, while Mo Xian preferred straightforward actions over convoluted maneuvers. Su Yanran felt that Mo Xian lacked thoughtfulness, gravitating instead towards conversations with Mo Jinping. Initially, she had wished to cohabit with Mo Xian, not out of malice, but due to her parents' disapproval of such an early arrangement. However, Mo Xian's choice to live off-campus inadvertently granted Mo Jinping the opportunity to assert his presence. Su Yanran consistently emphasized that Mo Xian was her boyfriend. Yet she still accompanied Mo Jinping, seemingly indifferent to Mo Xian's feelings. When questioned, she would merely refer to him as Mo Xian's brother. Most distasteful was her claim that Mo Xian had a strained relationship with his family, suggesting that his brother sought her out to mend that rift. Yet, whenever they ventured out, it was Mo Jinping who sowed discord. Following that incident at the hotel, Mo Xian's demeanor towards her grew exceedingly cold. He became engrossed in his studies and rarely initiated contact. Feeling guilty, Su Yanran attempted to shift the blame onto him, yet all it achieved was deepening Mo Xian's disappointment. "Daddy, let us return." Luo Wire softly tugged at Mo Xian's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. Father refrained from conversing with the lady, and thus his anger dissipated. Luo Schwerer remained silent, extending her tiny hand to grasp her father's fingers. Mo Xian took a moment to compose himself, smiling as he lifted his daughters into his embrace, softly murmuring reassurances that everything would be all right, and asking if they would like to return home with him. He then turned to Su Yanran, questioning her intentions. "Su Yanran, I truly fail to comprehend the meaning of your actions. The engagement was your own desire, yet I was the one who relinquished it. You departed from the country, and upon your return, you expressed a wish to reconcile? Mo Xian, I am genuinely remorseful." Su Yanran's demeanor visibly crumbled. "Initially, I admit I was swayed. Mo Jinping possesses a silver tongue, as you are aware. Furthermore, I was incensed that you severed ties with your family. My parents began to support our union, not solely due to my grandmother's wishes, but also because you are, after all, a scion of the Mo family. My engagement to Mo Jinping was unavoidable, given the numerous collaborations between our families. Although I publicly announced our engagement, I have never been with him. I remain untainted. For 3 years, I have not forgotten you. Mo Xian, I truly regret our parting." Before Su Yanran could finish, Luo Myuki's scornful voice interjected, "Miss Su, how eager you seem to entangle yourself with the father of another's children." Luo Myuki approached, taking Luo Schwerer from Mo Xian, and grasping his hand, she remarked, "Brother, how disobedient you are, lingering here with your ex-girlfriend in such ambiguity." "No, Mo Xian hastily clarified. "We merely crossed paths. There are matters that require explanation. I assure you, I have done nothing improper. You may inquire with the children." Upon seeing the two little ones nod, Luo Myuki huffed, "Let us hurry home. Brother, you truly do not inspire confidence. Otherwise, let us conspire to confine you, ensuring you remain by our side forever." The mere thought of her brother associating with that woman ignited a murderous rage within Luo Myuki. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she pulled Mo Xian away. Su Yanran yearned to voice her thoughts, but not far off, Luo Xia stood with her arms crossed, observing her. Upon meeting her frigid gaze, Su Yanran was overcome with fear. She understood that these sisters were not only unhinged, but capable of easily extinguishing her life. Upon seeing Mo Xian, Luo Xia's frost-like countenance melted instantly. With a hint of playful annoyance, she pinched his cheek, declaring, "I will deal with you later. Go now. I shall assist in driving her away." With Mo Xian and Luo Myuki cradling the children as they departed, Luo Xia turned, casting a cold glance back at Su Yanran, and coldly uttered, "Until you fulfill my demands, your words are merely excuses." With that, Luo Xia turned and walked away, leaving Su Yanran feeling utterly drained, sinking to the ground in a daze. Indeed, any explanations now would amount to mere pretexts. "I apologize, I did not anticipate encountering her." Once inside, Mo Xian promptly apologized to Luo Xia and Luo Myuki. "I merely wished to clarify matters with her and put an end to her pursuits." "Understood," Luo Xia replied, extending her hand to gently pat Mo Xian's face. "Consider it a slap. You are not to engage with her again, do you comprehend? Otherwise, I shall be compelled to take her life. I have prepared exquisite desserts, accompanied by red tea and hot cocoa. Come and indulge." The murderous intent brewing within Luo Xia was entirely concealed from her countenance. She harbored a deep desire to eliminate Su Yanran. Had it not been for Su's usefulness, Luo would have readily taken matters into her own hands. "Oh, look at the delightful desserts," exclaimed the two little ones, tugging at their father's sleeve. "Daddy, let us have cake." "Very well, I shall serve it for you." Observing the gentle patience of Mo Xian only intensified the murderous thoughts in Luo Xia's mind. It was not just her, Luo Myuki felt the same. He was their Mo Xian, and they would not allow anyone, particularly Su Yanran, to covet him. Chapter 34. The second sister's mischief, Su Yanran returned to the rental house where the three of them resided, her spirit utterly dejected. Mo Tingting was nowhere to be found, leaving only Mo Yinging seated on the sofa. Unlike her sister's commanding demeanor, Mo Yinging wore her hair in a simple ponytail, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Engrossed in a book of classical poetry appreciation, though she bore a resemblance to her sister and was indeed a beauty, Mo Yinging exuded an air of quiet detachment. Yanran, are you all right? Mo Yinging inquired, noting the despondent expression and tear-streaked face of Su Yanran, her surprise evident. Did you have a quarrel with Jinping? Su Yanran cast a vacant glance at Mo Yinging, her voice hoarse. Sister Yinging, I encountered Mo Xian. Upon hearing his name, Mo Yinging's expression darkened, tinged with disdain. How could he possibly afford to be here? Did you see whom he was with? Is it true that he is being supported by some middle-aged wealthy woman? Sister Yinging, why do you harbor such animosity towards him? Su Yanran refrained from answering, and instead posed a question she had long wished to ask. What has he done to offend you? He has not wronged me, Mo Yinging replied, closing her book. He is merely my brother, yet look at Jinping, and then at him. He is cold and indifferent, and the last time he caused such a scene with our family, he even knocked out Jinping's front tooth. At this, Su Yanran furrowed her brow. But was it not Jinping who wronged him, provoking him into action? Mo Jinping had conspired with Cheng Jiahao to exploit his birthday as a pretext to invite Mo Xian to his party. During the event, they intended to drug Mo Xian's drink, aiming to entangle him with a young woman. However, after consuming the drink, Mo Xian went to the restroom and subsequently vanished. They could not locate him within the venue. The following day, Mo Jinping brought the young woman and Cheng Jiahao to the Mo residence, creating a scene and accusing Mo Xian of misconduct after drinking. Cheng Jiahao, as a witness, coupled with Mo Jinping's instigation, led to Mo Changshan's unfounded condemnation of Mo Xian's character, despite the lack of substantial evidence. How absurd it was that the eldest son, mired in a plethora of scandals, received no reprimand, and even had his issues swept under the rug, while the youngest son was mercilessly berated for mere rumors. Yet, no one anticipated that Mo Xian would stand his ground, even calling the police, which ultimately revealed that he had been picked up by a ride-sharing service. Mo Xian demanded to press charges against Mo Jinping for slander and Cheng Jiahao for malicious intent, which irrevocably severed his ties with the Mo family. A family that had once been united was now irreparably torn apart, and he was unwilling to shy away from confrontation. As Mo Yinging contemplated this, she couldn't help but grit her teeth in frustration. Jean Peng had grown up under her watchful eye, and it was all Mo Xian's fault, associating with that Cheng Jiahao, which led to Jean Peng being embroiled in this mess. Su Yanran stared blankly at Mo Yinging, surprised that after all this time, she still believed that Mo Jinping bore no fault in the matter. Yanran, you must cease all contact with him. Mo Xian's temperament has been spoiled by our grandmother. Mo Yinging sighed heavily. Ever since he returned home, calamities had befallen the household, and he, boasting of his martial prowess since childhood, had bullied Jean Peng mercilessly. Just look at him. Where is the semblance of a younger brother in him? Yinging, how exactly did he bully Mo Jinping back then? Su Yanran's voice carried a hint of coldness. We have known each other for quite a while, and Mo Xian is not the type to oppress the weak. Jean Peng said that while we were away, Mo Xian, taking advantage of his height and strength, frequently threatened him and even stole his money. Mo Yinging asserted with conviction. Su Yanran couldn't help but scoff. Did you witness this? Is there a need to witness it? Mo Yinging's words faltered as she realized the truth. She had never seen Mo Xian bully Mo Jinping with her own eyes, nor had anyone else, as all accounts came from Jean Peng himself. I have nothing more to say. Su Yanran stood up, picking up her handbag. Yinging, I have matters at the company. I must take my leave. Without waiting for Mo Yinging to protest, Su Yanran slammed the door behind her. Mo Yinging stared blankly at the door, puzzled as to why mentioning Mo Xian had prompted Su Yanran to storm out in anger. Hadn't she once believed that Mo Xian's drunken indiscretions warranted a change in their engagement, publicly announcing her relationship with Mo Jinping? Once in her car, Su Yanran did not immediately start the engine, instead sitting in a daze. Mo Yinging's firm conviction that Mo Xian's character was inferior to Jean Peng's, and that his demeanor was no different from her past self, gnawed at her. Remembering the frantic attempts Mo Xian made to clarify himself after Luo Xia and Luo Muqi's appearance today, Su Yanran felt as though her heart had been pierced by needles. In the past, The Mo family, aside from their grandmother, had held a similar attitude towards Mo Xian. Despite being granted admission to Kyoto University, there had been no celebratory banquet in his honor. She suddenly recalled the moment she gifted sneakers to Mo Jinping, questioning how it differed from Mo Yingying's earlier actions. While it was understandable for the Mo family to feel distant from Mo Xian, how could she, having known him since childhood, fathom that he would commit such acts? Su Yanran leaned against the steering wheel, unable to restrain her tears any longer. The more Mo Yingying pondered the situation, the more it seemed amiss. Both sisters were well aware of the past between Mo Xian and Su Yanran. Although Mo Qingqing did not directly participate, she had, to some extent, fueled the flames. As for Mo Yingying and Mo Tingting, they were wholly devoted to supporting Jinpeng. Jinpeng was the true brother in their hearts, while Mo Xian, who had grown estranged due to his absence from home since childhood, was naturally deemed inconsequential. She took out her phone to call Mo Tingting, but the call would not go through. Mo Tingting was here to discuss collaborations with several entertainers from the industry. This third sister is utterly unreliable. Mo Yingying hung up the phone with a hint of irritation. To her surprise, Mo Xian had come here. It seemed he had indeed found a wealthy benefactor. Another reason for Mo Tingting's disdain towards Mo Xian stemmed from the fact that, prior to his arrival, she had been the top achiever in the Mo family. Although she did not gain admission to the prestigious Capital University, she attended a renowned institution and pursued a double major, excelling in both finance and literature, thereby establishing herself as a talented woman in elite circles. Despite not surpassing her elder sister in capability, she remained conceited, believing her literary flair outshone that of her sister. However, the emergence of her younger brother, who effortlessly secured a place at Capital University, shifted the family's focus to him. She was the most attentive to his academic progress, even discovering that he would be pursuing a doctorate at the age of 23 before anyone else in the family knew. Mo Yingying did not harbor jealousy towards Mo Xian for his superior talents. In fact, she admired his abilities. What fueled her animosity was an incident when Mo Jinping acted foolishly, and she blindly defended him while criticizing Mo Xian. In a particularly venomous retort, Mo Xian cruelly mocked her, saying, "Are your eyes and mind both deficient? Clinging to ancient poetry and self-pity, do you fancy yourself a Lindayu? You are merely a sycophant in the Grandview Garden." This remark struck Mo Yingying, who prided herself on her intellect, far deeper than a mere slap would have. Yet, she conveniently forgot the numerous times she had insulted Mo Xian, declaring, "Aside from your studies, you are utterly lacking. Do not mistake my words as excessive. You must recognize your place. Blood relations do not equate to our approval of you." Since Mo Xian's return, she had never extended a shred of kindness, instead delivering barbed jabs repeatedly, while he merely retaliated once, a grievance she held onto fiercely. Su Yanran had only wavered slightly, while Mo Yingying would not admit it aloud. She understood well the superiority of her youngest brother. Mo Jinping was not only shorter, but also less attractive than Mo Xian. Determined, she picked up her phone, vowing to teach him a lesson. She could not allow him to jeopardize Jinping and Yanran's impending union. Here was Mo Xian, attempting to steal a woman from his brother at this very moment. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she momentarily froze before decisively stepping out. In that fleeting moment, she recalled that Su Yanran had been taken from them all by Mo Xian. Chapter 35. The feeling of infatuation. This world is vast. So much so that some individuals may never cross paths in a lifetime. Yet, it is also remarkably small, to the extent that one can unexpectedly encounter the very person they dread most upon stepping outside. Mo Xian was currently experiencing this sentiment. He had heard that this hotel offered a unique steamed bun with hot springs, but he needed to visit the convenience store ahead to purchase them. He was considering bringing some for Luo Xia, Luo Muki, and their daughters, intending to present them when visiting his grandmother the next day. To his astonishment, he ran into Mo Yingying as she rushed out. "Mo Xian, is that really you?" Mo Yingying's eyes glinted with disdain upon seeing him. "Did you just run into Yanran?" Mo Xian could not be bothered to engage with her, not even sparing her a glance, and simply continued walking forward. "Stop right there." Mo Yingying firmly grasped Mo Xian's arm. "Have I permitted you to leave? Is there something amiss?" Mo Xian forcefully shook off her grip. "I believe I have severed all ties with your family, have I not?" "Mo Xian, do not overstep your boundaries." Mo Yingying, reflecting on her family's transgressions against him, softened her tone. "Yanyan and Jinping are soon to be engaged. You have chosen to wallow in decadence, allowing an older woman to support you, while deliberately provoking Yin. What is your purpose? Am I the one provoking her? Mo Xian scoffed. Is it not she who clings to me like a stubborn adhesive? Huh. Given the spectacle you made of yourself, Yin has long since given up hope. Mo Ying asserted confidently. Whenever Yin encounters you, her demeanor shifts. She has departed now, wanting nothing more than to enjoy a soothing hot spring, but you had to meddle. Insanity, Mo Xian muttered, raising his leg to depart. At times, he truly pondered how he was related to such individuals by blood. Mo Ying, unfazed by his insult, trailed behind him, adopting a tone of earnest counsel. Mo Xian, I understand you harbor resentment, yet love cannot be forced. If you lack the capability to retain a woman, do not blame Yin for seeking a better option. Upon hearing this, Mo Xian halted, casting a cold glance over his shoulder at Mo Ying. The icy glare caused her heart to tighten. She recalled how he had once incapacitated 8 bodyguards in her household. Nevertheless, she maintained her obstinate demeanor, even provocatively challenging him. What, do you wish to strike me? Am I not speaking the truth? The better individual you speak of is none other than Mo Jinping, who frequents nightclubs and relies on his parents to bail him out of trouble, not to mention the scandal involving a mistress he employed to ensnare his own brother. Mo Xian retorted with a hint of derision. A family that aids the elder brother in stealing his younger brother's girlfriend. What a travesty. Has the world come to an end, leaving only Su Yin? Aside from your family's misguided favoritism, Mo Jinping is nothing but a complete waste. Mo Ying, I choose to ignore you all solely because our grandmother is still alive. Do not think I have forgotten the transgressions of the past. With her days numbered, you had best pray for her longevity. Should she pass, you and your entire family will reap the consequences. Mo Ying's heart raced, and she instinctively averted her gaze from Mo Xian's resentful stare. During that time, he had reached out to the entire Mo family, yet none, including her, believed his intentions were for their grandmother's sake. They all assumed he was merely after money. You need not resort to such threats. Mo Ying replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Is it not you who continually bullies Jinping? If Jinping claims I bully him, will you take his word for it? If he wishes you dead, do not hesitate to oblige. Mo Xian mocked. And even if I did bully him, how does that pertain to your refusal to provide our grandmother with medical expenses? Mo Ying, have you not only lost your wits, but also your conscience? Aside from me, who else did our grandmother tutor the most? When you were in high school, she, well into her 60s, would travel every weekend to your apartment near school to assist you. When she fell ill, you contributed nothing, and what was it you said? Oh, indeed. To say that it was because of her that I had a falling out with my family is simply preposterous. My grandmother, who resides in a nursing home. Have you ever visited her? At this thought, Mo Xian felt an overwhelming urge to slap her across the face. When I was in the 6th grade, Mo Ying was in her senior year of high school. She complained about the distance of our grandmother's residence, expecting a frail grandmother with limited mobility to come to her for tutoring. When our grandmother was hospitalized and urgently needed medical expenses, the first person Mo Xian contacted was her, only to be met with her merciless ridicule. Mo Ying's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Her lips moved, but she could not utter a word. Mo Xian chose to disregard her and walked away, while Mo Ying did not attempt to stop him. Despite her dissatisfaction, she could only bite her lip and turn to seek out Mo Tingting. Mo Xian purchased some steamed buns and decided to buy a few snacks and drinks. With a large plastic bag in hand, he sipped on the sour plum soup he made himself from the convenience store, preparing to head back. As he walked, a man and a woman approached from the opposite direction. The woman led the way while the man hurriedly followed. Yunhua, listen to me. The man's face was filled with panic, his attire somewhat disheveled. I was merely momentarily bewitched. Please don't be angry. The woman, named Yunhua, had long hair and stood approximately 175 centimeters tall, her 7-centimeter heels accentuating her height. She possessed a model-like figure, a strikingly beautiful face, and captivating phoenix-like eyes. I have nothing to discuss with you. She cast a disdainful glance at the man behind her. Xuanming, a commercial marriage, one that your family has painstakingly sought. I, Cheng Yunhua, am not someone who cannot find a husband. A union is not essential with you. I will explain to my family that the marriage is hereby nullified. Mo Xian quietly stepped aside, holding his bag and sipping the sour plum soup, observing the unfolding drama. He was not alone, although it was not peak season. The store still had its fair share of patrons. Passers-by kept a respectful distance, pausing to watch the spectacle. Yunhua, I truly did not mean it. Xueming, noticing the onlookers, quickly adjusted his suit. Let us discuss this elsewhere. It's not suitable with so many people around. What is unsuitable about it? When you were shameless, did you not think it inappropriate? Cheng Yunhua retorted coldly. I have nothing more to say to you. Even without affection, I believe I have treated you well. You even had the audacity to sneak off with that little star while we were together. Do you have no shame? Her voice was loud, unmistakably filled with fury. Mo Xian felt the name familiar, yet could not immediately recall who Cheng Yunhua was. Xueming's expression darkened considerably. After all, with so many witnesses, he, a scion of a wealthy family, was being publicly caught in infidelity by his fiancée, and someone had already begun recording the incident. Yunhua, you're tarnishing the reputation of both our families, Xueming whispered. If you're dissatisfied, it's inappropriate to cause such a scene in public. Huh? When you couldn't control yourself, did you ever consider this day would come? Cheng Yunhua pushed him away forcefully. The illustrious scion of the Xue family in Kyoto. You are unconcerned about your own humiliation. Why should I care? At this moment, the onlookers were no longer indifferent. Mo Xian recalled who Xueming was. The Xue family operated a chain of supermarkets with branches nationwide. Xueming was the second son of the Xue family, who had recently announced his engagement to a young lady from the Cheng family, a family of considerable stature in Kyoto, ranking among the few with significant influence beneath the Luo family. Goodness, this Cheng lady was truly ruthless, showing no regard for the dignity of the Xue family's second son. In the realm of aristocratic unions, emotions are sometimes absent, with each party pursuing their own interests. Yet it is undeniably embarrassing for a fiancé to be caught red-handed. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he had brought his fiancée along. While on the other side, he was engaging in a clandestine affair. It was the Cheng lady who must be feeling the most humiliated, wasn't it? Naturally, Xueming heard the surrounding discussions. He seized Cheng Yunhua's right hand with force, insisting, I have said this is not a place for conversation. Can you not consider my reputation? Let us leave quickly and avoid further disgrace. Cheng Yunhua fiercely shook off his hand, and her Chanel bag came crashing down onto his face. This infuriated Xueming entirely, and in retaliation, he slapped Cheng Yunhua across the face. You wretched woman. Has the Cheng family's upbringing gone to the dogs? Xueming raised his hand, poised to strike again, but his wrist was firmly grasped by another. Young Master Xue, are you certain you wish to continue this? Mo Xian said coldly, holding his wrist. Both of you are prominent individuals. Do you not fear the disgrace this will bring upon your families? Cheng Yunhua, stung by the slap, was about to erupt in anger, but upon seeing Mo Xian, she froze. The young man before her, clutching a plastic bag, was tall and possessed an exceedingly handsome countenance. With a pair of black-rimmed glasses, he appeared refined and scholarly, yet exuded an undeniable strength. His eyes, as clear as a tranquil lake, were deep and serene. Cheng Yunhua felt as if her heart had been struck. Her pulse inexplicably quickened, and her previously pained face began to warm. Heavens, what is happening to me? Is this the feeling of infatuation? Xueming glanced around, withdrew his hand, shot Cheng Yunhua a furious glare, and turned to leave. Cheng Yunhua, however, remained focused on Mo Xian, completely disregarding Xueming's departure. As the crowd witnessed Xueming's exit, they felt the excitement had dissipated and gradually began to disperse. As for Mo Xian, he acted purely out of disapproval, offering assistance as a matter of course. He nodded at Cheng Yunhua, grasped his bag, and turned to depart. Cheng Yunhua, awakening from her reverie, hurried after him, her voice tinged with urgency. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's nothing, truly. Mo Xian waved his hand dismissively. Miss Cheng, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Wait, what is your name? Cheng Yunhua asked quickly. I am very grateful for your help today. May I treat you to a meal sometime? I appreciate your kindness, but I am not in a position to accept. If Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki were to find out, it would surely lead to complications. Shall we add each other on WeChat? Cheng Yunhua remained persistent. In the future, I could assist you with anything. Mo Xian sensed that if he did not provide her with his contact information, she might not let him leave. Reluctantly, he took out his phone and exchanged details with her. Are you Mo Xian, the one from Kyoto University? Cheng Yunhou's words caught him off guard. He had not thought himself to be so renowned. Cheng Yunhou, too, was surprised that someone the Cheng family had been unable to recruit would serendipitously appear here and even thwart Xueming. Having participated in the programming of the Rongxing robotic arm, Mo Xian naturally attracted the attention of various headhunters, including those from the Chung family. Chung Yuno was responsible for human resources at the Chung Corporation. At just 23, she was a doctoral student involved in the RD team and in the Rongxing project. And she certainly would not overlook such a promising candidate. However, Kyoto University had declined all invitations, including from the Chung family. Rongxing had already made arrangements, and Mo Xian was effectively earmarked for them. Many of the Chung family's projects relied on collaboration with Rongxing, thus they had ceased pursuing Mo Xian. While others might be unaware, the Chung family understood that Rongxing was backed by Luo Tian. Since Rongxing had taken an interest, there was no need for further competition. Miss Chung, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Mo Xian nodded slightly before departing. Chung Yuno, however, felt a turmoil within. Staring vacantly at Mo Xian's retreating figure. Perhaps I should seek another opportunity to connect with him, she thought, rubbing her cheek where Xueming had struck her. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she hastily dialed a number. Hello, please send me the detailed information on Mo Xian right away. Yes, the Mo Xian that Rongxing has taken an interest in. Find a way to uncover his details. Returning to her small courtyard, Luo Xia was engrossed in her phone, responding to messages one after another, while Luo Muki was more leisurely, playing on the carpet with two children. Daddy, the two little ones, upon seeing Mo Xian, abandoned Luo Muki and ran to hug his legs. These ungrateful little ones. Luo Muki laughed in exasperation. Where were you just now when you were clinging to me? Mommy, Auntie, Luo Wire and Luo Schwerer quickly returned, tugging at Luo Muki's hand. She pinched their adorable cheeks, then stood to take the plastic bag from Mo Xian's hands. Seizing the moment when he was distracted, she lightly kissed his cheek. Shoo! Luo Muki made a gesture for silence, unnoticed by Luo Xia, who was busy handling company matters. Mo Xian's face flushed. Despite this being trivial compared to other experiences he had shared with them, the small gesture sent his heart racing. You're back? Luo Xia seemed to have finished her tasks and looked up at Mo Xian with a gentle smile. You've bought so much food. Yes, and I must thank you both. Mo Xian replied with a warm smile. If it weren't for you and Muki's assistance, I wouldn't have so much money on hand. Luo Xia smiled faintly. Mo Xian's talent was exceptional, and his programming was already being promoted by the Luo Corporation. By the year's end, the company conservatively estimated revenues to surpass 100 million. In the heart of Luo Xia, there lingered a hint of regret for having informed Luo Tian about Rongxing's acceptance of Ma Xuan. She did not require Ma Xuan to venture out to earn a living. His talents, she felt, were best appreciated in their presence. Originally, they had planned to indulge in a hot spring bath in the afternoon, but Luo Xia suggested to Luo Muki that they postpone it until evening. Ma Xuan paid no heed to this change, instead taking the two children to frolic in the hot spring pool in the backyard. The children, obedient as ever, removed their shoes and socks, dipping their adorable little feet into the warm spring water. Luo Xia and Luo Muki settled into a nearby wicker chair, observing the trio of father and daughters. Sunlight bathed the courtyard, a gentle breeze caressed their faces, and warm steam occasionally enveloped them. Despite the chill of October, this family of five remained blissfully unaware, as if the courtyard itself had grown even more inviting. As dinner time approached, a simple phone call from Luo Xia summoned a sumptuous feast from the hotel. Ma Xuan glanced at the spread, tears welling up in his eyes. At long last, there were no oysters, bullwhip soup, or spicy kidney dishes. Who among them feasted daily on such fare? After dinner, the clock struck 7. Ma Xuan, checking the time, turned to Luo Xia and Luo Muki, inquiring if they might take their daughter to the hot springs first. No, let us wait a bit longer, Luo Xia replied, casting a deep gaze at Ma Xuan. The little ones should not partake in the hot springs. Ma Xuan was taken aback. Then why bring the children here? Meanwhile, at the Ma Xuan sisters' guest house, Mok Xingyin glared at Mok Xinting, her expression stormy. Mok Xinting, in terms of beauty, was the most striking of the three sisters, yet now her hair was disheveled, and her face bore several scratches. I could just kill you. Mok Xinyin seethed. Have you lost your mind? To be caught with Xueming while he was still entangled with Chung Yuno, his legitimate fiancée. Indeed, it was Mok Xinting, the third miss of the Mo family, who was having an affair with Xueming. Sister, I was deceived as well. Mok Xinting protested, her eyes brimming with tears and a look of grievance on her face. Xueming said if I accompanied him, he would secure resources for me. You know, I've been in this acting career for so long without making a name for myself. You insisted on entering the entertainment industry despite being advised to focus on your studies. Our family has invested in you. If you cannot stand on your own, who can you blame? Ma Xingying, exasperated, removed her glasses. The Shui family won't concern themselves with you. And if the Chung family decides to pursue this, it will implicate our family. You are utterly unreasonable. Ma Xingying felt as if her very existence was being drained by her foolish sister. In the opulent world of Kyoto, the Mo family was merely inconsequential. Neither the Shui family nor the Chung family were ones they could afford to offend. What infuriated her most was the realization that this foolishness was shared by her own blood. How could they have emerged from the same womb? The thought left Ma Xingying feeling as though all intelligence had been bestowed upon her, leaving none for Ma Xinting. Their plan for a relaxing hot spring visit had been disrupted by Su Yanran's departure, Ma Xuan's sharp retorts, and now Ma Xinting had stirred up such a colossal mess. Once exposed, not only would her career be ruined, but the Mo and Qin families would also suffer the consequences. Just as her irritation peaked, Ma Xingying's phone rang, revealing a call from Qin and I. Hesitant yet compelled, she answered. Mother, is there something wrong? Where are you? Return home immediately, Qin and I urged, her voice tinged with urgency. Jinping is in serious trouble. Chapter 37. Nightfall. Uncle Zheng, indeed advanced in age, remains somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of the internet. His sole focus is to fulfill the directives of the young lady, never anticipating the rapid escalation of online discourse. Mo Jinping, known for his nocturnal escapades in nightclubs and bars, is not immune to scandalous incidents. The Luo family has been closely monitoring him, possessing a wealth of information regarding his indiscretions. This time, he has been exposed for spending the night in a hotel with a married third-tier actress. This actress, now 30 and a mother, may not be a household name, but is certainly a familiar face. Subsequently, news of the impending marriage alliance between the Mo and Su families broke, and the Luo family's tactics were ruthless, revealing numerous intimate photographs of Mo Jinping with various women at nightclubs. Infidelity, illicit affairs, and entanglements within the entertainment industry. This scandal encompasses it all. When Mo Yingying and Mo Tingting hurried home, they found Mo Jinping kneeling on the ground, disheveled. Mo Qingqing sat coldly on the sofa, silent and unyielding. Mo Changshan's eyes were red-rimmed, his shirt unbuttoned at several places, wielding a rattan cane. Qin and I sat sobbing quietly in the corner, while old Master Mo had yet to make an appearance. I should have sent you away long ago, Mo Changshan bellowed. You foolish boy, unable to control your basest impulses. How many messes have I cleaned up for you? I thought you were finally behaving, but you chose the worst moment to embarrass me. Mo Jinping, head bowed, dared not speak, his face marked by recent blows. Although his designer attire was not visibly tattered, it was clear that the rattan cane had made its mark. Father, we must urgently devise a public relations strategy. Mo Qingqing cast a cold glance at Mo Jinping. He is merely young and reckless. Let us overlook this incident, shall we? Reckless? He is 26. Mo Changshan threw the rattan cane onto the floor. He is not part of the entertainment industry. If we manage to suppress this, we will incur no losses. However, the Su family is already dissatisfied. At this revelation, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. What? They want to allow me to annul the engagement? Su Yanran, in her own room on the phone, stood up in agitation. On the other end, Sister Hui responded with a hint of amusement, stating that while they wouldn't permit her to withdraw from the engagement, the marriage could be postponed. And as long as no certificate was issued, this so-called engagement bore no legal weight. What does your vice president mean by this? Su Yanran suppressed her fury. If I withdraw from the engagement now, it will clearly indicate my stance. As for my plans against the Mo family, I am already preparing to execute them. By preventing me from annulling the engagement, are they not going back on their word? Miss Su, you have the option to decline our collaboration, Sister Hui replied calmly. As long as you express your intention not to annul the engagement, Vice President Luo will guide you on the subsequent steps. Very well, I shall not collaborate with you. Su Yanran gritted her teeth. I am not Luo Xia or Luo Muki. I can win back Mo Xian on my own. Miss Su, you must understand that Mo Jinping is currently backed by the Luo family. Do you truly believe he would require your assistance to exact revenge on the Mo family for past grievances? Sister Hui maintained her composed tone. Moreover, the two children were raised solely by Mr. Mo, who has been abandoned by you, while their grandmother's life hangs by a thread. with the eldest and second young ladies by his side. It is already a gesture of grace for the eldest lady to offer you this opportunity. Su Yinran fell silent. She was well aware that Luo Xia harbored ill intentions and doubted whether Luo Xia would genuinely grant her a chance. Yet, her obsession with Mo Xian was one aspect. And on the other hand, if she refused, would the Luo family retaliate against the Su family? After all, the engagement was merely a verbal agreement. Was her arrangement with Luo Xia not a verbal agreement as well? She lacked the courage to confront the colossal beast that was the Luo family. And considering her desire to reconcile with Mo Xian, acquiescing to Luo Xia's plan seemed like a prudent choice. Very well, I shall consent to your terms. Su Yinran reluctantly agreed. I fail to comprehend the significance of this. That, I cannot elucidate. Miss Su, good night. Without hesitation, Sister Hui hung up the phone and promptly sent a message to Luo Xia. Eldest lady, she has agreed. Upon reading Sister Hui's text, Luo Xia smiled faintly and then set her phone aside. The phone then buzzed with a news alert. The second son of the Shui family, chain supermarket caught cheating with a certain star. Caught in bed by his fiancée. Oblivious to the happenings outside, Mo Xian was blissfully soaking in a hot spring, a towel draped over his face. A dim lamp flickered behind him, the wind rustling the branches, creating a soft whispering sound. The warm spring water enveloped him, gradually lulling him into a state of relaxation, almost to the point of slumber. Suddenly, the lamp extinguished, yet he remained unaware, only sensing the water beside him stirring gently. Then, a smooth figure drew near, startling Mo Xian, who quickly removed the towel from his face. In the faint light from the window, Luo Xia appeared, clad only in a towel. Her hair elegantly pinned up, silent save for the fervent kisses that spoke of possession. Mu Qi had succumbed to fatigue and drifted into sleep. Luo Xia's voice, laced with suppressed desire, whispered in Mo Xian's ear. In truth, she had surreptitiously added a sleep aid to the water she provided for Luo Muqi. Both daughters had not slept throughout the afternoon, and after dinner, they had played for a while, naturally succumbing to slumber together in the bedroom on the first floor. Luo Xia pressed her body against Mo Xian's, her voice both comforting as an angel and seductive as a demon. Xian, tonight, you belong solely to me. Xia, this is in public. Mo Xian instinctively tried to push her away but inadvertently brushed against her softness, causing him to retract his hand in alarm. Wait. Let us discuss this in the room. He always felt that at moments like this, he resembled a woman more than ever. I wish to remain here. Luo Xia's eyes gleamed with an unhealthy possessiveness, and her ferocious kisses conveyed her message to Mo Xian. Everything about him was hers. I am a man, you know. This is rather dismissive of my dignity. You too, enough already. Luo Muqi, clad in a white bathrobe, leaned against the doorframe, observing the scene. Mo Xian nearly stumbled into the hot spring in fright, while Luo Xia turned and, with a teasing smile, said, So, you weren't asleep, sister? Oh, do you really think I'm foolish? Luo Muqi scoffed, instantly aware that her sister harbored ulterior motives. She hesitated to drink the water her sister had offered, pretending to be asleep in order to observe her sister's actions. As anticipated, the promised respite for Mo Xian had not materialized. Moreover, Mo Xian belonged to her, and her sister's cunning was insufferable. Very well, perhaps they could indulge in a soak together? Luo Xia wrapped herself in the towel she had just removed and reached out to grasp Mo Xian, who was trying to escape. You shall not flee, little Xian. Under the cloak of night, the three sat in the tranquil hot spring, enveloped in silence. By the way, which of you two is pinching my thigh? Why are you biting me? Don't gnaw at my face. This is a human visage, not some pork. It was not as he had imagined. It seemed as though the two were maliciously retaliating against him, biting and pinching for reasons unknown. Chapter 38. Fragments of Memory. The following morning, Luo Weier and Luo Shuer awoke in search of their father, startled by the sight before them. What had happened to their father? Why were there bite marks on both his arms? The resemblance was uncanny, reminiscent of the marks left by Index on Kamijutoma. Most perplexing to the two little girls was that, although they had come to find their father, their mother and aunt were present in his room. Are you two canine creatures? Mo Xian finally managed to usher the children out, his tone laced with discontent. I wonder if you two are planning to devour me. If given the chance, they truly might. Some matters were curious. For the sake of ensnaring Mo Xian, they could suppress their own feelings and feign affection for 3 years. Yet now that their relationship with Mo Xian had rapidly advanced, their possessiveness had intensified. Biting and leaving marks seemed to signify that he belonged to them. Let me leave a mark on you. Suddenly, Luo Xia embraced Mo Xian from behind with surprising strength, rendering even the nearly 190 centimeters tall and sturdy man momentarily breathless. Little Xian, you won't abandon us, will you? How could I? Mo Xian began to respond, but he was met with the sight of Luo Muqi smiling at him. Although it was a familiar expression, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. Little Xian, you won't leave us, will you? Luo Xia's embrace tightened, her voice lacking its usual gentleness, now tinged with an ominous undertone. Of course not. What is wrong with you? Mo Xian inquired, pushing aside Luo Xia's arms to turn and face her. Yet, she still wore the gentle smile of an older sister. Xia, are you all right? Of course, you silly boy. Your words bring me much joy. Luo Xia raised her hand to touzle Mo Xian's hair, momentarily causing him to feel disoriented. Was it merely an illusion? Brother, let us go outside. Luo Muqi interlaced her fingers with Mo Xian's in a display of intimacy. I'm already starving. Mo Xian chose not to dwell on it. Allowing Luo Muqi to lead him outside, Luo Xia casually remarked, You two go ahead. I need to attend to some business matters, and will order breakfast for you. Until Mo Xian and Luo Muqi exited the room, the smile on Luo Xia's face took on a somewhat morbid appearance. She turned and retrieved a blue folder from her bag, its cover inscribed with 6 neatly written characters. Phase 3 report. Mo Jinping had indeed stirred quite a commotion. As he assisted Luo Weier and Luo Shuer in serving Zilongbao while perusing the news on his phone, he realized that the trending topics had been dominated by 2 events that evening. One involved Mo Jinping's affair with a married actress, and the other was the scandal he witnessed the previous day, where Cheng Yuno caught Xue Ming in the act. However, he did not gain notoriety from this incident. Although he had intervened to confront Xue Ming, it seemed the public was far more engrossed in the melodrama of 2 affluent heirs. Brother, you should just ignore them, Luo Muqi said, reaching over to lock Mo Xian's phone screen. For now, focus on studying with us. I would love to concentrate on my studies. But you both need to afford me that opportunity. Mo Xian felt increasingly beleaguered by the persistent attention of the sisters. With half of his coursework still incomplete and the research group no longer demanding his presence, he realized he had not reported in for quite some time. Moreover, he had indulged far too much in recent days. Luo Xia and Luo Muqi seemed transformed during those moments, as if they were releasing not just desire, but a deeper obsession. Dad, what's wrong? The soft voice of Luo Weier quickly brought Mo Xian back to reality. He did not respond, merely smiling at his daughter as he blew on the 8 treasure porridge in front of her. Luo Muqi noticed Mo Xian's momentary distraction and, pondering it, turned to Luo Weier. Weiwei, sip slowly, don't burn yourself. Weiwei. Upon hearing this name, Mo Xian's expression turned somewhat dazed. He felt an unsettling familiarity with the name, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of suffocation. Brother, are you all right? Luo Muqi observed Mo Xian's pallor and hurriedly approached him. What is the matter? Did something come to mind? Mo Xian gazed at her in confusion, shaking his head without realizing the oddity in Luo Muqi's words. Fragmented images began to surface in his mind, all seemingly connected to someone named Weiwei, yet he could not recall the specific scenes. At some point, Luo Xia had emerged quietly behind Mo Xian, her gaze complex as she clutched the folder. Subsequently, she opened the folder and began to write with a pen contained within it. Memory neurons have yet to fully recover, but significant improvements are evident. Psychological suggestion must continue. Memory need not be restored, but it is imperative to ensure he does not leave. Upon completing her notes, Luo Xia closed the folder and placed it back in her bag before walking over to Mo Xian, gently patting his head. Why not stay another day? The environment here is pleasant. You usually spend your time either at home with the children or preoccupied with your studies, and sometimes even running errands for us. Oh, all right. Upon hearing Luo Xia's words, the fleeting, indistinct memories in Mo Xian's mind seemed to vanish once more. Father, are you feeling unwell? Luo Weier and Luo Shuer observed Mo Xian's unusual demeanor and assumed he was ill, standing on their chairs to touch his face. Mo Xian quickly embraced the 2 little girls, smiling as he reassured them that he was fine, merely having had a restless night. I'll just rest a bit more later. He pondered whether his recent sleeplessness was due to his incessant activities over the past few days, dismissing any other possibilities. In stark contrast to Mo Xian's situation, Mo Jinping was enduring a rather tumultuous time. The Su family had communicated nothing, with Su Yinran merely sending a message about the postponement of their engagement banquet before blocking all means of contact with him. In a fit of rage, Mo Changshan confined him to their home, forbidding him from stepping outside. The bedroom was shrouded in smoke as he contemplated who might be plotting against him while inhaling from a cigarette. At that moment, a call from a concealed number interrupted his thoughts. Mo Jinping furrowed his brows, irritated as he answered, "Who is this?" "Young Master Mo, have you forgotten me so swiftly?" The mocking voice of Uncle Zheng resonated through the line. "I assume you don't recall our last encounter at the parking lot." Mo Jinping, feeling flustered, extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and replied in a hushed tone, "I've already discussed this with my father. What more do you want?" "I believe I mentioned that Chairman Mo should personally visit the nursing home to discuss the shares with his esteemed wife, didn't I?" Uncle Zheng's tone shifted to one of chilling seriousness. "Young Master Mo, if you wish to avoid another trending scandal, you would do well to comply with our requests. Don't push your luck." Mo Jinping retorted, his voice raised. "Don't think I can't figure it out. You must be the underlings of that wealthy woman supporting Mo Xian, right? Otherwise, why are you so invested in this trivial matter?" "Oh, you're not as foolish as I thought," Uncle Zheng feigned surprise. "Rest assured, as long as you can persuade your father, we have the means to either humiliate you or suppress this issue altogether. Young Master Mo, you wouldn't want your illicit activities with your biological mother to come to light, would you?" Chapter 39. Cheng Wenxin. After spending another day at the Hot Spring Hotel, Mo Xian first drove Luo Xia and Luo Muqi to their company, returned the children home, and then turned back toward the school. With his coursework finally nearing completion, he sought out his mentor, Professor Yang, a distinguished elder in his 60s and one of the pioneers in computer engineering in the country, welcomed Mo Xian warmly. "Oh, young Mo, I have good news. Rongxing has arranged your interview." Mo Xian exhaled in relief. After such a long wait, his job prospects were finally solidifying. "Thank you, Professor. Your meticulous guidance has been invaluable during this time." He expressed his gratitude respectfully. "Are you still considering retirement? At my age, it is indeed time to step back and enjoy some peace," Professor Yang replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Your grandmother's health remains unchanged," Mo Xian remarked with a wry smile. "She called me just the other day, still lamenting her lack of sleep." Professor Yang gently patted Mo Xian's shoulder, expressing his regret. "Do not dwell on it. Your grandmother has devoted her life to caring for her family, and she has nothing to regret. The Cheng family has also extended an invitation to you. Miss Cheng personally contacted me, wishing to meet with you for a detailed discussion." Upon mentioning Cheng Professor Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "What a fine young lady." It's unfortunate that Shui's family is so short-sighted. As for your brother's matters, they are no longer my concern." Mo Xian shook his head and replied, "You seem to have forgotten. I have severed ties with the Mo family." Professor Yang's throat tightened, yet the words of consolation he wished to offer remained unspoken. He well understood the wisdom of the adage, one cannot advise others to be good without having endured their suffering. Mo Xian was now an adult, fully aware of the implications of his choices. After conversing with his mentor for a while longer, Mo Xian exited the office. Noticing that it was already past noon, he intended to have lunch before visiting the nursing home to see his grandmother. Just then, an alluring fragrance wafted towards him. "Excuse me, are you Mo Xian?" A stunning woman draped in a white shawl and adorned in a black qipao embroidered with red peonies approached gracefully. Her almond-shaped eyes appraised Mo Xian, and she chuckled lightly. "I am Li Manqing, secretary to young Master Cheng. He wishes to meet with you." Mo Xian looked at her in confusion and asked, "Which Cheng?" "The Cheng family of Kyoto," she replied. "Ah, yes, our young lady has met you before." Cheng At this thought, he realized which Cheng family she referred to. However, he was not particularly keen on meeting this young master, Cheng Wenxin. Previously, he had sought to form an alliance with the Luo family, only to be turned away like Yi Ning before him. The sudden approach of such a person was unwelcome. It would be best to avoid the encounter altogether. "Our young master insists that you meet with him," Li Manqing persisted, sensing Mo Xian's reluctance. "He wishes to express his gratitude for matters concerning Miss Yuno." "Such a trivial matter hardly warrants thanks," Mo Xian replied nonchalantly. "I have other commitments and must be on my way." "Perhaps you should reconsider," Li Manqing urged. "Moreover, I know Miss Yuno's character. You wouldn't want her to come and disturb you in person, would you?" With a sigh, Mo Xian reluctantly nodded in agreement. Realizing it was unfair to make things difficult for someone simply doing their job, he followed Li Manqing out of the school, where a Rolls-Royce awaited them, with only a driver inside. The car drove to a tea house not far from Kyoto University, a place Mo Xian had visited several times with Professor Yang. It was popular not only among the old scholars of the university, but also frequented by affluent individuals seeking a place to discuss business over tea. Li Manqing led Mo Xian to a pavilion in the backyard, where a stone table and 4 stone stools awaited them. Seated there was a man dressed in a well-tailored gray suit, his hair impeccably styled. In his left hand, he held a string of prayer beads, and in his right, he clutched a copy of the Diamond Sutra, reciting its verses softly. 2 bodyguards in black suits flanked him, both imposing figures who appeared remarkably similar in stature. "Young master, he has arrived," Li Manqing approached respectfully to announce. It was evident this was Cheng Wenxin. Indeed, Mo Xian felt an urge to express his grievances. He had only encountered the term Buddhist son in female-oriented short stories before, and now he was faced with one in reality. Cheng Wenxin was precisely such a prominent figure in Kyoto, adorned with the title of a reclusive Buddhist. The question lingered: if you embody the essence of a Buddhist, why engage in such alliances? Should you not seek emptiness and tranquility? A glance at the stone table revealed a collection of texts: the Lotus Sutra, the Avatamsaka Sutra, and even the Tao Te Ching, accompanied by a volume of the Analects. Astonishingly, it appeared he truly embodied the teachings of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Mo Xian could not help but marvel at the truth behind Wang Ruofu's words. Indeed, there were those who revered all 3 philosophies. Cheng Wenxin placed the prayer beads upon the stone table and instructed a bodyguard to light the sandalwood incense. Mo Xian rolled his eyes in exasperation. The theatrics were excessive. "You must be Mo Xian?" Cheng Wenxin seemed to finally notice him, casting a sidelong glance before returning to the Buddhist texts. "You intend to leave Kyoto, do you not?" Mo Xian was taken aback. "I slapped your sister, and now I must vacate Kyoto? Am I the foolish one, or are you?" "Manqing, show him the photograph." At Cheng Wenxin's command, Li Manqing retrieved her phone, revealing an image captured in the cafeteria, where Mo Xian was seen leaning down to kiss Luo Miyuki. "I am grateful for your assistance with my sister, yet the woman I desire does not appreciate unwanted attention, so I insist you depart." Cheng Wenxin remained focused on the scriptures, seemingly unfazed. "I am well aware of your background. Even if the Mo family were to intervene, I would remain indifferent, for they would not concern themselves with you. I offer you 5 million to leave Luo Miyuki and Kyoto. If necessary, I can facilitate your departure abroad, never to return." "Excuse me, Mr. Cheng, do you have an issue with language?" Mo Xian sighed in resignation. Desiring and possessing are 2 entirely different matters. Finally, Cheng Wenxin turned his gaze towards Mo Xian, though his indifference persisted. "Do you genuinely believe she holds any sincere feelings for you? Just yesterday, she was hiding from her official duties with Luo Xia, only to drag me into the courtyard for a prolonged kiss." Mo Xian instinctively nodded. It seemed rather evident. The 2 sisters' glances had grown increasingly peculiar, and it transcended mere sincerity. He sensed an abnormal intensity in their affections. Cheng Wenxin placed the Buddhist texts upon the stone table, a smile escaping his lips. "Offering you 5 million is already quite generous. I am not fond of violence. As the Buddhists say, please refrain from quoting, Mr. Cheng." Mo Xian interjected, unwilling to endure another incantation. "I am a stranger to you. My only act was to shield your sister from a slap. I do not claim any great favor, nor do I expect your gratitude. Yet, you approach me from a position of superiority, demanding my departure from the capital. Is this not a case of ingratitude?" Cheng Wenxin remained silent, taking a delicate sip from his teacup before resuming his grip on the prayer beads. "Thus, I offer you 5 million as a token of gratitude. Otherwise, I would simply expel you from the capital." Mo Xian found himself chuckling in disbelief. Was this the so-called reclusive Buddhist? He seemed more akin to an overbearing CEO. "What if I refuse?" Cheng Wenxin seemed to find amusement in the question, a smile radiating across his face. Chapter 40. "Are you certain you only brought 2 people? Mr. Mo, you should be well aware that we cannot afford to offend the Luo family, but that does not imply we are powerless against you." Li Manqing interjected at the opportune moment. "Between you and the Cheng family, will Miss Luo choose a boyfriend of no notable lineage over the Cheng family? What means do you truly possess? Ultimately, we merely need to address a few project matters. Perhaps we wouldn't even need to do that." A simple gesture of goodwill and an apology might suffice. Surely, you cannot genuinely believe that Miss Luo would choose to marry you? Mo Xian merely sighed. He had resolved to let go, as it was Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki who had explicitly informed him that he was no longer needed. It was not the coercion of a stranger, with whom he had no acquaintance, that should drive him away, even if this relationship was distorted and grotesque. As long as Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki still required him, he would endure it, even if it was a nightmare. Young Master Chung, if you insist on this discussion, I shall take my leave, Mo Xian said, spreading his hands. The matters concerning Miyuki should be resolved between her and me. Or perhaps the Luo family will reach out to me. As for you, an outsider, we need not converse further. Chung Wenxin remained composed, yet his fingers wrapped around the prayer beads with increasing urgency. After a prolonged silence, he spoke, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Do you believe I could make it so you cannot leave today? Young Master Chung, if Miyuki holds you in her heart, then I would have no place in her life, Mo Xian replied, feeling a headache coming on. Indeed, rumors were often misleading. A well-bred scion of a prestigious family should not have to resort to such theatrics, yet a few words had set off an explosive reaction. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Moreover, in a society governed by law, I am not truly afraid of you. Mo Xian, you still fail to grasp the truth. At times, individuals like us are fundamentally different from you, Chung Wenxin retorted with a cold smile. Let me clarify my position. I shall add 3 million to your troubles. Mo Xian, I've heard that Rongxing has already interviewed you, correct? Given the stature of the Chung family, who do you suppose they would favor? Do not compel me to pursue a relentless vendetta against you throughout the capital. If I so desire, my people could easily give you a beating that no hospital would dare treat. Furthermore, I have a dinner engagement tonight with Luo Tian. Do you truly believe he would side with you over me? Mo Xian's impression of Luo Tian was that of a hapless soul who trembled at the mere sound of Luo Xia's cough. It remained unclear what leverage Luo Xia held over him, for the sole heir of the Luo family was constantly at the mercy of his cousin from the second branch. Do as you wish, Mo Xian replied, uninterested in further discourse. He turned to leave, yet Chung Wenxin snapped his fingers, and 2 bodyguards swiftly positioned themselves in front of Mo Xian. You insist on forcing my hand, Chung Wenxin said, wearing an expression of false compassion. Let us not tarnish this pavilion. The scenery is too exquisite, and your blood would be too sullied. Young Master Chung, while you are busy boasting, may I inquire how many individuals you brought? If not, why not summon them all? Mo Xian interrupted as he removed his dark-rimmed glasses. 2 should suffice to deal with you. Chung Wenxin closed his eyes, gripping the prayer beads, his expression devoid of warmth. As long as no lives are lost, I have no qualms about how things unfold. Are you certain it is just those 2? Mo Xian placed his glasses into the pocket of his coat and then stretched his neck, stating, All right, you 2 can go together. I am in a hurry. A few minutes later, he emerged from the tea house unscathed, while soon after, an ambulance arrived to carry away the 2 bodyguards on stretchers. Chung Wenxin sat on a stone bench, the Buddhist beads scattered around him, his complexion pale. Li Manqing, even more dismayed, hid behind a column, taking a long time to approach. An obscure Mo Xian had effortlessly incapacitated the 2 bodyguards. As he departed, he approached Chung Wenxin and abruptly tore apart his Buddhist beads. This is the first time I have encountered a devout practitioner of Buddhism who still harbors intentions of competing for a woman. If you do not wish to recite scriptures, you ought to cleanse yourself first and resolve the issue fundamentally. This would greatly assist in promoting the teachings of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Observing the scattered beads on the ground, Chung Wenxin's previously pale face gradually flushed with anger, and he swept the scriptures from the stone table to the floor. He had always held himself in high regard, yet today he was humiliated by someone he deemed beneath him. The earlier incident did not affect Mo Xian's mood. However, he could not enjoy lunch, but fortunately, he still had the hot spring buns he had bought for his grandmother. Upon arriving at the nursing home and entering the ward, he found Aunt Zhang absent, and his grandmother, surprisingly awake, was wearing her reading glasses as she perused a newspaper. Grandma, didn't I tell you to limit your time with the newspaper and phone? Mo Xian placed the fruits he had bought on the table, along with the hot spring buns. Seeing him, his grandmother smiled sheepishly. Aunt Zhang had to leave for a matter, knowing you were coming. I was afraid I might fall asleep. Reading the paper kept me somewhat alert. Do you hear yourself? Those are not the words of a good person. Mo Xian chuckled wryly. Here are the hot spring buns and fruits. Have you had lunch? I have. Xiao Xian, tell me, has Jin Peng stirred up trouble again? Upon hearing his grandmother's question, Imo Xian sighed and began peeling an apple for her. Do not worry, he brought this upon himself. And any trouble he encounters is of his own making. Ah, I pity you. His grandmother lamented. Jin Peng has a bit of cleverness. But with your inept parents and sister spoiling him, if the family fortune is not passed to you, it is bound to be squandered by him sooner or later. Grandma, you know I have no interest, Imo Xian replied, handing her the sliced apple. Besides, there's still Imo Qingqing. Humph. That elder sister of yours, your father's cruelty and your mother's indifference, she inherits them all. His grandmother scoffed. While Qingqing is indeed capable, her ambition is insatiable. She is bound to encounter trouble eventually. Upon hearing this, Imo Xian was quite impressed with his grandmother's insight. Although they rarely saw each other throughout the year, she had a clear understanding of Imo Qingqing. In comparison, his own ability to discern character seemed utterly lacking. After some contemplation, Imo Xian mentioned the matter of the shares to his grandmother, including the issue of Imo Qingqing's acquisition. Sell them, then. That old man and your parents raised a viper. They must bear the consequences of their actions. His grandmother showed no concern regarding Imo Qingqing's purchase of those shares. Whoever pays us, we shall sell to them. Beyond that, their affairs are their own. Imo Xian sighed quietly within. Over the years, his grandmother's heart had truly grown cold. She had always restrained him from seeking vengeance, unwilling to witness their family clash and bloodshed. Sell the shares, and you two girls from the Luo family may live your lives in peace, she said, reaching out to stroke her grandson's head. Child, I must tell you, regardless of those two girls, you must believe that they love you. Imo Xian looked at his grandmother in surprise, unable to comprehend her words, yet she did not elaborate, continuing instead, do not dwell on revenge in this lifetime. I have deemed my fate entwined with theirs. I can only hope to be free of this bond in the next life, never to encounter them again. However, she still wished for little Xian to remain her grandson. Imo Xian held back his tears, his voice hoarse as he replied, Am I not still your grandson in this life? Just wait a moment. Weier and Shuer are waiting for you to be discharged so that great-grandmother can make them sweet rice cakes. All right then, I must indulge a bit more. Come, let me taste this hot spring bun. Everyone knew the outcome, yet no one dared to speak it aloud. All hoped for a miracle, yet understood that miracles would not come. Chapter 41. Shangwan Meng. It was not until Aunt Zhang returned, and Imo Xian waited for his grandmother to fall asleep, that he left the hospital. Glancing at the time, it was already 4 in the afternoon. As Imo Xian pondered what to bring for the children, a melodious voice suddenly called from behind, tinged with hesitation and surprise. Imo Xian, instinctively turning around, he beheld a beautiful girl with glasses and a bun hairstyle. Not particularly tall, possessing the grace of a Jiangnan woman. Shangwan Ming? Imo Xian couldn't help but exclaim, surprised to encounter a high school classmate here. It's really you. Just now, I passed by a ward and thought it was you. Shangwan Ming spoke with a hint of excitement. Do you have relatives here? Yes, my grandmother. Imo Xian nodded. What about you? I recall you went to study at an Ivy League school in the U.S. After graduation, Shangwan Ming was Imo Xian's classmate, always vying for the second place behind him in their cohort. Their homeroom teacher had been overjoyed. As the top 3 students were all from her class, Imo Xian received a direct admission, while Su Yanran was accepted into Kyoto University. As for Shangwan Ming, under family arrangements, she had gone to an Ivy League school in the U.S. to study psychology. I just arrived at this rehabilitation center to work in psychological counseling. Shangwan Ming smiled, her 2 dimples charming and her slightly chubby face radiating youthfulness and cuteness. I'm now a psychologist at a hospital. I even asked about you. It's impressive that you're pursuing a doctorate at such a young age. Congratulations. Not at all. It seems you have also realized your dreams. Imo Xian replied with a smile. I thought you would attend Kyoto University. I never expected you to go abroad. Shangwan Ming aspired to be a psychologist, and now that her wish had come true, Imo Xian admired her greatly. Many dreams from their student days may have been abandoned for various reasons, yet her perseverance was truly commendable. Upon catching sight of Imo Xian, Shangwan Ming's heart raced uncontrollably. He was the boy she had secretly adored since high school, although he was perpetually accompanied by Su Yanran, leaving her to conceal her affections deep within her heart. Thus, the most joyous moment for Shangwan Ming was when she learned of Imo Xian's breakup with Su Yanran. During her time abroad, she diligently pursued her studies and, after an arduous year, obtained her bachelor's degree. To her astonishment, fate had brought her to encounter Imo Xian here. In her years of studying overseas, she and Imo Xian maintained sporadic contact. Upon returning home, she had contemplated inviting him out on several occasions but was thwarted by her shyness, delaying any action. Imo Xian, it's been so long since we last met. May I treat you to a meal? Shang Wanming summoned her courage, believing that this encounter was her opportunity. Imo Xian hesitated for a moment, glancing at his phone before nodding in agreement. Did you drive here? He inquired. No, I arrived in a hospital vehicle. Shang Wanming replied hastily. Perfect. I managed to snag a voucher for a popular restaurant. Shall we go together? Imo Xian recognized the establishment, though its prices were steep. It had an excellent reputation. Each month, they offered a limited number of exclusive meal vouchers, a marketing tactic that, despite its nature, provided substantial discounts and delightful dishes. Particularly the seafood platter and the chef's special braised pork. Imo Xian was well aware of this, having been taken there by Luo Muki, who, unlike others, could enjoy the meal without needing to secure a voucher. For Shang Wanming, the voucher was obtained solely for the purpose of inviting Imo Xian. Her timid nature, however, had kept her from extending the invitation until now. Once in the car with Imo Xian, Shang Wanming sensed something amiss. A faint scent of women's perfume lingered within, and 2 plush toys from the previous trip to a hot spring hotel rested in the back seat, forgotten by Luo Wire and Luo Shuer. While she was not surprised that Imo Xian drove a limited edition Maybach, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over her. Tentatively, she asked, So, you and Su Yan ran? We broke up, Imo Xian replied nonchalantly. Isn't she about to get engaged? Sorry, I'm not sure, he added, and Shang Wanming felt a gradual easing in her heart. She merely sought to confirm whether there was a possibility of Imo Xian reconciling with Su Yanran. So, are you single now? No, I have a girlfriend. Imo Xian admitted candidly. And what about you? Don't you have a boyfriend? Hearing Imo Xian's words, Shang Wanming felt a pang of pain within her heart. Yet she managed to force a smile. No, I'm still single. Regret washed over her as she reflected on her decision to study abroad. Attending a prestigious Ivy League school for psychology, renowned for its excellence, she had assumed that her introverted nature would preclude any opportunity with Imo Xian, leading her to abandon her home country in despair. Little did she realize how much she had missed. If only she had chosen Kyoto University or another esteemed institution domestically. Perhaps with Imo Xian and Su Yanran's breakup, she could have been with her long-cherished crush. Are you all right? Imo Xian, unaware of her turmoil, noticed her sudden silence and the pallor on her face, prompting him to inquire with concern. No, it's nothing. By the way, Imo Xian, may I reschedule our meeting? Shang Wanming struggled to suppress her tears. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Where do you feel discomfort? I can take you to the hospital or back to the sanatorium. Upon hearing Imo Xian's concerned and anxious tone, Shang Wanming suddenly looked up and chuckled lightly. It's nothing. I've just been busy with reports lately and haven't rested well. Please drop me off ahead. After her repeated insistence, Imo Xian had no choice but to pull over. Once she exited the vehicle, he inquired again. But Shang Wanming merely smiled and assured him she was fine. Can I arrange to meet you in a few days? Shang Wanming's tone remained calm, yet her right hand trembled incessantly behind her back. If it's inconvenient, feel free to bring your girlfriend along. It's all right. We can discuss it when you have time. Confirming that she was indeed fine, Imo Xian bid her farewell and departed. Watching the tail lights of the car fade away, Shang Wanming could no longer hold back her tears. Imo Xian treated her with the same gentleness and politeness as he always had, as if she were merely a friend. She did not sob uncontrollably. Instead, she stood by the roadside, silently shedding tears while sending a message to her best friend, before becoming lost in her thoughts. Approximately 20 minutes later, a BMW pulled up before her. Her best friend, Huangya, who was also Imo Xian's high school classmate, hurriedly exited the vehicle. Before she could speak, Shang Wanming threw herself into her embrace and wept openly. This unrequited love, buried deep within her heart and spanning her entire youth, seemed destined to remain unresolved. In the past, Imo Xian had Su Yanran, and now he had someone else. You really sigh. Huangya gently stroked her back, expressing a mix of concern and exasperation. If you don't say anything, not even a hint, how would he ever know? Shang Wanming realized that had she been braver, perhaps the outcome might have been different. It's all right, Xiaoya. Shang Wanming wiped her tears while gazing in the direction Imo Xian had vanished. I will continue to like him. As long as he remains unmarried, I will still have a chance. This time, I only hope I can be a little braver. Chapter 42. I apologize on his behalf. Huang Ye had always been aware of Shang Wanming's affection for Mo Xian. In fact, during their high school years, there were numerous girls who admired him, and she herself harbored a crush on him for a time. Mo Xian had a rather indifferent disposition and was not particularly enthusiastic about social interactions, yet he was always patient in addressing any issues his classmates brought to him. He bore no airs and had a laid-back nature, though he seemed somewhat distant with others. Cheng Jiahao claimed to be his friend, but it was more accurate to say that he was the one clinging to Mo Xian, who paid it no mind and allowed it to be. Of course, apart from Su Yanran, she was the only one who held the title of his girlfriend. Huang Yin never anticipated that Shang Wanming would be so persistent. Even after all these years since high school, she still liked Mo Xian. But if you like him, shouldn't you take some concrete actions? Shang Wanming's family, while not a prestigious clan, was affluent and well-educated, and she was petite and beautiful. Huang Yi simply could not comprehend why Shang Wanming was so shy. Comforting her dear friend as she entered the car, Huang Yi pondered for a moment before finally inquiring, Ming, why have you never confided in Mo Xian about your feelings for him? Shang Wanming shook her head, resting her forehead against the car window, remaining silent. Huang Yi sighed. Every time this subject arose, Ming would lapse into silence, prompting Huang Yi to refrain from further questioning as she drove away. Upon returning home, Mo Xian carried with him small cakes he had purchased for Luo Weier and Luo Shuer. As he entered the living room, he spotted Luo Xia lounging on the sofa. Her suit casually unbuttoned, her long legs elegantly draped across the furniture, absorbed in her tablet. You're back? Luo Xia turned to glance at him, offering a gentle smile. Dinner will be ready shortly. Yes, but where's Miyuki? Mo Xian queried with curiosity, as her sisters typically returned together. Even if one arrived early, it would usually be Luo Miyuki. And why aren't Weier and Shuer here either? Miyuki has something to attend to and will return later, Luo Xia replied. Setting aside her tablet, the children are playing in their room, and Uncle Zhang is with them. Xiao Xian, come carry me upstairs to change. Mo Xian sighed, feeling an inclination to decline, yet ultimately relinquished the small cakes in his hands and proceeded to lift Luo Xia effortlessly. She smiled contentedly, wrapping her arms around his neck. Once in the room, he gently set Luo Xia down, a peculiar sensation lingering within him. It seemed that the words of both Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki held a certain enchantment that he found difficult to resist. What is troubling you? Luo Xia held him close, gazing up at him with deep affection. Xiao Xian, don't overthink things. By the way, may I present you with a new gift? With that, she turned and retrieved a car key and a small box from the nightstand drawer. This is a car I bought for you. After dinner, take me for a drive. Moreover, Luo Xia opened the box to reveal a black matte ring adorned with scattered diamonds. This is for you. Don't worry, it isn't overly expensive. As Mo Xian beheld the ring, it struck him as oddly familiar, as if he had encountered a similar black ring in the past. Shall I put it on for you? Luo Xia claimed, slipping the ring onto Mo Xian's left index finger. This ring is yours. Remember to buy us wedding bands. Xia, why do you and Miyuki treat me so well? Mo Xian could no longer suppress the question that had been weighing on his mind, only to be met with Luo Xia's passionate kiss. In that moment, no words were necessary. A single kiss enveloped Mo Xian's world, leaving only her presence and the enchanting fragrance that surrounded her. Meanwhile, in an opulent private dining room in Kyoto, Luo Tian sat at the head of the table, his fingers lightly drumming on the surface. Opposite him, Cheng Wenxin surveyed the array of meat dishes before her, unable to suppress a frown. Brother Tian, you know I am a vegetarian, right? Cheng Wenxin adjusted the cuff of her suit. Also, when do you intend for Mo Xian to apologize to me? Luo Tian remained silent, merely reaching for a cigar, igniting it, and amidst the exhaled smoke, he finally spoke. Can you guess why our promised gathering has been reduced to just the two of us? Cheng Wenxin was not lying. This meal had been arranged among a few young gentlemen with whom they shared a deeper camaraderie, intended as a casual reprieve for drinks and relaxation. However, as the dishes were served, only Luo Tian and Cheng Wenxin occupied the private room. Wenxin, the one who sought to court my sister, ended up in the hospital, while Mo Xian remains unscathed. Don't you think it's somewhat excessive to demand an apology from him? The smoke that escaped Luo Tian's lips blurred his features. Yet Cheng Wenxin discerned the dissatisfaction in his eyes, tightening his chest with unease. He understood that Luo Tian was genuinely angered, having long occupied a high position. Luo Tian would not erupt in fury, but a mere glance was sufficient to convey the capriciousness of this tycoon. Nevertheless, Cheng Wenxin, as a scion of a wealthy family and the future heir of the Cheng clan, felt no obligation to acquiesce to Luo Tian. Moreover, it was Mo Xian who had assaulted him, who had humiliated him. Regardless of the reasons, he demanded an explanation. In his heart, he did not believe that the Luo family could brazenly disregard the Cheng family. With a sigh, Luo Tian, somewhat resigned, offered, "I will pay 2 million for each of your 2 bodyguards, and I will cover the medical expenses. Shall we consider this matter resolved?" "Absolutely not. If he does not apologize, do not blame me." Cheng Wenxin responded without hesitation. "Brother Tian, are you truly allowing Luo Miyuki to associate with that person? Does my status as the Cheng family's young lady render me unworthy of her? Or is my sincerity lacking?" "You speak of sincerity in vain," Luo Tian thought inwardly, suppressing his disdain. By age, Cheng Wenxin would be more suited for Luo Xia, yet he dared not pursue her. Luo Xia was as frigid as an ancient glacier in the presence of anyone but Mo Xian, and it was well known in elite circles that she was cold-hearted and ruthless. Furthermore, this man seemed to be in a state of delusion, either worshipping in temples or chanting scriptures daily. Not to mention, the other families of similar standing to the Cheng clan were equally reluctant to marry their daughters off to him. The so-called ascetic monk? He was merely ensnaring others, giving off the impression that he had descended into the mundane world for Luo Miyuki, when in truth, there were whispers of illegitimacy behind the scenes. With a child born from an affair with that female secretary. Wenxin, we have shared a bond since childhood. Must we create such a rift? Luo Tian glanced at his watch. If you do not. Just as he was about to continue, the door swung open, and Luo Miyuki entered, clad in a high-fashion ensemble. She gave Cheng Wenxin a cursory glance before turning her gaze to Luo Tian. "What is the meaning of this?" Demanding an apology from Mo Xian, Luo Tian stated, extinguishing the cigar and picking up his chopsticks to eat. "Wenxin, this matter no longer concerns me, but regarding her, I cannot say." Upon seeing Luo Miyuki, Cheng Wenxin did not exhibit any overt excitement. He regarded her with the same calm demeanor as always. "An apology is not mandatory. I have heard that Mo Xian is to join Rongxing. As long as you and Brother Tian agree to prevent his employment, I shall let this matter rest." With a resounding thud, Luo Tian slammed his chopsticks onto the table, casting a cold glare at Cheng Wenxin. "Don't you dare think I am unaware. Your sister has always sought to infiltrate the Cheng family. You should consider her intentions. Rest assured, if Rongxing cannot enter, then neither will the Cheng family." Cheng Wenxin chuckled softly. "It would be quite inappropriate for me not to provide an explanation for my people being harmed. Once this matter concludes, I shall retreat to the mountains for some peace. Miyuki, you ought to reflect on our marriage. Consider it an opportunity for us both." "Very well. I shall apologize on his behalf," Luo Miyuki said, smiling at him. Upon witnessing her sister's smile, Luo Tian immediately focused on his meal. "Wenxin, it is difficult to advise a stubborn spirit. Do not think I am neglecting to assist you." Cheng Wenxin furrowed his brow slightly before quickly relaxing. Humiliating Mo Xian is impossible, but if Luo Miyuki were to apologize, it would alleviate the shame from her previous rejection. Luo Miyuki turned and retrieved a bottle of red wine, a dangerous smile gracing her lips. "Allow me to pour you a drink. Will you let your brother off this time?" "I did not provoke him," Luo Tian interjected, looking up from his meal, only to be met with a fierce glare from Luo Miyuki. "Do not flatter yourself." He quickly gestured for her to continue, returning to his food. Regardless of the indignation, he had grown accustomed to it. Cheng Wenxin was surprised that Luo Miyuki would go to such lengths for Mo Xian, but he remained indifferent. "What sincerity? It is merely a matter of interests. I do not drink. Please pour me tea." Before he could finish, Luo Miyuki poured the red wine over his head. Chapter 43. The fourth phase begins. Cheng Wenxin seemed momentarily stunned, his mouth agape in astonishment until the wine trickled into his mouth, prompting an enraged shout as he attempted to rise. However, he was met with a fierce blow from Luo Miyuki's wine bottle. "Ah!" he cried out in agony as Luo Miyuki kicked him in the chest with her stiletto heel, knocking him to the ground. "I poured the wine. So you will forgive your brother now, won't you?" A smile adorned Luo Miyuki's face, yet the situation exuded an unsettling chill. "Young Master Cheng, you will forgive your brother, won't you?" Manqing. Cheng Wenxin, in a disheveled state, covered his head as blood mixed with red wine seeped through his fingers. As he struggled to rise, he called out towards the door. The private room door swung open, and a female bodyguard dragged Li Manqing by her hair into the room. The once stunning beauty in her cheongsam now appeared disheveled and with swollen cheeks, clearly having just endured a slap. Cease your cries. The few individuals you brought are now lying in the trash behind. Luo Miyuki discarded the shattered remnants of the wine bottle onto the floor, shaking off the wine from her hands with disdain. Cousin, would you care to step aside? Feel free. Just do not waste the food. Luo Tian continued to eat quietly, fully aware that this troublesome girl had come with ill intentions, hence only inviting Cheng Wenxin for the evening. Luo Tian, with a hint of dark amusement, pondered whether the formidable duo of sisters knew how much their precious Mo Xian was valued. Luo Miyuki, are you truly intent on severing ties with the Cheng family? Cheng Wenxin stumbled to her feet, her gaze seething with resentment as she fixed her eyes on Luo Miyuki. All this for that castaway, rejected by his own family? Her voice abruptly faltered, her body trembling uncontrollably, and her pupils dilated in shock. A cacophony of lascivious sounds emanated from Luo Miyuki's phone, the screen displaying scenes that were utterly indecent. Tell me, if I were to disseminate this material, how significantly would your family's stocks plummet? Luo Miyuki exited the video playback, observing the pallor of Cheng Wenxin's face with an air of leisurely satisfaction. Cheng's son, who outwardly espoused Buddhist principles, was revealed to have a rather sordid private life. Should I elaborate further, or perhaps unveil more? Wenxin, why must you endure such hardship? Luo Tian dabbed his mouth with a tissue and poured himself a glass of wine. Then seemingly with heartfelt sincerity urged, after all these years, if you could just apologize to my sister, we could put this matter behind us. Oh, and by the way, it would be prudent to gift Mo Xian something. A car, perhaps, or a limited edition watch. The choice is yours. We are not picky. My sister cares deeply for Mo Xian. And if you can placate him, these matters shall remain concealed from the public eye. Cheng Wenxin felt dizzy. Having received a blow to the head and now facing the revelation of his most private, disgraceful secrets to the Luo family, he realized that if exposed, while the Cheng family might not face ruin, his future as the heir was certainly at stake. There were 3 children in his family, himself, Cheng Yino, and a younger brother who had just entered junior high. The options were not limited to him alone. Should he falter, there was always the prospect of his father's illegitimate son abroad, who was also coveting his position. As for your request for my brother to refrain from joining Rongxing, I can acquiesce. Upon hearing Luo Miyuki's words, Luo Tian nearly dropped his wine glass. Mo Xian's employment at Rongxing had been arranged since his doctoral studies commenced. Luo Xia had initially intended to leverage some of her assets to exchange for shares in Rongxing, which she would then bestow upon Mo Xian. However, Luo Tian was unconcerned, having merely acquired ownership of a hotel under Luo Xia's name, granting her 10% of Rongxing's shares. While both stakes were 10%, the value of Rongxing far outweighed that of the Mo family. Now Luo Miyuki was directly informing him that Mo Xian could forego joining Rongxing. Cheng Wenxin remained silent, merely casting a furious glance at the Luo siblings before turning and leaving the private room in disarray. The female bodyguard, upon receiving a nod from Luo Miyuki, released Li Manqing, allowing her to depart as well. Cousin, where's the recording pen? Luo Miyuki glanced back at Luo Tian. Did you record everything Cheng Wenxin threatened you with just now? Luo Tian, oblivious to the sister's intentions, produced a recording pen from his suit pocket and handed it to Luo Miyuki. Miyuki, what mischief are you and Xia up to? Luo Tian could not refrain from inquiring. Without discussing your relationship with Mo Xian, given his remarkable talent, the higher-ups at Rongxing hold him in high esteem. However, I merely stated that I would not allow my brother to work at Rongxing, not that he couldn't take a position there. It is simply that my sister and I have changed our minds. Luo Miyuki smiled slyly. Cousin, would it be possible for you to arrange for my brother to work from home? Though not entirely out of the question, after all, a programmer can write code from anywhere. I intended to cultivate him into a technical supervisor. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Luo Miyuki smiled faintly, her gaze harboring an unsettling madness. He need only stay home with us. He doesn't have to go anywhere, and if he does, it must be with us. Luo Tian instinctively leaned back, and had there not been a wall behind him, he might have turned to flee. Cousin, it's best if you don't interfere, Luo Miyuki remarked, casting a glance at Luo Tian. Just ensure my brother has a suitable job, and also inform the family not to meddle, including my parents. With that, Luo Miyuki turned and left, while Luo Tian sighed, staring blankly at the glass in his hand. Interfere? Could they even stop them? With the personalities of those sisters, it was uncertain what lengths they might go to for Imo Xian. Even their formidable grandmother could not rein in these two, let alone him. Luo Tian understood that this might not be fair to Imo Xian, but for the sake of the Luo family, they had no choice but to acquiesce to it all. Cheng Wenxin, you likely have no idea that if those two sisters set their minds to it, the elite circles of Kyoto might very well tremble. Luo Tian murmured to himself, a man barely 30 yet burdened with an inexplicable weariness. After dinner, Luo Xia instructed Imo Xian to wait for her in the garage while she returned to her study. She gently pressed a book on relativity on the shelf, causing a hidden door to slowly creak open. Within the somewhat cramped room, the walls were adorned with photographs of Imo Xian from various times. At the center of the wall facing the hidden door was an enlarged group photo. In the picture, a youthful Luo Xia and a tender Luo Miyuki were present, one embracing from behind, the other nestled in the arms of Imo Xian, who appeared equally youthful yet bore a helpless expression. Gazing at the photograph, a faint smile crept across Luo Xia's lips. She then approached the desk beneath the picture, picked up a pen, and slowly inscribed several lines on a sheet of white paper. I had originally intended to wait until my daughters were older, but Miyuki and I no longer wish to delay. The mere thought of him potentially leaving or encountering other women sends me into a frenzy. Psychological suggestions must be more frequent. Under certain circumstances, I do not mind employing medication for control. The third phase can conclude. Preparations for the gradual transition into the fourth phase are underway. Having finished writing, Luo Xia lifted her gaze and gently caressed Imo Xian's face in the photograph. Her eyes filled with a morbid possessiveness. It was as if she had succumbed to madness, fervently scribbling Imo Xian's name on the paper, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Oh, right. Little Xian is still waiting for me, Luo Xia chuckled softly. Endure a little longer. One must not reveal any vulnerabilities. As if her mood had suddenly brightened, Luo Xia hummed a tune and gracefully exited the secret chamber. The hidden door descended, and the lights gradually dimmed, causing the image of Imo Xian to slowly fade into darkness. Chapter 44. The palace confrontation. Just as Imo Xian was about to head to the garage, his phone rang unexpectedly. He was taken aback to see it was Imo Qingqing, for according to their arrangement, the transaction was not set to take place until the following day. Upon answering, Imo Qingqing's first words were a demand for him to bring the equity documents and meet her at a specified location. Is it so urgent? Imo Xian was momentarily stunned. Are you genuinely unaware, or merely pretending? Imo Qingqing's tone was sharp. You didn't orchestrate the incident with Jin Peng, did you? Had it been me, do you think I would have settled for merely exposing this matter? Imo Xian retorted. The items you provided me were far more provocative, were they not? Not you? Imo Qingqing's tone wavered slightly. Imo Xian couldn't help but sneer. What? Am I not home now, leaving you without a scapegoat? Just tell me the location. I have no qualms about doing business with anyone, even if it is with you, Director Imo. 1 hour from now, we meet here. With that, Imo Qingqing hung up the phone. Approximately a minute later, she sent over a location, an upscale hotel. Is your impatience getting the better of you? Luo Xia chimed in, peeking from behind Imo Xian and casually wrapping her arms around his waist. Let me accompany you. Don't worry, I shall remain in the shadows. Luo Xia's gaze remained fixed on Imo Qingqing. Her sudden advance likely stemmed not from the debacle involving Imo Jinping, but rather from the formidable Lady Yi. The affairs of the Imo family could oscillate between significant and trivial, and if pressed, they could certainly be contained. A woman of Lady Ye's acumen would surely grasp the gravity of the situation. The crux lies in Lady Ye's desire for a granddaughter-in-law who holds the position of president at Imo Corporation, a title that cannot be relinquished to anyone but Imo Qingqing. She values Imo Qingqing's capability and decisiveness. Should Imo Qingqing falter under Imo Changshan's pressure, then there would be little reason for Yi Ning to marry her. Moreover, as a woman, in Lady Ye's eyes, as long as Imo Qingqing retains control of the family business, it will inevitably become the Yi family's in due course. To the Luo family, the Imo family is of little consequence, but the reverse is not true. By the way, let us take the new car, Luo Xia said with a playful smile. Consider it a delightful ride. When Imo Xian beheld the sleek black Lamborghini Nightstar that Luo Xia had recently acquired for him, He cast a bemused glance at her and tentatively suggested, "Perhaps I could simply drive the car you previously gifted me?" Naturally, his opinion held little weight. Arriving at the hotel indicated by Mo Qingqing, they entered the underground parking garage. Luo Xia dialed a number. "We have arrived. Where are you?" After a brief exchange, Luo Xia instructed Mo Xian to park beside a Porsche. A tall woman clad in a pristine white suit emerged from that vehicle. She appeared to be around 30. Strikingly beautiful, yet bearing a serious expression, with shoulder-length hair that suggested an unapproachable demeanor. "This is the lawyer I arranged for you, Chu Nan." Luo Xia introduced her to Mo Xian. "Sister Chu, you are already aware of the situation, correct?" Chu Nan nodded, assuring the vice president that he had already drafted the contract, and inquired whether she and Mr. Mo needed to review it. "No need," she replied. "Just proceed as we have just discussed." Luo Xia turned around and adjusted Mo Xian's coat. "Go ahead. Mo Qingqing is untrustworthy. With Sister Chu here, you merely need to heed her arrangements when she speaks." Mo Xian nodded, fully trusting Luo Xia's organization. He called Mo Qingqing, who had reserved a business suite at the hotel. Mo Xian and Chu Nan took the elevator from the parking lot and found the room where Mo Qingqing was staying. To Mo Xian's surprise, Mo Qingqing had come alone. For some reason, he noticed she appeared somewhat fatigued, with dark circles under her eyes. "Don't look at me. I still have to handle those troublesome matters for Mo Jinping," Mo Qingqing remarked nonchalantly, sensing Mo Xian's gaze. "This is hello, Ms. Mo, I am Chu Nan." He introduced himself politely, presenting a business card. "I have been entrusted to accompany Mr. Mo as his representative." A flicker of surprise crossed Mo Qingqing's eyes. Although she had never met him, she had heard of Chu Nan's esteemed reputation as an undefeated golden lawyer from a prominent family. Her curiosity about the wealthy benefactor behind Mo Xian intensified. "Mr. Mo, are you not bringing a lawyer for the changes in shares?" Chu Nan surveyed the room and noticed Mo Qingqing's handbag by the bed, pondering thoughtfully. "Or do you simply trust Mr. Mo so implicitly?" "Huh, that's unnecessary. I want shares, he wants money. We both get what we need," Mo Qingqing replied, settling onto the sofa. "Didn't you prepare the documents well in advance? As long as this esteemed lawyer here can notarize them, I can transfer the funds at any moment." Mo Xian waved the folder he had been holding, yet did not open it immediately. Instead, he glanced at Mo Qingqing and asked, "I am quite curious. What are your intentions?" To exert pressure, Mo Qingqing answered with indifference, as if stating something entirely ordinary. "To be honest with you, the Su family has merely postponed the engagement banquet of Su Yanran and Mo Jinping. It was Su Yanran who consented." Mo Qingqing extracted a slender lady's cigarette from the box on the table, lit it, and took a puff, her crimson nails pinching the cigarette as she scrutinized Mo Xian with her gaze. However, upon hearing this news, Mo Xian exhibited no reaction whatsoever, not even a flicker of emotion in his striking eyes. Mo Qingqing was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that Mo Xian had truly let go of Su Yanran. Young love often transforms into an obsession within the heart. Mo Qingqing had witnessed many friends and classmates nostalgically reminisce about their initial affections, which was also why she had never found herself enamored with any man. What she sought was never the elusive notion of love she deemed insubstantial. The true essence lay in the power and wealth she could grasp. She even harbored no feelings for Yining, viewing him merely as a stepping stone in her ascent. Mo Xian did not immediately take a seat. Instead, he graciously gestured for Chu Nan to sit first. Chu Nan quickly waved his hand, inviting Mo Xian to occupy the sofa while he settled himself on the edge of the bed. Whether intentional or not, Chu Nan conveniently positioned himself in front of Mo Qingqing's bag. Upon noticing this, Mo Qingqing merely furrowed her brow slightly, but chose to remain silent. "Thus, you cannot wait any longer. Once Mo Jinping and Su Yanran are engaged, Chairman Mo may very well turn his attention towards you." Mo Xian chuckled softly. Despite the chaos he had caused, Chairman Mo still protected him, which indicated a resolute intention to elevate this illegitimate son. "I find myself rather curious. Does he truly love that woman so deeply? To sacrifice one son and force me away for her and their child. And now he intends to oust you, his capable eldest daughter, from the position of CEO?" Mo Qingqing inhaled a puff of smoke and then laughed lightly, saying, "Surely, you do not genuinely believe that father has done all this out of love for Liu Yuzhen? He is merely guarding against mother, just as mother guards against him." Chapter 45. Lu Xia's explanation. "Excuse me, Mr. Mo, Do you require me to step out? Chu Nin inquired at an opportune moment, but Mo Qingqing shook her head, stating, there is no need. I trust in the professional ethics of a distinguished lawyer. Moreover, I do not mind if this matter becomes public. Mo Xian cast a meaningful glance at Mo Qingqing, expressing his confusion. What do you mean? What do you think? Mo Qingqing blinked. I won't say much more. Surely you do not believe me to be that foolish? What I can convey is to ponder the absurdities found in historical accounts, both ancient and modern. What seems impossible may have already occurred. No wonder she is unafraid of it getting out. There is plainly no intention to clarify the situation. Mo Xian inwardly scoffed, fully aware that Mo Qingqing would not divulge everything to him. However, he remained indifferent, disinterested in the Mo family's sordid affairs. He would not go against his grandmother's wishes. Even after her passing, his only aim was to let the Mo family descend into their own turmoil. With Chu Nan present, the entire process was rather effortless. And Mo Xian found himself intrigued by Chu Nan's minimal involvement. The agreement mentioned earlier in the garage had not even been presented. The share transfer agreement had been prepared by his grandmother long ago, requiring only a signature, with terms clearly stating that Mo Xian had the authority to dispose of those shares on her behalf. Mo Qingqing did not delay. The 600 million was promptly transferred to Mo Xian's account. Gazing at the string of zeros, Mo Xian felt an unexpected sense of relief. By the way, if possible, could you inform old Master Mo? Mo Xian slowly rose, preparing to depart. Grandmother mentioned that when the opportunity arises, please ask old Master Mo to prepare himself. She wishes to divorce him before she passes. Mo Qingqing frowned slightly, and then smiled wryly. You have certainly posed a difficult challenge for me. Perhaps your words will fare better, as I must discuss this with him, and he may very well be furious. Mo Xian shrugged. Do not inquire why grandmother wishes to divorce at this moment. I do not know. Mo Xian had not pressed for details. If his grandmother wished to share, she would. And if not, he would not pry into the reasons. Sure, let me give it a try, but do not harbor excessive expectations. Mo Qingqing organized the documents. Over the years, even without seeing Grandma, Grandpa never mentioned divorce. Mo Xian remained silent, oblivious to his grandfather's thoughts and indifferent to knowing them. The money had arrived, and he needed to inform his grandmother. Moreover, he wished to attempt once more to take her abroad to explore other possibilities. Although it had been quite some time, the Luo family had leveraged their connections and resources to explore nearly every avenue, even engaging foreign experts at considerable expense on multiple occasions. The outcome was invariably the same. As Mo Xian took a few steps, Chu Nan rose to obstruct him, then smiled at Mo Qingqing, stating that since the two had concluded their discussion, she could now commence the task entrusted to her. Mr. Mo, my client wishes for you to review this document. Mo Xian was somewhat taken aback. Yet upon receiving a glance from Chu Nan and recalling Luo Xia's words, he refrained from speaking. Mo Qingqing took the document from Chu Nan and began to read intently, her brow furrowed and her expression inscrutable. After a lengthy pause, she set the document aside, retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and stood by the window, facing away from the two as she smoked. Well done, Mo Xian. Mo Qingqing turned back to regard him with a cold smirk. It seems this favorable countenance has indeed aided you significantly. Tell that wealthy lady behind you that I will consider it, but I shall not sign anything at this moment. Mo Xian was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of Mo Qingqing's insinuations. However, Chu Nan seemed unperturbed, simply retrieving the agreement and placing it back in her bag. In that case, we shall take our leave, she said, tugging at Mo Xian's sleeve. Mr. Mo, think it over. It won't be a loss for you. Mo Qingqing did not respond, turning back to the window to continue smoking. Chu Nan smiled slightly and departed the room alongside Mo Xian. As soon as they left, Mo Qingqing approached her bag on the bed, only to find the pinhole camera used to secretly record their transaction was missing. The esteemed lawyer is remarkably swift. Mo Qingqing did not dwell on it, as she had not intended to use it to threaten Mo Xian. She merely thought it might prove useful in the future. An agreement? How absurd. To think that a mere piece of evidence would compel me to share the meticulously devised plans of the Mo family and Mo Xian. What a dream. In the elevator, Mo Xian could not restrain his curiosity and asked Chu Nan, what exactly did you show her? You do not know? Chu Nan frowned, believing Luo Xia had already informed Mo Xian. The vice president hopes that once she successfully seizes power, she will grant you 20% of the shares. However, it is not without cost. She will provide her with several projects and evidence of her illicit asset transfers. Mo Xian fell silent. Mo Qingqing's actions were numerous, and the Luo family had uncovered more than just one instance of illegal asset transfer. Yet, he had no interest in the company, nor did he desire it. Should his grandmother pass away, Mo Xian would undoubtedly expose the sordid affairs of Mo Changshan and Qin and I to one another, allowing them to unravel the rest themselves. Based on his understanding of the couple, there was no need to deliberately target them. All it took was to strip away their mutual facades, and they would inevitably turn on each other like wild dogs. This would trigger a chain reaction, with Mo Qingqing seeking power, Mo Jinping being cast into obscurity, and Mo Changshan clashing with Qin and I. If the Mo and Qin families could remain unscathed amid such turmoil, it would indeed be a miracle. Therefore, it was not merely that Mo Xian was indifferent to the Mo family. In this scenario, the internal dynamics of the Mo family were unpredictable. Adhering to basic risk-averse principles, Mo Xian would refrain from meddling in such a chaotic situation. Thus, he truly could not comprehend why Luo Xia would act in such a manner. On the way back, Mo Xian drove in silence, while Luo Xia seemed to discern his thoughts and smiled, asking if he was curious about her actions. Mo Xian pulled over to the side of the road and turned to her, seemingly awaiting her explanation. "Fool, how could Mo Qingqing possibly hand the company over to you?" Luo Xia grasped Mo Xian's hand. "Someone like her may not be easily intimidated, and besides, this is fundamentally a family economic dispute. You have already distanced yourself from home, and it is only a matter of time before Mo Jinping is sidelined. Eventually, your parents might even compromise, for the Mo sisters are their last bastion of support. However, the project I propose to her will surely pique her interest. This woman harbors immense ambition. Such individuals are often excessively greedy, with her desire to have it all, unwilling to share power but coveting my project. It stands to reason that she would favor the brother who could bring her benefits over the one who is destined to be cast aside. After all, what I promised her is considerable, and whether she receives it rests entirely in my hands. This is merely bait, dear Mo Xian. The Mo family will inevitably self-destruct, and Mo Qingqing will eventually tread a path of no return. I am merely utilizing her to aid you in your vengeance. You wouldn't hold that against me, would you?" Mo Xian gazed at Luo Xia, and after a long pause, he sighed. "What would I blame you for? You are far more astute than I anticipated." A bitter smile crept onto Mo Xian's face as he realized how tender Luo Xia was towards him, often causing him to forget that she was the vice president of a prestigious conglomerate. To her, such matters were likely trivial schemes executed with ease. Suddenly, a pang of anxiety gripped Mo Xian. Could it be that her involvement in their affairs was part of her own machinations? He quickly dismissed the thought. What could he possibly offer her? Was she plotting against him, or was she merely a sister by his side? Reflecting on this, Mo Xian felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Despite her genuine affection, he had foolishly misconstrued her intentions. Chapter 46. The unexpected visit from Mo's mother. After meeting with Mo Qingqing, Mo Xian's life gradually returned to a semblance of tranquility. He had completed the interview with Rongxing, but it was not as he had envisioned. Instead of being assigned to the research and development department, he was temporarily tasked with modifying and rewriting some code. Relatively speaking, work has become considerably easier, and with the advantage of working from home, his circumstances are hardly different from before. Of course, he remains oblivious to the complexities surrounding Luo Muqi's encounters, and he is equally unaware of the events that have transpired. Mo Xian sat in the living room, fingers dancing over the keyboard of his laptop, while his two daughters, Luo Wire and Luo Shuer, played with their dolls beside him. They were well behaved, refraining from disturbing their busy father, though occasionally they would affectionately cling to Mo Xian's arm, peering at the incomprehensible code on the screen, leaving them dizzy and bewildered. "Be good, Daddy will find some cartoons for you to watch, so you don't have to look at this," Mo Xian said, gently squeezing the cheeks of his two little ones. As he reached for the tablet on the coffee table, searching for suitable Pokemon shows, a somewhat anxious nanny approached him and said, "Mr. Mo, perhaps you should take the young ladies upstairs. Madam has arrived." Mo Xian nearly dropped his laptop at the mention of Shen Qingyun, the mother of Luo Xia and Luo Muqi. Each encounter with her filled him with a profound sense of unease. While Shen Qingyun did not overtly express disdain for Mo Xian, she certainly did not extend warmth either. Her demeanor remained consistently indifferent. Although the Luo family had tacitly accepted his presence, Shen Qingyun's attitude was distinctly different. often tinged with a hint of hostility, which Imo Xian could not help but perceive. He understood her sentiments well enough. It was one thing for a pig to ravage the cabbage of another, but quite another for it to be his own. As the very pig in question, he felt particularly sheepish in the presence of this woman who, strictly speaking, could be regarded as his mother-in-law. Xian, why don't you take the kids upstairs? Luo Xia appeared from the study, having begun to work from home alongside her sister since Mo Xian's employment commenced. However, today, Luo Muki was away, having been invited to an art exhibition. Mo Xian observed that the two of them had recently become rather clingy, following him around to visit their grandmother or even tagging along to school. At times when he wished to go out, both sisters would inquire about his intentions. If it were for shopping, they would simply call for delivery. But if he expressed a desire to take a stroll or enjoy some leisure time, they always devised various methods to keep him home. Furthermore, noticing that their father had some free time, the two little ones would often insist on his company. Recently, Mo Xian found his mental state to be rather peculiar. Under normal circumstances, he would not have yielded to such behavior, yet he had. Shaking his head, he reminded himself that this was not the time for such reflections. After shutting his laptop, he lifted his daughters and began to ascend the stairs. Just as they reached halfway, a somewhat cold voice echoed from the first floor. What? Is my granddaughter not allowed to see her grandmother? Shin Xingyun, accompanied by others, gazed up at Mo Xian and the two little ones. Upon seeing her, Luo Wire and Luo Shuer appeared delighted, extending their small hands to greet her. Grandma. Grandma. For a fleeting moment, Shun Qingyun's expression softened, only to swiftly revert to its usual frostiness. She cast a glance at Mo Xian and, in a detached tone, remarked, "Never mind, you may take the children upstairs. Xia and I have matters to discuss." Mo Xian nodded in agreement, aware that Shin Qingyun harbored no fondness for him, before carrying the child to their bedroom. Shin Qingyun watched his retreating figure and then instructed those behind her, "You may leave for now. I have matters to discuss with the young lady." Her entourage promptly exited, including Uncle Zheng, who took the maids and servants with him, leaving only the mother and daughter in the living room. "Where is your sister?" Shin Qingyun slowly settled onto the sofa. "You two sisters are becoming quite accomplished. Luo Tian informed me that Mu Qi struck Cheng Wenxin. Shirya, what exactly do you intend to do?" "Nothing of consequence, merely mirroring your actions." Luo Shirya positioned herself on the opposite sofa, casually placing her gold-rimmed glasses on the coffee table. "Mother, were you not once like us, firmly holding on to my father? Why then, is it unacceptable for us?" Shin Qingyun gazed intently into Luo Shirya's eyes, perceiving a madness that rivaled her own past. "It is different," she hesitantly replied. But Luo Shirya interrupted with a smile. "What is the difference? Are we not performing actions akin to those you undertook in the past? Your conception was a deliberate design on your part, as was Mu Qi's." Luo Shirya's tone remained unruffled. "Should I commend our similarities as mother and daughter, even in our methods?" Shun Qingyun fell silent, merely observing her eldest daughter, while Luo Shirya remained composed, returning her gaze without a hint of trepidation. "I did not anticipate your fervor." Both sisters fixated on the same individual, so unwaveringly. Shin Qingyun sighed, when the old lord's illegitimate son caused a stir. "Fixating on your sister and Luo Tian, your father, your uncle, and I were overwhelmed with our own troubles, which led to us sending you and Mu Qi away. Mother, I have never harbored resentment towards you for that. Had it not occurred, I would never have encountered Xiao Xian." Luo Shirya's tone remained steady. "Even when that deadlock arose and grandmother chose to protect Luo Tian over me and Mu Qi, I held no animosity towards her. As girls, Mu Qi and I understood that Luo Tian is the sole male heir of the Luo family. I can comprehend her actions. Thus, I hope you can understand Mu Qi and me. All we desire is Mo Xian. As for the Cheng family, if you find it troublesome, I shall bring about their downfall." Luo Shirya spoke with a nonchalant air, yet Shin Qingyun felt a tightening in her chest upon hearing it. Since Mo Xian's amnesia, the sisters had fervently dedicated themselves to their studies, and after entering university, they secretly amassed all the private information from other affluent families in Kyoto. At times, Shun Qingyun perceived her daughters as monstrous during their university years. Luo Shirya and Luo Muqi had already been managing the Luo family's business and had heavily invested in establishing a pharmaceutical laboratory. They had expended untold resources to cultivate connections. In the end, all the unsavory secrets of families and enterprises that posed a threat to the Luo family along with the steadily rising financial reports of the Luo Corporation, were presented before the Luo family. Their sole demand was clear: they wanted Imo Xian. The old matriarch's compromise was merely a test of Luo Shiyu's resolve. In terms of capability and cunning, she surpassed Luo Muqi by a considerable margin. To my surprise, Rosea threatened to annihilate the Luo family, and the elderly matriarch, burdened by her past guilt, ultimately had to yield. The Cheng family refrained from pursuing the matter further, and Cheng Wenxin lacked the courage to confront it himself. However, Shen Qingyun could only cast a helpless glance at her daughter. Furthermore, I deeply love your father, and I have never regretted carrying you. I understand that both Muki and I are now mothers. Rosea glanced at the plush toy on the sofa. Yet my heart belongs to Imo Xian more dearly. Chapter 47. The coexistence of madness and rationality. Shen Qingyun was not the slightest bit surprised by Rosea's response. In fact, had she answered otherwise, she would not have been the Rosea he knew. As long as you are happy, Shen Qingyun exhaled. In that case, I hope you will consider your grandmother's words. Given your circumstances, I still wish for you to leave Kyoto. You can always return, your father and I can visit you. Mother, spare me such empty promises, Rosea said, her gaze steady upon her mother. I once trusted you and father the most, but now my faith lies solely with Xiao Xian, for he will never betray me. Is it all because of what happened back then? Yes, precisely due to that. Rosea's voice remained unwavering. And despite Shen Qingyun's attempts to discern deceit upon her daughter's exquisite visage, she found nothing. When you both abandoned Muki and me, it was Imo Xian who desperately saved us, ultimately leading to his injury. To this day, he has yet to recover his memories. I have tried numerous methods, but the doctors have informed me that such damage can only heal gradually, even if he regains his memories. I cannot fathom how long it would take for him to remember Muki and me. I cannot forcibly awaken his memories with modern medical technology, as the cost remains uncertain, and I do not wish for him to suffer. When the world turned its back on us, and our closest kin betrayed us, it was only Imo Xian who stood by our side. Therefore, whether through scheming or coercion, I shall ensure he remains by our side forever. Shen Qingyun painfully closed her eyes. In the world of Rosea and Luo Muki, only Imo Xian shone as their singular beacon. Their relatives had now become mere relatives. After the incident, Luo Muki once painted a picture where the entire world was rendered in black and white, save for a solitary tree where a boy sat, joyfully eating a melon, depicted in vibrant colors. Shen Qingyun harbored no animosity towards Imo Xian. In fact, she felt a sense of gratitude towards him. Albeit her demeanor remained cold, for she was a mother. She did not wish for her daughters to be so consumed by madness as to act in such a manner. Yet for Imo Xian, they seemed indifferent to everything else. Only Shen Qingyun knew that Imo Jinping's machinations against Imo Xian had long been anticipated by Rosea and Luo Muki, who had prepared in advance. They had even taken measures that day to ensure they would conceive Imo Xian's offspring. As for leaving Kyoto, I will do so. I have already purchased a seaside villa abroad, for Xiao Xian adores the ocean. When thoughts of Imo Xian arise, Rosea's eyes brim with a blend of love and obsession. Are there any questions left? If not, I shall have Xiao Xian bring the children down. As their grandmother, you possess the right to visit them. Shen Qingyun gazed at her daughter, at times finding it difficult to comprehend her actions. Yet, reflecting upon her own past with their father, she found a semblance of understanding. The Shen family is not a humble household. Their roots lie not in the capital, but in the bustling metropolis of Hu. The standing of the Luo family in the capital mirrors that of the Shen family in Hu. Shen Qingyun never entered into marriage with their father, Luo Sheng. For the sake of an advantageous alliance, she genuinely fell in love with him. Luo Sheng, akin to Imo Xian, was gentle, talented, and kind-hearted. Unlike Imo Xian, however, Luo Sheng had the fortune of being cherished by his parents, sharing a deep bond with his elder brother, Luo Quan. Imo Xian encountered Su Yanran. Yet Luo Sheng was fortunate enough to know only Shen Qingyun. At that time, Shen Qingyun was bound by an engagement to another prominent family in Hu, one with which the Shen family had long-standing ties. However, she had no affection for that individual, nor did he for her. Their union was merely a matter of expedience. Shen Qingyun committed an act deemed scandalous in her era. She intoxicated Luo Sheng, leading to a profound relationship and resulting in the birth of Luo Xia. Yet now, her daughters exhibited an even greater fervor, meticulously orchestrating every step. They adored him to the point of obsession, yet could suppress their true natures, scheming to secure his unwavering devotion. I wish to speak with him privately, Sun Qingyun sighed. Rest assured, I shall not make things difficult for him. Luo Xia remained silent, scrutinizing her mother for an extended moment. Very well, she finally said, rising. I shall escort you to the study for our discussion. Xia, whether you believe it or not, I love you dearly, Sun Qingyun uttered, watching her daughter's retreating figure with a pained expression. Regarding Mo Xian, I shall no longer pursue the matter. But heed your mother's counsel. Regardless of our family's circumstances, it would be wise to maintain a low profile for Mo Xian's sake. I never intended to make a spectacle of it, Luo Xia replied without turning back, proceeding directly towards the staircase. And let us not forget to thank Mother. The troubles from the Xiao and Cheng families were all orchestrated by her for Mu Qi and me. Sun Qingyun was momentarily at a loss for words, offering a resigned smile. Just then, the door swung open, and Luo Muqi entered. Upon seeing her mother, she paused momentarily before politely stating, You're here, Mother. I'm feeling a bit tired. I will head upstairs. Sun Qingyun's lips moved, ultimately forming a bittersweet smile as she replied, Rest well. I shall check on Weier and Schwerer before returning. The two daughters ascended the stairs, their laughter echoing as they spoke, perpetually revolving around Mo Xian. Sun Qingyun watched her daughters vanish from sight, silently producing a photograph, a younger version of herself beaming with maternal affection, cradling an infant. Alongside a little girl clad in a princess dress, her face alight with joy. Meanwhile, at the Mo group, Mo Qingqing stared at her phone with a pale face, her hands trembling with rage. She could scarcely fathom that her younger sister had a role in the recent scandalous dissolution of the engagement between Xueming and Cheng Yuno. Cheng Yuno relentlessly pursued Xueming, while the Cheng family consistently launched attacks against him in public discourse. Xueming had initially chosen to feign ignorance, as he was indeed in the wrong. However, with the Xue family's chain of supermarkets now affected, continuing this pretense could have dire consequences for their business. Cheng Yuno, holding the moral high ground, left the Xue family in a precarious position as they dared not offend the Cheng family. Consequently, the Xue family resorted to exposing Mo Tingting. Though not a top-tier celebrity, Mo Tingting was a second-tier artist with a substantial fan base. When such a high-profile conflict spilled into the entertainment industry, it only intensified the drama. The Xue family, displaying their ruthless nature, paid for revelations that Mo Tingting had seduced Xueming to elevate her career, investing in trending topics and hiring online influencers, while also deliberately seeking out Mo Tingting's rivals. Just as the turmoil surrounding Mo Jinping had begun to subside, Mo Tingting found herself embroiled in controversy. Given her well-known ties to the Mo family, which had leveraged her fame for marketing, the situation was particularly precarious. This fool, Mo Qingqing slammed her hand on the table, attempting to light a cigarette from her purse, only to find her lighter malfunctioning. In a fit of rage, she hurled the lighter away. Mo Yingying had initially intended to inform their family about the situation, but with the scandal surrounding Mo Jinping, she felt compassion for her sister, born of the same mother. Moreover, since neither the Cheng nor the Xue family had yet revealed Mo Tingting's involvement, Mo Yingying clung to a sense of hope that all would be well. However, her optimism left Mo Qingqing unprepared for the current turmoil. What is the point of my position in the company if this continues? Mo Qingqing pondered, seated in her chair, breath quickening, her eyes reddening. The Yi family likely knew of the situation by now, and though they had yet to contact her, it was unlikely they would respond kindly. I must prepare myself. She removed the cigarette from her mouth, toying with it in her hand. After a moment, as if reaching a resolution, she crushed the slender cigarette and tossed it into the trash. The woman behind Mo Xian might be of assistance to me. Chapter 48. A photograph. As Sun Qingyun entered the study, Mo Xian was already awaiting her arrival. Sun Qingyun had never denied that she would not oppose whichever daughter of hers Mo Xian chose to be with. She cared little for family backgrounds. She understood that Mo Xian was not the calculating type typically associated with the Luo family's Phoenix men. Please, have a seat. Sun Qingyun noticed Mo Xian's nervousness upon seeing her, a result of her own habitual aloofness towards him. Upon hearing her invitation, he awkwardly sat on the sofa. Sun Qingyun chose not to sit, but leaned against the desk, gazing at Mo Xian. Under her scrutiny, he felt uncomfortable and lowered his gaze to the floor. To be honest, I still do not agree with this situation, Sun Qingyun sighed, her tone tinged with resignation and compromise. But the children are grown. I can no longer control them. Given the current circumstances, separating you will not be easy. She entrusted her daughter to him, wishing to say no more. Mo Xian, if you harm them. Shen Qingyun left the sentence unfinished, and Mo Xian understood her implication all too well. He lifted his head and said with unwavering determination, "Rest assured, it will not happen." Such a familiar phrase. Shen Qingyun vaguely recalled that when she first met Mo Xian, he had uttered similar words. At that time, he was merely 13. Mo Xian, might you share with me the reason behind your amnesia? She inquired, reflecting on the past. You truly do not remember? He replied with a bitter smile. I do not. I have been told by others that I had a conflict with someone and was subsequently assaulted. You see, I trained under my master in martial arts, and perhaps I had grown arrogant prior to my memory loss, ultimately receiving a lesson. Shen Qingyun nodded. Yet the memories still filled her with trepidation. A 15-year-old, even if he were the direct disciple of Master Zhang, could be quite formidable. And it was unclear whether it was merely an adrenaline surge or if he possessed extraordinary talent. Had Mo Xian not fought fiercely to protect them, the sisters Luo Xia and Luo Myuki might have truly faced dire consequences. Contemplating this, Shen Qingyun gazed at Mo Xian with mixed emotions. This child could have easily distanced himself from the turmoil. Even if he had abandoned Luo Xia and the others, she would not have held it against him. Yet he chose not to, even risking his life to safeguard them. I shall check on Weier and Schwer and return shortly. Shen Qingyun decided not to press further. I heard you join Rongxing. Though you are working from home, do not be careless. I do not expect you to become a grand CEO or chairman. Your temperament lacks such ambition, but do not squander your education. Aunt Shen, will you not stay for dinner? Mo Xian glanced at the time. I am cooking today. If you do not mind, you may join me. No, they may not wish for me to stay. Shen Qingyun replied, her tone tinged with bitterness. After a moment's contemplation, she produced a photograph and handed it to Mo Xian. I feel you should see this, though I am unsure if it is appropriate. Mo Xian, perplexed, accepted the photograph politely with both hands. Upon seeing it, he felt his temples pulse violently and instinctively gripped the photo tightly. Do not be angry. Sometimes, parents may not be the most caring relatives, and they can serve as a blade piercing your heart. Shen Qingyun remarked with self-deprecation. Keep it. If you need anything, do not hesitate to tell me. Mo Xian, do not blame yourself. Losing you is a loss for Qin and I. You know her? Mo Xian, suppressing the anger boiling within, looked up at Shen Qingyun. She nodded. We were college classmates. I am quite aware of her affairs. Do not take it too personally. She does not love Mo Changshan, nor does she love that man. Shen Qingyun glanced at the photograph, understanding why Mo Xian was enraged. The date inscribed in the lower right corner was significant. 21 years ago, the day she sent herself to her grandmother's house. The photograph was well preserved, depicting a younger Qin Ni in an intimate pose with a man. This meant that on the very day she sent him away, she was unconcerned about his potential struggles, solely focused on seeking out her lover. He remembered that day vividly, as it was his grandmother who had informed him. At nearly 3 years of age, Mo Xian possessed a remarkable memory. He vividly recalled the moment his mother abandoned him, turning away without uttering a single word. Despite having resigned himself to their absence, a heavy burden of unexpressed emotions weighed upon his heart. He could not articulate whether it was anger, sorrow, or something else entirely. Thank you, Aunt Shun. Mo Xian exhaled deeply, as if releasing his pent-up negativity. How did you come by this photograph? I merely wish to assist my daughter, nothing more. Shen Qingyun approached the study's doorway. Mo Xian, whether you believe it or not, my daughters love you deeply. Though their affection may feel burdensome, I dare say no one could love you more than they do. Should you require assistance, you know how to reach me. I am aware of this man's current whereabouts. As Shen Qingyun opened the door, Luo Myuki stood outside, watching her with a hint of wariness. Shen Qingyun smiled, saying nothing, merely reaching out to pat her daughter's face before heading to see her granddaughter. Luo Myuki offered no reply, instead watching her mother depart before turning back to the study. Throwing herself into Mo Xian's embrace and gazing up at him with her enchanting peach blossom eyes. Did my mother give you a hard time? Not at all. How could she? Mo Xian replied gently, wrapping her in his arms. You must be tired. I shall prepare dinner. What would you like to eat? In a playful gesture, Luo Myuki playfully bit Mo Xian, clutching his collar and kissing him. Though brief, it merits an additional chapter. Another story has been released, just one chapter, which can be found on my personal homepage. If you find it enjoyable, I shall continue that one as well. Thank you. Chapter 49. Qin Mi's secret. In stark contrast to the harmony surrounding Mo Xian, the Mo family was engulfed in turmoil. Mo Tingting hid away at home. Her work entirely halted. All endorsements had ceased, and invitations for her participation in variety shows had been reassigned. Fortunately, she was not currently filming any dramas, as her originally scheduled scripts had been handed to others. Such a situation in the entertainment industry often spelled the end of one's career once exposed. The Shui family was eager to use her as a scapegoat, while Mo Tingting's company and the Mo family invested heavily to suppress the online backlash. Yet, just as they managed to quell it, the Shui family would reignite the flames. In a certain sense, Mo Tingting had indeed gained notoriety, and it was Shui Ming who had propelled her into the spotlight. Mo Changshan had refrained from scolding her, not due to a sudden change of heart, but because the entirety of the Mo family was in disarray. He, along with Mo Qingqing and even the reclusive Mo Jinping, had been summoned back to the company to address the crisis. Given that Qin and I had previously enlisted her third daughter for support, her situation was hardly any better. Only Mo Yingying remained at home to keep her company, and in the current circumstances, she found little inclination to chastise her sister. Second sister. What am I supposed to do? Mo Tingting lamented, her hair disheveled and eyes swollen. The relentless blows had left her without food for 2 days, and she had scarcely sipped water. Her once rosy lips had turned pale and chapped. You should eat something, Mo Yingying said, her heart aching at the sight of her sister in such distress. They were born at the same time, with Mo Yingying arriving just a few minutes earlier than Mo Tingting. Yet, an elder sister is still an elder sister, no matter how angry she may feel. There is an underlying sorrow. Tingting, perhaps you should step outside for a while. Given our father's temperament, it would be remarkable if he did not strike you upon his return. Mo Yingying sighed and pushed a bowl of congee toward her. The penalty for breach of contract will certainly be taken care of by the family, so there is no need for you to worry. I have an apartment in the northern part of the city that I purchased secretly. You can stay there for a while. But the penalty amounts to tens of millions. Mo Tingting's voice was laced with uncertainty. Do you think father might abandon me just as he did with Mo Xian? Absolutely not. You are nothing like Mo Xian. Mo Yingying shot her a disapproving glance. Our parents have always cherished us. Whatever Jinping has, we have too. They provided equally for us. So how could you possibly be compared to Mo Xian? Mo Tingting remained silent. Under pressure, it is inevitable for one to spiral into negative thoughts. And the past injustices Mo Xian faced within the family began to resurface in her mind. In fact, there is something I have long wished to discuss with you, Mo Yingying said, noticing her sister's distraction and hesitating before continuing. Tingting, you are nearly 30. The shelf life of female artists in the entertainment industry is limited. And after so many years of effort, you still remain lukewarm. I know, second sister, Mo Tingting replied, her head bowed. Indeed, she was approaching 30, and the only roles available to her were still in idol dramas. She had released an album, but it barely broke even, and she had only appeared in one film, playing a supporting role. Were it not for her family's backing, she would have long been forgotten in the rapidly evolving entertainment industry. Beauty? While appearance is undeniably important in the entertainment world, many surpass her in looks. Moreover, without any substantial body of work to showcase, no matter how beautiful one may be, they are merely a decorative vase. Once again, Mo Tingting found herself thinking of Mo Xian. For some reason, after her own misfortune, she often recalled her brother who had left home. Deep down, she sensed that she might soon be cast aside by her family, perhaps even more so than Mo Xian. At Qin's jewelry company, Qin and I sat in her chair, feeling restless. Mother, are you all right? In the office, there were only herself and Jiang Xifeng. Upon hearing his call, Qin and I did not respond immediately, instead scrutinizing his frail and pallid face, which momentarily filled her with disdain. Lately, she had been unable to stop thinking about Mo Xian, and at times, she questioned her own state of mind for valuing such a sickly, illegitimate child. Jiang Xifeng was the illegitimate son of her first love and the same person Mo Xian had seen in photographs, Jiang Feng, who had been her childhood companion. Shin Qingyun once remarked accurately that Qin and I loved no one but herself. Although Jiang Feng hailed from an artistic family and enjoyed a comfortable life, it paled in comparison to the Mo family's status. Thus, she resolutely abandoned Jiang Feng and married Mo Changshan, only to unexpectedly encounter Jiang Feng again during a business trip abroad after giving birth to Mo Jinping. Jiang Feng remained unmarried. tearfully confessing that he had been waiting for her all along. The beauty of their youth, coupled with a twinge of guilt, led Qin and I to engage in an affair with Jiang Feng, resulting in an unexpected pregnancy. During that period, she found herself somewhat enthralled by the thrill of their transgression. What was meant to be a 5-month business trip extended until the child was born. As for Mo Changshan, his lack of suspicion stemmed from his own desire for Qin and I to be absent, for he too harbored his own secrets. Jiang Sifeng, frail since childhood, evoked a deep sense of guilt in Qin and I, who, despite later giving birth to Mo Xian, often relied on hired nurses to care for him. During that time, her relationship with Jiang Feng flourished, and under the pretense of work, she purchased a property for him, employing a nanny to look after both father and son, while she visited them intermittently. Ultimately, she provided Jiang Feng with a sum of money to facilitate his departure abroad. Her feelings for him had never been profound. In her heart, Mo Changshan held greater significance, as he offered tangible benefits. Jiang Feng was merely a vessel for her emotional release. As she pulled her thoughts back, Qin and I glanced at Jiang Sifeng. Over the years, her affection for this illegitimate child was second only to that of Mo Jinping, even allowing him to serve as her assistant. Yet, a series of recent events weighed heavily upon her. Her 2 beloved sons, one reckless, the other a burden of health issues. Conversely, Mo Xian, who had left home, not only possessed robust health and striking looks, but was also excelling academically at a young age. This realization stirred some ambitions within her, and the first issue to address was this illegitimate son before her. Sifeng, it is time to relinquish your shares, Qin and I suddenly declared. After careful consideration, I cannot entrust the company to you, given your fragile constitution. I will have Ying manage your shares. Rest assured, mother will not treat you unfairly. Jiang Sifeng's already pale complexion turned ashen upon hearing her words. Yet, he dared not defy Qin and I, for he had relied on her favoritism and his shares to undertake various ventures. He was genuinely fearful. If Qin and I were to discover the extent of his actions, she would not hesitate to cast him aside. From the moment he had come to her side, he increasingly felt a growing distance between them, gradually recognizing his mother's coldness. In the past, he had taken pride in believing that while Qin and I disregarded Mo Xian, she treated him with distinction. However, he had never considered that, as sons. If she could forsake Mo Xian, why not him? Very well, mother, you need not worry, Jiang Sifeng replied without hesitation. Everything I possess is a gift from you. If you wish to reclaim it, I hold no grievances. His ability to articulate and exhibit humility was his most defining trait. And this had been the reason Qin and I regarded him with favor for so long. Yet, the past was behind them. To Qin and I now, he was merely a source of inconvenience, especially as he had underestimated the acumen and intelligence of a corporate president. Qin and I let out a cold smile. Since you are aware that everything you possess is granted by me, why do you still conspire behind my back? The last incident involving gold adulteration was orchestrated by you, was it not? Chapter 50, already installed. Mother, what are you saying? Jiang Sifeng's heart raced, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure, fearful of revealing any cracks in his faade. Rest assured, the matter has passed. You are, after all, my son, and I shall not truly pursue this further. Qin and I merely smiled faintly. I simply cannot comprehend how I have wronged you. Do you think I would deny you money? Jiang Sifeng lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. Qin and I, despite her inner turmoil, refrained from uttering anything more. After all, her illegitimate child had been by her side for so long. You may leave now. There have been too many matters recently. Remember to visit the hospital on time. Qin and I sighed. By the way, has your father been in touch with you lately? No, Jiang Sifeng replied. If he had, he would not disclose it to you. Upon hearing this, Qin and I did not press further, merely waving her hand, prompting Jiang Sifeng to depart. Gazing out the window, Qin and I felt weary. The question of how to manage the family business she had safeguarded for half a lifetime weighed heavily on her mind. With her extensive experience in the business realm, she feared that troubles would soon follow. The Mo and Qin families were intrinsically linked. How could she extricate herself from this entanglement? Even if a divorce were to occur, would Mo Jinping and Mo Tingting cease to be her son and daughter? The gravest concern was that the Mo family was involved in the footwear and apparel industry, whereas she dealt in jewelry. Such products were particularly sensitive to scandals involving their spokespersons. Should consumers initiate a boycott, revenues would plummet, and stocks would undoubtedly fluctuate. Moreover, the spokesperson for the Mo family was her own daughter, and the Qin family had also benefited significantly from Mo Tingting's influence. If competitors seized the opportunity to undermine them and capture market share, a cascade of setbacks could ensue, leaving no one capable of predicting the outcome. At this juncture, she found herself contemplating Mo Xian. Compared to the chaos within the Mo family, her youngest son appeared rather exceptional. At least he had not accumulated the burdensome debts that plagued Mo Jinping, nor had he engaged in self-deception like Jiang Xifeng. Qin and I intended to reclaim Jiang Xifeng's shares, not to bestow them upon Mo Engying, but rather to grant them to Mo Xian. In that moment, she realized that perhaps her youngest son was more deserving of her trust. Yet, she also understood a fundamental truth. Mo Xian no longer required them. In contrast to the turmoil of the Mo family, Mo Xian led a rather carefree life. His only dilemma was having just been affectionately kissed by Luo Muqi for an extended period, only to find himself again in the embrace of Luo Xia in his room. Were it not for Shen Qingyun's presence, those two sisters would likely have become utterly shameless once more. Xia, I still need to prepare lunch. Just as he struggled to rise, Luo Xia seized his collar and pulled him back down. Recently, these two sisters had become quite overwhelming for Mo Xian, not due to any particular antics, but rather because they were incessantly clingy, wanting to be by his side every hour of the day. Their gazes, rather than reflecting affection, conveyed a wild possessiveness. Thanks to an unexpected phone call, Luo Xia relented, yet clung to him like an octopus, refusing to let go. All right, I understand. I will come over this afternoon. After hanging up, Mo Xian helplessly informed Luo Xia that his mentor had requested his presence at school for a new project. You cannot go. Xia, I must go? You cannot go. What has happened to the gentle and caring older sister I once knew? Is this not rather unusual? Just kidding. Luo Xia gradually released her grip on Mo Xian and, as she had in the past, helped him adjust his clothing. When will you return? Shall I come to pick you up? I'm not sure. I will call you or Muqi when the time comes. It's hard to say. There have been times in the past when I've been busy until midnight. A fleeting glimmer of coldness passed through Luo Xia's gaze, quickly replaced by tenderness as she said, All right then, let us prepare dinner together, shall we? As if she had not just clung to him moments earlier, Mo Xian could not help but inquire, Xia, is everything all right between you and Muqi lately? I fear you might abandon us. Luo Xia tilted her head back, her demeanor contrasting with her usual gentleness and the cool faade she maintained outside. Her eyes revealed a vulnerability and fragility. How could I ever abandon you? Mo Xian gently wrapped his arms around her waist. I have promised, as long as you both need me, I will never leave. Luo Xia buried her head tightly against Mo Xian's chest, her body trembling slightly. Mo Xian misinterpreted her shivers as tears and hastily offered comfort. Xia, are you all right? I'm fine, she replied, her voice somewhat constrained, gripping Mo Xian's arm tightly, her gaze downward. She was not crying. She merely wished to conceal the sickly smile that adorned her face from Mo Xian. Just wait a little longer. My plan cannot possibly fail. Xian, you are being foolish. How could you leave me and Muqi? Chains need not possess a physical form. Luo Xia greedily nestled in Mo Xian's embrace. Enveloped by a unique fragrance reminiscent of herbal soap, distinct from floral scents yet alluring in its own right. If you are worried, you can install a tracking app on my phone, Mo Xian said half-jokingly. Luo Xia, keeping her head down, softly replied, I already have. What do you mean, already? Mo Xian did not catch her words clearly. Suddenly, Luo Xia lifted her head and kissed him. Then, as if nothing had transpired, lightly chuckled, It's nothing. Let us go make dinner. Without waiting for Mo Xian's reaction, she took his hand and led him out of the bedroom. Upon reaching the first floor, they found Shen Qingyun bidding farewell to Luo Wire and Luo Shuer. Luo Muqi remained unresponsive, seated on the sofa, absorbed in the television. Aunt Shen, are you heading back? Mo Xian intended to see her off, but was held back by Luo Xia's firm grip, leaving him no choice but to relent. Shen Qingyun cast a complex glance at her eldest daughter, who was fixated on Mo Xian, and at her youngest daughter, who ignored her entirely. A pang of sadness swelling in her heart. If not for the events of the past, perhaps the present outcome would have been different. I have matters to attend to this afternoon, so I shall take my leave now. You may continue with your activities. Shen Qingyun turned to depart, only to be surprised by the voices of Luo Xia and Luo Muqi behind her, urging her to be cautious on her way and promising to visit her mother again soon. Shen Qingyun paused momentarily, offering a soft acknowledgement before walking away without looking back. Luo Xia gazed at her mother's departing figure for a brief moment before taking hold of Imo Xian and heading towards the kitchen, while behind them, Luo Miyuki voiced her discontent, exclaiming that her sister could not monopolize their brother. Daddy, daddy. Two little ones rushed over, clinging to Imo Xian's legs like adorable attachments. Imo Xian felt an overwhelming weight of happiness, a sentiment that seemed rather burdensome at times. Chapter 51. Light snow in November in Kyoto. The first gentle snow fell. After getting out of the car, Imo Xian turned to lift Luo Wire and Luo Shuer down. The two little girls, dressed in pink puffy jackets and cute cat shoes, excitedly waved their hands at the snow-covered ground of the nursing home. Daddy, daddy, I want to play. Do not cause a ruckus, Luo Xia admonished. Stepping out of the passenger seat in a black trench coat, approaching Imo Xian and playfully pinching the cheeks of the two children. You insisted on coming to see great-grandma with your father. What if you catch a cold on the way back? Daddy, mommy, auntie, is being mean to me. The two daughters complained, their eyes reddened as they turned to Imo Xian for support. He could not help but smile wryly, reassuring them that it was all for their own good, adding that Wire and Schwerer were the most obedient girls. During this period, Imo Xian led a life confined to a strict routine, shuttling between school and home, occasionally visiting his grandmother. He had not concerned himself with the Imo family affairs. Although he had heard that Imo Qingqing was valiantly trying to stabilize the situation, she had reached out to him for assistance. However, Luo Xia had made him promise to stay uninvolved, which he adhered to. Ultimately, it was said that Imo Qingqing had done something that prompted the Yi family to intervene, allowing the Imo family to weather the storm. Imo Xian had not inquired further into the matter, if not for Luo Miyuki mentioning it one day. He might have forgotten entirely about his troubled family background. Upon arriving at the hospital room, the two little girls joyfully broke free from Imo Xian and scampered inside. Oh, my darlings have come again, Grandma exclaimed, her spirits seemingly lifted by the frequent visits from her two treasures. Imo Xian had suggested several times that they take her abroad for treatment, but she had always declined. No more fussing about it. Besides, if I were to pass away in a foreign land, I would feel wronged not to depart from my homeland. Upon hearing her words, Imo Xian ceased to press the matter, but he had been bringing the children over more often lately. Sometimes, when he was unable to leave school, Luo Xia or Luo Miyuki would bring their daughters to visit. Have you been feeling better lately? Luo Xia approached the bedside, her voice gentle as she inquired. Grandmother waved her hand, saying she felt much better. Xia, please take a seat. The warmth in grandmother's voice radiated affection as she gazed at Luo Xia, her eyes sparkling with fondness. Living each day as it comes, her only concern was for Imo Xian, who now had her sisters by her side, alleviating her worries for the future. Aunt Zhang, who had been caring for grandmother, seized the moment to pick up the teapot, claiming she needed to fetch some hot water, thus discreetly excusing herself to allow the family some privacy. Once the door was closed, grandmother turned to Imo Xian and said, Xian, Aunt Zhang has arranged for someone to tidy up the house. I wish to be discharged and return home. Imo Xian lifted his head, his expression one of surprise. Anticipating his reaction, grandmother smiled and explained, It matters not where I reside. After staying here for so long, it is time I return home. Imo Xian remained silent, his head bowed, obscuring his expression. Grandmother feigned displeasure. Child, why do you lower your head when I speak to you? I simply find this place tiresome and wish to go home. Very well, whenever you wish to be discharged, I shall make the arrangements, Imo Xian replied, lifting his gaze, his eyes glistening yet accompanied by a smile. Tomorrow, or perhaps today? Grandmother turned her gaze towards the window, where snowflakes danced gently in the air. I recall that when I was first hospitalized, it was during the first snowfall. Let us choose today for my discharge. All right, then Imo Xian began to rise. But Luo Xia gently pressed her hand on his shoulder, saying softly, Allow me to go. You stay here and help grandmother pack her belongings. No need. Aunt Zhang has already taken care of it. Xia, you remain here. Let Xian go. Grandmother's spirits seemed to lift at the thought of returning home. Hurry along, Xian, and bring the little ones with you. Imo Xian cast a surprised glance at grandmother, but Luo Xia tugged at his hand, whispering, Go on. It would be more convenient for me to stay. Imo Xian nodded. Thank you for looking after grandmother, Xia. With that, he took the soft hands of his two daughters and led them out of the ward. You have something to discuss with me, don't you? Luo Xia turned back to grandmother. Otherwise, There would be no need to trouble Xian and the others to leave. Xia, if I am no longer here, I entrust this child to you. Grandmother wore a serene smile, as if a burden had been lifted. I am aware of my health. It is uncertain whether I will endure until the year's end. Perhaps one day I shall lie down and never awaken. Please do not speak like that. Luo Xia felt a pang of discomfort at her words. Yet grandmother sighed. For so long, I have been curious. Although my grandson possesses a handsome face, his family background and status differ greatly from yours. Can you enlighten me as to why you are so devoted to him? Grandmother, I am Wei Wei. He must have mentioned me to you. Hearing Luo Xia's words, grandmother paused, then suddenly enlightened. Ah, I understand now. Mo Xian had always been rather introverted, seldom having friends. At the age of 13, he unexpectedly mentioned that he had met two sisters nearby, and from that point onward, he would often venture out to play with them. Grandmother inquired about the new residents who had moved into an old Western-style house near their dormitory. It was said that their family seemed to be quite well off. They had two children who did not even attend school, opting instead for private tutors to come to their home. Concerned, grandmother paid a visit but did not meet the two girls. However, she did converse with their caretaker. The caretaker, introducing herself as Ms. Zhang, was accompanied by several nannies and maids who looked after the two children of their employer. Being a university professor, grandmother, despite not meeting the children, felt reassured by Ms. Zhang's cultured demeanor, especially after recognizing one of the tutors as a renowned educator. This alleviated her worries, particularly since they had allowed Mo Xian to accompany the young ladies for lessons. When grandmother offered to pay, they politely declined, stating that the young miss had no friends and enjoyed learning and playing with Mo Xian. Occasionally, Mo Xian mentioned the girls' names, one of whom was Wei Wei. Grandmother found it somewhat disconcerting that the sisters were so attached. She had previously sensed something unusual about them, wondering how it was that this naive boy did not see it, and lamenting the coincidence of him encountering such a situation. She pondered their intentions and what they truly sought, yet the affection evident in their gazes was unmistakable. Regardless of their motives, she mused that apart from herself, they were the only ones who genuinely cared for him. To her surprise, it was indeed them. Luo Xia, feeling a twinge of guilt, apologized, saying she should have informed her sooner. I understand your concerns, grandmother replied with a wry smile. Was it not your fault that the child was injured? Though she was not one to be overly generous, she acknowledged that their dedication to him warranted some leniency. Moreover, she knew her grandson well enough to trust that if he did not wish it, he would not have suffered. Xia, I entrust you and Miyuki with him from now on. As the snow outside seemed to intensify, Luo Xia gazed at the falling flakes and softly assured grandmother, rest assured, he is more precious to me than my own life. Chapter 52, Little Snow, Part 2. The discharge process was swift, and grandmother's spirits had improved significantly. Mo Xian attempted to assist her, yet the elderly lady seemed reluctant. Thanks to the caregivers at the rehabilitation center and several helpful family members, even the director came out to see her off before she left. After all, the facility had recently been acquired by the Luo family. The director breathed a sigh of relief as grandmother departed. Thankfully, she had not encountered any major issues during her stay. If anything had gone amiss, grandmother and Aunt Zhang sat in the back seat, the two cherubic children clinging to their great-grandmother's hands, bringing a smile to her face. I had already spoken with Miyuki. She would join us at grandmother's. Luo Xia set down her phone. Someone must be with grandmother. Shall we stay there tonight? Although Luo Xia had suggested that grandmother stay with them, she had declined, preferring to return to her own cozy home, believing it would bring her peace. Never mind. Grandma's place isn't very spacious. It may be inconvenient if you and Miyuki join us, Mo Xian said with a hint of hesitation. I can stay there tonight to take care of Grandma. You and Miyuki can return with the children later. Grandma's residence was somewhat antiquated, a modest two-bedroom apartment, lacking in ample space. For adults and two children crammed together could indeed make for a rather uncomfortable arrangement. Don't worry about it, Luo Xia replied with a gentle smile. And you know how much the children need you. Ultimately, with no other choice, Mo Xian acquiesced. Upon returning to the apartment, he felt fortunate that he and Grandma Zhang occasionally visited to clean and air out the place, keeping it relatively tidy and immaculate. Grandpa Zhang had passed away when Mo Xian was 17, after which Aunt Zhang took Grandma Zhang away, though she sometimes returned to tidy up her old home. Since Grandma had been hospitalized, Grandma Zhang had taken a spare key, occasionally coming by to lend a hand. Aunt Zhang did not come upstairs, but had left midway, reminding Imo Xian to ensure Grandma had dinner at home the following day. Had it not been for the snowfall, Grandma Zhang would likely have come directly over. Assisting Grandma into her room, the elderly lady, after such a long day, appeared somewhat fatigued. Imo Xian retrieved a blanket for her, preparing the bed so she could rest. The two little ones were also feeling sleepy, clamoring to nap. Grandma wished to hold the children close, so Imo Xian fetched another blanket, allowing the two kids to snuggle with her on the same bed. Once he had settled them and closed the door behind him, he found Luo Xia standing in his bedroom. "Your room is quite simply furnished," she remarked with a smile as she sat on his bed. Aside from a wardrobe, the room contained only a desk, a chair, and a bookshelf. In addition to study materials, there were several classic novels, a complete collection of Neon Genesis Evangelion, and a dozen volumes of One Piece. "You and Miyuki can stay here tonight." Imo Xian indicated his double bed. "I apologize for the inconvenience." Luo Xia chose not to pursue that topic further. Instead, she took his hand and suggested, "The snow isn't too heavy. Why don't we take a stroll?" It was somewhat amusing that despite their intimate moments together, Imo Xian and Luo Xia had never walked alone in quietude. Snowflakes danced in the air as Luo Xia held Imo Xian's hand, leading him slowly forward. The area was predominantly inhabited by retirees, and with the snowfall, there were scarcely any people around. Though it was daylight, a serene hush enveloped the surroundings, with their footsteps crunching delightfully on the snow. "It feels like the first time we can be so quietly together." Luo Xia paused and gently brushed the snow from Imo Xian's hair. "It's almost like a date." "Is this what a date is?" Imo Xian replied, feeling a bit shy. "Aren't couples supposed to walk together like this?" "Indeed, I almost forgot. Our little Xian is quite experienced," Luo Xia remarked with a hint of significance, emphasizing the word experienced. "Isn't it true that when feelings run deep, one might share a passionate kiss and then retire to a hotel for the night?" "I have never done that." Imo Xian quickly waved his hands in protest. "I, for the first time, find myself in your presence. Of course, I am aware that your first kiss was with my beloved Luo Xia, who secretly chuckled at the thought. Fortunately, she is astute. She managed to steal away his first kiss while Imo Xian was still easily deceived. This was before his amnesia, if I recall correctly. In this very vicinity, it suddenly occurs to me, when did I begin to deviate from normalcy? Even Luo Xia cannot articulate it. Was it the first time I saw him perched atop a grand tree, blissfully gnawing on a sweet melon, his expression one of sheer happiness? Or was it during that moment I seized the chance to steal a kiss while he was oblivious? Perhaps it was when, despite being injured, he still clung to the leg of the assailant pursuing her and Lu Miyuki, resembling a wounded cat that, despite its own numerous injuries, bared its fangs and claws to protect them? One thing I can be certain of is that Imo Xian has become intertwined with my very essence. He cannot be extricated from my being. At home, my grandmother, who had been peacefully slumbering, awakened at some point and tucked the two little ones under their blankets. She retrieved her old mobile phone and made her way to the living room, dialing a frequently contacted number. After a moment, the voice of old Master Imo came through, laced with sarcasm. "What brings you to call me? Let us divorce." My grandmother stated these 3 words with dispassion, and silence fell on the other end. Though I could discern the rapid intake of breath. "I do not have much time left. I truly do not wish to be buried under the title of your wife." My grandmother slowly settled onto the sofa. "Even in death, I do not wish to share a grave with you. It is better for both of us." "Very well." Old Master Imo almost spat those 2 words through clenched teeth. "Let me remind you, once divorced, the assets." "Old man, after all these years, do you still believe money can intimidate me?" My grandmother chuckled softly. "I desire nothing from you. All I wish is to be rid of you. For such trivial matters. How long must you continue this farce?" An irate voice erupted from the phone, yet my grandmother's gaze remained remarkably serene. "Do you understand? What truly concerns me is not whether you have tarnished your reputation, causing such an embarrassing spectacle. Tell me, what is it like to watch a rose wilt and decay? That is how I have witnessed your heart transform over time. I have advised you countless times, yearning to restore you to that once blooming rose. Yet you stubbornly choose to let it rot further. Moreover, how long will you continue to harbor resentment towards your brother? He has been gone for so many years. For the sake of a mere birth date, you turn a cold shoulder to your own grandson? Are you angry, or do you feel guilt?" My grandmother sighed deeply and then continued in a soft tone. "You and your brother are much like Jin Peng and Xiao Xian. Enough. Divorce, do it swiftly. Upon uttering this statement, the call was abruptly terminated. My grandmother shook her head in resignation and placed her mobile phone on the tea table. People are too stubborn. Their hearts are blind and ignorant. She slowly rose, her steps heavy and deliberate as she made her way back to the bedroom. Chapter 53, Little Snow, Part 3. When Mo Xian and Luoxia returned from their outing, they had procured ingredients from a nearby supermarket. Upon returning, Luo Muki had already arrived. Seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation with her grandmother. The coffee table was adorned with various items, supplements, fruits, and the like. "You're back?" Grandmother smiled and waved upon seeing them. "Muki just arrived and brought so many things." "Daddy." The two little ones, hearing the voice, scampered out of the bedroom barefoot. Mo Xian hastily set down the bag he was carrying and scooped up both children into his arms. Luo Muki could not help but roll her eyes. Having been there for quite some time and already sipping a cup of tea, yet those two little gluttons had not emerged until now. "Luo Wire, Luo Shuer. No running barefoot in the house." Luo Xia extended her hands, gently pinching the chubby little faces of the girls. "Grandma, why are you up?" "I took a short nap and felt re-energized, so I got up," grandmother replied, attempting to rise. "You all sit down. Xiao Xian, come help me with dinner." "Never mind. I can manage by myself," Mo Xian said, placing the girls beside their grandmother. "Wire, Shuer, would you like to keep grandma company? Daddy is going to cook." The little ones nodded eagerly, and Mo Xian affectionately patted their heads before turning to head to the kitchen with the plastic bag in hand. "I'll help you, brother." Luo Muki followed him in, thinking her sister was distracted, suddenly tugging at Mo Xian's shirt to bring him to her eye level. Just as she leaned in to kiss him, Luo Xia's hand unexpectedly reached from behind, grabbing her collar and pulling her back, causing her head to awkwardly squeeze in and land a kiss on Mo Xian's lips. "Sister, that's not fair," Luo Muki exclaimed, pushing her sister away and wrapping her arms around Mo Xian's neck, kissing him fiercely. "Are you two enjoying yourselves?" "My feelings never seem to matter," Mo Xian remarked, feeling somewhat disregarded during such moments. "Enough playing around. I need to cook." He gently pushed the sisters aside. The kitchen was not particularly spacious, and besides, they wouldn't be of much help. "Who says that?" Luo Xia chuckled. "Why don't you let us give it a try?" Mo Xian truly doubted the sisters' culinary skills. Having spent so long in the estate with a dedicated chef, along with housekeepers and maids. As for him, he often found himself in the kitchen only after being cajoled by them and his daughters. In Mo Xian's eyes, these two wealthy princesses likely couldn't distinguish between garlic and ginger. Thus, when he witnessed Luo Muki skillfully washing the vegetables and Luo Xia adeptly wielding a knife to chop the purchased beef and vegetables with precision, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Did I wake up too abruptly? Or am I dreaming? Are they really this adept? He pondered. What was all that fuss about them wanting to cook every day? What did that mean? "What's wrong, brother?" Luo Muki cozily wrapped her arm around Mo Xian's. "Surprised, aren't you? Look, you suddenly have two wealthy, beautiful women who can cook. You're quite fortunate." Mo Xian felt an urge to retort, yet he realized he was at a loss for words. Among all the women his age in Kyoto, it was nearly impossible to find anyone wealthier or more beautiful than these sisters. "When did you learn to cook?" Mo Xian could not help but ask out of curiosity. "Why have I never seen this before? I've known for quite some time. Isn't it said that to capture a man's heart, one must first satisfy his stomach?" As he gazed into Luo Muki's enchanting peach blossom eyes, he almost believed her words. "Then why don't you show me? If you don't demonstrate, how can I know if you can truly capture it? I've learned a bit before, but I can't cook as well as you do." Luo Xia took the tissue that Luo Muki handed her and wiped her hands. "All right, Xiao Xian, I've prepared everything for you. Hurry and start cooking." Mo Xian felt a lingering suspicion that they might be deceiving him, yet he found himself being nudged into the kitchen by Luo Xia and Luo Muki. After a flurry of activity, he managed to prepare 4 dishes and a soup, neatly arranged on the dining table, along with rice. Anxious about the two children's dining experience, he had even purchased toddler-friendly utensils. Perhaps it was due to the joy of dining with his great-granddaughters for the first time. But his grandmother, who typically had a poor appetite, surprisingly consumed an extra bowl of rice and even savored an additional bowl of soup. "Grandma, it's not that I'm worried about your eating. It's just that you had so much tonight," Mo Xian said with concern as he watched her. However, she merely smiled, dismissing his worries. "It's nothing to fret about. Seeing Weyer and Shuer eat makes me feel better." The atmosphere seemed to uplift everyone. The family sat together in perfect harmony, sharing laughter and conversation. Not only did Grandma enjoy her meal, but the two little ones also left the table with round, satisfied bellies. Once the meal concluded, Imo Xian tidied the table and took the dishes to wash in the kitchen when Grandma leisurely walked in and softly said, "Xiao Xian, please take me to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow." Grandma? Imo Xian turned around in surprise. In truth, she and Grandpa had been living apart for so many years that she could have applied for an automatic divorce long ago. Yet neither had taken that step. They had felt that maintaining the status quo was preferable, out of sight, out of mind. After all, they had shared a life together. Her tone was light, and her expression appeared content. "Just take me tomorrow. There's no need to trouble Xia and Miyuki. It would be inconvenient for them." Imo Xian did not respond, but simply nodded. Grandma looked up at her grandson and suddenly smiled, saying, "I can always see you. It seems I hardly noticed how much you've grown. When you first came, you were so small, just like Weier and Schwerer, all chubby." "Grandma, are you feeling all right?" Imo Xian asked, his nerves taut since her insistence on being discharged from the hospital. Yet Grandma seemed unfazed, wearing a gentle smile. "What could be wrong? You go ahead and keep busy. If you trust me, let the little one sleep with me tonight." With that, she turned away, walking slowly, yet appearing much improved compared to before. That evening, Imo Xian lay on the sofa wrapped in a blanket, while Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki took residence in his former bedroom, with his two daughters snuggling up to Grandma. Through the faint light of the street lamp outside, he could see snow still falling. However, Imo Xian's heart was far from tranquil. The more calm and composed his grandmother appeared, the more his heart filled with dread. The phrase "a fleeting moment of brilliance" weighed heavily on Imo Xian's heart, as though it were burdened by a stone. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open broke the silence, prompting Imo Xian to instinctively glance up. He beheld a graceful figure approaching, who then pulled back his blanket. "Xiao Xian," came the soft and gentle voice of Luo Xia, but her actions were swift as she pressed herself against him. Her warm and supple body enveloped in a delightful fragrance. "Xia, what are you doing here?" Imo Xian asked, taken aback, hastily draping the blanket over her. "Where's Miyuki?" In truth, he merely wished to inquire whether Luo Miyuki had fallen asleep. However, upon hearing his words, Luo Xia's demeanor grew icy, and she seized his lips in a domineering kiss. "I saw you were unhappy and thought to comfort you while Miyuki was asleep," she murmured softly. Yet, Imo Xian sensed an instinctual hint of danger in her tone. Feeling a bit awkward, he replied, "No, I'm fine." In the darkness, Luo Xia's hands caressed Imo Xian's face, seemingly tracing his features. After a brief pause, she sighed gently, "Xiao Xian, you can rely on me and my sister. I know you're troubled, fearing something might happen to Grandma. Xiao Xian, I understand you far better than you realize. Moreover, with Miyuki and the child, you are no longer as solitary as before." Suddenly, Imo Xian embraced Luo Xia tightly, his body trembling slightly. She felt warm tears fall onto her hand as she caressed him. In the shadows, although he could not see her gaze, he sensed her leaning down to kiss away his tears. Unlike the past, where she had been possessive and domineering, her tenderness now seemed to soothe him. Overwhelmed by his melancholic emotions, Imo Xian clutched Luo Xia even more closely, curling up like an infant, as if seeking solace in her presence. Chapter 54. After the rain, unbeknownst to him, the snow had ceased, and the sky had cleared. If not for the unmelted snow on the ground, it would seem as if the previous day's snowfall had never existed. For Imo Xian, the first thought upon awakening was of the relentless chill. He distinctly remembered falling asleep with Luo Xia in his arms. How then did he wake up to find Luo Miyuki nestled against him? Luo Miyuki let out a soft huff, akin to a cat, and unconsciously nuzzled her head against Imo Xian's face, her dark hair brushing against him, evoking a ticklish sensation. "Xiao Xian, we." As Grandma spoke while entering the living room, she paused at the sight before her, then turned away, muttering something about returning to her bedroom. "I believe I can sleep a little longer." Imo Xian even heard the sound of the bedroom door locking. Realizing he must rise soon to avoid further complications, he gently shook Luo Miyuki. Yet, the little imp showed no signs of waking, either feigning sleep or truly lost in slumber, entwining herself around him like an octopus. The door chimed softly as Luo Xia emerged from her room, having completed her grooming and donned her attire. Though devoid of makeup, her beauty remained strikingly exquisite. She strode directly to the sofa, her brows furrowed, and with a swift motion, she delivered a sharp slap to Luo Miyuki's pert backside. "Sister, what are you doing?" Luo Miyuki exclaimed, wincing from the unexpected sting, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Get up. We need to head to the office," Luo Xia stated, crossing her arms with a frosty demeanor. "Their essay meeting today, and we'll return afterward." Luo Miyuki, however, did not rise immediately. Instead, she reclined languidly on Imo Xian's lap, stretching her limbs. The warmth of their grandmother's home, equipped with both heating and air conditioning, had lulled her into a state of relaxation. "Can't we let our cousin handle it?" she proposed. Luo Xia shot her sister a disapproving glance. "We can't expect him to manage everything alone. Besides, Xiao Xian has his own matters to attend to today. He can still help with the children." Imo Xian found himself bemused, as the esteemed president of the Luo Corporation was being referred to as merely an assistant and a male nanny by these two sisters. Luo Miyuki, clad in slippers, retreated to the bedroom, and as Imo Xian attempted to rise, Luo Xia pushed him back down, planting a fervent kiss on his lips. Last night, upon seeing Imo Xian asleep, Luo Xia had intended to use the restroom and then join him on the sofa. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Luo Miyuki had seized her spot. In the bedroom, while changing clothes, Luo Miyuki couldn't resist rubbing the spot where her sister had playfully slapped her, feeling no restraint whatsoever. By the time Imo Xian was dressed and ready, their grandmother emerged, leading two little bundles of joy. Although still bleary-eyed, the girls were neatly dressed, their hair styled into adorable little braids by their grandmother. "Daddy hug." Luo Wire and Luo Schwener cooed, wobbling toward Imo Xian. He bent down to scoop them up, each daughter planting a big kiss on his cheek. Their grandmother observed this tender scene with a smile, seemingly reminded of something, and retreated back to the bedroom, searching for an item. After a short while, she reappeared with a wooden box containing two charming ceramic dolls, little girls holding lanterns. "Grandma, this is the first time Imo Xian has seen them. We never had these at home before," he inquired. "These were given to me by my mother. I have kept them all this time," she replied, gazing at the dolls, lost in a reverie, before sighing softly. With a renewed smile, she continued, "Here, give them to Wire and Schwer. I have no use for them. They are not of great value." The two little treasures reached out eagerly to grasp the dolls. But Luo Xia intervened, saying, "Perhaps you should keep them for now. They are still quite young and might break them." Luo Xia carefully accepted the wooden box, placing it gently into her bag. Although the children did not touch them, they sweetly chimed, "Thank you, great-grandma." Imo Xian prepared porridge, milk, and noodles for breakfast. After their meal, Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki took their daughters in their arms, ready to head to the office. Aware that today was not an appropriate day to bring the children along, though the two children were reluctant. They felt powerless against someone who was not their biological mother and had no choice but to yield. With a sense of grievance, they waved goodbye to their father and great-grandmother. The grandmother, seemingly unaware of her own emotions, followed the two girls outside, kissed their cheeks, and cheerfully urged them to go to work without delay. The sisters exchanged complex glances with their grandmother, and Luo Xia took out her phone, suggesting they might not go after all. "Oh, do go. Hurry along," urged the grandmother, gently pushing the sisters forward. "Let Xiao Xian take care of me at home. Just return early, and I'll prepare something delicious for you." Despite the sisters' protests and Xiao Xian's attempts to reason with her, the grandmother remained resolute. Reluctantly, Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki took the child and left for the office. In no time, the house was left with only the grandmother and Xiao Xian. The grandmother appeared quite content, showing no signs of sadness at the departure of her great-granddaughters. Turning to Xiao Xian, she announced, "Grandma will go change clothes. We shall leave shortly." Xiao Xian's lips moved, but he found himself at a loss for words. The grandmother retreated to her bedroom, changed into a clean outfit and jacket, and retrieved her reading glasses along with her household registration book and marriage certificate. Gazing at the youthful photograph of herself with her late husband, she reflected on how, at that time, her eyes had sparkled with clarity and her smile had been untainted. When did she become so calculating and suspicious? With a sigh, she removed her glasses and quietly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, placing all her documents into an old handbag. "So be it. This is quite all right." She suddenly smiled with a sense of release. After entangling herself in love and hate for so many years, today it would all come to an end. Stepping outside, she found Xiao Xian waiting at the door, and a wave of comfort washed over her. Her grandson, whom she had raised single-handedly, now had someone to accompany him for life. "Let us go," Xiao Xian, she said, walking towards him. We're heading to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Meanwhile, in the car, the elderly gentleman gazed at the marriage certificate in his hands, his expression a mix of emotions. Grandpa, are you truly certain about this? Mo Qingqing, seated in the passenger seat, turned to look at her grandfather. Perhaps Grandma is just having a moment of weakness. You don't have to. The elderly gentleman gritted his teeth. For years, I have refrained from applying for an automatic divorce, hoping she might reconsider. This trivial matter has dragged on for so long, seeing each other only a few times a year, and when we do, it's merely to argue. Better to part ways peacefully. Mo Qingqing's words were insincere. In truth, she only yearned for a swift conclusion. She had her own plans to pursue. Finally, the Yi family was willing to assist, and her relationship with Yi Ning had become known to her family, enhancing her chances in the corporate arena. She cared little for her grandparents' marital status. The prospect of encountering Mo Xian was the only reason she had agreed to come. Despite the previous lack of support from Mo Xian's associates, Mo Qingqing had navigated this circle for many years and understood that self-interest was paramount. Despite harboring grievances within her heart, she would never offend any potential ally, for anyone could serve as a stepping stone on her path to ascendancy. Chapter 55. The Initial Clear Day, Part 2. Stepping out of the car, the sunlight was somewhat blinding, prompting grandmother to instinctively shield her eyes. The weather was indeed peculiar. It had snowed yesterday, yet today was bright and clear, with scarcely a cloud in sight. As she spoke, she gently halted Mo Xian's attempt to assist her. It's nothing, just a few steps. I'm in excellent spirits, she declared. Mo Xian paused momentarily before responding with a smile. Then you shall prepare lunch for me. It has been ages since I savored your cooking. Grandmother shot him a sharp glance, a smirk escaping her lips, yet she refrained from replying. Upon entering the Civil Affairs Bureau, they spotted the driver supporting Old Master Mo, accompanied by Mo Qingqing. Perhaps due to the recent turmoil surrounding the Mo family, Mo Qingqing, despite her meticulously applied makeup, could not conceal her fatigue. However, upon seeing Mo Xian, she greeted him warmly, then moved to inquire about grandmother's well-being. Are you feeling better? Can't you tell? Why ask? Grandmother replied tersely. Mo Qingqing remained unfazed, offering to assist her, but the elderly lady evaded her grasp with a smile, stating it was unnecessary. Undeterred, Mo Qingqing continued in a gentle tone. Then I shall go queue for a number. The Civil Affairs Bureau was not overly crowded, with individuals there for both marriage and divorce, some joyful and others sorrowful. The two elders found an empty seat, sitting opposite each other in silence. After a while, Old Master Mo instructed the driver, "You may wait for me in the car." Turning his gaze towards Mo Xian, his disdain was unmistakable, and his tone grew more forceful. "I need to speak with your grandmother. You should step away." Mo Xian did not respond, merely glancing at grandmother, who shook her head, asserting, "He is not a stranger. What could you possibly discuss that he cannot hear?" However, Old Master Mo clearly disagreed, growing irritable as he insisted to the driver, "Take him outside to wait." The driver remained motionless, hesitant to interject. It was preposterous to think he could physically remove Mo Xian. After all, who would dare attempt to move a man surrounded by 8 bodyguards? Old Master Mo's expression soured as he recalled previous incidents, and when he turned to see Mo Xian casually resting his hands in his down jacket pockets, he felt a surge of frustration. To some extent, he begrudgingly acknowledged that his youngest grandson truly embodied the phrase "a dragon among men." Yet, the more he recognized this, the more agitated he became, finding Mo Xian increasingly intolerable. Noticing Mo Xian's unwillingness to leave, he fell silent, his head bowed in contemplation. Meanwhile, grandmother clutched her bag, her gaze serene as it drifted past her husband to the view outside. Mo Xian anticipated that grandmother would engage in a dispute with Old Master Mo, would articulate the grievances she had borne alone for so many years. This expectation was not solely his. Mo Qingqing and even Old Master Mo shared this belief. However, Grandma said nothing at all. From the moment of waiting to receiving the divorce certificate, she remained remarkably calm. Several times, Old Master Mo attempted to speak, but upon seeing Grandma's tranquil demeanor, he ultimately swallowed his words. The old marriage certificate transformed into a brand new divorce certificate, which Grandma received with both hands, opened it to glance at, and revealed a faint smile. "Old man, I shall be heading back now," she said, as if bidding farewell to a longtime friend. Her tone light. "Qingqing," Grandma is leaving first. Mo Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat at a loss at her grandmother's sudden change. Meanwhile, old Master Mo clutched the divorce certificate, his gaze fixated on Grandma, as if searching for something within her. Yet, Grandma simply tucked the divorce certificate into her bag and turned to leave, with Mo Xian silently following behind her. It was not until they exited the Civil Affairs Bureau and reached the car door that Mo Xian could no longer restrain his curiosity and asked Grandma, "Is there nothing you wish to say to him?" "No," Grandma exhaled, glancing back. Old Master Mo stood at the entrance, watching her in Mo Xian's direction. Without any lingering attachment, Grandma turned and entered the car, not even casting a final glance at her former husband. Throughout the journey, she remained quiet, sitting in the back seat and gazing out the window. Mo Xian's unease intensified, and he even contemplated taking Grandma for a checkup at the hospital. "Xian, let us head home quickly. I'm feeling a bit weary," Grandma suddenly spoke. "No detours, let us return home promptly." Meanwhile, old Master Mo continued to stand at the Civil Affairs Bureau's entrance, his aged hands tightly grasping the divorce certificate, his thoughts inscrutable. Mo Qingqing felt displeased. She had numerous tasks awaiting her and no time to linger in the breeze with him. "Let us go," she instructed the driver, prioritizing her company matters over accompanying an elderly man through a divorce. After saying this, she did not exchange another word with her grandfather, but walked decisively in another direction. Ultimately, Mo Xian brought Grandma back home. As soon as they entered the house, Grandma walked into her bedroom as if preparing for an afternoon nap, arranging her pillow and blanket. After completing this, she turned to look at Mo Xian, who stood at the door with red-rimmed eyes, and smiled gently. "When I wake up, you will have prepared the meal, won't you?" "Yes, when you wake, the food will be ready," Mo Xian replied, unaware of how grotesque his smile appeared, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. "Grandma," Yuet felt as though his throat was constricted, rendering him speechless. Grandma cast a final glance at her grandson, as if reassured that there was nothing to worry about. Though it all seemed absurd, she was grateful to have her children and two remarkable granddaughters who cared for her. What more was there to fret over? It appears that there's nothing left. By the way, Xiao Xian, this is for you. The grandmother seemed to recall something, retrieving a notebook from the bedside drawer. "This is what I wrote before being discharged. I hadn't intended to share it with you, but now it seems insignificant." Mo Xian reached out to take it, but just as his fingers brushed the notebook, his grandmother's hand suddenly slipped away weakly. In the low corporation building, while reviewing documents, Luo Xia's phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon seeing the message, her gaze momentarily froze, her motion of flipping through the papers seemingly suspended in time. On the screen, a message from Mo Xian read, "My grandmother has passed away." Although she felt a profound sadness, an inexplicable joy surged within Luo Xia at that moment. "Rest assured, grandmother," she whispered, opening a box and tenderly caressing the two ceramic dolls. "I will take good care of Xiao Xian." This way, Xiao Xian would become even more helpless, more reliant on me and Mu Qi, wouldn't he? Surely, Xiao Xian must be heartbroken. I must be by his side. From now on, he will only have us. Luo Xia did not wish to smile. Yet the thought that Mo Xian would have no relatives left to depend on brought a twisted smile to her lips. Indeed, Xiao Xian would not want to see the Mo family. "Do not worry, Xiao Xian. Grandmother's funeral will only be attended by us," as she murmured to herself. Her fingers trembled as she sent a message to Sister Hui. Chapter 56. Two paintings in the funeral home. Mo Xian sat in a chair, his gaze vacant. His phone lingered on the WeChat chat page, where the pinned conversations were with Luo Xia and Luo Myuki. Apart from Mo Qingqing, he had blocked the contact information of the other Mo family members. He had informed Mo Qingqing of their grandmother's passing. Yet he harbored no expectations of the Mo family attending. Their presence held no significance for him. After all, he and his grandmother had no ties to the Mo family anymore. Though he had mentally prepared himself, Mo Xian was still taken aback by how abruptly his grandmother had closed her eyes forever. In extreme emotional states, a sense of retribution can arise, and Mo Xian was no exception. He unblocked the numbers of Mo Changshan and Qin and I, then proceeded to call them in succession. Mo Changshan did not answer. But as the call neared its end, Qin and I picked up, her tone laced with surprise as she asked why he had suddenly decided to call. "I have something to show you. Remember to accept my friend request," Mo Xian replied hoarsely, his tone flat, before hanging up. Qin and I was momentarily stunned. Unable to react before a friend request notification appeared, Mo Xian sent her everything concerning Mo Changshan in a single burst, then blocked and deleted her contact information once more. Approximately 10 minutes later, a call came from an unfamiliar number, which Mo Xian promptly rejected and blocked. He knew it was Qin and I attempting to confront him after seeing his message. But what did it matter to him? He could have shown her this long ago. Had his grandmother still been alive? At present, the final ties have been severed. With grandmother no longer in this world, it is time for you to face the consequences. Mo Xian need not exert much effort. He merely needs to send the items in his possession, confident that Mo Changshan and Qin and I will fulfill his expectations. When Luo Miyuki received Mo Xian's message, she was not at the office, but rather at an art exhibition. Though she had indeed majored in finance during her university years, her true talent lay in painting and design. At the tender age of 20, Luo Miyuki had garnered an international award for a painting she had created herself, fetching nearly $1 million in price. The artwork depicted a girl leading two smaller children, a boy and a girl, along a somewhat dilapidated street. Not only was the craftsmanship exquisite, but the painting also exuded a sense of tranquility and serenity, capturing the youthful innocence and joy of the trio in a manner that seemed almost alive. Dressed in a striking red gown, Luo Miyuki stood before a painting draped in white cloth. Yet at that moment, her thoughts were entirely consumed by the message on her phone. My grandmother has passed away. Is this not splendid? Luo Miyuki murmured, her eyes betraying an uncontainable delight and inexplicable excitement. Brother, now you have no one left to rely on. It is only us and your daughter. With this thought, Luo Miyuki turned on her heel and departed, her assistant anxiously trailing behind, cautiously inquiring, Miss, the exhibition. Oh, you can stay here, Luo Miyuki replied dismissively, hastening her steps as she lifted her gown. An exhibition? In comparison to Mo Xian, such trivialities held no value. This was Mo Xian's most vulnerable moment. The mere thought of his potential sorrow and despair made a smile unconsciously tug at Luo Miyuki's lips. Brother, this will only deepen your dependence on us, ensuring you will never leave. The assistant wished to say more, but upon witnessing Luo Miyuki's peculiar expression, a chill ran down her spine. She had not been with Luo Miyuki for long and was unaware of many matters. This was her first encounter with such a morbid and frenzied side of her. Watching her mistress depart, she felt helpless and returned to the front of Luo Miyuki's painting, where a staff member approached in a state of urgency. Respectfully, they inquired whether it was time to display Miss Luo's painting. Although the exhibition had just commenced, other artists had already begun to introduce their works, while Luo Miyuki had been preoccupied with her phone since her arrival, and now she had left altogether. Unfortunately, they could not afford to offend this second princess, for even allowing her new work to be exhibited was a considerable favor. Not to mention the Luo family's esteemed position in Kyoto, Luo Miyuki herself was a rising star in this circle. Though her portfolio was limited, each piece had garnered acclaim from renowned artists both domestically and internationally. The assistant, feeling somewhat helpless, could only nod and state, Miss Luo has urgent matters to attend to. I will handle the subsequent arrangements. Having spoken, the female assistant cautiously joined the staff in removing the white cloth, revealing two paintings that left her and the others momentarily awestruck. Luo Miyuki's works typically depict serene afternoons or sunsets, with recurring protagonists of a boy, a girl, and a young woman. However, the two paintings unveiled today exuded an inexplicable eeriness. The first portrayed a grand tree, devoid of the boy, with only the girl and the young woman clad in black dresses. This tree, which had appeared multiple times in Luo Miyuki's art, now stood amidst a scene of desolation. The sky was bleak, and the once vibrant street had transformed into ruins. The tree, usually lush, now bore not a single leaf, appearing, under Luo Miyuki's masterful brushwork, as if it were on the brink of demise. The second painting depicted two women, adorned in masks and black gowns, embracing a man seated in a chair. His eyes were shrouded in black cloth, a mask covered his mouth, and chains bound his hands and feet, intertwining with those of the two women. The background was a sea of red and white roses. Even those unfamiliar with art could sense the oppressive weight of these paintings, particularly the second, which emanated an inexplicable, suffocating aura. Meanwhile, in the funeral home, Mo Xian's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Mo Changshan. What now, you ungrateful child? Before Mo Changshan could finish, Mo Xian coldly interrupted, Grandma has passed away. On the other end, Imo Changshan fell silent, but Imo Xian had no desire to engage further, responding in a tone as indifferent as he had with Qin and I. Remember to accept my friend request. I'll show you something. Send, block, delete. The Imo family was destined for a tumultuous night, but what did it matter to him? With his grandmother gone, Imo Xian felt no obligation to maintain their facade of harmony. Rather, he was inclined to stoke the flames. Xian, a choked voice called out. Pulling Imo Xian momentarily from his tumultuous thoughts, he mechanically turned to see Luo Xia beside him, and in a sudden outburst, he broke down into tears. He clutched her waist tightly, burying his head in her embrace, resembling a lost child bereft of home, overwhelmed with sorrow and confusion. Luo Xia quietly held him, gently stroking his back, tears cascading onto his head. Yet, in her eyes glimmered a peculiar excitement, an unmistakable hint of madness. Chapter 57. Bone Erosion in the Su Household. Grandmother Su sat in a chair, gazing at a photograph in her lap as tears streamed down her face. Aunt Zhang had informed her of Imo Xian's grandmother's passing. Grandmother Su had indeed visited her, but her own ailments made each step laborious. With the onset of cold weather, her joints ached. She never anticipated that she would be forever separated from her lifelong friend. When Su Yanran entered and saw her grandmother weeping, she was momentarily perplexed but approached gently, asking, Grandma, what is wrong? Imo Xian's grandmother has passed away. Grandma Su did not raise her head to look at her. Instead, her gaze remained fixed on an old photograph in her hands, depicting her younger self alongside Grandma Imo, both adorned with braided hairstyles and radiant smiles. All right, you may leave now. I am in a foul mood today. Dinner will be served in my room, she said. Upon hearing this, Su Yanran momentarily froze, fully aware of the bond between Imo Xian and her grandmother. Yet, her mind was preoccupied with another concern. What if Grandma Imo were no longer present? She had hoped to persuade her grandmother to speak favorably on her behalf, but now that opportunity had vanished. Grandma, will you attend Grandma Mo's funeral? Su Yanran inquired, her urgency palpable. Grandma Su let out a cold laugh. I lack the face to do so, and do not bother asking when. I shall not divulge that information. Grandma, that is not what I meant. Su Yanran's face turned pale. After all these years of friendship, and considering that Imo Xian must be in his most sorrowful moment, I merely wish to extend my condolences. Enough. Tend to your own matters. The rest is none of your concern. Grandma, Su retorted brusquely. You want me to speak kindly. Yet I have been stalling. You harbor discontent, don't you? Grandma, that is not my intention. Your health. Enough, Su Yanran. Let me be direct with you. What should I do? Show my old face to my dear friend and say, our Yanran was merely momentarily confused. You adults should overlook minor grievances and allow your grandson to marry her. You may lack shame, but I still have some dignity. Must I also share in your humiliation? Grandma Su showed no mercy to her granddaughter, her tone sharp. You are merely regretting your choices. Imo Jinping is just as he has always been. Think of Imo Xian's well-being. Besides, he has now moved on with someone else. The people who once surrounded you have turned their backs. Do not waste your efforts contemplating a reconciliation. That mirror has long been shattered beyond repair. Su Yanran wished to say more, but Grandma Su, irritated, waved her hand dismissively. Leave now. I desire solitude. Faced with her grandmother's dismissive attitude, Su Yanran said nothing further and exited the room, her expression darkening. Often, what we cling to is merely the memory of someone who once filled our hearts and minds, now turned away, leaving us with unfulfilled longing. This feeling only intensified for Su Yanran when she saw Imo Xian with Luo Xia and Luo Muqi, amplifying her sense of regret. Perhaps it stemmed from a toxic mindset. In terms of lineage and beauty, the Luo sisters overshadowed her. Imo Xian could be with someone more exceptional, yet she chose Imo Jinping, who paled in comparison. Imo Xian had no interest in Su Yanran's thoughts. Luo Xia brought him back to the estate, gently taking his hand as they entered the bedroom. Go take a shower, Xiao Xian, she said, tenderly caressing his face. It's all right. Everything is in the past now. Imo Xian glanced at her, managing a faint smile. For to him, the term parents was merely a label from his childhood. In a child's most significant journey of growth, a grandmother's presence is paramount. Today, however, that cherished figure has departed forever. Luo Xia gazes quietly at him, slowly removing Ma Xuan's glasses and placing them aside. She wraps her arms around his neck. But Ma Xuan turns his head away, managing a faint smile of resignation. Xia, I am not in the mood for a kiss or anything of that nature. It is simply impossible for me to feel that way right now. Yet, Luoxia gently grips his chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. Francois de Sade once remarked that happiness is merely the dilution of sorrow with water. Luoxia tenderly caresses Ma Xuan's face, her peach blossom eyes brimming with unspoken affection. I know your grandmother's passing has brought you great pain, Xiaoxian. I wish for you to understand that you still have me, Muki, and the children. She recalls a saying she once heard, that most sadness and suffering can be forgotten through such acts. Ma Xuan chuckles softly, reaching out to ruffle Luoxia's hair. Where did you hear that? Don't listen to such things next time. I care for you, Xiaoxian, Luoxia asserts earnestly. I do not wish for you to be sad. I am willing to do anything for you. I want you to know that regardless of who leaves you, Muki and I will always be by your side. Ma Xuan tightly embraces Luoxia, burying his head in her hair, tears seemingly falling onto her shoulder. Luoxia simply soothes his back gently, whispering, what you need now is rest. I will light the incense for you, and you should take a bath, then sleep well. Do not worry, dear, if you are feeling low. Muki and I will comfort them. In moments of vulnerability, one tends to seek escape and reliance. Ma Xuan is in such a state. Unwilling to accept the reality of his grandmother's passing, and Luoxia's gentleness fosters a sense of dependence within him. After his bath, he emerges to find Luoxia has meticulously prepared the bed and lit the incense, though she seems to have vanished, and today's scent is somewhat different. Lying in bed for about 10 minutes, the usual aroma would typically lull Ma Xuan to sleep. Yet this time, although he feels drowsy, it is as if he is drifting into a dream, enveloped in a warm sensation. As he floats in this haze, the door opens again, revealing Luoxia clad in a soft pink pajama set, holding something in her hands. Ma Xuan catches a glimpse of her extinguishing the incense at the bedside, seemingly replacing it with another fragrance. I will keep you company, Xiaoxian. Her gentle voice resonates in his ears as a warm towel is softly placed over his eyes. The obscured vision and the towel's comforting warmth allow Ma Xuan to relax even further. Suddenly, he feels a soft touch upon his lips, accompanied by a familiar sweetness. Forget all of that, Xiaoxian. As long as you have us in your world, that is sufficient. You do not require anyone else, nor will you ever need anyone else. As long as we are here. The gentle words seem to possess a certain enchantment, each phrase etched indelibly in Mo Xian's mind. Chapter 58, Soul-Stirring. I am so anxious. Desire can, at times, be an addictive poison, particularly when one's mind is clouded. It feels dreamlike, vivid yet somehow unreal. The aroma of incense mingles with the delightful scent of Luoxia's shower gel, her soft body pressed against him, the delicate strands of her hair brushing against his face and chest. A tender yet insatiable kiss begins at his forehead, gradually descending to his cheeks, lips, and Adam's apple. Inching further down, confused thoughts are slowly supplanted by another sensation. Mo Xian's mind is utterly blank. Although he feels dizzy, slumber eludes him. Unlike the frenzy of the past, this time Luoxia is gentle and slow. Leaning close to Mo Xian's ear, her breath like orchids, she softly murmurs, you will forget all your sorrows. With me and Yuki, we will always bring you joy. So, Xiaoxian, as long as you have us in your eyes, that is enough. Fear not, it matters not who departs from you. We shall always remain by your side. Even if we fall into reincarnation, Muki and I will find you, Xiaoxian. No one loves you more than we do, no one. Surely not. Each whispered phrase seems to penetrate the soul, accompanied by a gentle sensation that gradually seeps into Mo Xian's consciousness. Akin to a blank canvas slowly being stained with ink. Outside, the wind suddenly picks up. The weather has been unpredictable of late, as the gusts shake the branches violently, seemingly expressing some form of emotion. Eventually, the wind ceases, and the branches gradually still, returning to tranquility. After her bath, Luoxia emerges, tenderly covering Mo Xian with a blanket. Her cheeks flushed, her beautiful peach blossom eyes shimmering as if they could shed tears. The slumbering Mo Xian seems to sense her presence, instinctively reaching out to grasp Luoxia, unwilling for her to depart. See, you are slowly becoming inseparable from me. I know it, Luoxia whispers with a hint of a mysterious smile. Yet, she gently caresses Mo Xian's face, slowly withdrawing her hand. Let us continue this later. Muki is also here. Once, Luoxia did not comprehend why she would yield to Luo Muki. Was it because they both loved Mo Xian to madness, Or was it simply because she was her sister? It seemed to be neither. Only when Luo Xia beheld Luo Miyuki's artwork did she feel a semblance of clarity. That memory was one they shared with Imo Xian. Without either her or Luo Miyuki, that experience would be incomplete for them. From the very beginning, it was always the three of them. Since none were willing to concede, let it remain as three. Societal norms, morals? As long as they could keep Imo Xian by their side forever, none of this mattered to her. In the pursuit of familial compromise and the desire to remain with Imo Xian for an enduring time, she has endured much and sacrificed even more. It is not only she who bears this burden. Luo Miyuki has done so even more so. Gradually leaning down, Luo Xia gently pressed her cheek against Imo Xian's, their ears brushing against one another. She does not deny that her actions are somewhat despicable, exploiting this moment of vulnerability in Imo Xian to further their sister's scheme. Yet, she remains unconcerned, confident that once the dust settles, even if Imo Xian discovers the truth, he will not abandon them. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Luo Xia's gaze turned icy. She despised being interrupted during her private moments with Imo Xian. Upon seeing it was Sister Hui, the chill in her eyes softened slightly, although her tone remained devoid of warmth. "What is it, Miss? There is chaos on the Imo family's side," Sister Hui replied, her voice tinged with confusion. "But we have not yet made our move." Bestowing a lingering kiss on the corner of Imo Xian's lips, Luo Xia gradually rose and pushed the door open, sauntering toward the study while dismissively stating, "It must be Xiao Xian's doing. With grandmother gone, he has no obligation to spare Imo Changshan any face. Then, should we not proceed into the study?" Luo Xia slowly settled into a chair and smiled, saying, "No need. Let them create their turmoil. We must still keep watch. At grandmother's funeral, I do not wish to see a single member of the Imo family, nor Su Yanran." "Understood," Sister Hui responded, yet did not immediately hang up. Luo Xia furrowed her brows and inquired, "What is it?" "Miss, I have a question I previously posed to you, but you have never provided an answer." Sister Hui hesitated momentarily before voicing her lingering doubts. "You always say that you wish for Mr. Imo to seek his own revenge, hence your reluctance to intervene. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that you are intentionally leaving the Imo family members be." "Indeed, that is my intention," Luo Xia replied, caressing the necklace gifted to her by Imo Xian, as if this had become a habitual gesture. Whenever Imo Xian was not in her sight, she would subconsciously touch the necklace, as if this action could bring her solace. "Do you know how delighted I was when I learned about Xiao Xian's original family background?" Luo Xia's smile gradually took on a peculiar quality. A wretched family background, yet blessed with a caring grandmother as a guiding light. Such a person is destined to be at odds with such a family. Moreover, aside from the grandmother, the Imo family is utterly depraved. If not for blood ties, they would hardly deserve to be considered Xiao Xian's kin. Selfish, biased, abandoning their parents and relatives, and yet, I and Yuki, who have been hurt by him but remain unperturbed, have borne him children and opened our hearts to him. Given his experiences, whom do you suppose he would lean towards? The more he contrasts, the more the scales in his heart tip toward Miyuki and me. Furthermore, during grandmother's time in the nursing home, their incessant harassment for the shares she held only served to deepen Xiao Xian's disdain for them. Keeping them around is far more beneficial than wishing for their demise. Besides, grandmother did not want Xiao Xian to take revenge on his biological parents. He heeds her wishes, and I shall heed his. Sister Hui felt a shiver run down her spine. She had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet she never imagined that Luo Xia harbored such intentions. She had often wondered how the eldest and second young ladies, with their fervent affections for Imo Xian, could possibly allow the Imo family, which had previously caused him harm, to remain unscathed. They devised a scheme using Imo Jinping's machinations to instill guilt in Imo Xian, subsequently leveraging a pregnancy to ensnare him, leaving him devoid of any reason to refuse them, ultimately entrapping him step by step. On one side lay a cold, unwelcoming family that Imo Xian despised, and on the other, the two women he had wronged in a drunken stupor, Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki. Ironically, due to their esteemed lineage and status, Imo Xian would never suspect that this was a plot orchestrated against him. The two daughters of the Luo family, princesses of a financial empire, prominent figures in the upper echelons of the capital, would conspire against a man who had severed ties with his family and had only a grandmother by his side. Such a notion would be deemed too absurd for anyone to believe, even if it were boldly declared. Well, you need only to keep an eye on the Imo family. My grandmother requires only Miyuki and me by her side in her final days. Luo Xia seemed reluctant to continue the conversation. Furthermore, Miyuki and I will not be attending the company for the next few days. Please take care of matters with my cousin. Yes, I understand. Mississippi sister Hui, though aware, would never speak of it. Aside from her loyalty to the Luo family and the kindness Luo Xia had shown her, she understood that the young lady's calmness in expressing these thoughts indicated a lack of fear regarding others discovering them. Luo Xia appeared to be in high spirits, eager to return to Mo Xian, only to see a figure entering his room. Without a doubt, it was her younger sister. Chapter 59. A dog-eat-dog world. Luo Miyuki gently closed the door and slowly approached the bedside. Having just come in from outside, she still carried a hint of chill, having rushed directly from the art exhibition, clad only in a black down jacket. Gazing at Mo Xian, a smile she could not suppress curled at the corners of her lips as she lightly caressed his face. The coldness of her hand against his warm skin elicited an instinctive turn of his head in retreat. However, Luo Miyuki's mischievous spirit ignited, and she slipped her hands beneath Mo Xian's clothing to warm herself. She had engaged in such playful antics before, back in that winter when they first met. "Brother, you are so warm," she remarked. Thanks to Luo Xia's use of an incense infused with drugs, which had agitated him once more, Mo Xian slept deeply, though his body involuntarily shivered slightly. As she gazed at the man she adored to the core, Luo Miyuki suddenly recalled their first encounter. Having just moved away from her parents and school, she felt a pang of sadness. At that time, Uncle Zheng, who was responsible for their care, took her and Luo Xia for a stroll nearby. Everything seemed new yet uninspiring for Luo Miyuki until they arrived beneath a large tree, where she spotted Mo Xian sitting aloft, savoring a sweet melon. Wearing a pair of glasses reminiscent of Conan and holding a novel, Luo Miyuki indulged in her reading while savoring a meal. Unbeknownst to her, her sister was equally captivated by Mo Xian. Some encounters seemed destined from the very first glance. As the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the youthful Mo Xian, resembling a picturesque scene. At that moment, Luo Miyuki was unaware that she would one day become a renowned artist, with each of her celebrated works featuring the silhouette of the boy before her. Retracting her thoughts, Luo Miyuki gradually reclined on her bed. Merely gazing at Mo Xian's serene, sleeping visage brought her immense solace. Just as if scripted, her phone suddenly rang, and she disdainfully glanced at the caller ID displaying her assistant's name. Answering the call, she coldly inquired about the matter at hand. "Second, miss, regarding your paintings." "Oh, which ones are you referring to?" Luo Miyuki seemed to recall that 2 of her paintings were part of an exhibition. "Burn them. But remember to send me the video." Burn them?" Her assistant appeared bewildered. "Yes, indeed, burn them. Are you jesting? Are you not aware of the value of your artworks?" Yet, Luo Miyuki remained indifferent, viewing them merely as pieces for display, unfazed by the prospect of Mo Xian seeing them. "However, there are already inquiries about the price of your paintings." Upon hearing this, Luo Miyuki couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Have I fallen so low that I must sell my art?" Her assistant nearly choked on her own words. It was a precarious moment, as her position beside Luo Miyuki was fragile, and one misstep could jeopardize her livelihood. The individuals inquiring about the prices might be older than Luo Miyuki, but they could never surpass her in wealth. "Understood, second miss," she dared not press further, acknowledging that her job was far more critical than any regrets she harbored. "I shall proceed to burn them. Rest assured, I will record the video meticulously for your satisfaction." After hanging up, the assistant felt a pang of reluctance. Despite the peculiar style of the 2 paintings, it was undeniable that Luo Miyuki's talent was extraordinary. The craftsmanship was exquisite and evocative, particularly in the second piece. Though the 2 women wore masks obscuring their expressions, their body language conveyed profound affection for the man ensnared by constraints. She pondered for a long time, struggling to decipher the meaning behind the painting. Unlike Luo Xia, Luo Miyuki exhibited a capricious temperament when not in the presence of Mo Xian. One could never predict when this second princess might become despondent. "Why should I burden myself with such concerns? If it must be burned, then so be it." Before long, Luo Miyuki received a video on her phone, her assistant proving to be quite efficient, capturing the entire process. After watching it, Luo Miyuki casually transferred 20,000 yuan and tossed her phone aside. "Brother." Luo Miyuki gazed at Mo Xian, her eyes brimming with love, tinged with a more pathological sense of possessiveness. The curtains blocked the sunlight from outside, casting a dim light in the room. With a soft sound of fabric falling, Luo Miyuki slipped into Imo Xian's blanket, clad only in her lingerie. As if sensing her presence, Imo Xian, still lost in slumber, instinctively wrapped his arms around her, a feeling utterly distinct. It was as if he feared she might slip away, holding her tightly against him. Luo Miyuki paused for a moment. Then, with an inexplicable smile, buried her head in Imo Xian's embrace, relishing the warmth of his body and the rhythm of his breath. In stark contrast to Imo Xian's serene repose, the Imo household was in disarray. An enraged Qin Ni returned home, wreaking havoc as she smashed objects in a frenzy. Her daughters Imo Yingying and Imo Tingting weeping and pleading in vain. The elder Mr. Imo locked himself in his room, oblivious to the chaos outside. Absorbed in his own affairs, Imo Changshan, return my son's life. Qin Ni raged like a madwoman, throwing anything she could grasp to the floor. You expect me to raise your illegitimate child while you neglect my younger son? Are you even human? Upon his return, Imo Changshan overheard Qin Ni's accusations and, with a darkened expression, delivered a resounding slap to her face. The force of the blow was unrestrained, sending Qin Ni tumbling to the ground. Momentarily stunned, she rose to retaliate, but Imo Changshan offered her no chance, delivering a kick to her shoulder. Dad, have you lost your mind? Imo Yingying and Imo Tingting rushed to intervene, but Imo Changshan pushed them aside, mounting Qin Ni and raining slaps upon her face. The couple engaged in a tumultuous struggle, one delivering blows while the other clawed at the other's face. After a strenuous effort, Imo Yingying and Imo Tingting, along with the housekeeper and driver, managed to separate the two. In a state of utter confusion, Imo Yingying hurriedly called Imo Qingqing. Eldest sister, please come back quickly. She pleaded through tears as the call connected. Dad and Mom have gone mad. They're fighting. Imo Qingqing, seemingly indifferent, toyed with a cigarette, appearing detached from the chaos. I can't leave. I have a mountain of issues at the company to handle. You'll have to sort it out yourselves, she replied with a sardonic smile. Dear sister, I advise you not to get involved. In the end, it wouldn't be unjust if they ended up harming each other. Imo Yingying was taken aback by her eldest sister's attitude. She tried to respond, but Imo Qingqing had already ended the call. Setting down her phone, she opened a drawer and looked at the shares authorization document purchased from Imo Xian before lighting her cigarette, a satisfied expression gracing her face. He truly wasted no time. As soon as Grandma departed, he took action. Imo Qingqing mused, intrigued by Imo Xian's boldness. I wonder how my half-brother, Jinpeng, is faring now? Once again, I extend my apologies. Recent upheavals at home, compounded by work commitments, have rendered my updates exceedingly erratic. I sincerely apologize to everyone. Furthermore, I am grateful for your review. I truly adore you. Chapter 60. Those lacking affection seek dependence. When Imo Xian opened his eyes, he felt a softness enveloping him, accompanied by a delightful fragrance. He paused for a moment. Just as he was about to rise, the person in his embrace clung to him playfully, softly murmuring, Brother, stay with me a little longer. Something feels amiss. Although Imo Xian's consciousness was still clouded, he distinctly remembered that the one who had previously caused mischief was Luo Xia. How had this suddenly transformed into Luo Miyuki? What's wrong, brother? Winter nights always arrive early, in the afternoon, to ensure he could rest properly. Luo Xia had thoughtfully drawn the curtains. In the darkness, he could barely discern outlines, unable to see the expression on Luo Miyuki's face at that moment. Of course, it was perhaps fortunate that he could not see, for while her tone was gentle, her expression seemed rather morbid. It's nothing, what time is it? Imo Xian reached out to find his phone, but Luo Miyuki's soft hand firmly pressed against his. Suddenly, her subtle fragrance enveloped him, and he felt the warm, tender touch of her lips. It was reminiscent of the French style. Stay with me a little longer. Luo Miyuki appeared to be suppressing some emotion. Hearing her unusually soft voice, Imo Xian felt a sense of helplessness and gently patted her head. All right, let's lie here a bit longer. Imo Xian's feelings for Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki were uniquely profound. He had long perceived them as guilt and responsibility. The disparity in their family backgrounds and social standing was stark. He had encountered Luo Miyuki at school, where she was perpetually treated like a little princess, adored by many. He had witnessed suitors vying for her affection. On one occasion, he saw a young man presenting her with flowers in a grand declaration of love. However, Luo Miyuki had rejected him rather cruelly, merely replying, I don't like you. It annoys me. As for the second son of the Xiao family, his efforts were even more extravagant, having airlifted roses to carpet the school paths, with a Maserati trailing behind, adorned with not only flowers, but also expensive rings and necklaces. Yet, he fared worse than the previous suitor, for Luo Miyuki hadn't even graced him with her presence. Mo Xian had a say in this matter. He had once been dragged to a hotel by her to play video games for an entire afternoon, back when their relationship was not as it is now. Luo Xia was as cold as an iceberg, while Luo Miyuki was proud like a princess, yet they both treated him differently. One was like a gentle older sister, the other like a playful younger sister. Their relationship was peculiar. Without explicitly defining it, both Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki seemed to fulfill his emotional needs abundantly. They showed him immense tolerance and, in certain matters, displayed a dependency on him. Mo Xian was indeed starved for affection, a fact he never shied away from acknowledging. He yearned to be loved and desired. This sensation, so distinct from the time spent with Su Yanran, is strikingly different. Before Su Yanran's acquaintance with Mo Jinping, their emotional connection was hardly reciprocal. In Mo Xian's perspective, Su Yanran saved his life, thus her contributions seemed far greater. Initially, Su Yanran would reciprocate his affections, but gradually she transitioned into a role of unilateral enjoyment. Why have you fallen silent, brother? The gentle voice of Luo Miyuki pulled Mo Xian from his reverie, prompting him to embrace her a little tighter. Hesitation and insecurity tinged his voice, as he feared this might merely be a dream from which he would awaken to find everything vanished. In the darkness, Luo Miyuki revealed a sly smile. Though Mo Xian could not discern it, yet her actions were tender, her face nestled against his heart, attuned to the rhythm of his heartbeat. You are overthinking, brother. My sister and I will always be by your side, Luo Miyuki murmured softly. You are merely feeling vulnerable due to grandmother's passing, which has shaken your confidence. Indeed, I have always been rather insecure, Mo Xian replied with a bittersweet smile, marking the first time he had unburdened his heart to either Luo Xia or Luo Miyuki. Miyuki, you and Xia are exceptional in every regard, almost to an exaggerated degree. As for myself, I possess nothing. Although I am somewhat affluent now, it pales in comparison to the Luo family. Especially now, after enduring such a lengthy period of shared experiences, we have found ourselves in this peculiar relationship. At times, I cannot shake the feeling that this is a dream. Each day, I am gripped by the fear of losing you both. It is rather amusing to reflect upon. I once felt unworthy of you, never daring to dream. Yet now, I fear the prospect of losing you. In the past, I had grandmother, and the two of us relied on one another. Now, I have only you and Xia, along with our daughters. I cannot bear to contemplate what would happen if you and Xia were to abandon me. In response to his thoughts, it was Luo Miyuki's fervent kiss that answered him. In the study's secluded chamber, Luo Xia slowly removed her headphones, gazing at the myriad photographs of Mo Xian adorning the walls, her expression a mix of obsession and fervor. The script was unfolding precisely as they had envisioned, and even the sudden demise of grandmother had yielded an unexpected advantage. Luo Xia casually switched off the listening device, rising to caress the photographs, an irrepressible smile gracing her lips as her gaze grew increasingly frenzied. In a bar in Kyoto, Mo Jinping was drowning his sorrows in glass after glass of alcohol, his demeanor utterly despondent. There was no returning home. Doing so would likely provoke a fierce confrontation with Qin and I. He contemplated calling his three sisters, but hesitated, for they were the biological daughters of Qin and I. Now that this sordid affair had come to light, even the sisters who once cherished him would likely not spare him from their wrath. As thoughts of Mo Xian crossed his mind, Mo Jinping felt as though his eyes would bulge from their sockets. Mo Chanshan had informed him that it was Mo Xian who had shared Qin Ni's disgraceful secrets with him. It was evident that Mo Xian had also divulged this matter to Qin and I. At present, Mo Jinping found himself in a state of utter disarray, with Su Yanran having blocked him and severed all contact, while the Mo family was likely engulfed in chaos. Upon this reflection, Mo Jinping could not help but take a hearty swig of his drink. Everything had irrevocably changed on this day. The Qin family would undoubtedly pursue him, and he feared that his three sisters would also turn against him because of this incident. I must eliminate him. Mo Jinping seethed with rage. Yet he could not dismiss Mo Xian's somewhat twisted prowess. Currently, Mo Xian was being financially supported by a powerful and affluent woman. Given the earlier commotion instigated by Uncle Zhang, as well as the clandestine dealings he had engaged in, which could easily be uncovered and used against him. His anxiety only intensified. Just as he lifted his glass for another drink, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing down, he saw it was his biological mother. "Hello, what is it?" Mo Jinping inquired impatiently, harboring a deep resentment for not being born of Qin and I, which seemed to invite a multitude of troublesome affairs. His irritation even extended towards his own mother. To his surprise, the voice on the other end belonged to someone he had not anticipated. "Why the sour demeanor, brother?" Mo Qingqing. Mo Jinping felt the alcohol dissipating from his system, his tone growing tense. "Sister, I wish to meet you. Come over, will you?" Mo Qingqing's tone was casual, yet it hinted at an underlying threat. "I presume I need not provide you with the address." Chapter 61. Coercion without regard for the alcohol he had consumed. Mo Jinping hastily drove to his biological mother's residence. A gentle reminder, do not drink and drive. A single drop of alcohol could bring tears to loved ones. Mo Changshan had secretly purchased a property in a neighborhood for Li Yuzhen, and sometimes Mo Jinping would accompany him to reunite with his biological mother. From a young age, he was aware that he was not Qin Ni's biological son. Both mothers treated him distinctly. While Qin and I favored him, she was still serious about certain matters. In contrast, Li Yuzhen's approach was entirely permissive. Mo Jinping's current standing was largely influenced by his biological mother's indulgent upbringing. He soon arrived at the entrance and was about to enter the code when the door swung open. A man he did not recognize stood before him, while another man loomed in the living room, casting a menacing gaze in his direction. Mo Qingqing sat nonchalantly on the sofa, a cigarette held delicately between her fingers. "Have you arrived?" Mo Qingqing regarded him with a half-smile. "Surprised, are we? I have known for quite some time that we share no maternal connection. I simply chose to keep it under wraps. Where's my mother?" Mo Jinping refrained from engaging with Mo Qingqing's taunts and struggled to maintain his composure. However, Mo Qingqing, seemingly at ease, took a drag of her cigarette and exhaled slowly, a light laugh escaping her lips. "She is in the bedroom, tied up by my people. Do not think I am threatening you with her life. The activities you two have engaged in outside could easily land you in serious trouble if I were to reveal them." Mo Jinping clenched his teeth, then pleaded, "Sister, though we are not of the same mother, we share the same father. Have you not always been the one to care for me the most? Spare me this time. I shall devise a means to leave with my mother, and I assure you, I will not return to the Mo family." He merely regarded this as a temporary measure. The discord between Mo Changshan and Qin and I was irreconcilable, and divorce was merely a matter of time. Mo Xian had long severed ties with the Mo family. He remained the sole son of Mo Changshan. Even without Qin and I, the Mo family's legacy was still his. Mo Qingqing did not respond immediately. Instead, she produced a document and placed it upon the table, then said in a calm tone, "Please sign." Mo Jinping glanced at the document, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You want my shares? Are you illiterate?" Mo Qingqing crossed her arms, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "I do not wish to threaten you. You are well aware of the current circumstances. Rest assured, I am only interested in the shares. I have no interest in the properties or vehicles Father bestowed upon you. Nor do I desire the wealth you have amassed behind the scenes. Just sign it." At that moment, a man who had just entered the room stood behind him and impatiently nudged him. Mo Jinping was about to erupt in anger, but recalling Mo Qingqing's words, he hesitated, begrudgingly asking, "Sister, do you truly not have a shred of sentiment? Honestly, if our family only had Mo Xian, I would willingly bestow the entire family business upon him." Mo Qingqing feigned a sigh of regret. "For years, Yingying and Tingting may have genuinely regarded you as a brother, but I have not. My kindness, my financial support, and my indulgence have merely served to enable your downfall. You truly do not disappoint me. You are utterly useless. Over the years, aside from your dealings with Su Yanran, you have performed adequately, but in all other matters, you scarcely surpass a wastrel." Gone was her previous indulgence. Mo Qingqing's tone turned scornful, and her words became exceedingly harsh. "What do you mean?" Mo Jinping clearly struggled to comprehend this sudden transformation, his gaze filled with shock. "Sister, after all these years of kindness towards me, how could you?" "Indeed, I have felt this way since your childhood," Mo Qingqing interjected, seemingly pleased with his expression, a smile almost breaking through her facade. "Initially, I did not harbor such thoughts. However, as you grew older and our father exhibited an eagerness for others to recognize you as the heir, I became intrigued by this notion. Mo Jinping stared blankly at Mo Qingqing. The familiar features of her face now appeared strikingly alien. The unmasked disdain and contempt in her eyes starkly contrasted with the concern they once held. After Mo Qingqing assumed the role of CEO, she had remained indifferent to outsiders while maintaining a semblance of care towards him, which had instilled a sense of pride within Mo Jinping. His sister indeed regarded him with a distinct perspective, especially when he found himself in troublesome situations. Mo Changshan and Qin and I would chastise him, yet she would defend him, reassuring him of his youth and urging him not to take it to heart. Even when Mo Qingqing worked late at the company, she would take on the difficult tasks that Mo Jinping struggled with, repeatedly reminding him that she was merely managing things for him and that in the future, the company would belong to him, always standing by his side. Enough reminiscing. I have no time for that. Mo Qingqing glanced at the clock, her impatience evident as she urged him onward. Furthermore, rest assured that your father will undoubtedly allocate all the shares to you. You stand to lose nothing. Mo Jinping was evidently still in a state of bewilderment, while Mo Qingqing furrowed her brow and nodded at the man who had been standing silently nearby. He understood her intent and clapped his hands forcefully. A harrowing scream from a woman echoed from the bedroom, accompanied by the sound of a blunt object striking something. Mo Jinping felt a pang in his heart. After all, she was his biological mother. Moreover, given Mo Qingqing's current demeanor, it was likely that she would not hesitate to send him inside. Trembling, he picked up the pen but hesitated to sign, as another anguished cry resonated from the bedroom. The man behind him grinned and said, "Young master, just sign it. If this escalates, it won't bode well for anyone, will it?" His own mother was at the mercy of others, and his secrets had been uncovered by Mo Qingqing. Mo Jinping felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. In just one day, his once fortunate life had come to a dismal end. "Sister, what did you mean when you mentioned Su Yanran?" Upon hearing this, Mo Qingqing could not help but roll her eyes. "Is this what you were focused on?" She retorted. "I might as well tell you. An alliance with the Su family would elevate Mo Xian's status within our household. Alternatively, I could persuade our parents to see that a union with the Su family would be more beneficial for you, considering Mo Xian has not been raised under our roof. Do you really think they have the time to concern themselves with such trivial matters?" Mo Qingqing scoffed before continuing, "Yet, I never anticipated that Su Yanran would actually discard her watermelon to pursue you, a mere sesame seed. Not to mention, you've certainly devoted considerable effort to deceive women. As for the motives, I am not blind. Although our parents may favor you more, and Ying and Tingting feel closer to you. If Mo Xian were to marry Su Yanran, I would then have an additional potential rival. Dealing with him would be far more troublesome than handling you, the fool." Mo Jinping could scarcely believe his ears. How long had Mo Qingqing been scheming for the family fortune? Although he and she shared different mothers, Mo Xian was her legitimate full brother, and she had not spared him either. Mo Qingqing had no intention of allowing him time to ponder, or rather, the assailant in the bedroom had no intention of granting him such a luxury. Another thud sounded, and a soul-wrenching scream snapped Mo Jinping into clarity. If he did not sign, Mo Qingqing would not relent. The very fact that she had come here so brazenly to threaten him indicated her determination to sever ties. I will sign. With a face as pale as death, Mo Jinping reluctantly inscribed his name. Mo Qingqing verified the signature, tucked the document away, and rose to leave. The two men remaining cast a disdainful glance at Mo Jinping before approaching the bedroom to knock on the door. Shortly after, a burly man emerged, wielding a club stained with traces of blood. Once Mo Qingqing descended the stairs and returned to her car, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number with a sense of urgency, stating, "Tomorrow, sell all my shares in the Mo and Qin families, and deposit the funds into my own company as operational capital." The Mo family claimed to have extended their lives, yet in Mo Qingqing's eyes, a calamity was merely a matter of time. Her efforts to avert disaster were solely to ensure that the shares in her possession could fetch a favorable price, while also demonstrating her capabilities to the matriarch of the Yi family. "Father, if you regard me as a mere tool, do not be surprised if I consider you as a stepping stone." In Chapter 62, the hidden dagger revealed, Mo Xian was unaware of the current state of the Mo family, but from his understanding of them, it was evident that they could plunge themselves into despair without any external assistance. The indifferent Mo Changshan, the cold-hearted Qin and I, the cunning and merciless Mo Qingqing, the self-proclaimed talented but false Mo Ying, along with the superficial Mo Tingting, and an elderly fool. This was the cast of characters. Suddenly, Mo Xian felt an urge to call his biological parents and inquire about their feelings. However, he suspected that such a call would be futile. As the couple had descended into chaos, Qin and I was hospitalized, her left ear bloodied from a blow by Mo Changshan, her face battered and bruised, far removed from her former elegant demeanor. As for Mo Changshan, he too found himself in the hospital, his face marred by scratches that drew gasps from the attending physicians. In all his years of practice, he had never seen a husband cause such disarray to his wife. Throughout this turmoil, the old patriarch of the Mo family made only a single appearance, observing the pandemonium below before retreating again, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Dad. Mo Yingying's voice was hoarse, her eyes swollen. After all the upheaval, she was utterly at a loss. Mo Qingqing seemed to grow weary of her presence. After hanging up on her second call, she was rendered unable to reach her sister again. The eldest sister had blocked her. Upon hearing his second daughter's plea, Mo Changshan merely glanced up before lowering his gaze once more, lost in contemplation. Dad, is what mother said true? Mo Yingying looked at her father with a glimmer of despair. Jinpeng is your child with someone else. You caused the death of that brother. Are you questioning me? Mo Changshan's voice suddenly escalated, drawing the attention of the doctors and nurses nearby, who regarded the disheveled Mo Changshan with intrigue. It was no wonder his wife had clawed him so. Had it been anyone else, they might have wielded a knife against him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Mo Changshan stood and took Mo Yingying outside, lowering his voice to assert that it was a misunderstanding, insisting that Jinpeng was indeed her brother and urged her not to entertain wild thoughts. Can it be anything else? Half-brothers are still brothers, Mo Yingying lamented, feeling as though the Mo family had been cursed recently. The company was in turmoil, and now both Mo Jinpeng and Mo Tingting were embroiled in scandal, culminating in this latest incident. Mo Tingting, lacking assertiveness, was no better off than herself. Mo Qingqing, who had previously been decisive, had now washed her hands of it all, while their grandfather remained utterly absent. Suddenly, she thought of her grandmother, unaware that her grandmother had already passed away. Only two people in the Mo family were privy to this knowledge, Mo Changshan and Mo Qingqing. One had no intention of revealing it, while the other was so consumed by anger that she had forgotten her own mother's death. How absurd it was that even Su Nai Nai and Su Yanran were aware of such matters, while their own family remained in the dark. Mo Changshan clearly wished to avoid discussing his own misdeeds. He merely suggested that she hire a caregiver for her mother and, after tending to her wounds, turned to leave. As he walked away, he attempted to call Li Yuzhen, but she did not answer. Watching her father depart, Mo Yingying suddenly felt that their family was irreparably broken. Perhaps it had been destined to end long ago. It merely lacked a catalyst. Mo Xian, and then Mo Xian again. She suddenly recalled the brother who had long severed ties with the family, and for the first time, Mo Yingying experienced a fleeting pang of shame. Should she seek him out? The brother who had long since detached himself from any familial affection, the one they had driven away? She felt she lacked the audacity to do so. While she was still enveloped in melancholy, a call from Mo Tingting interrupted her. The sisters had separated to care for their parents. Mo Tingting's career was effectively in ruins. The penalty fees had been covered by her own earnings, supplemented by the family's assistance. However, the family's attitude towards her had taken a sharp downturn. Mo Changshan had even forbidden her from leaving the house to avoid further disgrace. It was unexpected that her departure was prompted by such circumstances. Sister, our mother's surgery has concluded. Mo Tingting's voice trembled uncontrollably, betraying either sorrow or fear. The eardrum in her left ear has ruptured. There's nothing more to be done. Mo Yingying sighed, tears dripping onto the floor as she hesitated before asking, what now? She is already in the ward, sedated and asleep. Sister, where is the eldest sister? She is not here. We lack a pillar of support. Mo Yingying did not respond. Eldest sister, who knows where she is? After ending the call, Mo Yingying hurried to the hospital room. Since they had paid for a private room, it was devoid of other patients, allowing Mo Tingting to remove her mask. In the past, she had feared being unrecognizable. Now, she dreaded recognition. On the hospital bed, Qin and I appeared pale, marked by bruises, and her hair lay in disarray. Once a formidable CEO, she now bore a disheveled and unflattering appearance. You should return. I don't know where father has gone. And I can't reach the eldest sister. You are not in a position to stay, Mo Yingying stated as she sat by her mother's bed. I will remain here. Tomorrow, you can have Aunt Wang come to replace me. I must return to the company, with Qin and I absent. The jewelry company could not be left unattended, and Mo Ying harbored her own ulterior motives, since her mother was temporarily unable to manage the company. She could find a way to completely eliminate Jiang Xifeng from the picture. Mo Tingting was unaware of Mo Ying's thoughts, considering her current reputation. Remaining there seemed less favorable than returning home. Nodding in agreement, she was about to leave when she suddenly turned back to Mo Ying and asked, "Sister, are you not going to inform Mo Xian?" Mo Ying paused momentarily, then with a wry smile replied, "What good would it do to tell him? Do you think he would care? But after all, we are family." Upon reaching this point, Mo Tingting found herself at a loss for words. Family? Who had ever regarded him as such? At least for those years, they had not considered him one of their own. As Mo Changshan drove away from the hospital, he incessantly called Li Yuzhen. Just as his frustration began to mount, a call from Mo Jinping came through. "Father, I just found out that my mother is hospitalized." Mo Jinping's anxious voice echoed through the line. Sister has always been aware of the affair between you and my mother." With a sudden break, Mo Changshan's complexion darkened significantly. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, "What else did your sister do after she left?" "She threatened me with her associates, compelling me to sign over my shares to her." Slamming his hand against the steering wheel, Mo Changshan felt a wave of dizziness. Mo Qingqing had known all along. Could it be that she informed Mo Xian? Had they conspired together? In a panic, he ended the call and dialed Mo Qingqing, who surprisingly answered with alacrity. "What is it, Dad?" Mo Qingqing's tone was casual, as if she were in splendid spirits. Suppressing his inner turmoil and rage, Mo Changshan spoke as calmly as he could. "Qingqing, what exactly do you intend to do?" "Why, it's to seize power, of course," Mo Qingqing replied with a cold chuckle. "However, the situation has changed. My shares, those of Mo Jinping and Mo Xian's, along with my interests in Qin's jewelry, have all been sold. The buyers were already arranged." Mo Xian's? The 10% from your grandmother? Had you been more generous back then, wouldn't you have avoided a great deal of trouble? Upon hearing Mo Changshan's agitated tone, Mo Qingqing couldn't help but laugh, but her laughter was harsh, almost mocking. "By the way, don't expect me to intervene again. The Yi family will no longer have any dealings with you." Mo Qingqing, Mo Changshan roared, his body trembling with fury. "Very well. I have truly raised a wonderful daughter. Naturally, I must thank my father for today." Mo Qingqing's tone turned icy. "You are well aware of the effort I put into the company, yet in the end, you still intend to hand everything over to Mo Jinping. Not only the Mo family, but you are also calculating how to incorporate my mother's jewelry company into his holdings. You seem to care for him. But how much have I contributed? Who has driven the company's profits upward? Who ensures your position as chairman remains secure? Dad, since you act as you do, don't blame me for retaliating. The only profits I trust are those I can control myself, for otherwise, they are all mere illusions." With that, Mo Qingqing hung up, indifferent to whatever Mo Changshan might have said. "Unfilial daughter, Mo Qingqing, how dare you scheme against your father?" At that moment, Mo Changshan had no time to ponder anything else. He started the car, intending to rush to the company, while frantically calling his subordinates to gather at the office. However, in his haste and distraction, he failed to notice he had run a red light. While he was still instructing his subordinates, a truck, unable to brake in time, crashed directly into Mo Changshan's vehicle. Chapter 63. The funeral. Mo Xian did not delay. He arranged the funeral the very next day and had his grandmother cremated and buried. It was not that he was heartless. Rather, his grandmother had previously expressed her wish to be cremated and buried without imposing any burdens. In her past as a university professor, she had meticulously guided many students and had numerous colleagues. Mo Xian had not informed anyone of the gathering. As the elderly lady advised him, it would be best not to mention it to anyone. There was no need for a multitude to come and reminisce about her now that she was no longer present. In truth, Mo Xian understood that she merely wished to spare others the sorrow of her passing. The grief was sufficient for her grandson alone, for it was she who had raised him. Aside from the Mo family, perhaps only Grandma Su and Grandma Zhang were aware of her demise. Grandma Su called Mo Xian to express that she would not attend, nor would she permit her family to come. She felt too ashamed to show her face. This was her rationale, but Mo Xian had long ceased to care. In fact, had it not been for his grandmother's death, he would not have thought of Su Yanran at all. However, for Grandma Su, This was a monumental affair, yet Imo Xian remained indifferent. Knowing well that her health was frail and she suffered from severe arthritis, and he didn't wish to trouble her during the winter months. As for Grandma Zhang, she wept excessively over the loss, the strain of her grief taking a toll on her advanced years and frail health. Imo Xian reached out to Aunt Zhang to offer comfort, urging them to prioritize taking care of Grandma Zhang. Thus, this exceedingly simple funeral was attended by only 3 individuals: Imo Xian, Luo Xia, and Luo Muqi. His daughter had not summoned them, but rather instructed them to wait at home. Throughout the entire process, Imo Xian did not weep, nor did he utter a word. He merely gazed intently at his grandmother's remains. Little Xia gently grasped his hand, asking if he was all right, suggesting he take a moment to rest, assuring him that the 3 of them could manage everything. "I'm fine, really," Imo Xian replied with a faint smile, though tears began to cascade down his cheeks. Although it was termed a funeral, the entire affair consisted of Imo Xian kneeling in silence before his grandmother's body, while Luo Xia and Luo Muqi stood quietly behind him. Setting aside the void in his memory, childhood recollections of his grandmother played in his mind like a film reel. She was kind yet stern, possessing a tenacity all her own. After her surgery, when Imo Xian contemplated suspending his studies to care for her, he was met with a scalding reprimand. "You want to drop out? Child, you've already brought forth 2 lives, with 2 mothers. That's the Luo family we're talking about. They didn't pursue you for your responsibilities, yet you still owe them a debt. Focus on your studies and take care of your children." With a sigh, Imo Xian lowered his head, tears streaming down his face as he managed a bittersweet smile. The Imo family, in its current state, was not without her guidance, yet her words fell upon deaf ears. Perhaps, aside from the grandson who had grown accustomed to her nagging, no one else was willing to heed her counsel. In his youth, he found her tedious, but gradually he came to understand that, though she may have been repetitive, stern, and her words harsh, she would never wish him harm. Finally, reaching out to smooth her silver hair, Imo Xian's tears gently fell upon his grandmother's face, which appeared as if she were merely in slumber. Although Imo Xian had no hopes of the Imo family attending, he was taken aback to discover that not a single member had shown up. A cold smile crept across his face, oblivious to the events of the previous day. The couple was hospitalized. One daughter was desperately attempting to liquidate their assets, and the other 2 were in a state of frantic confusion. Even without these circumstances, with the cunning of Luo Xia and Luo Muqi, it was entirely feasible that none from the Imo family would make an appearance. Having already resigned himself to this reality, Imo Xian felt no necessity for expectation, merely finding the situation laughable. Once the cremation concluded, a solitary individual was placed within a modest urn. Departing with the urn, he ultimately laid it to rest. And with that, everything settled into silence. Imo Xian was suddenly reminded of a passage from Nostalgia, which, were it to be applied to his own life, could be interpreted as the yearning for a lowly grave, with him outside and his grandmother within. "Xiao Xian, brother," Imo Xia and Imo Muqi called in unison, pulling him from his reverie. "It's all right, it's all behind us now," Imo Xia gently reassured him. "And we are still here, are we not?" Imo Xian offered no reply, merely nodding slightly as he gazed at the photograph of his grandmother smiling on the tombstone, unable to resist the urge to gently wipe it clean. For his grandmother, everything had come to an end, yet for Imo Xian, it was far from over. Lost in thought, a scarf was unexpectedly draped around his neck. The sisters stood before him, with Imo Xia having personally placed the scarf on him. "It's chilly, so I brought you a scarf," Imo Xia said, her gaze locked onto Imo Xian's eyes. "We can stay as long as you wish. Muqi and I will always be by your side." "No, let us go back," Imo Xian finally remarked, casting one last glance at the photo on the tombstone with a gentle sigh before turning to leave. However, he had not ventured far when the sisters, one on each side, grasped his hands. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Imo Xian inquired, though he felt a twinge of unease about being seen in a graveyard. The sisters, however, paid no heed to his discomfort, instead pressing closer to him. "It's cold. You're warm, brother." Imo Xian could only look at them in resignation, yielding to their embrace. Meanwhile, Imo Tingting was enveloped in an entirely different emotional landscape. Upon learning that her eldest sister had sold her shares in the Qin family company, she realized that she could no longer afford to remain idle. Imo Changshan had been hospitalized with multiple severe fractures and a traumatic head injury. The doctors conveyed a grim prognosis. Though he had been stabilized, his fate remained uncertain. While one parent lay unconscious in a hospital room, the other was also admitted. At long last, the elusive elder Mo made an appearance. Witnessing the state of his only son, the old man was struck by a surge of distress and fainted. "Third sister, are you alone?" Mo Tingting was still at a loss when the long-absent Mo Qingqing finally surfaced. Upon seeing her father's condition, a fleeting glimmer of sorrow crossed Mo Qingqing's eyes, though it was but a brief moment. "Eldest sister, where have you been?" Mo Tingting exclaimed as she rushed into Mo Qingqing's embrace. "I find myself at a loss, as both my parents and grandfather are hospitalized. I am aware of the situation, having witnessed it firsthand." Mo Qingqing is reluctant to deal with her sister. "Where is Mother's ward?" "There are matters I need to discuss with her. I shall lead you there." However, as Mo Tingting took a few steps forward, she paused awkwardly, stating that their father required attention. "Sister, perhaps it would be better if—" "But is he not still unconscious? Your presence here will awaken him." Mo Qingqing grasped her hand firmly. "First, take me to find our mother. I have pressing matters to address." Chapter 64. It should end here. Upon entering the hospital room, Mo Qingqing discovered that Qin and I had already regained consciousness, her gaze fixed intently on her phone screen. "Mother, are you feeling any better? Why did you sell your shares?" The mother and daughter spoke simultaneously as their eyes met. Mo Qingqing hesitated briefly before offering a smile, stating, "I no longer desire them. I simply require funds." "It is as straightforward as that. You need funds?" Qin Mi's eyes narrowed in confusion, followed by a sudden, cynical laugh. "What? Has your beastly father's company encountered trouble? And you are so eager to fill the void? I have also sold my shares in the Mo family." As Mo Qingqing settled into her seat, she spoke in a notably casual tone. Hearing her words, Qin Mi's pupils constricted in shock. She had even sold her Mo family shares? "Mother, let us be frank. Our family is finished." Mo Qingqing's tone suggested she was merely recounting an ordinary occurrence. "If it weren't for the Yi family's interest in me, would the Mo family endure?" Originally, Mo Qingqing had intended to monopolize the Mo family, but fate had other plans with Mo Tingting's predicament. Even with the Yi family's assistance, she understood it was merely a temporary reprieve. A shoe and apparel company facing continuous crises could recover financially. But once credibility is lost, all is lost. A cell phone business fraught with uncertainty is better discarded, allowing her to invest wholly in her own pursuits. She was astute in seizing opportunities, selling all her shares in the Mo family during this fleeting moment of survival, her escape route being the company she had secretly established. Naturally, she would not disclose this to Qin and I. From the moment she began plotting, she had forsaken familial bonds. The Mo family environment birthed two extremes: Mo Xian, raised by their grandmother, who was gentle and talented, and Mo Qingqing, nurtured by her parents, embodying their selfishness and coldness. Mo Xian excelled in learning, while Mo Qingqing was ruthless and cunning. Either choice would have spared the Mo family from their current plight. Yet this couple chose the most disastrous path. "Why then did you sell the shares I entrusted to you?" Qin and I could not restrain her inquiry. "Your father's situation is dire, and mine here." "Mother, do you believe you can endure much longer?" Mo Qingqing sighed softly. "Your marriage to my father was merely a union of convenience. The Mo and Qin families have always complemented one another. If my father cannot withstand the pressure, your situation will surely falter as well." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Qin and I reacted with indignation. "I have not been significantly affected." "Have you not?" "I have reviewed your financial statements. Ever since the jewelry forgery incident, your profits have been steadily declining," Mo Qingqing remarked, feigning regret. "I, too, have learned to cut my losses promptly. With some capital at hand, I am prepared to embark on a new venture. You are well aware of my capabilities." Qin and I gritted her teeth, remaining silent. Mo Qingqing was not mistaken. After the incident of jewelry forgery, the company's reputation had significantly declined. "Therefore, dear mother, do not blame me. I must always secure an exit strategy for myself. Surely, you do not wish for me to be scorned by the Yi family?" Mo Qingqing rose to her feet. "I have matters to attend to, mother. You should find a way to deal with Mo Jinping, as he still holds your shares. Mo Changshan is not yet deceased. Even if he were, it is highly likely he has left a will favoring Mo Jinping. She had achieved her objective, and it was time to withdraw. As for the current chaotic state of the Mo family, she chose not to involve herself, for it would not be long before Mo Jinping squandered everything. Regarding the shares Mo Jinping holds in the Qin family, she preferred her mother not to notice her subtle maneuvers too quickly. Let him slowly contend with her most cherished son from the past. In this way, she believed it to be the optimal outcome for herself. By leveraging the Yi family effectively, Mo Qingqing was confident she could ascend even higher. Indeed, she might even seize the opportunity to align herself with the Yi family. For Yi Ning was merely a decorative pillow, appealing to the eye but lacking substance. Before Qin and I could inquire further, Mo Qingqing had already departed. No sooner had she left than Mo Tingting entered, but instead of asking about her mother's conversation with her elder sister, she mysteriously remarked, "Mother, guess whom I just saw?" "Who?" Qin and I instinctively lifted her gaze in inquiry, and Mo Tingting, with palpable tension, replied, "Mo Xian." Mo Xian himself could scarcely fathom that his estranged grandfather, who had never reached out to him, suddenly called him using another's phone. He was informed directly that his grandmother had passed away shortly after his divorce. "Come to the hospital." The elder's voice was somewhat frail. "There is something I wish to ask you." For Mo Xian, it was indeed time to make the visit, as it was necessary to bring closure. He did not seek out Qin and I or Mo Changshan, but instead learned of the elder's hospital room, clutching the notebook his grandmother had left for him. Upon entering the ward, he found the elder already awake, seated on the bed, with a caregiver attending to him. As Mo Xian stepped inside, the elder nodded to the caregiver, who understood his cue and exited, leaving the two alone. "Did your grandmother have no final words?" Upon hearing this, Mo Xian suddenly laughed. "Do you truly believe she had anything left to say to you?" The elder fell silent. Mo Xian placed the notebook on the bedside table, then pulled up a chair, maintaining a respectful distance. "You summoned me here, not to confess regret, I presume?" Mo Xian scrutinized the frail figure before him, devoid of any sympathy or pity. "For all these years, you have awaited your grandmother's capitulation, yearning for her forgiveness for your momentary misjudgment. You believe that was not your true intent. Why then could she not understand?" After a brief pause, Mo Xian inquired, seemingly with courtesy, "Am I correct in my assumptions?" The elder glanced at him, then lowered his head, responding with silence. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke, yet his voice was hoarse, and his eyes were tinged with red. "She was far too stubborn. After so many years of marriage, over such a trivial matter, what could possibly be more significant? Had he committed murder or arson?" Mo Xian's tone grew increasingly indifferent. "Surely, you are well aware of your grandmother's temperament by now. Was this revelation a surprise? Furthermore, do you believe it is merely due to this one incident?" Mo Xian gestured towards the notebook left by my grandmother. "There are certain things I ought to share with you. Do you recall the time when you both went to see Gone with the Wind?" Upon hearing those 4 words, the old gentleman's pupils dilated momentarily. It was during their first outing to the cinema together that they had watched Gone with the Wind. Over the years, had Mo Xian not mentioned it, he would have long forgotten. Yet, he never anticipated that his grandmother would still remember. Scarlett once said, "No matter what, tomorrow is another day." However, at the film's conclusion, as Rhett Butler walked away in sorrow, one wonders how much disappointment he had accumulated before making that choice. "Old man," Mo Xian continued, "your grandmother devoted half of her life. Ask yourself honestly, was it truly just for this one matter?" Chapter 65. Never to meet again. The old gentleman was rendered speechless by Mo Xian's words, attempting to respond yet unable to utter a single syllable. "Your grandmother reminisces fondly about the man you once were," Mo Xian remarked with a wry smile. "She described you as bright, kind-hearted, and considerate. Forgive my candor, but I see none of these qualities in you now." Observing the old gentleman's silence, Mo Xian inhaled deeply, leaning forward slightly as he began to speak again. "So, it is all because of your brother, is it?" At the mention of his brother, the old gentleman's shoulders trembled slightly, and he abruptly lifted his gaze to Mo Xian, his previously dull eyes suddenly aflame with an inexplicable animosity. "It seems I have struck a chord," Mo Xian said with a faint smile. "Your grandmother disclosed everything in her final notes. Is it truly so repugnant that I share the same birth date as your deceased brother? Do you think it is merely the same birth date?" The old gentleman scoffed coldly. "He was born at noon, just as you were. Upon your arrival, your features bore a striking resemblance to his as a child. I have tried to convince myself it was coincidence, but before you turned 2, your behavior mirrored his perfectly. You walked earlier than other children, spoke sooner, and your intellect was sharp. You learned quickly. My brother was just like you." With a sigh, Mo Xian straightened in his seat and slowly replied, "Is that all?" Is your impression of me as an adult not sufficient? The old gentleman appeared to be ensnared by some obsession, a hint of madness flickering in his murky eyes. My brother was just like you, excelling in studies, perpetually at the top of his class. And you are at odds with Jean Peng. Do you possess no shame? Mo Xian laughed in exasperation. Am I at odds with him, or is it he who opposes me? What? Are you so guilt-ridden that you cannot own your actions, now labeling it as paranoia? As the three words "killed someone" emerged, Old Master Mo seemed to be pressed by an invisible pause button, staring blankly at Mo Xian. Mo Xian gazed at his own grandfather, feeling a mix of sorrow and absurdity in his heart. His past mirrored that of Mo Xian and Mo Jinping, with the elder being mediocre and the younger displaying remarkable talent. Yet, his parents, though not blind, had done little to foster goodwill. Their blatant favoritism was a double-edged sword, casting a shadow over him throughout his life. In an era when attending university was a matter of great prestige, Old Master Mo painstakingly gained admission to a modest institution, while his brother, like Mo Xian, entered Peking University. This stark contrast rendered his own achievements inconsequential. Such comparisons had persisted since his brother's birth. Although resentment lingered in his heart, he recognized that his brother was gentle-natured and had never sought to compete with him. Having known each other since youth, his grandmother was always aware of his affairs. Mo Xian sighed. After perusing his grandmother's notes, he found himself feeling rather disenchanted. Perhaps he truly still loved her. The words she penned revealed a heart once full of affection for her. Glancing at the notebook, Mo Xian slowly reached for it, casually flipping through its pages. Following her surgery, his grandmother became extraordinarily drowsy, sleeping 2/3 of the day, and given the nature of her brain surgery, such written records were ill-suited for her condition. As he examined the notebook, he noted his grandmother's handwriting, which fluctuated between meticulous and somewhat hasty. You believed that your past was unknown to anyone. Yet you overlooked your grandmother, your closest confidant. Everyone thought your brother's fall down the stairs was an unfortunate accident, but in truth, it was you who pushed him. Was it not? I didn't mean to. Old Master Mo's voice suddenly rose several decibels. He couldn't steady himself. You can't blame me. Mo Xian recalled a story he had once read about a man who dedicated his entire life to searching for something, only to discover its insignificance upon finding it. Rather than seeking the object, it was the obsession within him that clouded his vision, leading him to fixate on a singular pursuit throughout his existence. While stories are merely tales, the actions of living beings often reveal a farcical reality. In her notes, his grandmother unveiled the truth. Although the Mo family lacked the foundational strength of the Luo family, it was still relatively affluent at the time. In matters of inheritance, Old Master Mo's brother had voluntarily relinquished his claim, unwilling to contend with his elder sibling or engage in the family business. When Old Master Mo married his grandmother, it could be said that he was in high spirits, marrying the woman he cherished in his youth and inheriting the family fortune, which finally earned him his parents' recognition. However, Old Master Mo's capabilities were modest. Under his stewardship, the family business neither thrived nor faltered. His grandmother believed that was sufficient, for while entrepreneurship is arduous, preserving a legacy is even more challenging. Yet, Old Master Mo's parents held a different perspective, particularly after one of his missteps resulted in a minor financial loss. After all, in business, one can never expect to profit without incurring losses. However, they believed they had made a grievous error, clamoring to have their second son return to inherit the family legacy. On that occasion, Old Master Mo completely lost control, engaging in a fierce quarrel with his brother. No one witnessed the incident, yet for reasons unknown, his brother fell down the stairs, struck his head, and succumbed despite efforts to save him. Grandmother assumed it was an accident, but unbeknownst to her, during a nightmare, Old Master Mo muttered incoherently, piecing together fragments of memory. It was then she learned that in a moment of emotional turmoil, he had inadvertently pushed his brother, leading to the fatal fall and collision with the wall. Since your brother's demise, you have changed profoundly, becoming eager for success, undertaking tasks you once shunned, and willingly participating in social engagements you previously avoided. Mo Xian hurled the notebook onto the bed. Take a look for yourself. Grandmother penned many thoughts here. He pointed out a particular phrase that resonated with him. Gazing at a former beloved, akin to a blooming rose, yet gradually wilting and decaying. No matter how much effort or nurturing one invests, the outcome remains unchanged. Upon hearing Mo Xian's words, Old Master Mo suddenly wept, his sorrow akin to that of an ancient beast lamenting, suppressing a sense of despair. This sentiment, grandmother had shared with him before her passing. In her writings, she remarked that from that moment on, he had transformed, relentlessly pursuing profit, even resorting to unscrupulous means. The endeavors he once eschewed he now embraced. The social gatherings he dreaded, he now frequented with zeal. Before that absurd episode, how many times had he ventured into establishments of ill repute? He could hardly recall. But grandmother remembered the countless sleepless nights she endured at home, the numerous times she had urged him to change, and her relentless efforts to extricate him from the mire. Yet, was it of any consequence? He continued to tread further down the path he had chosen. Having spoken his piece, Mo Xian ceased further discourse, observing his grandfather's reaction. Old Master Mo halted his lamentations, staring vacantly at the notebook on the bed, his trembling hands reaching for it. "These are not my words. They are inscribed by grandmother." Mo Xian said with a wry smile, "I understand why you harbor disdain for me. When you sent me to grandmother, you, your son, and daughter-in-law each had your own motives. Perhaps you alone retained a modicum of conscience, ensuring I was near to alleviate grandmother's solitude. However, more often than not, it was your desire to avoid confronting the memory of your brother, whom you had cast aside. Or perhaps you secretly ponder whether, had your brother been here, the Mo family might have fared better, freeing you from the charades of the worldly stage." Suddenly, Old Master Mo lifted his gaze to Mo Xian. His eyes clouded with confusion. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Indeed, your grandmother was correct. After my brother's death, I devoted myself entirely to business, and my parents would often remark that had he lived, perhaps things would have been better. Thus, I began employing various means to expand the Mo family's enterprises. Your grandmother has persistently advised me, yet I have chosen to disregard her counsel. The death of my brother not only inflicted a profound wound upon me, but also ensnared me in a relentless cycle. I often find myself believing that life would be better without him, but each time I achieve success, I inevitably compare it to his absence, leading me to confront the guilt and fear stemming from the notion that I was responsible for his demise. This realization engenders a twisted sense of justification in my mind regarding his absence. Since your birth, this pressure has become suffocating, and thus I harbor a profound resentment towards you. As for my decision to send you away, I confess it stemmed from a desire to avoid seeing you, a sentiment that persists to this day. I claimed it was to vex your grandmother, yet she resides alone in a dormitory devoid of family. And I thought that by sending you there, at least she would have a grandchild by her side to alleviate her solitude. Regarding your grandmother, words have lost their significance. She has implored me countless times throughout our lives. Since your father's birth, our relationship has devolved from youthful affection to mutual disdain. She speaks the truth. Since my brother's death, my heart has been shattered. Your grandmother has done all she could over the years. She has wronged neither me nor this family. A person who relentlessly chases after wealth and status eventually forgets the true motivations behind such pursuits. Our family business has expanded significantly, and I too have changed." After a brief pause, Old Master Mo chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Do you know what my brother told me the last time I saw him? He had already applied to become a volunteer teacher, unaware of how many years he would be gone. He confessed to me that he truly was not cut out for business and had no desire to engage in it. In my frustration, having just lost a considerable sum of money and feeling provoked by my parents, I lashed out at him. When he attempted to counsel me, in a fit of rage, I pushed him without realizing the staircase was behind him. He fell, his head striking the wall with devastating force. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Qin and I, supported by Mo Tingting, hurriedly entered. Upon seeing Mo Xian, Qin Ni's eyes brimmed with surprise and a hint of wariness. "Do not be alarmed, Miss Qin. I have yet to utter a word," Mo Xian remarked, shrugging. "I have posed my inquiries and shared my thoughts. Everything else is beyond my concern." "Mo Xian, there has been a family emergency. Your father is involved. How does this pertain to me?" Mo Xian interrupted Qin and I directly. "I have severed ties. It is inappropriate for you to seek me out in times of trouble." Turning his gaze back to Old Master Mo Xian pressed, "You have spoken at length, but I wish to pose a singular question. When you witnessed Mo Jinping's actions against me, what thoughts crossed your mind?" Old Master Mo stood frozen, staring blankly at Mo Xian, at a loss for words. "In truth, your feelings towards me are no different from those of Mo Jinping. You merely possess a legitimate rationale, while he sought only to drive me away. Your brother relinquished the family legacy, choosing to become a volunteer teacher and leaving everything to you. And yet you responded to his selflessness with anger. This mirrors the provocations from Mo Jinping towards me. He wished for me to refrain from contesting with him within the Mo family, while you are unwilling to part with the inheritance you have received. This encapsulates the essence of the issue. The only distinction lies in the fact that while Mo Jinping failed, you succeeded. What your grandmother truly seeks to redeem is not the death of your brother at your hands, but rather her hope that you do not forsake your former self for the sake of material gain. Thus, she likens you to a rose. The decay you experience does not stem from your brother's demise, but rather from the greed and desires brought forth by your inheritance. Do not be agitated. These are not my words, for I do not know you. This is what your grandmother inscribed in her notes, revealing her deepest sorrow and despair. In comparison, your passive presence during her surgery rendered you inconsequential. A decaying rose emits a foul stench. Is this not inevitable? After Mo Xian spoke, disregarding the pale visage and trembling form of the old master Mo, he turned and strode toward the door. Pausing momentarily, he glanced back and declared, "Old master, we shall meet no more from this day forth, not just for me, but for grandmother as well." With that, he pushed the door open and departed, leaving the old master Mo to cough up blood, collapsing amidst the screams of Qin Ni and Mo Tingting. Chapter 66. The studio. Upon leaving the hospital, Luo Xia and Luo Muqi awaited him in a Maybach. "I apologize for keeping you waiting," Mo Xian said sheepishly as he entered the vehicle. "I did not expect him to seek me out. Fortuitously, I have given him what was due. It's no trouble at all. Want you take another look?" Luo Muqi inquired curiously. "After all, he is your grandfather." "No, Chairman Mo has entered. I am uncertain of what is amiss," Mo Xian replied with a bitter smile. "This retribution has come quite swiftly. My biological mother appeared bruised and battered, clad in a hospital gown. Remarkably, all three parents are now hospitalized." Luo Xia and Luo Muqi exchanged glances, understanding the unspoken message in each other's eyes. It was not her doing. One could only conclude that Mo Changshan was indeed unfortunate. No one had wronged him, yet he had managed to entrap himself. "Xian, perhaps you should still go and see them," Luo Xia suggested gently. "They are your biological parents. While they have treated you poorly in the past, favoring Mo Jinping and the matters concerning Su Yanran, they are nonetheless your kin." Luo Muqi felt a shiver run down her spine as she listened to the most tender yet provocative words spoken. "Sister, how come I never realized you were so adept in the art of tea?" Fortunately, Mo Xian, being somewhat oblivious, did not immediately grasp the implications of Luo Xia's fragrant utterance, calmly responding, "It is unnecessary. Their lives or deaths are of no concern to me. Indeed, it is of no concern to you. What matters is that you care only for us." Luo Xia and Luo Muqi gazed at Mo Xian with adoration, and when he looked up, they quickly returned to their usual demeanor. "Why does it feel so peculiar?" Mo Xian sensed the oddity in their gazes. Yet upon raising his head, Luo Xia and Luo Muqi regarded him as they always did. "By the way, brother, since you are feeling down, why not accompany me to my studio for some leisure?" Luo Muqi proposed with a smile. "I am in need of a model. Will you be my muse?" "Me?" he replied, taken aback. Mo Xian felt a touch of embarrassment. In truth, Luo Muqi had never invited him to her studio, and he himself was somewhat oblivious to such matters. Luo Muqi seldom engaged him in discussions about art, preferring to spend leisure time together. "Go on. Muqi mentioned this to me in the car earlier," Luo Xia said with a smile. "In fact, Muqi has always wanted to gift you a painting." Suddenly, Mo Xian felt quite bashful. While he often took care of the two sisters, he had never been of assistance in their professional endeavors. His heart lay not in finance, but in his own field of expertise. He could not paint and had only a rudimentary understanding of art. Yet, they dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to their profession. The program he created was sold by Luo Xia through the Luo family, and it was their support that encouraged him when he first developed the software. Unbeknownst to him, his reliance and affection for Luo Xia and Luo Muqi had deepened considerably. Following his grandmother's passing, he had begun to trust them exclusively, finding it increasingly difficult to confide in anyone else. Upon visiting Luo Muqi's studio for the first time, Mo Xian perceived that the life of the affluent was surprisingly unadorned and monotonous. This so-called studio was, in fact, a villa not far from their estate. The furnishings were minimal, with the living room containing only a television, a sofa, and several renowned paintings, masterpieces from various eras and corners of the world, all present in Luo Miyuki's collection. Although Mo Xian lacked the expertise to appreciate art, he instinctively felt that these were undoubtedly authentic works. Luo Miyuki's painting room was located on the second floor, having combined two rooms into one. The expansive balcony outside the floor-to-ceiling windows provided ample light and a splendid view. In the center of the room hung a single painting that captivated Mo Xian's attention. It depicted two women in white gowns, their long black hair cascading down, gently embracing a man seated between them. The immaculate gowns resembled wedding attire, and the man held their hands tightly, a smile gracing his face. The two women gazed at him tenderly, their eyes brimming with affection and longing. This painting bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Luo Miyuki had burned, yet it radiated warmth and gentleness, in stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the former. The background was devoid of red and white roses, replaced by a pristine white canvas. Mo Xian found himself momentarily transfixed, for the three figures depicted bore an uncanny likeness to themselves. Luo Miyuki's artistry was impeccable, capturing the intricate details of their faces. "Is this a gift for you?" she asked with a playful smile. "In truth, it is part of a series. But that is of little importance, brother. What matters is that you appreciate this painting." Luo Xia stood silently beside them, lost in contemplation of the artwork. The exhibition was private and prohibited photography, which was why Luo Miyuki had chosen to display the other two paintings. When asked why she did not bring this particular piece for display, Luo Miyuki replied that it was meant solely for her brother and themselves. They are morbid, paranoid, and unhinged, yet they yearn for Mo Xian to witness their more favorable facets. The trio of paintings, which Luo Miyuki had previously shown to Mo Xian, elicited no reaction from him. He merely remarked on their beauty. The two paintings showcased at the exhibition, particularly the one beneath the grand tree, were created after Mo Xian had seen the duo painting. Without the boy from her memories, the tree withered, and the streets lay in ruin. As for the second painting, it encapsulated their true inner turmoil, deceiving Mo Xian behind masks, binding him to them with chains. Luo Miyuki's nature diverged from that of Luo Xia. She possessed a slightly malevolent disposition, resembling a wicked little imp. Those who once beheld the beauty she depicted were intentionally shown the dark conclusions of her narratives. She succeeded in evoking complex emotions in many who came to admire her work. To describe it, it was akin to a comic, where amidst sweetness and tranquil times, a dagger ultimately plunged into one's heart. Luo Miyuki's art has always radiated warmth and serenity, filled with beauty, yet this stark contrast proved jarring. She did so intentionally, knowing that Mo Xian would remain oblivious. Outside of Mo Xian, her sisterhood could inflict harm and tread upon others without remorse. They were never virtuous and never regarded themselves as such. Yet, their love for Mo Xian was fervent, bordering on madness. Throughout the past 3 years, they indeed suppressed their insanity and possessiveness, but their kindness towards Mo Xian was genuine. What Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki endeavored to achieve was to ensure that even if Mo Xian were to uncover their malevolence, he could not escape them. "Brother, do you like it?" Luo Miyuki inquired, her eyes sparkling with the eagerness of a child awaiting praise. Unable to restrain himself, Mo Xian reached out to caress her face, gently affirming, "I like it, very much." "Then hurry and take off your clothes. Let me paint you." "But you're painting me clothed, aren't you?" Before Mo Xian could fully comprehend, Luo Xia expertly began to remove his black down jacket. "Xiao Xian, this is for the sake of art." "Indeed, brother. Art is always like this." The studio echoed with Mo Xian's lamentations. In the hospital room, old Master Mo coughed up blood and lay upon the bed, his gaze gradually becoming unfocused. Mo Xian's final words seemed to strip away his facade. The favoritism from his parents had indeed inflicted real harm, and the shadow cast by his younger brother was undeniable. However, the truth remained that following his inheritance of the family business, his mindset underwent a transformation. His parents' bias towards his brother became an insurmountable chasm in his heart, yet he ultimately succumbed to desire and greed. His grandmother lamented his fate, but was pained by the transformations that followed. Even Mo Changshan, who had once been well guided by his grandmother, fell into a similar pattern, growing increasingly malevolent, especially after his unhealthy first love with Li Yuzhen irrevocably altered him. When the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will naturally be crooked. He could no longer discern the sounds around him, which seemed to be the weeping of Qin Ni and Mo Tingting, while doctors and nurses hurriedly attended to something. His life flashed before his eyes like a film on fast forward, revealing the lonely child he once was, treated differently by his parents. The diligent and earnest individual he used to be, and the person he had slowly become, corrupted by greed and selfishness, eroded by money and power. Everything played back in his mind, ultimately freezing on the silhouette of a girl with braided hair. "Old woman," he weakly called out, recognizing his youthful grandmother. But that figure drifted further away, eventually vanishing, never once turning back to glance at him. Just as Mo Xian had told him, they would never meet again. In the studio, Mo Xian managed to keep his clothes intact. While posing as requested by Luo Miyuki, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. "Mo Xian, what did you say to your grandfather just now?" Qin and I questioned loudly, her voice laced with tears. Mo Xian rubbed his ear, still ringing from the earlier shock, and replied helplessly, "What could I say? Just some words that my grandmother told me. I thought he should know. You ungrateful wretch. You've driven your grandfather to his grave." Qin and I cried out, her words shattering into sobs. Old Master Mo had succumbed. There was no hope for his recovery. "Oh, is that so? I'm terribly saddened," Mo Xian said nonchalantly. "By the way, Ms. Qin, didn't you notice the mourning band on my arm when you entered the ward?" "What do you mean?" Qin and I was momentarily taken aback. "Your grandmother," he said with a cold smirk. "Yes, she was just buried today. Goodbye, Miss Qin. Please refrain from contacting me regarding the old man's funeral. I have no time and no desire to attend." With that, Mo Xian ended the call and promptly blocked the number. After a moment's thought, he unblocked Mo Jinping's number and dialed. Not too bad, he hadn't blocked him yet. As soon as the call connected, without letting Mo Jinping speak, Mo Xian coldly declared, "Let us meet, Mo Jinping." Chapter 67. Fanning the flames. What do you mean? Just out of the hospital and checked into a hotel, Mo Jinping felt utterly drained. His biological mother, Li Yuzhen, had suffered a broken leg, and he had hired a nurse to care for her. No one from the Mo family had reached out to him, and he dared not contact anyone outside of Mo Changshan. Ironically, the only parent he could reach was unavailable. He had merely deleted Mo Xian's contact information without blocking him. So when he saw the unfamiliar number, he answered, never expecting that Mo Xian would reach out at such a time. "Don't you dare tell me you're here to settle the score for Su Yanran." Mo Jinping's voice rose sharply, revealing his frayed nerves. After all, with everything weighing down on him, he was on the brink of collapse. Mo Xian moved his phone away again, clearly a trait instilled by Ms. Qin, as he shouted into the device with the same fervor. However, Mo Xian overlooked an important detail. Seated beside him were Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki. As fate would have it, they overheard Mo Jinping's words. Mo Xian felt an unsettling chill creeping up his spine, as if the temperature within the room had plummeted drastically. Not far from him, Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki wore expressions as frosty as winter, their eyes glinting with perilous intent. For Su Yanran, was Mo Xian seeking an audience with Mo Jinping to exact vengeance on his behalf? Oblivious to the sister's peculiar demeanor, Mo Xian lowered his head, fumbling for his coat, apologizing. "I would never seek revenge for her. She is not worth my time and energy." The sister's gazes softened slightly, yet remained fixed upon Mo Xian, resembling hunters wary of their quarry's potential escape. Suddenly, an intriguing thought flickered through Luo Xia's mind, her lips curving into a subtle smile. Silently, she retrieved her phone and sent a message. Mo Jinping was reluctant to meet Mo Xian, judging by his current disheveled state. What good could possibly come from such an encounter? Unwilling? Then so be it. Mo Xian sighed, admitting, "To be honest, I am not particularly eager to see you either. I suspect you are still unaware that your esteemed father has been admitted, and the old man has recently passed away, hasn't he?" Upon hearing Mo Xian's words, Mo Jinping felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Mo Xian had no need to deceive himself with such matters. If he truly wished to know, he could simply call Mo Yingying or Mo Tingting. The very fact that he dared to speak of it signified its truth. "So, you must feel rather triumphant now?" Mo Jinping's voice trembled incessantly. Though his tone was assertive, his face had drained of color, though Mo Xian could not see it. "There is nothing to be proud of. I merely wish to observe your current state," Mo Xian replied calmly. "Yet, upon reflection, it seems rather dull. Mo Jinping, if I were you, I would contemplate how to deal with Madame Qin. Admittedly, it may sound absurd coming from me, but in the past, she treated you rather favorably. Now that your esteemed father has been admitted, and she has been deceived by you for so long. Do you truly believe she will spare you? After a brief pause, Mo Xian suddenly chuckled at Mo Jinping. You know Madame Qin better than I do. You have witnessed her coldness towards me for so many years. How do you suppose she will treat you now? Mo Xian's words pierced Mo Jinping's heart like a nail. The betrayal of his mother and Mo Changshan. Orchestrating a switch akin to a tale of a cunning fox was one thing, but to prevent unforeseen circumstances, Li Yuzhen had cruelly taken the life of that infant. Qin and I must have wished to devour all three of them alive, and at this juncture, the once reliable Mo Changshan and the old master were no longer of any assistance. One might say this couple is quite well matched, Mo Xian remarked with a tone of derision. The husband schemes against his wife, allowing his illegitimate child to take precedence, while the wife in turn deceives her husband, nurturing the illegitimate child at her side. Ironically, it is Madame Qin who emerges as the most pitiable figure in the end. Two biological sons, one deceased, the other estranged, and the illegitimate child frail. All while she has supported the mistress as offspring for so many years. The esteemed president and designer of a jewelry company has been reduced to a mere jester by your actions. One must ponder the emotional turmoil she must be experiencing at this juncture, and how she might retaliate against you and your biological mother. With each utterance from Mo Xian, Mo Jinping's body quivered even more violently. Mo Xian articulated a profound truth. He was acutely aware of Qin Ni's chilling indifference. Has not Mo Xian's years of tribulation sufficed to illuminate the matter? Suddenly, a pressing concern dawned upon Mo Jinping regarding the incriminating evidence of his and Li Yuzhen's transgressions. Although Uncle Zheng was oblivious to these affairs, it did not preclude Mo Jinping from suspecting that Mo Xian had orchestrated them. And Mo Qingqing possessed her own share of knowledge. Should these revelations reach Qin and I, she would undoubtedly hasten to deliver herself into custody without hesitation. Upon further reflection, one must also consider that Ms. Qin has her own illegitimate child. The manner in which she has treated me over the years, as well as her own offspring, is evident. Mo Xian continued to stoke the flames of discord. I surmise you are now aware of this situation, and I shall say no more, young Master Mo. Should you remain idle, not only will the Mo family become indifferent to you, but your very life may be at stake. Having said that, Mo Xian abruptly terminated the call. His meeting with Mo Jinping was of little consequence, for he had achieved his objective. While Mo Xian may not fully grasp human nature, he possessed a keen understanding of the Mo family, having grown accustomed to their selfish and apathetic demeanor over the years. Thus, he was well aware that Mo Jinping could not simply sit idly by, and that Qin and I would not let him escape unscathed. Since it was a matter of dogs biting dogs, allowing them to inflict further harm upon one another posed no issue. Brother, you have also succumbed to mischief, Luo Miyuki remarked with a playful smile as she wrapped her arms around Mo Xian's neck. So, your desire for vengeance against Mo Jinping is not merely for Su Yanran. Her seemingly innocuous inquiry bore an unsettling intensity in the eyes of the two sisters. Impossible. Mo Xian swiftly waved his hands, his demeanor betraying a hint of panic. My actions are in no way connected to Su Yanran. Were it solely due to her, I would not have taken any action at all. I understand. I was just teasing you. Luo Xia approached with a light laugh, ruffling Mo Xian's hair. Let us discuss this matter another time. My daughter awaits at home. Shall we return to dine with her? Upon concluding her statement, Luo Xia appeared to recollect something, gently adding, by the way, Xiao Xian, there is a banquet tomorrow. Would you accompany us? You need not make an appearance. It will take place at a hotel, and I will have them arrange a room for you in advance. You can simply wait for us there. Mo Xian cast a surprised glance at Luo Xia. As the vice president of the Luo Corporation, social engagements were inevitable. However, it seemed that Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki seldom attended such banquets or dinners, let alone requiring his presence. Since I cannot evade it this time, I must go. Especially since the banquet is hosted by Luo Tian, Luo Xia elucidated. But Miyuki and I generally find such gatherings tedious. We usually reserve a room in advance, only to hide away until the event concludes. Very well, I shall accompany you both. Mo Xian nodded slightly, just as Luo Xia's phone vibrated. She merely glanced at it before putting it away, reaching out to pull Mo Xian up, indicating it was time to leave. Meanwhile, Sister Hui from the company sent a message and glanced at the invitation in her hand, noting the ongoing chat window with Luo Xia still illuminated on her phone. The cocktail party is tomorrow. Send an invitation to the Su family. Others may not need one, but Su Yinren must attend. Understood, Mississippi. Chapter 68. Luo Sheng. When Su Yinren received the invitation, she could hardly believe her eyes. Our vice president instructed that it must be delivered directly to Miss Su. The bearer of the invitation was a woman clad in a black suit, bearing no expression and speaking in a flat tone. Furthermore, this invitation was also from our vice president, and upon seeing it, Miss Su would understand her obligations. A black plate was placed on Su Yinren's desk, and the woman expressed her farewells before turning to leave. The cocktail party hosted by Luo Tian was exclusive to the elite of their circle, despite the Su family's wealth. They were not deemed worthy. Gazing at the white invitation before her, Su Yinren felt an inexplicable discomfort, even hesitating to pick it up. Sister, you've really made it, haven't you? The office door swung open, and her brother, Su Jioza, excitedly entered. The invitation to the Luo family's cocktail party was something that many prestigious families in Kyoto yearned for, but could not obtain. Today, it was personally delivered to his sister. When did you get in touch with the Luo family? If we could collaborate with this top-tier conglomerate, our family would surely transform. Su Jioza exclaimed. By the way, I remember that Luo Miyuki is also from Kyoto University. Do you know her? Su Yinren couldn't help but smile wryly. Know her? She wished she didn't. Mo Xian would certainly not reconcile with her now, and although Luo Xia claimed to give her a chance, aside from preventing her from breaking off the engagement with Mo Jinping, there had been no further developments. She picked up the plate and examined it, feeling somewhat puzzled. Noticing her sister's silence, Su Jioza became curious about the plate in her hand and asked, Is this also from the Luo family? Yeah, brother. Can you please step outside? Su Yinren replied wearily. Just as she contemplated expressing her reluctance to attend the cocktail party, she hesitated, bit her lip, and said, I will go to the party tomorrow. It would be even better if we could establish a collaboration with the Luo family. She found her own words somewhat absurd. With Luo Xia generously presenting her with these two items, she truly couldn't fathom their purpose. Su Jioza was about to say something more, but upon observing his sister's state, he sighed and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back and said, Yinren, the Mo family contacted our father. Old Master Mo has passed away. And Aunt Qin mentioned that your marriage to Mo Jinping has been cancelled. Su Yinren looked at her brother in surprise, and Su Jioza, equally puzzled, replied, Don't look at me. I have no idea. Father was never particularly fond of Mo Jinping and agreed without much inquiry. Su Yinren remained silent. Since Luo Xia had threatened her not to annul the engagement, she could hardly blame her now. The news of old Master Mo's passing did not stir any emotions within her. After all, she had only met him a few times, and her grandmother had never held him in high regard, believing he had let down Grandma Mo Xian, which further fueled her own disdain. Reflecting on this, Su Yinren couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating smile. Her tumultuous connection with Mo Jinping had been vehemently opposed by her grandmother, yet she had been utterly entranced at that time. Even her classmates and roommates found her incomprehensible. Apart from wealth, Mo Xian was woefully lacking in many aspects. Shaking her head, she glanced at the disk in her hand and inserted it into the computer, which contained but a solitary folder. Upon opening it, her eyes widened in disbelief at the contents within. Mo Jinping was implicated in virtual currency fraud, online gambling, and even illegal lending, an array of evidence that, when combined, could easily lead to a decade-long sentence for the young heir of the Mo family. Among the files was a striking image emblazoned with bold red text that read, You know what you must do. When Mo Xian and the others returned to the estate, Uncle Zheng had been waiting outside, his face slightly flushed from the cold. On their arrival, he hurried over, speaking with caution, Miss, second miss, Mr. Luo has arrived. Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki exchanged glances, intrigued. Was it their father? Mo Xian was somewhat surprised as well. He had seen Luo Sheng a few times, and unlike Xin Qingyun, Luo Sheng possessed a gentle demeanor, speaking sparingly and displaying a certain closeness towards him. However, every encounter with Luo Sheng left Mo Xian with the impression that he sought to connect with his daughters yet appeared somewhat at a loss. While Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki were merely courteous to their father, nothing more. Upon entering the living room, they found Luo Sheng seated on the sofa, while Luo Wei and Luo Shui were sprawled over the table, engrossed in play. Hearing the commotion, the two little girls turned and rushed over, joyfully clinging to Mo Xian's legs, calling out, Daddy. Mo Xian bent down to embrace them. As the two children wrapped their arms around his neck, They were about to shower him with kisses when they noticed their mother and aunt following behind. Choosing to disregard them for the moment, they affectionately pecked their father before sweetly addressing, "Mommy, Annie. I should have sent you two to Luo Tian at birth, letting him raise you. To spare me from having to watch you both be so infuriating," Luo Xia and Luo Muki thought to themselves, each extending a hand to mischievously pinch their daughter's cheeks in a retaliatory gesture. The little ones winced in pain, feeling wronged, yet upon catching sight of their mother's warning glances, they clung to their father, continuing to seek his affection while defiantly eyeing their mothers. "What little rascals!" Coughing discreetly, Luo Sheng on the sofa felt compelled to make his presence known, sensing that if he remained silent any longer, this family might forget he was even there. Mo Xian, feeling a twinge of guilt, set the children down and approached respectfully, saying, "Hello, Uncle Luo." Luo Sheng appeared remarkably youthful. One could easily believe he was in his early 30s. Dressed casually, he exuded warmth and elegance, embodying a refined grace. "Yes, please, take a seat." Luo Sheng smiled gently, then glanced at Luo Xia and Luo Muki. The two sisters merely greeted him blandly. Subsequently, she reached for her daughter and turned to ascend the stairs. Mo Xian contemplated intervening, but Luo Sheng gestured for him to stop, offering a wry smile as she said, "I merely came to see my granddaughter. I shall return shortly. Please, keep me company, Mo Xian." Observing this, Mo Xian felt it inappropriate to voice further remarks. He had always been perplexed by the aloofness exhibited by Luo Xia and Luo Muki towards their family. When questioned occasionally, they recounted past events, expressing a desire to remain distant from their kin. "I heard about your grandmother's passing, and I felt compelled to pay a visit," Luo Sheng remarked, her tone imbued with sympathy. In truth, she had once had the fortune of attending a class taught by Mo Xian's grandmother, and it was a surprising revelation. Upon hearing this, a fleeting sadness flickered in Mo Xian's eyes, prompting Luo Sheng to shift the conversation. "How have Xia and Muki been lately?" "Well, they are doing quite well," Mo Xian nodded. "Why not inquire about them directly? Some misunderstandings might still linger, but as long as they are content, that suffices." Luo Sheng waved her hand dismissively and gazed intently at Mo Xian before asking, "Do you know why they remain distant from us?" Mo Xian shook his head, utterly in the dark regarding this matter. He had previously sought answers from Uncle Zhang, but Zhang had evaded the topic, leaving Mo Xian reluctant to press further. "This is, in part, my father's fault," Luo Sheng mused with a bitter smile. "When he passed, we discovered he had an illegitimate son in our so-called prestigious family. Such matters are rather sordid." At this juncture, the emotions in Luo Sheng's eyes grew complex. The tribulations of those 2 years had rendered him weary. The illegitimate son, for reasons unknown, had inherited a portion of the old man's estate and garnered the support of certain families intent on undermining the Luo clan, employing despicable tactics without restraint. The fact that the Luo family had weathered that storm and remained the foremost financial power in the capital was a testament to their resilience, the extent of which only they comprehended. If circumstances had not been dire, they would not have allowed Luo Xia and Luo Muki to temporarily distance themselves from home, residing near Mo Xian and their grandmother. As Luo Sheng contemplated this, a profound anguish transformed her expression, and her voice quavered as she recounted, on one occasion, "The situation was particularly dire, and we had to choose one among the sisters and Luo Tian to save. We chose Luo Tian, for he was the only male descendant among the children of both families." Chapter 69. A familiar scene upon hearing Luo Sheng's words. Mo Xian's gaze turned icy in an instant. While it was hardly surprising that Luo Tian was the sole male heir of the Luo family, and that the old matriarch would make such a choice, Mo Xian was taken aback that Luo Sheng and Xin Qingyun, as parents, would acquiesce to it. Upon perceiving the shift in Mo Xian's gaze, Luo Sheng offered a self-deprecating smile. That moment could be characterized as a stalemate. My brother and I had nearly stabilized the situation. Over the past 2 years, we had gradually brought under control the supporters of my father's illegitimate child, dismantling their influence. However, we were taken aback when the hidden whereabouts of Shiya and Mu Qi were disclosed, and at that time, they had also discovered Luo Tian's location. In our family's effort to solidify the situation, we had dispatched nearly all the trustworthy individuals, and even though we were short-handed, we could not afford to employ unfamiliar faces at such a critical juncture. Thus, faced with a choice, we opted for Luo Tian. There was no rationale behind this decision. It was simply because he was the only legitimate son and grandson of the Luo family, nothing more. With a resounding thud, Imo Xian slammed his fist onto the table, inexplicably filled with dissatisfaction regarding this matter. It was not solely due to his feelings for the sisters. The emotion felt familiar, yet it did not stem from Luo Tian. In fact, he had interacted with Luo Tian on multiple occasions and did not harbor any animosity toward him. Their relationship was quite amicable. Previously, during a conversation with the matriarch of the Luo family at the ancestral home, he had merely felt a sense of aversion. However, upon hearing Luo Sheng's words, he found himself unable to restrain his emotions. "I understand why you are angry, and I do not wish to argue," Luo Sheng said with a resigned smile. "But have you considered that this reason is, in fact, sufficient?" At that time, Luo Tian was already in university. Although he appeared to lack ambition and, in the parlance of youth, seemed somewhat apathetic, he was still deemed capable of supporting the Luo family. In terms of intellect, he was not on par with Shiya and Mu Qi, especially Shiya, who had already begun managing the vast Luo family during her university years, demonstrating superior vision and business acumen. Yet, from our perspective, Luo Tian seemed promising and capable of sustaining the family. Moreover, as I have previously mentioned, he was the only male heir. Imo Xian's clenched fist gradually relaxed. The reasoning was absurd, yet it was irrefutable. For a century-old family like the Luo, entrenched at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy in Kyoto for so long, such a choice appeared hardly surprising. Notably, Luo Tian was not a typical second-generation heir. Despite Imo Xian's frequent encounters with him, where he would lament his desire to fish and retire, he still managed to maintain the Luo family in a well-organized manner. Regarding that incident, my brother expressed his dissent, arguing that trading 2 lives for one, especially one of his own niece, was unacceptable. He stated that he would rather see Luo Tian perish than endure a lifetime of nightmares. Nonetheless, my mother insisted on prioritizing Luo Tian, and my wife and I acquiesced to her decision. Having been entrenched in business for too long, our thought processes had transformed. I complied with my mother's wishes and chose Luo Tian, with my wife expressing her support. This entire situation was merely a calculation of costs and benefits. Shiya and Mu Qi were not only girls, but also quite young at the time, and we could not gamble with their lives. At this moment, Imo Xian felt a deep-seated resentment toward his own rationality. Luo Sheng was correct. From the standpoint of family interests, this decision appeared quite reasonable. Yet, the thought of Shiya and Mu Qi's previous plight filled him with profound sorrow. It was as if he had plunged into the depths of water, a sense of inexplicable suffocation and helplessness enveloping him. Luo Sheng gazed at the silent and bowed figure of Imo Xian, and suddenly a vivid memory surged forth in his mind. The first time he encountered Imo Xian. Strictly speaking, it was the sight of Imo Xian lying on the ground, clinging desperately to the leg of an assailant, already unconscious. Clad in his school uniform, his face was smeared with blood. At merely 15 years of age, despite being the apprentice of the esteemed Master Zhang from the National Martial Arts, he was still just a child facing a group of 8 or 9 armed adults, all seasoned thugs with criminal records. Remarkably, he had managed to incapacitate 5 of them, albeit sustaining grave injuries in the process. The 6th assailant, whose leg he clung to with tenacity, had a chunk bitten off, yet Imo Xian refused to let go, enduring the relentless kicks and blows. When their comrades arrived, they intercepted the remaining attackers just in time. That day, 2 factions clashed, and Uncle Zheng's men thwarted one group while escorting Luo Xia and Luo Muyuki to safety. Little did they anticipate that there were still others lurking about. Had it not been for Imo Xian, the consequences would have been dire indeed. Contemplating this, Luo Sheng was overwhelmed with guilt and regret. What right did he have to dwell on such matters? How desperate must Luo Xia and Luo Muyuki have felt in that moment? Without Imo Xian, he would have been left to recover the remains of his 2 daughters. In the span of 2 years, he had nearly sacrificed his life to save them under such harrowing circumstances. And the most lamentable aspect was that he had lost his memory of it all. I share these thoughts not with any ulterior motive, Luo Sheng said with a bitter smile, nor do I seek to ease the rift between us, for there is hardly anything left to mend. Imo Xian cast a glance at Luo Sheng, uncertain of how to respond. He understood the inherent injustice of the situation regarding Luo Xia and Luo Muyuki. Yet he found himself unable to reproach Luo Sheng. Even if they chose to forsake Luo Tian, would they not harbor regrets? The intentions of those assailants extended beyond merely seeking to extinguish the lives of the 3 children of the Luo family. They aimed to inflict psychological torment upon them. Whether Luo Sheng renounced his 2 daughters or his elder brother Luo Quan abandoned Luo Tian, one party would inevitably bear the scars of their choices. Strangely enough, I find us quite similar, Luo Sheng remarked, shifting the subject as if reluctant to delve deeper. In fact, my wife and I also experienced an unexpected pregnancy with Xia. As he recalled his wife, a sense of helplessness washed over Luo Sheng. That day, I had indulged a bit too much, and upon waking, I discovered her sleeping beside me. Mo Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this something that can be inherited? I distinctly remember going out for drinks with friends that evening. It was merely a casual gathering. Somehow, I ended up in her room, Luo Sheng sighed. I apologized to her, offering to accept any punishment she deemed fit. Her response, however, surprised me. She said, "It's enough that you feel remorse. I do not hold it against you." How did you know? Luo Sheng marveled at Mo Xian's insight, while Mo Xian, with a furrowed brow, refrained from answering and instead inquired, "Did Aunt Xin vanish for a time, only to return later with a child in her arms? Are you aware of this? Or did it come from Xia or Muki?" Luo Sheng suddenly found himself blaming his daughter for carelessly sharing such matters. Not exactly, Mo Xian replied awkwardly, scratching his head. My experience mirrors yours. Initially, the Luo family was unaware of the situation until after Luo Xia and Luo Muki had given birth, as they had acted first and informed later. During that time, Luo Sheng and Shen Qingyun were preoccupied with expanding their overseas business, and by the time they returned, the child was already crawling about. As Luo Sheng gazed at Mo Xian, a wave of understanding washed over him. Reflecting on his own fortune, he realized he was fortunate to be entangled only with his wife, while Mo Xian was pursued by both of his daughters. Some words lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he refrained from voicing them. Child, my past experiences should be shared, not borne alone. It's not that I lack loyalty, but I find myself powerless. Chapter 70. In love with you. Unwavering setting aside Luo Sheng's unkind thoughts, Mo Xian felt a twinge of unrest. The explanation from Luo Xia and Luo Muki was that they had merely indulged in too much drink and sought a room to rest. But Mo Xian had already been present. A man had been drugged, and a woman had been inebriated. Thus, the incident unfolded in a haze of confusion. This rationale seemed rather flimsy, yet considering the identities of Luo Xia and Luo Muki, coupled with Mo Jinping's scheming, Mo Xian began to suspect that perhaps there had been a misstep at some point in the chain of events. After all, who would believe that the 2 princesses of the Luo family had plotted against him? However, today's conversation with Luo Sheng sparked doubt in Mo Xian's mind for the first time. Could it be mere coincidence that the mother was involved? And now the daughter too? If the husbands in this family were all chosen in such a manner, was the risk not rather substantial? Luo Sheng remained oblivious to how Luo Xia and Luo Muki had managed their affairs. His wife was aware, but had chosen not to disclose it to him. Surely, he could not tell the father that his daughter had employed the same tactics that had ensnared him to ensnare others. Luo Sheng did not probe further. Upon learning of Mo Xian's involvement, he found it easier to accept the situation. After all, when Mo Xian had lost his memory, Luo Xia and Luo Muki had sought him out. Yet what they encountered upon their return drove them into a frenzy, smashing objects in their path. Their collection of antiques, porcelain worth millions, and exquisite furniture were all at the mercy of their reckless abandon, causing even Luo Tian, a tall young man, to tremble at the sight of them. Luo Sheng himself was taken aback by the madness reflected in Luo Xia and Luo Muki's eyes. Their derangement was unmistakable. Well, that is quite a coincidence, Luo Sheng thought to himself, questioning whether he should have broached the subject at all. The hour was growing late, and he needed to return home. Shen Ai was urging him to hurry. Rising from his seat, he made to leave, even ignoring Mo Xian's attempts to retain him. Has my father left? Luo Xia emerged from upstairs, spotting Mo Xian, who appeared lost in thought on the sofa. Xian, are you all right? Did he say something to you? You needn't concern yourself with it. Xia, may I ask you something? Mo Xian lifted his gaze, bewilderment etched across his features. Was that encounter at the hotel truly a mere coincidence? Luo Xia blinked and then smiled, asking, does it really matter? Mo Xian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Luo Xia approached and sat beside him, gently caressing his face. You've lost your memory. You recall that when you first moved here, I took you to the hospital a few times, don't you? Mo Xian, somewhat bewildered, nodded in acknowledgement. He remembered that when he relocated, Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki had insisted on taking him for a routine medical examination, assuring him there was nothing to worry about. During that visit, the doctor inquired about Mo Xian's past head injury and the resultant damage to his memory. The sisters had insisted on thorough examinations multiple times. Aside from the memory impairment, all other aspects were deemed normal. They had attempted medication and even consulted a psychologist, leaving Mo Xian curious as to why they were so concerned about his amnesia, yet they never offered him an explanation. The medical results indicated that his condition required gradual recovery, and it was advised against using medical interventions or hypnosis to forcibly retrieve memories due to potential risks. I cannot tell you everything the doctor said about your recovery process, but I can share one thing. Xiao Xian, Luo Xia suddenly spoke, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. An ineffable sorrow reflected in her enchanting gaze. Miyuki and I have liked you for longer than you can imagine. Our affection for you has been unwavering. Mo Xian stared at Luo Xia, a wave of familiarity flooding his mind once more. Wei Wei Jia. For reasons unknown, he suddenly uttered this name. Upon hearing it, Luo Xia abruptly looked up at him. This was the first time Mo Xian confronted the intensity of her gaze, sending a chill down his spine. Yet, Luo Xia seized his collar, her voice brimming with barely concealed excitement. What did you just call me? For reasons inexplicable, he felt compelled to utter that name. Luo Xia's abrupt transformation jolted Mo Xian's previously muddled thoughts into clarity. However, upon looking at her, he noticed her expression had reverted to its prior gentleness, tinged with a hint of melancholy. It was perplexing. Was that merely an illusion? With a sigh, Luo Xia took Mo Xian's hand and said, "Let us go upstairs. Xiao Xian, I wish to show you something." Mo Xian, unsure of how to respond, followed her upstairs, not to her study, but to her bedroom. She retrieved an album from the bedside table, carefully opening it and presenting it to him. The moment he laid eyes on the photographs, Mo Xian was momentarily entranced. There he was in his middle school uniform, standing in an old villa beside a youthful Luo Xia and a cherubic Luo Miyuki, whose face still bore traces of baby fat. Though they appeared quite different now, he recognized them instantly. "Do you remember?" Luo Xia inquired softly, her voice laced with anticipation as she observed his astonishment. Yet, Mo Xian looked up at her and mechanically shook his head. These were indeed memories of himself, yet they remained elusive to him. "It matters not. The doctor had mentioned long ago that your situation was unique." At this juncture, Luo Xia's tears began to flow, and she wept uncontrollably. Who could believe that the aloof and proud heiress would exhibit such profound sorrow in this moment? She suddenly threw herself into Mo Xian's embrace, striking him with great intensity. "How could you forget these past 2 years? Why, of all times, were these the years you chose to forget?" Mo Xian held the album, his gaze vacant, as if the memories long buried were shrouded in mist, allowing him only a vague glimpse of their outlines. "I'm sorry." He finally managed to recover his voice after what felt like an eternity. Luo Xia lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes searching his, her voice imbued with grievance. "Mu Qi and I sought you out, yet you treated us as if we were strangers. At that time, you were with Su Yanran. That day was truly a coincidence. Mu Qi and I happened to be there as well, recognized you, and noticed something was amiss, prompting us to send someone to take you to the hotel. However, before we left, we had a few too many drinks, and in my haze, I mistook the room key in my hand for a room already booked. I had no idea you had been drugged, and Mu Qi and I, under the influence, were utterly muddled. The next day, you still did not recognize us, and we thought little of it. After all, those 2 years that you had forgotten were precious memories for us. We truly bore you no ill will. Yet, we were taken aback to discover you were pregnant. Mu Qi and I were surprised, but hoped to see the child brought into this world. We hesitated to explain everything to you, given your amnesia, and thus resorted to this method to keep you close." Upon hearing this, Mo Xian stared blankly at the album in his hands, where the three of them smiled brightly. Even if he could not recall, the image of himself in the photograph could not deceive him. "I'm sorry." Mo Xian suddenly found himself in tears. "Why can't I remember? How could I have forgotten you both? It is not your fault that you lost your memory, Xiao Xian. It is you who saved us." Luo Xia gently wiped the tears from Mo Xian's face. "You were injured for our sake. All these years, Mu Qi and I have never forgotten you. If you cannot remember, it matters not. As long as you remain by our side, even if you never recall what transpired between us, it is enough." Before she could finish, Imo Xian embraced her tightly. Luo Xia was momentarily taken aback, then returned the embrace, a sly smile breaking through her tear-streaked face. Meanwhile, Luo Sheng sat in the car, resting with his eyes closed when his phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID marked wife, he quickly answered, "Darling, have you gone to see Wei and Shui? Unlike her usual tone, Shun Qingyun's voice was exceptionally gentle. Luo Sheng rubbed his forehead, somewhat exasperated, and replied, "What is it this time? Who have you bribed to keep an eye on me? What sort of talk is that?" Shun Qingyun feigned indignation. "I am merely concerned for you. When will you return?" As Luo Sheng was about to respond, his phone suddenly displayed a message. With a hint of apology, he said, "My dear, I'm sorry, but a few friends just invited me for a drink." "Oh, I see," Shun Qingyun replied, falling into silence for a moment. Luo Sheng was uncertain of her thoughts, yet he could hear the sound of typing emanating from her. "All right, darling, you may head home now. I've already taken care of it for you." Just as Luo Sheng was about to inquire if she knew who it was, he reconsidered. Realizing it was unnecessary to ask, Shun Qingyun always possessed the ability to uncover the truth about matters concerning him. If one were to claim he was unfree, he could venture out whenever he pleased, indulging in whatever he desired. Yet, if one were to assert he was free, Shun Qingyun had an uncanny knack for ensuring he returned home promptly, even making it nearly impossible for him to stray far. "Fine, I shall return shortly." Luo Sheng's voice resonated with a sense of resignation, yet it was laced with a touch of affection. No matter how controlling she might be, her love for him was genuine. Over the years, he had come to recognize Shun Qingyun's peculiarities, yet he had accepted them. What could he do? He found himself unable to be without her. "Imo Xian, today for me may very well be your tomorrow." After ending the call with a weary sigh, Luo Sheng instructed the driver to speed up, urging him not to keep his wife waiting too long. Chapter 71. Half-truths. Imo Xian gradually released Luo Xia. Feeling that his guilt had only deepened, he reached out, gently wiping away the tears from her face. "Stop crying. We should go see our daughter." Before he could finish, Luo Xia cupped his face in her hands and kissed him. "I've been thinking about kissing you all day." "Xia, wait." Luo Xia's passion was overwhelming. After a pause, she suppressed her voice and said, "I went to your high school to find you, but you were with Su Yanran. I'm sorry, she's a deceiver, a thief." Luo Xia lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "She stole you away from me and Miyuki." "Xia, I'm truly sorry," Imo Xian said, brushing aside the strands of hair that fell across her face. "Now and forever, I will only be with you both." Imo Xian was unaware of the profound impact his words had on the emotionally fragile Luo Xia. The familiar tugging at his clothes, the breath stolen from him. Luo Xia was more assertive, more possessive than usual. Then, there came a knock at the door. Open up, open up. The kids are looking for their dad." Luo Miyuki's voice was filled with joy, akin to the thrill of a successful prank, while the two little ones chimed in. Open the door, open the door." Imo Xian clearly observed the fleeting moment in Luo Xia's eyes, shifting from clarity to displeasure. She released him and walked to the door, where the two children hurried past her, waddling towards their father. Luo Miyuki stood outside, playfully sticking her tongue out at Luo Xia. "What a troublesome girl." Luo Xia shot a fierce glare at her, while Luo Miyuki feigned innocence, her heart dancing with delight. "You always sneak around behind my back." At that moment, Imo Xian had yet to notice the two sisters, as he knelt down, embracing his daughters, feeling increasingly guilty for his perceived unfairness towards Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki. In their shared memories, he had forgotten everything and left them behind. For so long, they had not held any resentment towards him, but rather had contributed so much. After dinner, instead of joining his daughters in play, Imo Xian sought out Luo Xia, who was in the study, coincidentally accompanied by Luo Miyuki. Upon entering, he found Luo Xia writing something in a blue folder. Upon seeing him, she naturally closed the folder, her face still adorned with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Luo Miyuki approached and linked her arm with Imo Xian's, softly inquiring, "Brother, why haven't you gone to play with Wei and Shui?" In truth, he had matters he wished to discuss with them. Imo Xian felt that something was amiss. "Su Yanran said she saved me, but what really happened?" "She deceived you, Xiao Xian, which is why I called her a liar and a thief." Luo Xia sighed. "I am unsure of what she told you, but my father arrived with people, took Miyuki and me away, and called an ambulance to take you to the hospital. This, Miyuki and I both witnessed firsthand. Initially, we were to accompany you, but my father forcibly took us away. Mo Xian understood. Given the circumstances, it was natural for Luo Sheng to prioritize the safety of his daughters. After that incident, Miyuki and I were placed under protection, and by the time we were allowed outside, you had already lost your memory. As for Su Yanran, I have no knowledge of her whereabouts. She certainly knew but chose not to disclose it at that moment. Hearing Luo Shia's words, Mo Xian sighed. There was no reason for her to deceive him. He had awakened 7 days after being unconscious, only to learn from the doctors that he had suffered a head injury, impairing his memory. According to his grandmother, Su Yanran had sought him out to play but, upon finding him absent, went looking for him and discovered him injured, subsequently calling for an ambulance. As she was still quite young at the time, she did not accompany him but returned home to inform his grandmother. Upon arriving at the hospital, they learned that his medical expenses had already been paid, and the benefactor had left without leaving any message. Su Yanran provided the hospital's address, and her account seemed plausible. It was night, and the location of Mo Xian's injury was rather secluded, with few witnesses. Consequently, both his grandmother and Mo Xian believed that Su Yanran had indeed saved him. This belief led to her confession of feelings during high school, which he did not reject, treating her with sincerity instead. Sighing, Mo Xian gazed at them, his expression a mixture of emotions, before softly asking, "How exactly did we come to know each other?" "You must have heard my father mention it once. My grandfather's illegitimate son conspired with outsiders to seize the Luo family's assets. My uncle, my parents, they were all preoccupied with their own troubles. Miyuki, Luo Tian, and I found ourselves in an even more perilous position by their side." As Luo Xia contemplated these thoughts, she could not help but let out a sigh. "Mu Qi and I were secretly sent to reside near you and grandmother, adopting false identities to hide away, and it was during this time that we became acquainted. Mu Qi and I rarely had the liberty to venture outside. Even our classes required private tutoring. Yet, you would come every day to be with us, and those fleeting moments when we could step outside were spent in your company. In truth, my mother had intended to send Mu Qi and me to Hudo, to stay with my grandparents. However, at that time, my mother had a tumultuous relationship with my father, which created quite a scandal with my grandparents. Did your father mention this to you? He and my mother had an unplanned pregnancy that resulted in me. Yet, my mother was simultaneously engaged to another, the son of a family friend of my grandparents, which caused a significant uproar in Hudo, deeply embarrassing my mother. Even after marrying into the Luo family, Mu Qi and I had never once met our grandparents. It was only after the incident involving you that my grandparents discovered the enormity of the situation in Kyoto. Ironically, it provided them with an opportunity to reconcile." Luo Xia shook her head with a bitter smile before continuing. "My mother forcibly arranged for Mu Qi and me to accompany our grandparents to Hudo, allowing us to return 2 months later. Little did I expect that upon our return." Luo Xia refrained from informing Mo Xian that the incident had profoundly traumatized her and Luo Mu Qi. They lacked the power to rebel against their parents or the Luo family. The Luo and Shun families had long sought reconciliation and collaboration. Yet my grandparents and mother remained at an impasse until that incident, which seemingly provided both sides with a justifiable reason to move forward. However, no one cared about the thoughts of Luo Xia and Luo Mu Qi. Their mother was solely fixated on their father, while he believed that their protection under the Shun family in Hudo was advantageous. Yet, the one who truly saved them, Mo Xian, lay in a hospital bed. Those 2 years of life felt akin to house arrest, though it was Mo Xian who remained by their side. Of course, Mo Xian did not remember that at that time, the sisters had already developed some unusual, innocent feelings, an affection born from gratitude, which later morphed into an obsession, compounded by Mo Xian's amnesia and Su Yanran's encroachment. Ultimately, all of this transformed into a pathological love, fixation, and possessiveness that drove them to meticulously orchestrate everything. For many years, we had yearned to see you, and we indeed attempted to do so. Luo Mu Qi clutched Mo Xian's arm tightly. However, by then, you had already been with Su Yanran, and we felt that as long as you were happy, that sufficed, which is why we refrained from interrupting your life. Of course, that was a facade. They even contemplated harming Su Yanran. Their decision not to intervene was merely a matter of timing. Once Luo Xia and Luo Mu Qi had ensured their family's inability to thwart them, they swiftly set their plan into motion. "You need not go to such lengths. I am not worth it." Imo Xian's tears began to fall gently onto the floor. And what of the child? You. All words eventually dissolved into a sigh. Imo Xian had never imagined that she would be held in such high regard by another. Brother, we have told you countless times that all we desire is for you to be by our side. Luo Miyuki slowly entwined her hands around Imo Xian's neck. Their gazes intertwined. Suddenly, Imo Xian felt as if Luo Miyuki's eyes were an abyss, beckoning him to plunge into its depths. He remained silent. Yet his heart had already leapt into the abyss named Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki. Chapter 72. The banquet. Su Yanran gazed at the invitation in her hand and ultimately alighted from the car with her assistant. Reluctance weighed heavily upon her. But after much deliberation, she decided to attend. She could not afford to offend the Luo family. Attending frightened her of the sisters, while abstaining filled her with dread of their potential retaliation. After a night and day of contemplation, she chose to relinquish the evidence to the appropriate authorities. Was it for Imo Xian, or for some other reason? Perhaps only she truly understood. However, unbeknownst to her, during her period of indecision, Imo Xian had already been further ensnared by those enchanting sisters. The Luo family typically hosted their banquets at one of their luxurious hotels, among the most opulent in Kyoto. Su Yanran, accompanied by her assistant, shed her light blue down coat to reveal a pure white gown beneath. Go ahead, wait for me nearby, Su Yanran instructed her assistant. I may notify you in advance, so come to fetch me then. Her assistant, a woman 2 years her senior, was perplexed by the early departure. Wasn't this the Luo family's gala? Shouldn't they seize the opportunity to linger longer? Even if she couldn't connect with the Luo family, those invited by them could potentially elevate the Su family status. Perceiving her assistant's confusion, Su Yanran offered a wry smile. Just go and await my call. What appeared to be a precious opportunity to outsiders felt like a death knell to her. She was acutely aware of her past actions, confident that no one would uncover the truth, hence her desire for Imo Xian to return to her side. She believed it was love. Yet the words of Grandma Su rang true. It was merely her unwillingness to accept the reality, though she would not admit it. From the moment she first met Imo Xian in her childhood, she had harbored affection for him. Ultimately, she was the one who ended up with him. Yet it was also she who cast him aside and caused him pain. She stubbornly insisted that it was a fleeting folly, her reluctance to face Imo Xian stemming from guilt. Moreover, Imo Xian had always treated her with kindness, even when she was capricious and troublesome. He would simply smile and say nothing. Imo Xian's treatment of her as his girlfriend was evident to all. Thus, she clung to the hope that he would still be forgiving of her past transgressions. She suspected that Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki might have learned about certain matters from the past, but she clung to a sense of luck, believing they merely assumed she had concealed Imo Xian's amnesia and their own existence. After all, they should not have known about that incident. Miss Su, you have arrived? Sister Hui approached her. Though she had never met Sister Hui, her voice was familiar to Su Yanran. Upon seeing her, Su Yanran instinctively took a step back, her demeanor laced with caution. Fear not, Hui Jia reassured her with a smile. Both our esteemed eldest and second young ladies have extended their invitation to you, and no harm shall come your way. Rest assured, should there be a collaboration in the offing, even if the Luo family cannot partner with you, I shall gladly introduce you to other enterprises that can. Su Yanran remained silent, her gaze still wary as it lingered on Hui Jia, who seemed undeterred by her apprehension. The eldest and second young ladies have yet to arrive, Hui Jia continued with her cheerful demeanor. I shall accompany you, for you are a stranger here, and having someone to look after you is undoubtedly beneficial, is it not? After a moment's hesitation, Su Yanran bit her lip and decided to follow Hui Jia inside. I have reported Mo Jinping, she suddenly declared. You wanted that evidence from me, did you not? Is this not what you were hoping for? Hui Jia regarded her with a measured gaze, replying coolly, indeed, that is precisely the intention. And what is it that your young ladies truly desire? Su Yanran's voice quivered slightly. I understand that the promise of an opportunity was never forthcoming. I merely wish for a chance to make amends with Imo Xian. Miss Su, Hui Jia interjected, may I be so bold as to inquire how you intend to compensate Mr. Imo? Money? Frankly speaking, as an employee, I should not say this. But among the affluent daughters of Kyoto, who could possibly rival the wealth of our eldest and second young ladies? What you can afford, they can match. And what you cannot, they can surpass. As for feelings, Miss Su, Mr. Imo was once devoted to you. It was you who forsook him first. Su Yanran's complexion paled, and she lowered her head in silence. Hui Jia observed her and feigned a sigh. The eldest young lady merely wished to gauge your sincerity. Even if the prospect of you and Mr. M.O. is now lost, you were each other's first love. And she does not wish for things to become too unsightly between you. Having reported M.O. Jinping, the eldest young lady is quite pleased with you. The invitation and the evidence are merely tools for you to make a choice. Should you choose an action, I fear I may have to escort you out. At this, Su Yanran felt compelled to ask, how can you be sure I am not deceiving you? Huh, Miss Su, if you were to deceive me, I would not have brought you in at all, Hui Jia retorted with a cold laugh. Surely, being employed by the Su family, you are aware of the Luo family's methods? You submitted the evidence 2 hours ago and then returned home to change into a gown. Noticing the blood drain from Su Yanran's face, Hui Jia smirked. If you wish to know what you did today, I can enlighten you. In that moment, Su Yanran regretted her decision to attend. However, her parents were aware of the Luo family's invitation, unbeknownst to them about Mo Xian and Luo Xia or Luo Muki, and they had been urging her to attend. In retrospect, she realized that remaining silent was indeed the wisest course of action. After all, Luo Xia's people were undoubtedly monitoring her. Hui Jia ceased her commentary as the soiree commenced, where Luo Tian, accompanied by his wife Lu Yi, was engaged in cordial exchanges with several middle-aged individuals. Lu Yi, a university classmate of Luo Tian, hailed from the affluent Lu family of Chuanyu, a family that had achieved virtual monopoly in the manufacturing and catering industries of the region. Lu Yi is not only beautiful, but also possesses a gentle demeanor. At least from an outsider's perspective, Su Yanran felt somewhat flustered. During this time, Sister Hui had inquired if she wished for assistance in making introductions. But her mind was a tumultuous whirl, leaving her utterly at a loss for words. Yanran, what brings you here? The sudden voice of Mo Qingqing startled Su Yanran. Turning around, she saw Mo Qingqing approaching alongside Yi Ning. Sister Qingqing? Su Yanran was taken aback to encounter Mo Qingqing here, as she had had no contact with the Mo family lately and was unaware of Mo Qingqing's connection with the Yi family. Yi Ning retained his usual aloof demeanor, and when his gaze fell upon Su Yanran, his eyes sparkled with interest. Even though she and Mo Qingqing could not rival the ethereal beauty of Luo Xia and Luo Muki, they were still striking in their own right. In comparison to Mo Qingqing, Su Yanran appeared a touch younger, which inevitably drew Yi Ning's attention for a few extra moments. Mo Qingqing, noticing this subtle shift, chose not to dwell on it. Are you the assistant to Vice President Luo? Mo Qingqing's eyes widened in surprise as she spotted Sister Hui. Yanran, do you know Vice President Luo? Su Yanran found herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Sister Hui merely cast a sidelong glance at Mo Qingqing and Yi Ning, her tone flat as she stated that she was a senior of the second young lady and had been asked to bring her along. Before Mo Qingqing could inquire further, Luo Muki had already arrived, dressed in a striking fuchsia haute couture gown, adorned with a necklace gifted by Mo Xian, and wearing a matching black ring on her right hand. Luo Muki commanded attention as she approached. Many turned to look, and Yi Ning's gaze became fixated, his previously suave demeanor taking on an unsettling quality. The most surprising aspect was the noticeable hickey on Luo Muki's neck. Senior, you're here. Luo Muki greeted with an innocent smile, even affectionately taking Su Yanran's hand and leading her to a quieter corner. I've been waiting for you. Shall we talk over there? Su Yanran stared blankly at Luo Muki, the red marks on her neck striking her as particularly glaring. Sensing her scrutiny, Luo Muki elegantly tossed her hair and softly remarked, Brother is rather clingy. I had to come, but he wouldn't allow it. Su Yanran's hands instinctively clenched, while Luo Muki leaned closer to her ear, speaking in a gentle tone. Is this too much for you? We already have a child. Isn't this quite normal? Were you doing this on purpose? Su Yanran bit her lip, her eyes reflecting a hint of bitterness. Are you seeking revenge for Mo Xian? Not at all. Luo Muki replied with a light laugh. I aim to take my revenge alongside my sister. Chapter 73. The Stolen Tenderness. So cheap? Su Yanran's gaze faltered, and she found herself wanting to retreat, yet Luo Muki's grip on her wrist was unyielding. What are you afraid of? Luo Muki asked, her smile unsettling. Rest assured, Miss Su, my sister and I merely wish to converse with you. Although you have indeed hurt my brother, today, you have done something commendable. I find myself devoid of topics for conversation. Su Yanran felt a pang of fear. Luo Muki was unlike Luo Xia. The memory of the slap she received in the sanatorium, along with the madness reflected in Luo Muki's eyes, remained vividly etched in her mind. Rest assured, I promise not to lay a finger on you. However, should you choose to leave, I can assure you that I will utter a word today that will lead to your family's downfall by tomorrow. Do you believe me? Luo Miyuki winked at her, devoid of any hint of provocation, yet Su Yanran still felt a chill run down her spine. This was no jest. Many in this place were members of distinguished families that the Su family could hardly fathom. Should Luo Miyuki choose to utter such a threat, it was entirely plausible that the Su family could face ruin by the next dawn. Come now, Miss Su, since you're disinclined to engage with others, why not accompany me for a stroll? Luo Miyuki gradually released her grip, leaving a faint red mark on Su Yanran's delicate wrist. Perfect timing. My brother is currently with my sister. Shall I take you to meet them? Upon hearing this, Su Yanran's heart became a tumult of emotions. She dreaded the encounter, yet she understood that Luo Miyuki's presence left her with little choice. What would she witness? How Mo Xian's past tenderness towards her was now lavished upon another. Luo Miyuki, I haven't wronged you, have I? Su Yanran's voice emerged hoarse. It was true that she should not have concealed her past from Mo Xian, but she harbored feelings for him. They had known each other since childhood. Yes, she had indeed wavered. Luo Miyuki let out a derisive laugh. Wavered? Su Yanran, had you steadfastly chosen my brother, perhaps I would not find you so repulsive. I might even understand your plight. After all, my sister and I have done much to be with him. You deceived him, and you stole him away. And for what? To hurt him over someone as worthless as Mo Jinping? Suddenly, a crimson fury ignited within Luo Miyuki's gaze as she whispered. Suppressing her voice to a near demonic whisper in Su Yanran's ear, was the tenderness you pilfered so cheap? Su Yanran involuntarily shuddered, as Luo Miyuki pointed towards an exit. I lack patience. If you do not accompany me, you know what I am capable of. Resigned, Su Yanran had no choice but to follow Luo Miyuki out. While Mo Qingqing observed their interaction from the sidelines. Do you know the girl accompanying Luo Miyuki? Yi Ning inquired nonchalantly. Yes, she was my brother's former betrothed. Though that is no longer the case. Mo Qingqing glanced at Yi Ning. Is young Master Yi interested in her? Do not be absurd. How could that be? Yi Ning quickly clarified. My grandmother favors you, and I hold affection for you. How could I possibly be attracted to another? Who would believe that? Mo Qingqing thought disdainfully, though her expression remained unchanged. She was acutely aware of Yi Ning's untrustworthiness, yet for her, the position of the young mistress of the Yi family was paramount. As for Yi Ning, his affairs outside held no concern for her. It was precisely due to Mo Qingqing's indifference that the ever-unreliable Yi Ning mistook her demeanor for magnanimity, fueling his desire to marry her. Not only is Mo Qingqing exceptionally talented and beautiful, but also Lady Yi holds her in high regard. Although she is somewhat older, he remains quite satisfied. Even taking her along to the recent Luo family gala, it is evident that Yi Ning has developed an interest in Su Yanran. However, Mo Qingqing has no intention of using another woman to curry favor with him. Instead, she is increasingly preoccupied with why Luo Miyuki is seeking out Su Yanran. Despite not overhearing their conversation, Su Yanran's expression suggests that their relationship is far from that of friendly seniors and juniors. Speaking of which, when I previously visited the Luo family, my grandmother intended to suggest a union between our families. You are aware of this, right? Yi Ning contemplated for a moment. I also encountered a certain pretty boy, though I remain uncertain as to which of the sisters is his father. Mo Qingqing shot him a fierce glare, prompting Yi Ning to recall that they were at the Luo family's gala, and he promptly fell silent. The elevator was enveloped in silence. Luo Miyuki leaned lazily against one side, her gaze fixated on her phone. Su Yanran, feeling anxious, kept her head bowed, acutely aware of her own rapid heartbeat. It was not the prospect of encountering Mo Xian that unsettled her, but rather the uncertainty of what awaited her next. Upon reaching the 10th floor, Luo Miyuki was the first to exit the elevator. She turned back to Su Yanran and stated coolly, "Let us go. This floor is reserved for us." With no one else around, Su Yanran followed her like a marionette, numb, until they arrived outside a luxurious suite. After swiping the card and entering, they found themselves in a living room with 2 additional rooms. The room on the right was ajar, and through the crack, Su Yanran glimpsed Mo Xian. His back turned to her, alongside Luo Xia. Mo Xian leaned against the table, while Luo Xia entwined her arms around his neck. Her long legs wrapped tightly around his waist beneath her black gown. "Xia, you should," Mo Xian managed to utter, but his lips were swiftly silenced by Luo Xia. Su Yanran stood frozen, staring at the scene before her. Luo Xia, her eyes languidly opening, caught sight of Su Yanran outside the door and smiled, her hands firmly grasping Imo Xian's head. The smudged lipstick at the corners of her mouth added a hint of allure, yet her smile exuded danger, tinged with a hint of morbidity. I need to attend to some matters. Wait for me obediently, Luo Xia whispered intimately in Imo Xian's ear. Suddenly, Luo Miyuki gently shut the door, leading the dazed Su Yanran away from the room. I apologize. I had no idea my sister would. Oh dear. She mentioned you were coming up. Luo Miyuki wore a smile devoid of any remorse. Tell me, Miss Su, how did your brother feel when he learned of your affair with Imo Jinping? Su Yanran couldn't help but sway slightly, but Luo Miyuki seemed intent on pressing on. You know, all these years I secretly sought out my brother, and seeing him with you, do you know how I felt? There were countless times when I wished to rush over and eliminate you. Luo Miyuki paused for a moment, then seized Su Yanran by the collar, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. How could you be so shameless? If it weren't for you, my brother wouldn't have lost his memory, wouldn't have been hurt. Yet, I must express my gratitude. Without you, how could my sister and I so freely be with him now? But do you truly think I am unaware? It was you who revealed our whereabouts to those people. Su Yanran lowered her head, a solitary tear cascading onto Luo Miyuki's hand. I didn't know. I truly didn't, Su Yanran stammered. I had no idea they intended to harm you. Chapter 74. You were different from us, didn't he know? Huh, Su Yanran. Do you genuinely not know? Luo Miyuki's gaze was laden with disdain as she continued. My sister and I had not wronged you, had we? Moreover, you were fully aware that my brother was with us, yet you still led them to us. Su Yanran fell silent, her eyes fixed on the floor, her hands instinctively clenched. You claim to have loved my brother since childhood, yet you know his character well enough to understand he could never abandon us. Still, you directed them to him. Su Yanran, do you truly love him? Luo Miyuki's voice, though soft and melodious, pierced Su Yanran's ears like 1,000 needles. It seems we had never even met you before. Why such animosity towards my sister and me? Luo Miyuki bent slightly, tilting her face, gazing up at the pallid Su Yanran. Is it because you realized my brother prefers our company, and envy consumed you? Su Yanran bit her lip, her pupils quivering. She could not deny the truth in Luo Miyuki's words. During those 2 years, while she accompanied her grandmother to visit Imo Xian, he had been increasingly absent. Though he would still play with her at times, his mind often elsewhere. You don't genuinely love him. It is merely a desire for possession that drives you. Luo Miyuki asserted confidently. Let me guess, you must have secretly followed my brother, discovering us in the process, correct? In an instant, forgotten memories flooded Su Yanran's mind. There was that time she accompanied her grandmother, only for Imo Xian to hastily leave. Confused, she discreetly trailed him until he entered an old mansion. On the second floor, there was a balcony where Su Yanran distinctly saw Imo Xian with a girl and another young woman of similar age. Unlike the moments spent with her, Imo Xian appeared at ease with them, wearing a natural, carefree smile she had never witnessed before. Yet, Su Yanran had never sought to understand Imo Xian. She remained oblivious to his likes and dislikes, always expecting him to accommodate her. Now, with someone else, Su Yanran perceived a glimmer of longing in Imo Xian's gaze, along with an indescribable sentiment. Was it directed towards that girl or the other young woman? Su Yanran could not tell, nor could Imo Xian at that time. The emotions of a 15-year-old are akin to unripe fruits, naive, innocent, yet easily discernible. Su Yanran and Imo Xian have known each other for many years, but she has never once seen that particular gaze in his eyes. For the first time, Su Yanran found herself engulfed by jealousy, even resentment. A childhood companion, once devoted to her, suddenly ceased to orbit around her, akin to a cherished toy snatched away by another. Is this not possessiveness? Unwilling to accept the truth, Su Yanran lifted her chin, though it was evident she was merely putting on a brave front. Yes, we feel the same, acknowledged Luo Miyuki. But do you believe you can equate yourself with us? From the very beginning, you regarded him merely as a treasured doll, did you not? Yet even the most beloved doll is bound to become tiresome one day, which ultimately led to your betrayal. I am not. Su Yanran seemed to wish to clarify that she had never thought this way, yet found herself at a loss for words. It was but a fleeting moment. A moment of folly. Su Yanran, in terms of family background, you cannot compare to me. In appearance, I consider myself not inferior, and how many have pursued me? Surely you have heard of it during your university days? Luo Miyuki appeared to find amusement in the situation. As for my sister, since she ascended to the position of vice president, countless have flocked to her. Yet why do we steadfastly wait for our brother? Luo Miyuki's words struck Su Yanran like a resounding slap across the face. The Luo sisters, excelling in every aspect, not only awaited Imo Xian, but even bore a daughter for him. To this day, the mere mention of his name illuminates Luo Miyuki's eyes. Not to mention Luo Xia, who seemed intent on merging Imo Xian into her very being. As a woman, Su Yanran could perceive the deep infatuation in Luo Xia's recent actions towards him. Admit it. You are enamored with vanity. At that time, your brother could not satisfy your materialistic desires. The esteemed young lady of the Su family had a boyfriend who could not even gift her a decent handbag. I can guess. You are not oblivious to Mo Jinping's intentions. In fact, you are well aware. You understand that your actions would undoubtedly sadden him, yet you proceeded nonetheless. Su Yanran, if it were my sister and me, we would choose him without hesitation. He is not just a priority, but the only one. Although my sister and I may feel possessive of him, it stems from our love, a singular love. But you are different. Your feelings for him have never been love. Perhaps there was a semblance, but it was scant. In the past, you were driven by possessiveness. Now, it is merely your unwillingness to accept defeat. Upon finishing her statement, Luo Miyuki observed the disheveled Su Yanran in silence, a soft laugh escaping her lips as she remarked, "So, do you still believe we are alike?" Su Yanran's lips trembled. At that moment, she yearned to leave rather than remain, but Luo Miyuki seized her, her tone dripping with provocation. "Have I exposed you, thus inciting your ire?" "Luo Miyuki, I acknowledge my past mistakes, but I have also borne the consequences," Su Yanran exclaimed, teetering on the edge of despair. "I should not have disclosed your whereabouts to those individuals. Yet what fault lies with me? I was merely 15 at the time. If we are to speak of issues, it is you who have implicated Imo Xian. Had your family, the Luo clan, not offended others, none would have sought to harm you. Yet now, you lay the entirety of the blame upon me and deny the bond one once shared with Imo Xian." Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Luo Xia, adorned with Bluetooth earphones, grasping Imo Xian's hand, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld Su Yanran and Luo Miyuki. Imo Xian, taken aback, turned to Su Yanran, having overheard everything moments before. "What do you mean, Su Yanran?" He approached, his voice laced with skepticism and anger. "What did you tell them? When I was injured, was it you who informed those seeking to harm Xia about our whereabouts?" Imo Xian. Su Yanran momentarily lost her composure, taken aback by the unexpected appearance of Luo Xia alongside Imo Xian. Luo Xia, standing behind Imo Xian, pointed to her earphones, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Meanwhile, Luo Miyuki lifted her phone, displaying the call interface with Luo Xia. "You are truly gullible," Luo Xia mouthed deliberately at Su Yanran. Chapter 75. You don't believe this is the end, do you? At that moment, Su Yanran comprehended that the invitation from the Luo sisters was solely for this very instant. Luo Xia removed her earphones and approached, gently taking Imo Xian's hand, softly assuring, "Perhaps this is merely a misunderstanding? Miyuki, why did you bring Miss Su here so promptly? I hoped for a resolution. It would be better if she and my brother could clear things up," Luo Miyuki sighed. "It was my fault. When my sister mentioned my brother's injury, I couldn't help but argue with Miss Su for a moment." Argue? Was it not you who unilaterally reopened my wounds?" Su Yanran observed the transformation in Luo Miyuki's demeanor in Imo Xian's presence, and a sense of amusement washed over her. The laughter was directed at herself. When Imo Xian intended to hide away with Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki, fate intervened as Su Yanran fortuitously arrived searching for him. That day, Grandma Su was absent. It was her own desire to come. She witnessed Imo Xian hurriedly fleeing with the two girls and initially intended to pursue them to inquire about the commotion. However, she was unexpectedly confronted by those thugs. In truth, she could have chosen silence. Those individuals sought only Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Su Yanran divulged their location. Had she not pointed the way, how could those thugs have circumvented Imo Xian, who had grown up in that very area? In reality, Su Yanran regretted her decision almost immediately. After a brief hesitation, she pursued them, only to witness Imo Xian entangled with those thugs. By the time Luo Sheng arrived with his men, Imo Xian had already lost consciousness. She spotted the ambulance belonging to a particular hospital and, In a moment of strange impulse, she fabricated a lie. She had never anticipated that Imo Xian would suffer partial memory loss, thus mistakenly claiming she was the one who saved him. During the period of Imo Xian's injury, she genuinely cared for him, which ultimately led them to be together in high school. Gradually, everything changed. Su Yanran found herself within the confines of the Su family, and the luxuries bestowed upon her by Imo Jinping were indeed within her own means. Yet, this sense of vanity was something Imo Xian could never provide, as his relationship with the Imo family had reached a tumultuous state. Over time, Su Yanran's heart wavered regarding her relationship with Imo Xian, and the union predetermined by their grandmothers began to falter. At that moment, Su Yanran perceived that the Imo family would ultimately belong to Imo Jinping, leaving the fate of Imo Xian uncertain. Moreover, Imo Xian's strained relations with his family complicated matters further. His parents were also wavering, yet grandmother Su made the final decision. And his parents, dutiful as they were, did not dare oppose her. Su Yanran conceded that her first choice remained Imo Xian, but despite Imo Jinping's shortcomings, he was well versed in the art of charming a girl, having spent years in bars and nightclubs. Sometimes, certain individuals are so intriguing that they prefer to listen to sweet lies rather than face harsh truths. Clearly, Su Yanran belonged to this category. Ultimately, she realized she scarcely knew Imo Xian. Although he was her boyfriend, her understanding of him seemed to linger at a superficial level until much later. Imo Xian, I truly did not intend for this to happen. Su Yanran's voice quivered. I had no idea it would turn out this way. Had I known, I would have never. Su Yanran, I merely lost my memory. I am not foolish. Imo Xian coldly interrupted her. Do not tell me you could not see those people for what they truly are. I was afraid. Su Yanran lowered her gaze, unable to meet Imo Xian's eyes. If I had remained silent, they would have harmed me. I am also. Even if what you say is true, why conceal the truth? Luo Xia sighed, her face etched with pain. Moreover, due to this so-called act of saving grace, Xiao Xian harbors not only feelings for you, but also a sense of indebtedness, which is why he has been so forgiving towards you. You must be aware of this, right? Pausing, Luo Xia added with a sardonic smile. This non-existent act of saving grace has conveniently allowed you to enjoy Xiao Xian's kindness without any obligation to reciprocate, hasn't it? Su Yanran's hands trembled, her knuckles turning white as she looked up at Imo Xian, her gaze somewhat unfocused. Imo Xian, I never had such intentions. We have known each other since childhood. I like you, and you should understand that about me. Imo Xian regarded Su Yanran with a gaze filled with unfamiliarity. In the past, he had perceived her as willful and somewhat vain, which he could rationalize, given the wealth of the Su family. However, he never anticipated that Su Yanran had been deceiving him from the very beginning. Su Yanran, when we were together, you have used this matter to provoke me on more than one occasion, haven't you? Imo Xian's previously indifferent eyes now reflected a hint of disdain. This fictitious act of saving grace, to some extent, has also contributed to my suffering, and you bear some responsibility. You claim to know me? Huh. Perhaps you have never truly understood me, nor have I genuinely known you. Therefore, please enlighten me on how you managed to deceive me while betraying me, and still desire to reconcile with me in the end? Do you not find it somewhat revolting? Su Yanran's eyes widened involuntarily. Previously, even during their encounters, Imo Xian's gaze had remained neutral, devoid of any fluctuation. Yet now, as he uttered the words that she was disgusting, the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. Imo Xian, I. She was at a loss for words, her gaze drifting towards Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki, who stood behind him. The sisters wore smiles, their expressions devoid of mockery or contempt. While it was impossible to prove that Su Yanran had intentionally misled those individuals, it was evident that she was a deceiver. I am aware that you reported Imo Jinping, and I also know that today it was Xia who extended the invitation to you. Imo Xian sighed. This matter had not been concealed from him by Luo Xia. She had informed him the previous night and mentioned that if Su Yanran had indeed reported Imo Jinping, even if she had once harmed him, she had merely been momentarily deceived by Imo Jinping. Despite their inability to become lovers, they had known each other since childhood and could still be friends. However, Imo Xian had not anticipated that, while intending to escort Luo Xia to the downstairs soiree, he would overhear the quarrel between Su Yanran and Luo Miyuki. He could understand Luo Miyuki's anger. After all, the situation had once involved the lives of the sisters. And given his amnesia, It was only natural for Luo Miyuki to confront her in a fit of rage. You should leave. Consider it as though you have never met Emo Xian, he said, shaking his head in resignation. Perhaps I truly am blind, unable to discern character. Luo Miyuki stepped forward to grasp Emo Xian's hand, sighing softly. I will go down shortly, brother. Sister, you can escort Miss Su downstairs. Emo Xian. Su Yanran croaked, but he ignored her, instead holding onto Luo Miyuki's hand as they turned back towards the room. You conspired against me? Su Yanran's eyes reddened as she fixed her gaze on Luo Xia, who merely toyed with her Bluetooth headset, a smile gracing her face. Is this what you consider a conspiracy? You could not withstand Miyuki's provocations and revealed your own words. I merely listened until it was appropriate to summon Xiao Xian. Oh, Miss Su may have forgotten. Xiao Xian listens to whoever he favors. Luo Xia approached step by step, her pleasant voice laced with delight. You could speak to Xiao Xian. Yet you did not, did you? Let me guess, you feel that there is no trust between you two now? Or are you simply too intimidated by Miyuki and me? Because we belong to the Luo family? Miss Su, it is not yours, and it shall never be yours. You do not believe that merely letting Xiao Xian know you deceived her suffices, do you? Luo Xia's gaze turned icy, a suffocating sensation enveloping Su Yanran, leaving her breathless. Rest assured, I shall not take action against the Su family. What Sister Hui mentioned remains effective. Luo Xia leaned closer to Su Yanran's ear, her voice dripping with malice. I will not let you off. Chapter 76. Luo Tian, I will count to 3. The assistant found Su Yanran just as she entered the hotel lobby. Miss you. Su Yanran's expression was vacant, her face devoid of any color. Luo Xia said nothing further, merely permitting her to leave. She would not confront the Su family, but she would contend with herself. However, Su Yanran was at a loss as to how to proceed. Humanity is perpetually engulfed by the trepidation of the unknown, particularly when the peril emanates from the Luo sisters. At the tender age of 15, she had nearly brought them to ruin and had deceived Emo Xian. Su Yanran pondered suddenly why, if they were so infatuated with Emo Xian, they had not acted sooner. They even allowed him to date her for such an extended period. She dared not divulge her concerns to her family. The Luo family's influence in Kyoto was exceedingly formidable, and it felt as though every move she made was under surveillance. Should she confide in her family, not only would they be unable to assist her, but who could say whether Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki might turn against them? Upon entering the car, Su Yanran's demeanor remained dismal, her anxiety causing her to scan her surroundings nervously. Her assistant, concerned for her well-being, insisted she sit in the front passenger seat while he drove her home. Suddenly, Su Yanran concealed her face and wept bitterly, overwhelmed by the realization that a mere lie and an act of betrayal had driven her to such a desperate state. Emo Xian sat despondently by the window, not because he still harbored feelings for Su Yanran, but due to the disheartening revelation that he had been deceived for so long by a falsehood. Brother. Luo Miyuki had appeared behind him at some point, gently wrapping her arms around him. You and Xia must be feeling quite distressed, am I right? Emo Xian softly grasped Luo Miyuki's hand. I forgot about you both and mistakenly trusted someone else. It's all in the past now. Luo Miyuki's face nestled against Emo Xian's shoulder. Today was my fault too. I shouldn't have argued with her out of anger. Do not blame yourself, whether intentional or not. It nearly endangered you both, Emo Xian sighed. I apologize, Miyuki, if only I had not lost my memory. Luo Miyuki, seemingly unperturbed, kissed Emo Xian's cheek. Come now. Let me take you out for a bite. This hotel has a buffet, and my sister will join us shortly after she finishes her business. Shouldn't you accompany President Luo? Emo Xian inquired curiously. I'm fine. You needn't worry about me, she whispered softly in his ear. You matter more to us. Don't concern yourself with anything else. My cousin can manage on his own, Luo Miyuki added as they departed the hotel together, making their way to the buffet where they collected some food and drinks. While they were dining, they were approached by Luo Tian, who plopped down beside Emo Xian. Just as he was about to speak, Emo Xian instinctively recoiled. He was oblivious to Luo Miyuki's murderous glare, but Luo Tian was acutely aware of it. Cough, enjoying your meal. Luo Tian cleared his throat, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. I stepped out for a moment. Dealing with those sharp-witted individuals is exhausting. President Luo, Emo Xian greeted politely. Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. We are family now, right, Miyuki? Do you have business here? If not, you should return to your engagements, Luo Miyuki remarked blandly. Then turned to feed Emo Xian a piece of peeled shrimp, her tone softening. Open your mouth, brother. Luo Tian's face twitched noticeably. How dare she? We are the true relatives, aren't we? I did not come here for nothing. In fact, I wish to discuss a matter with my brother-in-law. Upon hearing Luo Tian mention brother-in-law, Emo Xian felt a bit embarrassed, while Luo Tian remained unfazed and continued, Brother-in-law, you should be cautious when you visit the school recently. That daughter from the Chung family has been scheming to entice you to switch jobs. Emo Xian pondered for a moment. Recalling that the daughter of the Chung family must be Chung Wenxin's sister, Chung Yuno, the very one he had once defended by blocking a slap. The Chung family had long been vying with Rongxing for talent. With Luo's backing, Rongxing's strength was formidable, leaving the Chung family at a disadvantage. Unable to pose a significant threat. However, since Chung Yuno had joined the family business, while striving to elevate their own R&D capabilities to catch up with Rongxing, she had been relentlessly poaching talent from them, primarily selecting outstanding graduates from across the nation. Rest assured, I won T. Emo Xian shook his head. It's just that I have been working from home. Is it possible for me to? This is not urgent, not at all. Luo Tian quickly interrupted, glancing nervously at his sister. Luo Miyuki said nothing but cast him a sidelong glance, abruptly snapping the lobster in her hand. Brother, they would never want you dead. But they wouldn't mind if I were. Do you still wish to go out to work? You should just stay at home. That would be doing good deeds. Well, there are still some procedures that need your attention, Luo Tian hastily explained to Emo Xian, all the while stealing glances at his cousin. Work is work. No matter where it is done. As long as you have the will, many would envy the opportunity to work from home. Emo Xian, just rest easy at home. You mustn't be ungrateful, or it will be my end. Of course, Luo Tian would never reveal his true thoughts to Emo Xian unless he had lost his mind. Just then, Luo Xia and Lu Yi approached as well. Emo Xian had met Lu Yi a couple of times and had a favorable impression of her. She was gentle, well-educated, and spoke softly. Lu Yi greeted Emo Xian and Luo Miyuki politely before taking a seat beside Luo Tian. Emo Xian instinctively stood up to give way to the couple, only to be pulled between Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki. What brings you here? Lu Yi asked curiously. Aren't you going to the banquet? I've already discussed everything that needed to be said. What more is there for me to do? Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. Sister Hui and the others can manage the front, and the rest is merely idle chatter. I came over here to steal a moment of leisure. The banquet had a limited guest list, primarily comprising mutual beneficiaries and close ties with the Luo family, which allowed Luo Tian the audacity to sneak away for a brief respite. All right, then resting a bit is good, Lu Yi nodded. Darling, could you fetch me a drink? Can't you go yourself? Hearing the slight impatience in Luo Tian's tone, Lu Yi remained unperturbed. Instead, she leaned closer to him and, in a fierce whisper laden with the dialect of Sichuan and Chongqing, declared, Luo Tian, I'll count to 3. Luo Tian's body involuntarily shuddered, and he promptly stood up. Emo Xian followed suit, saying, I'll join you. After all, Shirya hasn't had anything to eat yet. As they approached the bar to fetch drinks, Emo Xian could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, I remember, your sister-in-law is quite gentle, right? He had caught the distinctive threat in her earlier words. Not only he, but Luo Shirya and Luo Muqi had also overheard, though they had grown accustomed to such behavior. Gentle? Huh. Luo Tian scoffed. Initially, I believed her to be gentle, and thus boarded this ship of misfortune, unable to disembark for life. Luo Tian felt a sense of grievance. During his university days, he was captivated by Lu Yi at first sight. Little did he know that her gentleness and grace were merely facets of her persona, for deep down, she was a veritable female tyrant. He contemplated lamenting about his wife's occasional ferocity, but found solace in the presence of Emo Xian. Lu Yi might have a fiery temper at times, with a threat level of perhaps 100, but his two sisters were utterly mad. Luo Tian patted Emo Xian on the shoulder, earnestly advising, Brother-in-law, may you live a long and prosperous life. Chapter 77, Self-Inflicted Tribulations. Seizing a moment when Luo Shirya, Luo Muqi, and Lu Yi were together, Luo Tian pulled Emo Xian aside. Brother-in-law, I need to discuss something with you. Taken aback by Luo Tian's serious demeanor, Emo Xian inquired, What is it, Mr. Luo? Let us not stand on ceremony. We are family, Luo Tian replied with a wry smile, offering a cigar to Emo Xian. Care for one. When Emo Xian declined, Luo Tian ignited the cigar himself, inhaling deeply before continuing. Your uncle must have filled you in on the past, right? Mo Xian did not respond, but merely nodded silently. Luo Tian proceeded. As a beneficiary, I lack the right to voice any objections. I was indeed unaware of the matter at hand, and my father disapproved, yet I reaped the benefits. Over the years, while Shirya and Mu Qi have often taken a hands-off approach, they have never truly held me accountable for this situation. At this juncture, Luo Tian chose to remain silent. He recollected the first time he had confronted his grandmother, whom he had revered since childhood, about that incident. Unfortunately, his words had been too harsh, resulting in his father, Luo Quan, breaking a rattan stick upon him. Luo Tian was not an ambitious man, nor one who would barter his cousin's well-being for his own life. Countless times, he had contemplated passing the family business to his two sisters, not only because he had little desire to inherit it, but also as a form of compensation. However, Luo Shirya and Luo Mu Qi had firmly declined. He vividly remembered Luo Shirya's words: "If you genuinely wish to make amends, manage the Luo family well. Let us enjoy the leisurely life you yearn for." With a sigh, Luo Tian turned to Mo Xian and remarked, "Throughout these years, my two sisters have never truly taken their grievances with our elders out on me. For many years, I have acquiesced to their every whim, as a means of atoning for the harm I once caused them and you. I do not blame you." Mo Xian, who smiled resignedly, "I believe had you been in a position to make decisions back then, you would not have acted in such a manner. I dread the thought of spending the latter half of my life plagued by nightmares." As a flicker of anguish crossed Luo Tian's eyes. "Let us not dwell on it. I must entrust their care to you from this point forward. My compliance over the years has stemmed from guilt, and I now impose this burden upon you. By the way, are you certain it is merely guilt? I jest, for I, the illustrious president of the Luo Corporation, have witnessed my fair share of tribulations. Of course, it is guilt. Do not think for a moment that I genuinely fear them. So, sister-in-law, do you too feel guilt? I relish fishing, yet I am not surnamed He." Meanwhile, in a dilapidated inn within a city village in Kyoto, Mo Jinping sat pale-faced on a cramped bed, lost in thought. He had anticipated such a day might come, but he never fathomed it would arrive so swiftly. Su Yanran reported Mo Jinping and informed the police of his mother's hospitalization, all of which was orchestrated by those sent by Luo Xia. Su Yanran's actions were indeed ruthless. Aside from deleting a certain incriminating image to safeguard herself, she relinquished everything else to the authorities. Fortune favored Mo Jinping, for while visiting Li Yuzhen in the hospital, he chanced upon the police arriving. And without a second thought for his biological mother, he stealthily departed the hospital. His phone was inundated with messages, curses flooding in from the Mo family and Qin and I. At that moment, Qin and I was on the brink of madness. Mo Jinping's actions were unbeknownst to the Mo family, yet with Mo Qingqing suddenly withdrawing shares, chaos had already enveloped the Mo family. Now that Mo Jinping had been reported, if this information were to leak, it would only exacerbate the already tumultuous state of affairs for both the Mo and Qin families. The air was thick with a dampness, and the small inn, once beneath Mo Jinping's disdain even as a storage space, now became his refuge in desperation. He dared not stay at a hotel nor venture into properties under his name. Was it Mo Xian or Mo Qingqing who orchestrated this? Mo Jinping muttered through gritted teeth. Damn it, must they pursue complete annihilation? He struck the bed fiercely with his fist, cursing everyone in his heart. Not only the Mo family, including the deceased Mo patriarch and the still living Mo Changshan, but also his own mother. Yet, he could not bring himself to accept any blame for his plight. In truth, he had been reluctant to partake in such deeds from the outset. The Mo family was not among Kyoto's elite, yet he was never lacking in funds. Unfortunately, Mo Jinping fell into the vice of gambling during a university trip to Macau, where his initial encounter at the casino spiraled uncontrollably. Yet, as the adage goes, one loses 9 out of 10 bets. Although Mo Changshan and Qin and I indulged him at the time, they could not condone his gambling. The money he possessed dwindled swiftly with each wager he placed. It was during that time that his biological mother discovered his vices, yet instead of intervening, she divulged to him the path of virtual currency scams. Li Yuzhen, herself entangled in such schemes, always harbored doubts about Mo Changshan's reliability. As a dancer, she lacked the acumen for business and had no desire to delve into financial management. By chance, she encountered virtual currency and the dubious activities masquerading as trading. Encouraged by her, Mo Jinping, though not deeply in debt at that moment, found himself devoid of funds and too afraid to confide in his family. He was determined to take over the Mo family business, fearful that his biological father might learn of his situation. After all, despite the severed ties, Mo Xian remained his blood relative. As time passed, his audacity grew, leading him to engage in virtual gambling and illicit lending. When he finally wished to retreat, he discovered that escape was no longer an option. The phone rang again, but this time it was a system notification. Irritated, he picked it up and saw it was an email alert. Initially, Mo Jinping intended to disregard it as spam, only to receive a subsequent text message, "Check your email." Those 3 words sent a shiver down his spine. Upon returning the call, he was met with a disconnected line. He opened the email to find an audio clip, a video, and several images. The video showed Su Yanran exiting the police station, the timestamp indicating that it was today. The accompanying photos mirrored the video content. As for the audio, it contained a recording concerning Su Yanran. "I have reported Mo Jinping. You wanted me to do this, didn't you?" Just 2 sentences sent Mo Jinping's temples throbbing. Su Yanran had reported him? Was the recording authentic? Yet, with the video, the photos, and the audio combined, he found it hard to dismiss the possibility that Su Yanran was behind this. Someone had provided evidence to Su Yanran, prompting her to report him. Yet who could this person be? Mo Xian, or perhaps his elder sister? Frustrated, Mo Jinping tugged at his hair. The identity of this informant was no longer significant. What mattered was that Su Yanran had mercilessly turned him in. Reflecting on recent events, he became increasingly convinced that Su Yanran was indeed responsible. After returning to the country, he had not seen her, and she had subsequently blocked all means of contact. He remained uncertain whether the email originated from Mo Xian or Mo Qingqing. Both seemed to have motives for such actions, yet at this point, those details were trivial. He was finished, utterly finished. Once the illustrious heir of the Mo family, he now found himself cowering in a cramped hotel room, filled with trepidation. Su Yanran. Mo Jinping clenched his teeth, unable to fathom who had orchestrated this betrayal, yet the fact remained that Su Yanran had indeed reported him. In his mind, this was the undeniable truth. That wretched woman. Could she have sold me out just to reconcile with Mo Xian? Mo Jinping's eyes burned with fury. Chapter 78. The miscalculation of Mo Qingqing. The soirée had concluded, and Mo Xian had arrived early at the underground parking lot, preparing to wait in his vehicle for Luo Xia and Luo Muqi. After all, they still needed to attend to certain guests alongside Luo Tian and his wife, making his presence there rather inconvenient. Mo Xian? A familiar voice resonated from behind him. Turning around, he was met with the astonished gaze of Mo Qingqing, clearly taken aback by his unexpected presence. "What brings you here?" Mo Qingqing stepped forward, her face lighting up with a knowing smile. "Was that wealthy woman you mentioned in attendance today?" Mo Xian shot her a glance, but refrained from answering, choosing instead to retort, "At this hour? You still find time to attend a soirée?" With Yining still upstairs, and not in a hurry, Mo Qingqing lit a cigarette, her crimson nails pinching the slender stick as she exhaled a plume of smoke, chuckling lightly. "Why wouldn't I be in the mood? Truth be told, I might have to protect Ying and Tingting in the future. As for the rest, it's of no concern to me." Mo Xian sighed, at times uncertain whether to feel fortunate or sorrowful about his biological parents. At the very least, they had successfully raised Mo Qingqing, a true femme fatale. In a way, he admired his elder sister. With the recent passing of the old Master Mo and the ensuing chaos within the family, she still managed to maintain her composure and attend the soirée. When it came to cold-heartedness, one could argue that Mo Changshan and Qin and I would pale in comparison. Yet, this was their just due. "Speaking of which, why not introduce me to that wealthy woman who fancies you?" Mo Qingqing teased. "I even ran into Yanran, and upon seeing you, I thought you had come to find her." Noticing the chill in Mo Xian's demeanor, Mo Qingqing quickly added, "It seems you truly don't care about her anymore. So, who did you come with then?" "Qingqing, he is," Yining's voice interjected. But her inquiry faltered as she approached and recognized Mo Xian's face, swiftly replaced by a look of indignation. "It's you." Yining advanced a couple of steps, scrutinizing Mo Xian from head to toe, and scoffed. "So you came with the Luo family? Huh. A pretty boy who can't even secure entry into a simple soirée after having a child. Reduced to being a chauffeur? What child?" Mo Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, quickly recalling what Yining had mentioned at the party. "You mean, the one you saw at the Luo residence is him?" "Indeed, it is him." Yining recalled the sting of the slap she had received that day, along with the humiliation inflicted by Luo Xia and Luo Muki, wishing at that moment to devour Imo Xian whole. However, Imo Qingqing's heart grew restless, entering and exiting the Luo family estate. Yining seemed to have concluded that Imo Xian was the biological father of one of Luo Xia or Luo Muki's children. For the first time, Imo Qingqing felt a sense of regret over her misjudgment. Although she had contemplated investigating the individuals behind Imo Xian, her focus had been primarily consumed by her own plans. Moreover, she had always perceived Imo Xian as merely an object of desire for someone, perhaps even a married woman, who might have taken a liking to his handsome appearance. Just as Imo Xian could not believe that Luo Xia and Luo Muki would conspire against him. How could Imo Qingqing trust that Imo Xian would attract the attention of a daughter from the Luo family, and possibly even father a child with her? In truth, Imo Xian and Luo Muki were not particularly discreet at school, especially after their recent altercation in the cafeteria with the second son of the Xiao family. Although the Luo family intervened, allowing them to remain incognito, it would still have been possible to gather information by speaking with other students. However, at that time, Imo Qingqing was preoccupied with negotiating with the Yi family and had not considered inquiring about matters at Kyoto University. Gazing at Imo Xian, her expression became exceedingly complex. Had she known earlier that Imo Xian had allied himself with the Luo family, and if their relationship had been harmonious, the benefits to her might have been substantial. Now, however, their connection had become exceedingly delicate. Despite their cooperative arrangement, she was acutely aware that her relationship with Imo Xian was anything but favorable. Gaining access to the Luo family's estate indicated that Imo Xian had earned their approval, regardless of which heiress had taken a liking to him. Should Imo Xian choose to turn against her, the Yi family would be of no assistance, as they would not risk offending the future son-in-law of the Luo family on her behalf. In stark contrast, Yi Ning, who was by her side, clearly lacked Imo Qingqing's awareness. Fearing that he might offend Imo Xian, he continued to jest, suggesting that she should take advantage of his current interest in her to gain benefits. Oh, after all, he is the father of your child. Perhaps you could learn from those starlets in the harbor city and negotiate a separation fee or property. Silence, Imo Qingqing exclaimed, pulling him sharply. He is my biological brother. What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Ning's expression momentarily froze, but he soon shrugged it off, retorting, so he is my future brother-in-law? I only speak for his benefit. He continued, Isn't this the brother you mentioned severing ties with? I wondered how cut off he was. It seems that once he has climbed the social ladder with the Luo family, he has abandoned his own parents and relatives. Imo Xian could only conclude that no affluent family could salvage a naturally foolish individual. Throughout their interactions, he sensed a certain lack of normalcy. Yet at least his abilities were acknowledged externally. The second son of the Xiao family, though ordinary, was deserving of the resources bestowed upon him. As for the external evaluations of this individual, they mirrored his own thoughts, overbearing, pretentious, and lacking in capability, even bordering on ineptitude. It was no wonder that the matriarch of the Yi family had set her sights on Imo Qingqing, without a sensible wife. This fool could very well squander the family fortune. Imo Xian found himself curious about how the Yi family could have raised a child like this. However, upon reflecting on his own family, he felt a sense of resignation, acknowledging that not every parent succeeds in guiding their children effectively. Do not seek to forge connections indiscriminately. Since I have severed ties with my family, I do not deem myself worthy of such esteemed relatives, Imo Xian stated calmly. If there is nothing else, may you both leave? Yi Ning intended to say more, but Imo Qingqing abruptly pulled him away. In this situation, he still failed to comprehend the gravity of their predicament. Imo Qingqing even regretted being with him. What use is the immense wealth of the Yi family to such a fool? What is the matter? Luo Xia approached. Clad in a pure black long coat, and without regard for anyone else, she embraced Imo Xian. Xian, it's cold. Yi Ning was rendered speechless at this sight. The usually aloof and proud Luo Xia appeared transformed before Imo Xian, behaving like a little girl, exuding an enchanting charm. Imo Xian felt somewhat awkward and wished to remind Luo Xia of the others present, yet she remained unfazed, unzipping his down jacket and wrapping her arms around his waist. Her face nestled against his chest. When she turned to regard Imo Qingqing and Yi Ning, her expression grew exceptionally cold, her tone shifting from earlier warmth to one of indifference and firmness. Have you had enough? Leave. In that moment, Imo Qingqing felt an overwhelming sense of regret. She had encountered Luo Xia at various business events and social gatherings. The latter always exuded an air of aloofness that deterred others from approaching her. Even those few arrogant scions of wealthy families who dared to engage with her ultimately met with failure. Yet, the mere intimacy she displayed towards Mo Xian spoke volumes. Yi Ning, seldom displaying any insight, dared not utter another word and quickly pulled Mo Qingqing away. However, Luo Xia suddenly interjected, "Miss Mo, may I have a few words alone with you?" Mo Qingqing awkwardly glanced back at Luo Xia before turning to Yi Ning, saying, "You wait for me in the car." She doubted he could be of any assistance. It would be more prudent for her to handle matters herself. "Xian, please wait for me in the car," Luo Xia said gently, her tone softening considerably. Mo Xian looked at Mo Qingqing, nodded to Luo Xia, and got into the car. As Yi Ning departed, Luo Xia softly remarked, "Miss Mo, do you regret your choices now?" "Haha, there is nothing to regret," Mo Qingqing thought to herself, though she was indeed filled with regret. She understood it was not the time to voice such sentiments. Luo Xia, unconcerned, smiled and continued, "With your capabilities, you could investigate the matters concerning Mo Changshan and Qin and I, yet you have neglected to look into Xian. I can understand. After all, to you, he has already been eliminated, has he not? Rest assured, although your intentions are not genuine, you still collaborate with Xian. In a certain sense, while you are no longer siblings, you remain allies. Thus I have no intention of turning against you." She had no need to oppose Mo Qingqing. For from the moment she chose the Yi family, Mo Qingqing's fate was sealed. She still did not fully comprehend the formidable nature of old Madame Yi. Yi Ning may be ineffectual, but old Madame Yi possessed myriad ways to clip Mo Qingqing's wings, ensuring she could never escape the confines of the Yi family's grasp. Chapter 79. The Outsider. When human desires swell excessively, even matching abilities may lead to explosive outcomes. Mo Qingqing was evidently not Luo Xia. There were many matters beyond the capacity of the Mo family for her to comprehend. Watching Mo Qingqing leave in a daze, a charming smile graced Luo Xia's lips, as she could already foresee Mo Qingqing's future. Yet, what did it matter to her? Life is a forward journey, no matter how much one yearns to look back. Time relentlessly propels one onward. Mo Xian deeply understood this. A few days after the conclusion of the banquet, he was to attend his school project. The incident involving Su Yanran had, in fact, become less significant to him. What he needed now was not to dwell on past deceptions, but to contemplate his future endeavors. Mo Xian vaguely sensed that perhaps Luo Xia and Luo Muqi were being overly protective of him, but he paid little heed to it. For him, it seemed that whatever these sisters did was not excessive. In fact, it felt almost customary. After a busy morning, the project appeared to be nearing completion. His mentor informed him that he need not return in the afternoon, advising him to prioritize his studies. The capital had experienced several snowfalls, and the school had just cleared the paths, yet fresh snowflakes fluttered down again. With his hands tucked into his coat pockets, Mo Xian ambled toward the cafeteria. However, he had not gone far when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Instinctively, he turned around, only to have a figure dash into his embrace. "Brother." Luo Muqi looked up, her enchanting peach blossom eyes gazing affectionately at Mo Xian. Upon realizing it was Luo Muqi, he was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. "I'll be back this afternoon. What brings you to school?" "I happened to pass by and thought I'd come see you." Indeed, it was a fortunate coincidence, for she had merely wished to find Mo Xian, and her car had conveniently stopped at Kyoto University. "Have you eaten? Let me take you out for a meal." Mo Xian removed his scarf and wrapped it around Luo Muqi's neck. Feeling the warmth of his scarf, Luo Muqi was enveloped in an immense sense of comfort. Mo Xian felt like an antidote for her and Luo Xia. Just the sensation of his warmth brought her solace. "Why aren't you waiting for me at home?" Mo Xian chuckled, holding Luo Muqi's hand. "I have no plans this afternoon and was thinking of bringing back some treats for you and the kids." In truth, Luo Xia and Luo Muqi did not have any particular cravings, if one were to insist. It was the food Mo Xian bought for them, or the dishes he personally prepared that they adored. "Missed you," Luo Muqi confessed, resting her head against Mo Xian's arm. "My sister is at a company meeting today. I was supposed to go too, but I didn't want to." "Be careful. Xia might return and scold you," Mo Xian remarked, exasperation creeping into his tone, yet he gently ruffled her hair. Luo Muqi had longed to ask him whom he held dearer in his heart, her or her sister, or rather, whom he loved more. But upon reflection, it seemed inconsequential. Once they had made their choices, that question had already become irrelevant. The two sisters, clearly infatuated with Mo Xian's pathological devotion and affection, loved him with an intensity that bordered on madness. Yet they were unwilling to inflict harm upon one another. In their childhood, Luo Sheng and Xin Qingyun were often preoccupied with work, leaving Luo Xia to accompany her more often than not, and vice versa. Although both of them yearned to discover who held the premier position in Mo Xian's heart, they hesitated to seek the answer. For them, at this moment, simply having Mo Xian by their side was more than sufficient. His presence alone was enough. "Brother, I wish to visit the amusement park," Luo Miyuki declared. Mo Xian paused, gazing at her in perplexity. Given the weather, a trip to the amusement park seemed impractical, especially with children at home and their sister's unpredictable return. Luo Miyuki lifted her gaze, her eyes fixed intently upon Mo Xian. "This afternoon, could you forget about the children and your sister and focus solely on me?" Though he was reluctant to argue, it seemed this was not the first time such a request had been made. However, it felt as if it were the first time Luo Miyuki had openly expressed such sentiments. Mo Xian, slightly dazed, gently inquired, "Miyuki, are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied with a smile. "I just wish to have you all to myself for a while. Please, brother, come with me." As Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki subtly implied their desires to Mo Xian, they selfishly suggested that he would heed their wishes. Consequently, Mo Xian found himself increasingly susceptible to their demands. Indeed, if there were anyone in the world who would never harm Mo Xian, it would likely be Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki, along with their children. Their love, while undeniably obsessive and burdensome, was such that if they were compelled to choose between inflicting pain upon themselves or Mo Xian, the blade would ultimately strike their own hearts. Their longing for Mo Xian's perpetual presence was overwhelming. "Understood, let us depart now." Mo Xian softly embraced Luo Miyuki, tenderly brushing his forehead against hers. "Were you this willful in the past?" "Only towards you," Luo Miyuki replied as she wrapped her arms around his neck. As delicate snowflakes fell from the sky, their faces drew closer together. The originally enchanting and romantic moment was abruptly shattered by a surprised exclamation. "Mo Xian, is that you?" As the ancients aptly noted, hanging pants under flowers spoils the scenery. Classmates passing by pulled out their phones, and one couldn't help but wonder why they didn't wait for the couple to finish their kiss before shouting. Mo Xian furrowed his brow and turned to look, while Luo Miyuki, cradled in his arms, felt her eyes blaze with fury. Although she could kiss Mo Xian freely, the interruption soured her mood considerably. To his surprise, the one who had called out was none other than his second sister, Mo Yingying. Mo Yingying had come to Kyoto University, hoping for a stroke of luck, but she never anticipated encountering Mo Xian so fortuitously. Just as she was about to speak, she caught sight of the terrifying glare emanating from Luo Miyuki, which was accompanied by a dangerously menacing smile. Recognizing her as the second princess of the Luo family, Mo Yingying instinctively gasped in trepidation at the unsettling sight before her. It seemed as though Mo Xian was not cradling a human in his arms, but rather a grotesque entity clad in human skin. "What brings you here?" Mo Xian inquired, somewhat taken aback by the unexpected visit from a member of the Mo family. If it were the elder Mo's funeral, it should have concluded by now, should it not? Mo Yingying, devoid of her usual arrogance, appeared utterly fatigued. Qin and I remained hospitalized, and Mo Qingqing seemed indifferent to everything. As for his third sister, there was little hope to be gleaned from her. The elder Mo was hastily interred, yet the Mo family was truly in disarray. Following the sale of her shares, Mo Qingqing had abandoned the company and her home, opting instead to work at her mother's jewelry enterprise, while their father remained in a coma, and Mo Jinping had become a fugitive. After much contemplation, she reluctantly found herself seeking out Mo Xian. It was not the disdain of the past that prompted her reluctance, but rather a profound sense of shame. "I have come to request your return home," Mo Yingying confessed. She was aware that Mo Xian had sold his shares to their eldest sister and had little more to say on the matter. If she were in his position, she might have made the same choice. "I know, grandmother has passed away," Mo Yingying lamented, genuine remorse etched on her face. "Mother is deaf in one ear. Grandfather has also departed, and father, Mo Xian, I understand your resentment towards us. However, given the current circumstances, could you at least come home to see mother and father?" Upon seeing Luo Miyuki, Mo Yingying surmised that the one financially supporting Mo Xian was likely Luo Miyuki herself. Had Mo Qingqing been present, She would have been even more astonished, recalling Mo Xian's intimacy with Luo Xia at the recent gathering, and now witnessing him sharing a kiss with Luo Muqi in the snowy weather, albeit interrupted. I will not return, Mo Xian replied calmly, fixing his gaze on Mo Yingying. In the past, you cast me out, rendering me an outsider. The sentiment is mutual. You occupy the same status in my heart. Tell me, as an outsider, is it necessary for me to concern myself with your affairs? Conversely, as you hold the same status in my heart, do you have any obligation to care for me? Chapter 80. The carousel. Mo Yingying wished to say more, yet words caught in her throat, rendering her speechless. Mo Xian observed her and suddenly smiled, expressing gratitude towards their grandmother, who seemed to have anticipated the challenges he would face upon returning to the Mo family. She had endeavored to diminish their significance in his heart. However, when he reflected on his biological parents and sister, and that half-brother who had truly mistreated him, he could not deny the sorrow that lingered within him. In hindsight, the notion that blood is thicker than water sometimes appeared as mere folly. I do not deny that I may seem somewhat heartless towards you now, but I see no fault in it, just as you did not perceive any wrongdoing in your treatment of me in the past. The only distinction is that you may come to regret your actions, while I will not. After all, there are no victims in this world who suffer solely because the perpetrators experience pain. They too must bear the weight of their regrets. As he grasped Luo Muqi's hand and turned to depart, Mo Xian paused beside Mo Yingying and said, perhaps I will return. I am quite curious to witness what your ultimate fate will be. As Mo Yingying turned her head, poised to speak, she was met with Luo Muqi's menacing gaze, rendering her speechless. Not only did the status of the Luo family instill fear, but her first formal encounter with Luo Muqi left her with an unsettling impression of the latter's peculiar demeanor. Luo Muqi's mood was exceedingly poor, yet she refrained from revealing her more ruthless side in the presence of Mo Xian. Sensing Luo Muqi's discontent, Mo Xian gently kissed her cheek, awkwardly apologizing. I'm sorry. I didn't know she would be here. The cold touch, akin to melting ice, seemed to disperse the gloom that enveloped Luo Muqi's heart. Every gesture of Mo Xian appeared to sway her emotions. With just a light kiss, Luo Muqi seemed to forget everything that had transpired, beaming sweetly and tightening her grip on his arm. In truth, the sisters were easily appeased. However, it was essential that it be Mo Xian who soothed them. Despite the snowfall, the amusement park remained operational, yet Luo Muqi seemed disinterested in any attractions, merely dragging Mo Xian to explore various sites. Aren't you here to have fun? Mo Xian chuckled helplessly. Some attractions might not be available due to the inclement weather, but I can take you wherever you wish to go. No need. I just want to walk with my brother. Luo Muqi replied cheerfully. You don't remember. But there was a time I wanted to run away and begged you to take me with you. You refused, citing that it was inconvenient for us to go out often because of my sister. But you, being soft-hearted, couldn't withstand my tears and secretly took me out. We only went to a small park near where we used to live. Mo Xian recalled that place, though it had since transformed into a department store during his university years. What had once housed simple entertainment facilities had gradually fallen into disrepair. So, we snuck out without a single penny, and you led me, just as you are now. Hearing Luo Muqi's words, Mo Xian couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. A young lady from the Luo family and the son of the Mo family, though not as affluent, found themselves without a dime, merely watching others revel in the park. It was quite amusing at the time, Mo Xian remarked with a wry smile. I suspect when we return, we will face scolding from Xia. Not at all. We were caught by Uncle Zheng shortly after we arrived, Luo Muqi replied, her gaze drifting toward the carousel in the distance. Brother, I want to see that. Shouldn't we be playing? No, I only want to look, especially at the carousel. Intrigued by Luo Muqi's words, Mo Xian studied her, and their eyes met, her gaze shimmering with unshed tears. I've heard a glitch saying that the carousel is a cruel game, where one chases the other, yet can never catch up. Brother, during that time, that was how I felt about you. She clearly remembered him, yet Mo Xian had forgotten her. She had sought him out in the past, only to find that he no longer retained any memory of her. In high school, Luo Muqi could no longer contain her longing for Mo Xian and rushed to the school to find him. However, they merely brushed past each other, with Mo Xian not casting even a fleeting glance in her direction, as if she were an inconsequential stranger. Gazing at Luo Muqi before him, Mo Xian pondered for a moment, then took her hand and ran towards the carousel, purchasing 2 tickets to take her inside. Luo Miyuki was momentarily taken aback. Unsure of Mo Xian's intentions, he urged her to mount one of the horses, while he stood beside her, looking up with a smile and saying, "Thus, I do not need a wooden horse. Simply being by your side suffices. Does it not eliminate the need for pursuit?" Luo Miyuki stared blankly at Mo Xian. And in that instant, she seemed to see the boy from her past, the one who had once smiled at her. Even in his amnesia, he remained unchanged, his eyes retaining their familiar warmth. Yet, as the sweet and innocent memories intertwined with the person before her, Luo Miyuki was no longer the girl she once was. Now, upon hearing Mo Xian's words, her heart ached deeper, intensifying her affliction. Grasping the handrail of the carousel, she leaned down and embraced Mo Xian, kissing him passionately. It's a bit dizzying, but everything else feels just fine, Mo Xian silently critiqued in his heart. Meanwhile, Mo Yingying returned to the company, only to be met by a flustered secretary who rushed over, breathless, exclaiming, "It's terrible. Jiang Sifeng has transferred all the liquid assets from the account and fled." What? Mo Yingying felt the world spin around her. That ailing individual, she had intended to resolve matters with him, yet amidst the recent turmoil at home, she had failed to keep a watchful eye on him. How could he do this? What is the finance department for? The secretary explained, showing her the documents signed by the president, which bore her mother's authentic signature. However, Mo Yingying, who prided herself on her discernment, had often practiced calligraphy. The signature was nearly identical to her mother's, yet subtle differences were discernible to a trained eye. "Mother, what kind of creature have you allowed to linger by your side?" Mo Yingying broke down in tears, overwhelmed. The company was already in a precarious situation, with liquid assets barely surpassing 10 million, which needed to cover employee salaries and a batch of jewelry processing, all requiring financial support. "Have you called the police?" At that moment, clarity returned to Mo Yingying's mind as she questioned the secretary, who promptly assured her that the authorities had been notified and that everything would be fine. In that instant, Mo Yingying realized why Mo Xian had become so cold and resolute. If only she could escape it all. "I can't deal with this anymore," she thought, disheartened at the chaotic situation at the Mo family that awaited her attention. "You all contact the president and let her handle the mess she has created herself." At the amusement park, Luo Miyuki held a candied hawthorn stick that Mo Xian had bought for her. Beneath the blazing sun, "I yearn only to hold an umbrella for you." Luo Miyuki joyfully indulges in her treat while humming the tune of Garden Fair, with Mo Xian trailing not far behind. Whenever she glances back, she catches Mo Xian's warm smile directed at her. The spinning carousel may fail to bridge their paths, yet Luo Miyuki reaches out to seize the light that belongs to her. The means by which she does so are inconsequential, utterly so. "Brother, I no longer wish to play." Luo Miyuki suddenly halts and turns to Mo Xian. "Shall we find a different place?" "Of course, anywhere you desire," he replies, perhaps a bit hastily. "How about the hotel?" Mo Xian seems to have agreed rather thoughtlessly. Chapter 81. Meow Meow Meow. The once vibrant Mo family villa now stands in desolate silence. Mo Tingting has been at the hospital these past few days, yet her hands remain untouched by the warmth of daily life, rendering her presence there futile. Thankfully, she is not entirely without purpose. Having completed her grandfather's funeral arrangements, she can finally return home to rest. After a series of relentless blows, Mo Tingting feels utterly drained. Her aspirations have been irrevocably shattered, and her family home lies in disarray. Aunt Wang has gone to care for Qin and I at the hospital, leaving only the driver and the cook, who will not arrive until their scheduled hours. Now, she finds herself alone in the house. After yet another unanswered call, Mo Tingting relinquishes the idea of reaching out to Mo Qingqing. Since that one encounter in the hospital, Mo Qingqing has vanished without a trace. The police have just departed after inquiring about Mo Jinping and examining his room, taking his laptop and desktop computer's casing with them. Mo Tingting is at a loss, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Mo Jinping, the illegitimate son of her father, has replaced her true brother, who has been not only swapped, but has also perished. Now, Mo Jinping is wanted for criminal activities, and only moments ago, the police informed her that he has even succumbed to gambling. Among the three daughters of the Mo family, if one could be deemed relatively innocent, it would perhaps be Mo Tingting, yet this is only in relative terms. Her gravest fault lies in her naivety. Suddenly, Mo Tingting rises and makes her way to a guest room on the second floor, which was once Mo Xian's room during his time at the Mo family home. situated at the far end of the corridor. Upon pushing the door open, she finds it meticulously cleaned. Although Mo Xian never fell into the depths of despair akin to characters in novels who dwell in servant quarters, the simplicity of the furnishings strikes her as somewhat absurd. Jinping's room is the largest in the house, furnished by their mother herself. Mo Tingting sits on the edge of the bed, which now only holds a mattress. Yet, Mo Xian's room seems devoid of all but the essentials. Indeed, besides a wardrobe and a desk, all that remains is a bed. The spacious guest room appears rather vacant. She recalls that on the day Mo Xian left home, he took only a single suitcase, one she distinctly remembers from his arrival. As a thought strikes her, Mo Tingting rises and opens the drawer of the desk. For reasons unknown, its contents have been left untouched, not discarded. This was secretly left behind by Aunt Wang. She always believed that Mo Xian was not at fault and was uncertain if these remnants still held any significance, so she discreetly retained them. After all, she knew that Mo Changshan and Qin and I would not concern themselves with these matters. Inside were the high school textbooks Mo Xian had not taken. Along with a few papers, most of his belongings remained with his grandmother, who had advised him to bring only a few items upon his return. In retrospect, it seemed that the elderly lady's words were indeed wise. Mo Tingting was oblivious to all this, her gaze fixated on the textbooks and papers left by Mo Xian. His academic performance was commendable, his handwriting neat, and the pages immaculate. As she opened the topmost physics textbook, she discovered that every page bore Mo Xian's notes, alongside numerous sticky notes detailing additional knowledge. Without exception, the handwriting was tidy and the records meticulous. How amusing. Mo Tingting thought with a bitter smile as she closed the textbook. Although her own grades were not particularly remarkable, a mere glance at Mo Xian's materials revealed the extent of his efforts. Strangely enough, ever since the incident involving Mo Changshan, Mo Tingting found herself thinking of Mo Xian, the brother who had resolutely severed ties with them and left home. It seemed she had never truly understood him. Nor did he care whether she or the rest of the family comprehended him. "Miss, what brings you here?" Aunt Wang's voice interrupted Mo Tingting's reverie. With some perplexity, she inquired, "Why aren't you at the hospital?" "The lady asked me to return and retrieve some items for her," Aunt Wang replied. Uncertain of the circumstances but aware that after Qin and I received a phone call, she had angrily smashed her phone and discarded the medication prescribed by the doctor. Subsequently, she instructed Aunt Wang to hurry home and fetch a document pouch from the bedside. "It seems there is trouble at the lady's company. I've heard the second young lady is on the verge of a breakdown." Aunt Wang glanced at the guest room and sighed. "Miss, once the lady is discharged, I don't wish to continue working here. My daughter-in-law is having a baby, and it's time for me to return to the countryside to help care for them." Mo Tingting paused, and Aunt Wang smiled, saying, "I have reached an age where, after so many years with the Mo family, it is time for me to enjoy retirement." Aunt Wang turned to leave, but hesitated and glanced back at Mo Tingting. After a moment's thought, she added, "Actually, the young master often inquired about your preferences, but later he told me it was no longer necessary." "Why?" Mo Tingting exclaimed, surprised as she looked up at Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang offered a wry smile, saying, "Perhaps he has come to terms with it." With that, she departed, leaving a bewildered Mo Tingting standing at the doorway, lost in her thoughts. When Luo Muki returned to the manor, Luo Xia was already seated on the sofa. Casting a glance at the two of them, she could not help but smirk internally. What a coincidence. They spent nearly 2 hours at the hotel, and they think I'm unaware. She thought, did I install the location tracker on their phones for nothing? When Mo Xian met Luo Xia's gaze, he suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment and diverted the conversation, asking, "Where are the children?" "Oh, they are in the room. Uncle Zheng is playing with them," Luo Xia replied coolly. Just then, the child was looking for her father. "Shall I accompany you?" Luo Muki felt somewhat surprised. Normally, if she knew that she and Mo Xian were involved, her sister's jealousy would likely double. Of course, she herself was the same, so she had no right to comment. But why was her sister showing no reaction today? Something must be amiss. Yet everything appeared ordinary. Luo Xia was as usual, even playing with Luo Wire and Luo Schwerer alongside Mo Xian, showing no signs of anything unusual. After dinner, as Mo Xian returned to his room, Luo Xia suddenly stopped him, smiling as she said she had a surprise for him. Considering that Wire and Schwerer were now over 3 years old and loved animals, she had asked Sister Hui to select a pet cat, and she wanted him to take a look. If it was suitable, they would keep it. Mo Xian pondered for a moment, It was indeed a good idea. He had always loved animals, recalling the adorable and intelligent tabby cat his grandmother had raised, which unfortunately passed away when he was 10. Allowing the children to interact with animals was beneficial, so he nodded in agreement, saying it would be nice to get them a pet if they truly liked it. Luo Xia nodded, reaching for her phone but finding it missing. She must have forgotten it while changing clothes. Xian, could you please accompany me back to my room to retrieve it? Without overthinking, Imo Xian followed her to her bedroom. Luo Xia intentionally let him enter first, seizing the opportunity to close the door behind them and gently lock it. Xia, isn't your phone here? Imo Xian noticed the device on the bed, but as he turned back, Luo Xia had pounced on him, knocking him onto the bed. Xia, weren't we supposed to look at the cat? Slowly, Luo Xia produced a cat ear hairpin and placed it atop her head, then smiled as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Does this look like it? Meow meow meow. Imo Xian felt as if struck by lightning. Was this the same Luo Xia he usually saw as aloof in public, but gentle at home? You aren't going anywhere, Xian. Tonight, you are mine. Before Imo Xian could protest, his lips were sealed by Luo Xia's. Meanwhile, Su Yanran, working overtime at the office, stepped out, exhaustion etched on her face. Ever since the cocktail party, she had been living in trepidation, filled with suspicion, reflecting on how Sister Hui seemed to know her every move, and how Luo Xia had merely dropped a threatening remark with no further follow-up. She felt as though she were being watched, held in someone's palm, ready to be crushed. If it weren't for a problem arising in a project she was responsible for, she would have preferred to avoid the office altogether. Could you take me home today? Su Yanran said to her assistant. I'm not feeling well. The assistant, noticing her deteriorating state over the past few days, said nothing further. Sensing that she was not resting well, the two individuals arrived at the underground parking lot, where Su Yanran handed the car keys to her assistant and proceeded towards the passenger seat. Suddenly, a shadow darted from behind the vehicle, and a knife plunged into Su Yanran's abdomen. Chapter 82, An Endless Beginning. Perhaps it was fortunate for Su Yanran that she was dressed more warmly for the winter. The assailant, after delivering the strike, fled in haste, seemingly flustered. Yet, the blade had still penetrated her flesh, and the intense pain coupled with the sudden shock compelled Su Yanran to let out a piercing scream. Miss, are you all right? The assistant, having dropped her bag, rushed over. Su Yanran pressed her hands against her abdomen, her complexion ashen. In that fleeting moment, she felt utterly shattered. She had never anticipated that Luo Xia and her associates would send someone to kill her. The assistant frantically dialed for help, but Su Yanran could not hear her. Aside from the agonizing pain, her mind was engulfed in a fog. It was only when the ambulance arrived that she seemed to regain some semblance of consciousness, and suddenly, the scene before her felt hauntingly familiar. This time, however, the one being transported to the hospital was none other than herself. The snow continued to fall heavily. While just a wall away, the bedroom remained exceedingly warm, almost brimming with the essence of spring. Withered vines, ancient trees, and crows in the twilight. Babbling brooks and quaint homes, the west wind on the ancient path, a lean horse against the sunset, the heartbroken wanderer far from home. After an exhausting ordeal, as both lay spent, Imo Xian reclined beside her, and Luo Xia tenderly covered him with a blanket. She gently wiped the sweat from his brow, embracing him warmly as she savored his warmth. At times, she felt grateful for Imo Xian's stamina. Otherwise, she would have deemed their exertions with Luo Muki excessive. Yet, she could not help herself. It was not merely desire. Rather, it was through such moments that Luo Xia felt entirely connected to Imo Xian, that he belonged to her. Occasionally, she entertained the thought of devising a method or altering her home to keep Imo Xian confined, never depart from her. However, the idea pained her, for such actions would only breed resentment in him. That was not the desire of her and her sister. She yearned for the day when Imo Xian would learn of her endeavors and choose to remain by their side. He would become their poison, and they would become his. Gently releasing Imo Xian from her embrace, Luo Xia intended to take a shower when suddenly a notification appeared on her phone, a message from Sister Hui. Imo Jinping has injured Su Yanran. She is not dead, and Imo Jinping remains under our surveillance. Luo Xia couldn't suppress a light chuckle, astonished that Imo Jinping had indeed set out to confront Su Yanran. Sometimes, reality is profoundly ironic. Imo Xian lay peacefully in Luo Xia's arms, while Su Yanran stared blankly at the ceiling from her hospital bed. How had such a calamity transpired? Su's father gazed at his daughter in her current state, His eyes reddened as he fought back tears, while Sue's mother wept beside him. Her brother consoled their mother while shaking his head in dismay. Yandere had already discovered who was responsible. As Sue's father spoke, his eyes seemed to blaze with fury. The police had reviewed the surveillance footage and confirmed that it was Mo Jinping who had harmed her. Su Yanran's pupils suddenly dilated. She could hardly fathom that it was Mo Jinping behind the attack. In her mind, she had thought that even if he had been apprehended, he would surely hide away in fear, especially since he could not possibly know that she had reported him. Suddenly, the threat from Luo Xia flashed through her mind, prompting a bitter smile to cross her lips. Only those sisters could orchestrate such an act. Luo Xia had never taken substantial action. But it turned out the knife had already been handed to Mo Jinping. Ever since she had submitted that evidence, perhaps Luo Xia had been plotting this all along. But how could she be so certain that Mo Jinping would act in this manner? Did she coerce him or incite him? A doctor entered, casting a complex glance at the pallid Su Yanran lying in the bed, and gently addressed Su's father, requesting him to accompany him. Patient's family. I need to speak with you, the doctor said. Su Yanran, her voice frail and lips pale, asked, What is it? Just tell me directly. The doctor hesitated momentarily, observing the numbness in her eyes, before forcing a smile and responding, It's nothing serious, just some precautions to relay. Shortly, I will have a nurse administer an injection. Please rest well and try not to overthink things. Su Yanran wished to inquire further, but her mother and brother, Su Jiozha, restrained her while her father took the opportunity to step outside with the doctor. Please prepare yourself mentally. Your daughter has sustained a stab wound, the doctor sighed. Fortunately, it is winter, and the assailant may have been in a state of panic. However, the doctor sighed again, continuing, her reproductive functions have been affected, and she may not be able to conceive normally in the future. Upon hearing this, Su's father could no longer hold back his tears. He had warned Su Yanran not to act out of spite or be beguiled by Mo Jinping. Yet, she had insisted on changing her engagement, and at that time, he had thought that perhaps severing ties with the Mo family was too drastic, especially since he had once hoped for a union with them. Thus, he had refrained from further protest. Reflecting on it now, he wondered how he could have been so foolish. Mo Jinping, after all, had later committed outrageous acts that made headlines, and now he had the audacity to seek revenge on his daughter. Su Yanran, lying in the hospital bed, was utterly oblivious to the unfolding events, but upon seeing the doctor's demeanor, she braced herself for the worst. Mo Xian, it turned out, had truly met a dismal fate for his betrayal. As this thought crossed her mind, a solitary tear slowly slid down Su Yanran's cheek. If she had not betrayed Mo Xian, even if she had concealed certain truths and remained with him, perhaps her present circumstances would be entirely different. Mo Xian's past affections had led her to believe that he would remain indifferent to her actions. Moreover, after deceiving him for so long, Su Yanran had come to feel that he owed her something. In truth, during her time abroad for studies, she had encountered other males, engaging with them as mere friends without any romantic involvement. Yet, she could never recapture the feelings that Mo Xian had once instilled in her. The unattainable forever stirs restlessly, while those who are favored act without fear. As she departed from Mo Xian, no longer the one with unshakable confidence, she began to reminisce about his virtues. At that moment, Su Yanran questioned whether she had been foolish. How could she have been so bewitched as to harm Mo Xian for the sake of a mere Mo Jinping? Yanran, do not dwell on it, her mother soothed, wiping away her tears. Rest well, you have just lost some blood. I will ask your brother to bring you something to eat. You must at least have a few bites. Mother, may I trouble you with one request? Su Yanran looked at her mother, her eyes filled with a hint of pleading. Could you please call Mo Xian for me? I wish to see him once more. Her mother paused, exhaling a resigned sigh. Yanran, do you think he would still want to see you? I do not know, but please help me just this once, Mom. Su Yanran understood that this relationship would ultimately yield no resolution, and she recognized that she could not salvage her connection with Mo Xian. Mo Xian gazed at Luo Xia and Luo Muki with a tenderness that surpassed how he once looked at himself. Mo Xian, I am not here to win you back. I simply want to inform you that those around you are not worthy of your trust. Chapter 83. Farewell. First love life is often shrouded in uncertainty. For instance, Su Yanran never anticipated that Mo Xian would appear in her hospital room the following day. Setting down the fruit basket he had brought, Mo Xian pulled up a chair and sat quietly beside her, then sighed and inquired, Su Auntie's call reached me, which is why I came today. There are certain matters I believe we should discuss openly. Su Yanran lowered her head, remaining silent for a moment before smiling faintly. How could the mother of your 2 children allow you to come? Emo Xian shrugged. He had received Su's mother's call while at Luo Xia's bedside that morning. Initially, he intended to decline, yet Luo Xia had insisted that since the situation was as it was, there would be no harm in him visiting. Surprised by Luo Xia's consent, Su Yanran suddenly felt hesitant to speak her mind. Luo Xia and Luo Muqi loomed like shadows over her heart, although the previous night's events were instigated by Emo Jinping. She could not shake her suspicions regarding their involvement. Yet, what difference did it make? Emo Xian seemed to trust them more than her, and her thoughts were merely conjectures. Emo Xian, have you heard about my situation? Su Yanran inquired, already aware of the possibility that she had lost her ability to conceive. Emo Xian glanced at her and nodded. Heh, do you think this is karma? Su Yanran managed a somewhat bitter smile. I recall when we first got together in high school, it was I who promised you that Su Yanran would never betray Emo Xian. The once pure declaration of a youthful heart now struck Emo Xian as profoundly ironic. Those youthful vows, while the most beautiful, were also the most fragile. Emo Xian, I have had no relationship with Emo Jinping, Su Yanran stated firmly, locking her gaze with his. Although I had a few drinks at the hotel, I retained my reason. Emo Jinping did make suggestive advances, but when I rejected him, he did not persist. He respected my wishes. Emo Xian remained silent, his gaze steady and composed. Su Yanran, noticing his demeanor, began to fluster and explained, if you don't believe me, we can get a checkup right now at the hospital. Emo Xian suddenly interjected. I have already told you in the past that this matter is fundamentally inconsequential. His voice was calm, as if he were recounting events that bore no relation to him. Indeed, for Emo Xian, it had become irrelevant. I shall not mention how you deceived me during my amnesia, nor will I bring up the injuries I sustained because of you. Let us focus solely on this issue, Yanran. Reflect deeply. I have wronged you in no way. Not even due to that fabricated act of salvation. If you had any sincerity within you, you would understand that my feelings for you were genuine from the outset. I often ponder the fact that the Su family is not lacking in wealth, and your parents have provided you with an affluent upbringing. The gifts bestowed upon you by Emo Jinping are not beyond your means to acquire. After a brief pause, Emo Xian met Su Yanran's eyes and articulated each word with precision. The imbalance within your heart does not stem from affection. Rather, it arises from your belief that I am no longer worthy of you, the esteemed daughter of the Su family. The gifts from Emo Jinping are merely his usual tactics in courting women, yet you perceive them as a demonstration of his worth as the future heir of the Emo family. You are acutely aware of my circumstances and the Emo family's stance towards me. You know better than anyone. Yet, you still choose to maintain an ambiguous relationship with Emo Jinping. I trust that your feelings for him are not as profound as they may seem, but for me, the outcome remains unchanged. Yanran, do you recall your vow never to betray Emo Xian? Do you remember what you said when I first confided in you about the differential treatment I received within the Emo family? You reassured me that I need not concern myself with them, for having you was sufficient. Su Yanran bowed her head, tears cascading onto the hospital gown draped over her. Yanran, you understand many things better than I do. Do you not believe that as long as you do not cross the final line, it does not constitute betrayal? You have held his hand, embraced him, and even kissed him, have you not? Emo Xian's tone remained tranquil. Yet the very calmness with which he spoke made Su Yanran's heart ache even more. You, how did you know? Emo Xian glanced at her with a hint of exasperation, astonished that she could still pose such a question at this moment. He tapped his temple with his left index finger, and upon noticing the black ring on his finger, Su Yanran instinctively averted her gaze. Lo Xia and Lo Muqi wore identical rings, intensifying Su Yanran's sense of defeat. Perhaps she had never truly won in the first place. Consider this rationally. Emo Jinping's pursuit of you is merely an attempt to undermine me. Emo Xian gradually lowered his hand. Would he truly allow such opportunities to slip away? Furthermore, do you genuinely remain oblivious to his subtle maneuvers? Quite the contrary. You are fully aware, yet you remain indifferent. Yan, why do you think I was able to sever ties so decisively when we broke up? I have mentioned that it was you who gradually compelled me to let go, to expunge from my heart the one I cherished in my youth. This process was excruciating, yet I managed to endure it. My grandmother once remarked about old Master Emo, witnessing a rose bloom only to wither away, while feeling utterly powerless. I resonate deeply with this sentiment, for my first love has similarly deteriorated, gradually transforming until it ultimately decayed. You were fully aware that, aside from my grandmother, you were the only person I could trust, and yet you chose to stand alongside those who inflicted pain upon me, even when I severed ties with them and left home alone. Your actions, whatever the motivation, were no different from adding insult to injury. Therefore, do you still believe it matters whether you and he transcended that boundary? Moreover, from the very beginning, our relationship was tainted by deception, including the harm you inflicted upon me. Su Yinyan's hair obscured her face, revealing only her trembling form and the muffled sounds of her suppressed sobs. Meanwhile, Emo Xian remained silent, merely observing without any movement or further words. I remember that in the past, if I cried, you would surely comfort me, Yinyan choked out. Do you truly love them so much? Yes, without uttering another word. Just a resolute affirmation, yet it pierced Yinyan's heart like 1,000 arrows. It was she who chose to deceive in order to be with Emo Xian. It was she who confessed her feelings to him. Yet ultimately, she was the one who betrayed and abandoned Emo Xian. Yinyan slowly lifted her head and suddenly smiled gently at Emo Xian. You remain so naive. Yet have you ever considered that they would not deceive you? Do you wonder why Emo Jinping suddenly attacked me? You must realize that the evidence was provided by them. So do you not think that Emo Jinping was also being manipulated by their design? Emo Xian furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Seeing his expression of uncertainty, Yinyan continued. I know you trust them more than you trust me. Let me not discuss anything else, but consider this. How is it that I reported Emo Jinping, and he then assaulted me? Furthermore, do not pretend you are unaware of the ruthlessness of Luoxia, the vice president of the Luo family. Emo Xian, the individuals around you have never been innocent little lambs. They are two venomous snakes. Do you believe the Luo family has reached its current standing without shedding any blood? Emo Xian continued to remain silent, his gaze fixed solely on Yinyan. I never perceived them as innocent little rabbits. Emo Xian gradually spoke. I only wish to ask you one thing. Have they harmed me? Yinyan swallowed all the words she had intended to speak. Indeed, have they harmed Emo Xian? Even if she was unaware of the full circumstances, the way those two, Luoxia and Luo Miyuki, looked at Emo Xian conveyed that they loved him far more than she could imagine. Before arriving at the hospital, when Su's mother mentioned over the phone that Emo Jinping had stabbed Yinyan, suspicion had already begun to brew within him. It is exceedingly evident that the matter of Su Yanran reporting Emo Jinping is known only to them. Neither he nor Su Yanran is involved, leaving only Luoxia and Luo Miyuki. However, Luoxia stands beside him, openly confessing, Xian, I never intended to conceal anything from you. Otherwise, I would not have allowed you to visit Su Yanran. Luoxia candidly informs Emo Xian. I despise her. I wish for her demise. I can overlook her deceit towards you, yet I cannot bear the thought of her causing you pain, of her making you forget us. Emo Xian gazes at Luoxia in a daze, and after a prolonged silence, he exhales a sigh. Xia, are you aware that this is illegal? I am aware, Xian. Occupying my position at the Luo Corporation, I have engaged in many questionable dealings, Luoxia replies, meeting Emo Xian's gaze. One decision I make could lead a company to bankruptcy, potentially driving someone into overwhelming debt and even to suicide. Yet, I have never contemplated harming you, not once. In fact, if given the choice, I would rather inflict harm upon myself than upon you. Regaining his composure, Emo Xian sighs again and slowly rises, saying, I understand. Thank you for your warning. Su Yanran watches him, utterly incredulous that Emo Xian exhibits no reaction. So, you accept it, do you? Su Yanran suddenly breaks down. Yes. I deserve it. I acknowledge their retribution against me. But you simply accept it? You can accept them, yet refuse to accept me again? Emo Xian pauses at the door. Turning back to her. I have already posed this question. Have they harmed me? Luoxia and Luo Miyuki are lunatics, Emo Xian. Are you truly considering being with those two? Su Yanran sobs as she attempts to rise, but the movement aggravates her wounds, causing her to nearly collapse. Yanran, I possess nothing. They are all I have, Emo Xian states quietly. Therefore, I will accept both the good and the bad. After a brief pause, he suddenly smiles lightly. And I believe that Xia and Miyuki will not betray me. Rest well, Yanran, and farewell. Emo Xian turns and exits, hearing Su Yanran's anguished cries. He hesitates momentarily before departing without looking back. Goodbye, first love. Chapter 84. Allowing you to meet her does not deter my jealousy upon leaving the hospital. Mo Xian unexpectedly encounters Luo Xia. Though she is alone, her beauty is striking. Holding a thermos, she draws the attention of passers-by simply by standing there. Xia, what brings you here? Mo Xian asks, somewhat surprised, as he strides toward her. I thought you would be at the company. Luo Xia does not respond, but instead hands him the thermos and wraps her arms around his waist. Xia? Mo Xian, holding the thermos in his right hand. Feels somewhat awkward. Luo Xia looks up at him, her eyes filled with sorrow, as thoughts of his visit to Su Yanran linger, leaving her deeply unsettled. It's nothing. I'm just hungry. Let us go eat. Luo Xia gradually loosens her grip on him. Additionally, do remember to drink the tea I brought you. Mo Xian was somewhat perplexed as he opened the thermos, and the familiar scent of traditional Chinese medicine nearly overwhelmed him. Is this tea? This is clearly medicine. The tonic he had to consume every morning. Do I have to drink this tea now? After finally finding an excuse to come out today, he did not expect that Luo Xia would not only chase after him, but also bring along the medicine. Luo Xia glanced at him and then smiled, saying it would be unpleasant if it got cold. Hurry up and drink, Xiao Xian. Mo Xian shivered involuntarily, sensing that Luo Xia's mood did not seem particularly cheerful at this moment. Oh well, I might as well drink it. There will be many days ahead. Mo Xian forced down his discomfort and gulped down the medicine in one go. The taste was so bitter that even after a few sips, it could leave him in agony. Observing Mo Xian's contorted expression of pain, Luo Xia sighed, took out a lollipop, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. How come you're so grown up, yet still react like this to taking medicine? Luo Xia shook her head in exasperation, suddenly recalling a past instance when Mo Xian had a cold, and Uncle Zheng had specially brought him medicine, but he refused to take it out of fear of the bitterness. It was Luo Xia who, after much persuasion, coaxed him with a lychee-flavored lollipop. Afraid of bitterness? Mo Xian shyly nibbled on the lollipop. How did you know I love this flavor? He asked. When I was sick before and my mouth was bitter, you gave me lollipops of this flavor. Luo Xia affectionately reached out to stroke Mo Xian's face. I remember everything about you, silly. Mo Xian was momentarily taken aback as Luo Xia wrapped her arms around his neck, her pupils reflecting only him. I am feeling jealous, Xiao Xian. Huh? Mo Xian was caught off guard by her sudden statement, unable to comprehend the suppressed emotions reflected in her eyes. I invited you here, but that doesn't stop me from feeling jealous. Luo Xia suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Mo Xian's cheek. Cheer me up. Mo Xian chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around Luo Xia and gently replying. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. I'm sorry. If you don't have to go to the office, why don't we go out together? Anywhere is fine. Not the hotel. Are you joking? I just fell for Luo Miyuki's trick yesterday. Would I let you fool me again today? What are you thinking? It's not the hotel. Luo Xia laughed lightly. I didn't drive. I had the chauffeur bring me here. Let me drive. Give me your keys. Mo Xian was bewildered, but handed over the car keys to Luo Xia. The sky was somewhat overcast. Although it had stopped snowing, there was still a considerable amount of snow on the ground. Yet, Luo Xia seemed to be in high spirits as she grasped Mo Xian's hand and hurried towards the parking lot. Neither of them noticed a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly coming to a stop and a person stepping out of the car, observing their retreating figures with contemplation. How could Luo Xia be with him? Shouldn't he be Luo Miyuki? If Mo Xian turned around, he would surely recognize who that person was, Cheng Wenxin's sister. Cheng Yuno, who had entangled his third sister with her husband. Cheng Wenxin had been struck, and she had heard that the perpetrator was Luo Miyuki. However, upon her arrival at the hospital today, she unexpectedly encountered Mo Xian and Luo Xia together. How intriguing. Could it be that he possesses the charm to entangle both sisters? Cheng Yuno gazed thoughtfully at their retreating figures. She could not deny that Mo Xian's handsome visage had indeed captivated her at first sight. She had contemplated getting to know him, not only to lure him into the Cheng family business, but also for his striking looks. Yet, upon discovering that her brother had been assaulted by Luo Miyuki with a wine bottle and subsequently threatened, Cheng Yuno's thoughts grew more complex. Renowned in the upper echelons of Kyoto society for her exceptional capabilities, the Cheng family held her in high regard. She was originally adorned with a halo of brilliance. Yet every mention of her was invariably accompanied by the added remark about the Luo sisters. Indeed, had it not been for Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki, Cheng Yuno would likely have stood out as the most resplendent heiress among Kyoto's elite. However, with the presence of these two sisters, she found herself relegated to the role of mere embellishment. Throughout her life, Aside from the 2 years that the sisters had concealed their true selves, Cheng Yuno had always been overshadowed by them. In terms of beauty, talent, and lineage, the specter of the sisters loomed large over her. Even after entering her own company, she faced Luo Xia directly on several projects, each time returning empty-handed. Gradually, a sense of resentment towards the sisters began to fester within her, no matter her efforts. It felt as though the sisters were an insurmountable mountain pressing down on her, rendering her struggles futile. Desperate to outshine them, she realized that Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki had never once cast their gaze upon her. She was not foolish enough to reveal what she had discovered today. If Su Yanran could anticipate it, there was no reason she could not. Competing with them was out of the question, yet a smile crossed Cheng Yuno's face. What if I could disrupt the bond between you two? After all, it was you who prevented him from going to Ruoxing. Furthermore, would you dare to disclose your past cruelties to him? Sometimes, one must not easily place trust in others, which was Mo Xian's profound realization. Contrary to expectations, Luo Xia had not taken him to a hotel, but rather to an upscale guest house near a scenic spot. Xia, what are we doing here? He inquired. Oh, of course. We are here to dine, she replied with an air of nonchalance. This place offers fresh ingredients. The vegetables and meats are excellent, allowing us to cook here. Can't we cook at home? He asked. We can, but I prefer it here, Luo Xia said, casting a feigned pout that was both petulant and endearing. You promised to pamper me. Have you forgotten? Mo Xian felt as though his heart had been struck, for such an expression was rare on Luo Xia's face. Who could resist that? All right, I understand, he conceded, forcibly suppressing his own rising excitement. What would you like to eat? I will prepare it for you. Let us decide once we go inside. I need to think it over, she said as she affectionately linked her arm with his and led him to their room. As soon as she closed the door, Luo Xia suddenly pressed Mo Xian against the wall, her gaze reflecting a fervent madness and possessiveness that unsettled him. I thought, if I consume you, I won't be angry anymore. Chapter 85. Departure. Mo Xian rubbed his lower back, sighed deeply, and picked up a kitchen knife to chop the vegetables. He pondered whether he should install a lock on his door for when he needed rest, as he found himself repeatedly caught in the schemes of these two sisters, which was becoming increasingly exhausting. Luo Xia lay asleep on the bed, her face still adorned with an alluring blush, a faint smile gracing her lips as she slumbered. Meanwhile, Mo Xian had showered and dressed, begrudgingly preparing a meal for her. What else could he do? He was bound to indulge her. There were indeed fresh ingredients available, consisting of vegetables and meats sourced that very day. The kitchen was well equipped with tools and seasonings, and the utensils were all disposable. Outside, the sky remained overcast, and as Mo Xian reflected on how he had become a father in such a bewildering manner, it felt almost dreamlike. The sound of boiling water interrupted his thoughts. Just as he was about to add the chopped vegetables to the pot, he felt a soft presence behind him and turned to look. Luo Xia seemed to have just awakened, hastily throwing on a robe that was carelessly tied, oblivious to the ample expanse of her fair skin revealed before him. Be careful. It's cold, Mo Xian said as he turned to gently adjust her robe. Why did you get up so quickly? Without you, I cannot sleep soundly, Luo Xia replied, wrapping her arms around him, burying her head against his chest. Aren't you tired? I've grown accustomed to it, Mo Xian replied with a wry smile, gesturing towards the pot. Wait a moment, I'll make you some soup. However, Luo Xia reached out and turned off the burner, holding him tightly. Only then did Mo Xian notice she had rushed over barefoot. Although the floor was heated and the air conditioning was on, making the room quite warm, it was still winter, and he felt a pang of helplessness as he gently bent down to lift Luo Xia into his arms. Why did you run over without shoes? He chided lightly. Shall I carry you back to bed? With her head resting on Mo Xian's shoulder, Luo Xia caressed his face, as if tracing his features. Over time, she and Luo Miyuki had gradually ensnared Mo Xian entirely. In truth, Mo Xian found it hard to believe, just as Luo Xia harbored her own doubts. Yet, she had her own thoughts, particularly regarding Mo Xian's meeting with Su Yanran. If she had her way, she would wish for Su Yanran to meet a dire fate at the hands of Mo Jinping. Upon learning that Su Yanran had survived, Luo Xia had already devised her next plan. But by allowing Mo Xian to meet Su Yanran, her true intention was to reaffirm his stance, even hoping that he would ultimately deliver a final blow to her heart. As for how she was aware of his actions, Mo Xian's phone, a customized gift from her, had tracking and eavesdropping capabilities embedded within it. Even considering that Mo Xian is a computer science student, these features are embedded within the phone. Even connecting it to a computer would not reveal them unless the device is completely disassembled for inspection. As for the outcome, she felt quite pleased. Yet the thought of Mo Xian meeting Su Yanran alone left her feeling discontented. "What's wrong, Xia?" Mo Xian inquired softly, noticing Luo Xia lost in thought. Luo Xia shook her head, then gently wrapped her arms around Mo Xian's neck, speaking in a soft tone, "Xian, after the new year, we shall leave. I have already begun the handover of my work." "So soon?" Mo Xian expressed surprise. "I thought we would wait until Weier and Schwer are a bit older." Luo Xia did not respond. In truth, the deeper her obsessive love became, the more she feared that Mo Xian might leave. Settling abroad was not merely to escape the constraints of Kyoto. It was also to ensure that when their environment changed completely, Mo Xian's dependence on them would deepen. In a foreign land, with only her sisters and their daughters, the likelihood of Mo Xian's departure would diminish. The primary reasons she had not left yet were to firmly maintain control over Mo Xian and to address the numerous work responsibilities that required her attention. Mo Xian had placed her on the sofa, even going to fetch disposable slippers for her. Luo Xia quietly watched Mo Xian, resembling an obedient child. "Next time, no matter how urgent it is, don't run around barefoot," Mo Xian chided gently while ruffling her hair. "I'll continue cooking. What would you like to eat?" "I'll join you," Luo Xia replied, standing up after donning the slippers. Having been too anxious earlier, she now realized her legs were weak and sore, almost causing her to stumble. "Xian, my legs are sore." She looked at him with a pout. "Can you massage them for me? My back aches too." "Who will help me?" Mo Xian shook his head, settling on the sofa and resting Luo Xia's legs upon his own. Unintentionally or not, her robe slid to the side, revealing her long, fair legs that swayed in front of Mo Xian's eyes. With a heart as clear as ice. The sky may fall, but one remains unperturbed. Mo Xian's mind repeatedly echoed these words. The physical allure of Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki seemed to exert a fatal attraction over him, whether in the kitchen moments ago or now on the sofa. Even the slightest glimpse left him feeling overwhelmed. Strangely enough, during the times when his relationship with Su Yanran was amicable, he had seen her in shorts or other cool attire during summer, yet he felt shy then, unlike now. In terms of physique, Su Yanran could not compare to their perfect proportions, yet she was not lacking either. To claim he had no thoughts about her in the past would be absurd. However, he could maintain his composure around her. With her sisters, his self-control seemed almost non-existent, even when he should have been exhausted. Mere casual provocations from them stirred an inexplicable impulse within him. At times, he questioned whether Luo Xia and Luo Miyuki were enchantresses in disguise, as he felt utterly addicted, his heart seemingly belonging to them, and even his body appeared to yield solely to them. However, further turmoil might lead one to truly meet their grandmother. With a sense of mild trepidation, Mo Xian gently massaged Luo Xia's legs and then rose to fetch a blanket from the bedroom, draping it over her as he said, "Rest well, I shall prepare dinner." "All right." Luo Xia's voice carried a hint of melancholy. "By the way, after dinner, let us take a stroll. This is a scenic area, and it's rare for just the two of us to be here. Miyuki is at home, so you need not worry." At that moment, Luo Miyuki, engaged in her artwork, was inexplicably agitated, sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the source of her discomfort. "Fine, I shall defer to your wishes." Mo Xian replied with a tender smile. "I will go and cook now." Though Luo Xia felt guilty towards Luo Miyuki, a notion began to form in her mind. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad if it were just she and Mo Xian, secluded in this tranquil place. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, Mo Yingying, weary and haggard, gazed through the glass at her father. Qin and I had used her own funds to cover the deficits. Unable to linger in the hospital, she hurried off to the company. Upon returning to the Mo Corporation, she found the challenges posed by Mo Qingqing even more daunting. With her elder sister gradually encroaching upon the company's resources, lacking her sister's prowess and burdened by a series of setbacks, she felt disinclined to continue. "Second sister, have you made your decision?" Mo Tingting stood behind her, clutching a suitcase. Mo Yingying nodded, a hint of resignation in her voice as she replied, "I lack the capability and no longer wish to manage this. Let our mother handle her own affairs. But if you leave, won't the family be utterly doomed?" Mo Tingting could not suppress her tears. "Second sister, please try to negotiate with the elder sister." "Enough, what is there to discuss?" Mo Ying took the suitcase from her. I have liquidated all that belongs to me, and with my savings, I have also sold my shares in the Mo Corporation. Here are 5 million for you. She placed a card in her sister's hand, pulling the suitcase past her. Pausing briefly, she turned and said, Ting Ting, you should also make your plans. If there is a chance to escape, seize it swiftly. Second sister, will you truly abandon our parents? Manage? How could I? Mo Ying found humor in her sister's question. One mother, who sacrificed her own son for an illegitimate child, and another who keeps the illegitimate child close, allowing him the opportunity to manipulate and siphon company funds. I have done all I could. Now, I must consider my own future. With that, she disregarded Mo Ting Ting's pleas and left without a backward glance. Selfish parents breed selfish children. From the patriarch Mo to the rest of the family, a single misstep ultimately led to today's bitter consequences. Throughout it all, Mo Xian merely gave a gentle push, or rather, removed the family's facade of shame, nothing more.